Yo, to all me blood clot bad me no was no God knows a lot say I'm a father. Why are you come and tell me your name gonna let God suck your mother? What up for? What up? Hey, cabbage, she blocking this bitch. Cabbage, yeah, we do. Gee! Yeah, man, up pepper sauce. G block, we are the boss. Yeah, Christian Diaz, yeah, take them to class. You, this girl, you telling me, man? Yeah, me. Gee. Yeah, man. So we in there, B. Yeah, man, he's G blocking this bitch. Yeah, but alright, let me slap my banner up. Let me slap my banner up because we want all the smoke. We want all the smoke. Like, my name is Smoky Jerk Grill. Yo, cut to all me blood club, but me no must know. None of the last say I'm a father. Why are you come and tell me your name gonna let God go suck your mother? What up for? Gee. Oh, mate. mm. So big up man like Funky. Man like Ultra Funky, you get me? Requested a special. Uh, yeah, man. You saying Funky requested a special. So, now we do on this team. Yeah. We deal with all questions. And we don't hide from nothing. You know, I not run. You know, run from nothing. Yo, yeah, big up the people that in the chat, man. It's gonna be a painful one today, I like. But you, you, yeah, man. Okay, man. Maybe we got one demon already, you know. Man says, what's the definition of a child? Yeah, okay. My definition and your definition might be a little bit different, man. But what we can do, we can go to Shake Google, let them read it out, and we'll stick with that definition, innit? Yeah? Uh, you know what happens? You know what happens, man? Yeah, man. So, I'll tell you what, yeah, when I stop driving one sec, yeah, or when someone jumps in the panel, I want them to, yeah, read the definition of child in a framework, man. Because you know what, yeah? Alright, let's give this definition then, yeah, or not definition, yeah. Let's talk about this thing, yeah, where if you, if you're, if you're 14 and you get arrested, you can go to court as an adult as well. If you're, what's the youngest one? I don't know, like, you're 13, your parents can leave you at home or something like that. But you're still not a blood clot adult though. Shit, you might have a bit more responsibility than the average kid. You're not a fucking adult though, man. That's like, that's going too far. Way, way too far. Way too far. Way too far, man. What up, fuck? What up, fuck? Hmm. Yeah, I mean, fix up. You, I gotta get fix up. Yo, Gold, your camera's on, G. All right. That's it, man. Welcome to the Heartbreak Hotel, sir.
Yo,
Can I take your bags?
blessings, everything that pertains to the positive positive energy in a break of our fast. But it was a very, 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 very fucking hell, super intense. You could hear pin drop type of debate. But what wasn't, I have to, this is something, because I didn't want to jump on, because to be fair, I didn't really want to be like, oh, it's like another one just like rutting heads. And it was like, then it was just like East versus West. And I didn't want that to happen, right? So I think Freddie kind of said it very, very, he said something that was important. And that was, we understand that clearly anything to do with children is like completely like haram. But what they focused on is the fact that what they haven't focused on is that how relevant is that all today, and how many Arab men are really still marrying little kids, and how much pedophilia do you feel, or do we feel, is a result of and you know, this idea that you can have a child, or they did have this as a sort of a way of life, that they took children early. How relevant is that today? Is that happening today?
Yeah, a King of Gold. Big up, bro. Big up, Veli.
Big up, Funky, with the question of the day yesterday. To be fair.
Bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, a King of Gold. I don't know if he's on the show late last
This is
night.
today's question. Funky got today's question as well. Still,
Yeah, I don't know if he was on the show late last night, a King of Gold, right? I was
listening. I fell asleep till about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Bro, listen, a man was on G Block, and he said, in his country, it's all right for 10-year-olds to be married.
I know, and the thing is what we need to stop doing, and what I cringe when I heard him say it. I cringe. I was like, oh, please, brother, don't. He was like, what about?
But that's the thing. Do you know what I did? Do you know what I did, a King of Gold? I didn't even insult him and call him a pedophile or a non-supporter. I didn't even do that. I asked him probing questions to find out where his mind was at. Yeah. And when I asked him if he would do it, he said, no, because I'm already married and I'm not back in Somalia. He didn't say, no, I won't do it because it's wrong. He just said, boy, I'm otherwise engaged. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, my bro. I was concerned, genuinely concerned.
And it's not laughing matter. I'm not laughing at the matter at all. I'm just laughing.
No, I know why you're laughing. You're laughing because it's absolutely insane. That's why you're laughing.
Exactly. It's like, I know, you know. The only problem was, it was just like this. What about him? It killed me when he's like, well, in Nigeria it's 14, and in
11. No, he said 11. He said 11.
Yeah, in somewhere else it's 14, and I'm like, no. Or is it? When did they say it was 14? Somewhere. I'm not
even gonna lie to you, a King of Gold. The truth is, my mind kind of shut down at that point, because, like, bro, I'm listening to an adult man who has the cheek to tell me, as an atheist, I ain't got no morals, right? I had to listen to that person tell me there's no problem marrying a 10-year-old if they're ready.
Let me just say something.
What does that even mean?
Let me just say something.
What does that even mean?
Because what he's trying to dance around, or what a lot of them are trying to dance around, is that at that age, they're just giving you a guide as to the reason why then people saw it back then as not such a bad thing. But I don't think they're saying that's relevant today, and that's what they think today. Gold, I think they're just giving you a reflection.
No, a King of Gold. No, you cannot say that. I said to him, what are you talking about? That's disgusting. He's like, no. In Somalia, if 10-year-olds are getting married regular, listen, regular 10-year-olds get married if they're ready.
See, that's the stats I need. I need to see the stats of what's actually happening in the Muslim world, and our kids still
but
get
a King
married.
of Gold, you're not even understanding the point. A King of
Yeah.
Gold, even if this isn't true, he's okay with it. Even if it's not true, even if it's just some sort of fantasy he's pulled out of his ass, he's still saying it, and he's still okay with this concept. Oh, King of Gold, let me ask you a question. Are you okay with 10-year-olds being married?
See now,
Huh?
there is no. There's a plain no. Now,
okay.
No.
Ooh,
I see
you
what
scared
you're
me for a
saying.
second.
I'm not caping. I'm nowhere near caping. But
no, because you have to be careful what you say, bro.
I know.
Because if you put in any defense for a child being married, you're gonna get yourself into a sticky situation.
Of course. And I feel sick listening to myself say it back, because I know I've got to know what I'm saying, and say, say what I actually know. But let me be honest with you. I think the way he's explaining things, he's like.
Yo, is it me or did my man's reception just duck out?
Yeah, Kingo, you ducked out, bro.
Hey, let me ask a question.
Yo, Mr. Riggs. Tezza, what God?
Let me ask a question.
Wait. Tezza, good morning, sir. What God?
Good evening, good night,
yeah,
good
all them blessings and greetings, man.
The day is always another day.
Come on. Oh God.
All right, let me put it in another situation.
Yeah.
What happens if someone was groomed from a young age but gets married when they're 18?
Wait, say that again. What happens if someone was
groomed from a child to 18 to marrying a specific person?
Wait. So you're saying the person is a child, they're not being abused or married or anything, but they've been like conditioned to prepare themselves for a marriage to one particular person when they're 18.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah.
Well, as long as between the child and being married, they weren't being abused, I would say cool, no problem. Because I mean, that arranged marriage is like thousands of years old, and there's actually an evolutionary and cultural benefit certain times to arranged marriage. The harm factor comes in is when there's abuse.
See, now let me ask you a question.
Wait, Kingo, you ducked out, bro. You was talking,
no. Do you know what my connection just sorry, I lost.
Yeah, because what I was trying to say is, do you feel that grooming that child for that particular person can be abuse?
If I'm honest, I wouldn't say it's abuse. Let me tell you why. See, the thing is, the word grooming has such negative connotations. But if you have in your culture, if it's a thing where like two families are going to come together via your children, then you're going to prepare each one of you are going to prepare your child for the forthcoming marriage, right? Like even like I would say it's probably, if it's something that has to happen for whatever reason, then I would say it's probably better to set the child up or to prepare the child in the best way for said marriage. But I wouldn't necessarily say preparing your child for an arranged marriage is a bad thing. I can't say that. But if it's a thing where you're beating the child because the child saying, "Oh, I don't really want to do this," that's where it becomes cruel and abusive. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Because what you'll find is that some people can be groomed just for money.
So look, Hey, look, can I ask a question? I've seen this culture, this cultural attribute to a lot of Asians. It's definitely something linked to a lot of Asians and Middle Easterns. We can say that predominantly. You see these sort of arranged marriages happen in these places. So if that's like quite a long old culture, we've got a question: was it right to begin with? That's the question, because obviously they say, "Oh, it's just become part of life." So that's why a lot of people wouldn't see any type of anything morally wrong with it, because it's part of life. It's just like what's right and what's wrong now. This is part of the culture. But now, what I'm saying is, it was wrong to begin with.
Wait. What do you mean? What was wrong? Arranged marriage.
Arranged marriage is wrong to begin with. It's a complete flawed whole concept. Yeah, that's what I think.
Why do you think that?
Just purely because you're playing with someone who's not conscious to someone who possibly is. Let them become fully conscious and aware and what we call grown, or what's it called, mature, properly, before we start to try and even play around with the age that they are. You can give any reason. Oh, they're untouched.
Okay, let me turn it on its head.
There's nothing you can use that can actually.
Let me turn it on, King. Let me turn it on its head.
Go on.
So then, would you say, is it wrong to groom a child to becoming a king?
To becoming a king?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Sort of standards where you're going to have to do anything that is chores, any chores or jobs. That's just the word part and parcel of the world. The youth are the ones that are the runners. But when it comes to sexuality, you can't play with that.
Because if a child is not allowed to be himself as a young child, and he's groomed into being something that the family or the people want him to be, is it right?
Good question. That is a very good question. But then that's all about parenting. But I see what you're saying. But at the end of the day, look at it like this, brother. You've got parents that don't push their kids, and then the kids are pissed off with them because they're like, "Why didn't you try and push me to and give me sort of a kick up the arse towards picking what I actually wanted to do?" Then you've got the people that were forced, and they're pissed and saying, "Look, you tried to control my life too much." So there's never a good way or bad way. I think it all depends on the child and the circumstances.
So then,
we cannot. Sorry, I'm just going to finish saying this, Briggs. We cannot ever put that in anywhere the same league. You trying to, even if you've beaten them like with a piece of wood, saying you better go and get your science exam qualification. That's nowhere near. I have way more respect for them for being a sort of an over pushy parent, just so their kid is actually got something, 2 coins to rub together at the end of his schooling. Then someone inserting their stinky little phallus inside a girl.
Yeah, but let's not talk about that for the moment. Yeah, let's not talk about the sexual part, but let's talk about the actual thing where when you feel that we're putting the child in the direction by even putting the child into the school or an educational system.
Yo, I can't hear anything.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, Tez. I thought you was talking to Gold. What was the question?
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, because I feel like it's preparing the child to be able to take care of themselves.
Okay, so we're teaching to take. So now let's put culture to it now. When you're pushing your child to being something, if I put my culture to it, depending on the criteria of my culture, is what the child is going to be learning.
Yeah, but Terry, is that necessarily a bad thing? Because you brought in you brought in two completely different aspects. Like, for instance,
Because I'm trying to
grooming
take
your child to marry someone, and then grooming your child to be a king. And I think those are two different, two great examples, right? Because essentially, in my culture, I am trying to groom my children to be doctors and high-paid sportsmen, and like, for me, I'm trying to. I don't know if grooming's the right word, but I'm trying to encourage my children to be the best that they can be, so that they don't have to be bus drivers and they can earn more than £800-900 a week. Do you see what I'm saying?
But this is
now,
what I'm
now, is that necessarily a bad thing?
No, Ultra. What I'm trying to get at is now when you put a culture that has a certain way to that form of understanding growing, bringing up your child to becoming a king or bringing your child to becoming a doctor. If you put that culture, and that culture has that aspect of, let's say, for instance, marrying a child.
Yeah.
Then,
you see, this is the thing. Like, if you look at it from the outside, remember, a man and his culture, for a man and his culture, for them, if you've grown in it, for you, it's nothing. Right?
Exactly.
And it's normal. However, if somebody comes in, right, even if it's someone you don't like, and says, "Rah, like, you know, when you put Scotch bonnet in your baby food, that's actually kind of dangerous, cause the baby's, like, the state of development that this baby's in, they might not be able to handle Scotch bonnet in their baby food." Like, and if you notice, if I give them the porridge without the Scotch bonnet, there's less crying, less bleeding, less fucking the dissolving of their fucking intestines, less pain. Like, the eyes ain't running. Like, the child's demonstrably in less pain when I give them the porridge without the Scotch bonnet. Maybe, like, let's look into that. And if they're telling me no, if the child dies, the child dies, and I'm like,
but ultimately, that's what I'm trying to say. So, like, for instance, my mother always gave me, from a young child, a piece of aloe vera to eat on every day.
We got Mama Terry in it. Come on.
I adapted to it. I hated it in the beginning, but I adapted to it after. But you see,
but let me ask you a question. When she did that, Terry, were you being harmed? Even though you didn't like it, that's just how you felt. I'm asking, were you being harmed?
No, the knowledge I don't seek, that I didn't know, I thought I was. I thought you were to kill me.
But listen, but that's the thing, Terry. It's only because that's how you felt. That was an emotion. I'm asking you now, Terry, put your feelings aside for a second and tell me, was mummy harming you?
No, that's what I'm trying to explain.
There it is, bro. And that is the difference, brother.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say to you, Ultra. But in someone else's culture, whether it's right or wrong, it's how we overview things. It's the same thing with the horse. You know, the horse is meat.
Yeah, but wait, Harry. If you can demonstrate, that a cultural practice is causing harm to people in that culture, should you keep that practice? Should you keep that practice, or should you try to stop it?
But this is what I'm trying to explain to you. From where we're coming from, it's against our rules and regulations, regardless. Yeah.
No, but Terry, it's not about where we're coming from. It's what's demonstrable. It's what we can prove.
Ultra, let me finish, Ultra. What I'm trying to explain to you is that they ain't going to see it wrong.
Hold your cameras on. One sec. Hold your cameras on, yeah?
Yeah. So what I was saying is that, like in Greece, they feel that it's okay to have 14-year-olds. In England, it's against the law.
Facts.
Where is this still happening? Is this still happening a lot of places, guys? Because personally, I haven't.
But that's the thing. Terry raised a good point. the age of consent is different around the world, right? And obviously, some are going to be high, some are going to be low, some even have no fucking age of consent, right? But the problem is, Terry, that the age of consent isn't the point here. The point is, children potentially are being harmed unnecessarily because of fuckery. That's the end of the story.
Yes, but isn't that in
right?
most?
No, but this is the thing. And Terry, listen, the problem is, the reason why I asked Veli to make this question of the day today is because I had a dude in the chat telling me in Somalia, 10-year-olds will get married regular if they're quote unquote ready. And he was okay with this.
Yeah, but
and then on top of that, no, bro, wait, hold on. On top of that, he told me, find me one Somali who will tell you that this is bad.
Now,
and I'm like, raw.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say to you, Ultra. As we are coming from it, you know, at the end of the day, for me personally, it's totally and absolutely wrong, right?
Yeah,
but what I'm trying to say is that in cultures, some people take old traditions, some people take certain other traditions, which now they would see it as being okay.
Yes, no, Terry, I get that.
So
hence why we need to have a discussion about it, because we even need to define what you mean by okay. Like the fact that we've got men in the chat saying, what is a child? For me, that is scary in 2020. That is scary.
Yeah, and I get that's what I'm trying to say to you, Ultra, and I get it. For me, you're not a man until you've passed 21, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I hear that. I kind of agree, to be fair.
Right? Because I don't believe.
But I think you don't mean physically. You mean mentally and emotionally.
Yeah, because you know, it's for you to complete your education or your schooling. It's going to take 21 years.
Yeah, of course.
From when you was a child to when you finish university, it's 21 years. So, but society keeps on reducing this age because now people want to be renegades.
And no, don't get me wrong, Terry. I'm all about non-conforming.
Yeah.
Right? I'm all about non-conforming. Right? That's why I like being an atheist, because it rubs people up the wrong way. I'm on the outside. I'm in the minority group. I love that. Yeah, at me. I do. But hear what I'm saying. My atheism doesn't cause harm. And I'm saying, Terry, yesterday, and remember, like, I don't know if certain men have children. But I have children, Terry. I'm a husband and I'm a father. And I'm hearing men on the chat that I'm in telling me that where he's from, it's okay for what we would consider a child
This is what's
to be married off, right? And he wasn't condemning it; he was co-signing it. And then when I challenged him, would you marry a 10-year-old? He said he didn't tell me. He said to me, no, because I'm already in a relationship. He didn't say to me, no, because it's demonstrably harmful to the child. He said, no, because I'm already married. And I thought to myself, right.
Now.
Wow. Boy.
Now, Ultra, when you see that, you see where the person is coming from. What my issue is you're putting your rules and regulations into another country that is against it. You've already broken rules.
And do you know what else he told me? He told me if I went to Somalia with my don't marry children stance, I would be stoned.
Because
he told me I'll be stoned.
No, you're kidding me.
Oh Lord of mercy.
Think about it, Ultra. Marriage in other countries, you can marry more than one wife. Well, that means you can still marry another young girl.
Now, do you know what it is? Yeah. Oh, who's more grown up? Can you? Could you go as far to say that African girls are more grown up than Western girls? That's what kills.
No one can say that, bro. If you
Nah.
have to bring evidence, right?
Yeah,
But
that's
we're
what I'm against.
bro.
That.
Listen to
I'm
me.
against
We
that.
are a
You man.
species. Yeah, go on.
You man,
Sorry.
remember James read out a report yesterday, and Melanated Goddess read it out for him, yeah, about the when they was going around certain places to see if see where the children were having see where the people were giving birth at age 10 and all them sort of things, and they were showing like how a lot of the girls were dying and
Yeah,
there was
they're
bare
pelvic
complications.
floor.
Yeah. So
You
like
get
obviously
what you get
the child.
fistulas. They get fistulas, which is like a tumor, but it's a degenerative tumor. So it doesn't grow, but it's like a fistula is actually just pussy, a hole. It leaves a hole in you, and then loads of poo starts flooding into your pelvic area. All the nastiness there, you get blood. It's horrible, bro. I heard it. Honestly, it's abysmal. It's abysmal what happened to these kids. But the thing
Well,
that they need,
that's what it was. Yeah, it was the point I was making was that if you're say someone comes from the outside, yeah, and they come with and they can show you what your culture is, like something in your culture that might not be one of the best practices to keep up. Like, what should you take their advice if they can show you medically that this is doing damage to your people rather than it's helping? Yeah, big up Mr. Rats as well, yeah? My team covered. Yo, can you hear me still?
yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, Veli. I'm not
the
gonna lie.
fact
Let
that-
me respond. No, I thought someone else would respond, right?
Can I just say something?
Okay, you go. You go.
No, because you're going to talk about what he just brought up. Go on, brother. Go on. I was going to.
I was just gonna answer with an analogy. Yeah, if for 5 generations of my family, we were putting shavings of Scotch bonnet in our newborn babies' porridge, right? And every morning when we feed that baby, the baby's crying, the baby won't stop crying, they're inconsolable, the stomach's running, we're doing internal damage because of the pepper going through their internal tract, large intestines, small intestines, the anus. Anyone that's had pepper soup, African pepper soup, you know the pain, yeah, when that bitch is on its way out, yeah. Now imagine that on an infant, yeah. Yeah, go on.
I can go against when you talk about African peppers because you have to know what the peppers are for and what type of peppers they're putting for the child.
No, it's just an analogy about pepper soup.
I know
King Gold got it. Do you know what I mean? Like all I'm basically is just a really spicy dish. Yeah.
Yeah.
If somebody says to me, "Raw, hi Ultra, thanks for inviting me for breakfast," blah blah blah. Then I'll be like, "All right, yeah, no problem. You know, sit down. We're gonna do some eggs." So everyone's sitting down around the table, and then I slice some Scotch bonnet and put it into the baby's porridge, and the person says to me, "Who's that for?" And I'll be like, "Oh, it's for the baby." And they're like, "But that's Scotch bonnet." And I'll be like, "Yeah, we've been doing it for 5 generations." And some of us have got stomach ulcers and stuff, but that's just life, And they'll be like, "No, do you know what it is? The spice is actually painful for an infant. It's actually painful for you. You're probably just used to it." And I'll be like, "Yeah, it is quite spicy. I'm just used to it." That's the kind of tolerance we're trying to build up in the infant right now, right? And the person says to me, "To be fair, you can build up a tolerance to most things like later on down the line. There's actually no reason to give a baby Scotch bonnet chili, and in fact, you're doing demonstrable harm to this child. And if you delay introducing Scotch bonnet into their diet until they're maybe in high school, they'll still develop a tolerance for it, like in probably the same space of time. And in fact, it will be less painful, and you'll be going to the hospital less, and there'll be less chance of your child being taken off you if you delayed introducing Scotch bonnet into their diet. And if my response to them is, well, haha, how dare you come to my home and give me advice that might aid my child's development and keep my child in less pain. And yeah, how dare, I've been doing it for 5 generations. Ha 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 ha. Listen to how that sounds. Listen to how that sounds.
Listen, bro, the question is, if someone from outside of your culture, they could be a different race, whatever, and they come and show you something that's going to be an improvement to your culture, if you start install this, this will improve your culture, Is that, should you take their advice? Should you consider it? Should you just fry it in the bin and carry on with what you're doing? Like what?
To be fair, this is the thing. I can only answer for myself, right? Even though I'm an atheist, I do not believe any gods exist, right? But if I read the Quran or the Bible or the Guru Granth Sahib or whatever, if I read any one of these man's holy scriptures and there's something in there that is gold, and I can take it and apply it to my life to make my experience better, then I fucking will. Yeah? If somebody says to me something if I'm doing something that's harmful and I'm shown that it's harmful, even if it's a cultural practice, if somebody showed me, bruh, it's harmful, and I do the cursory research myself out of concern for my children, that's how it has to be. It has to stop.
This needs to stop. This whole child thing of young age and their parents are organizing. It's the parents that are the problem, clearly, then, because they hold control over the.
It's not even the parents.
First of all,
as I said, if it's a cultural thing, it's going to be a society. So
yes, it's society, but
what can you do?
But once the information's there,
go on.
Alright, so we're giving the benefit of the doubt and saying, yo, they might not have the information like that yet, but let's go with the hypothetical, right? The information's there, they've been able to show medical reports, which on their actual people, where they've said, look, these people, this group of people didn't have children till they were this age, this group of people had children when they was that age, this is how much how much higher the mortality rate was in the birth defects, how long the mother lived, the health of the mother, the health of the child, all them sort of stuff there. Like they could show that waiting a few more years or having the child a bit later on in your life, what could improve the child's life plus the community's life, because like improving the child's life and the baby's life is improving the whole community's life, innit? So if they can show that it can improve everyone's life, should you take that sort of advice from people?
But then that comes under but that comes under the remember, majority of people have come from trauma, and we're talking about Western trauma. So if you're coming from a Western world, coming to dictate to tell me how I should live or do my life, am I going to accept it?
yes, we do all the time. There are people who have indoor plumbing. There are people who use helicopters and aeroplanes. Just because it came from the West, you should stop using aeroplanes because, well, it's a Western invention. Television is a Western invention. Do the people in Somalia not use television?
But I can tell you, certain villages are not going to listen to what they don't apply to what most of the Western things come along. They still keep their old traditions.
Yeah, those shitty traditions.
No, you're back to older than it, So what about if like this, It's like that the rugs and rats of what's happened, If the people could show you that, because it's not that it's going to be a benefit to the West, If they could show you that it's a benefit to your own society, that's the point that I'm making. That they're going to show you that it's a benefit to your own society.
that's gonna have to come from their own conclusion.
Right.
Because it's not gonna come from someone from the outside coming in.
Look, the fact is that these cultures all use Western standards for a whole slew of things. When it comes to their TV, when it comes to their shoes and clothes making, when it comes to their medicine, they use Western technology and innovation all the time. It's just that when it comes to marrying 10-year-olds, suddenly the West doesn't have a word to say about that.
No, but certain villages don't. They refuse to have TV. They refuse to have things. They live a village life.
Most of these countries, look, I'm not talking about the odd village out in the middle of nowhere. I'm talking about Mogadishu. I'm talking about Islamabad. I'm talking about the major cities and capital cities of these nations, and they all use Western technology to advance their civilization, advance their societies. The fact is that these same people, this is what I came here to say, these same people who marry off their children at the age of 10 to 50-year-old men complain and start protesting outside schools when they try to teach gay education, or they have, drag queen story time. They're like, oh, this is an abomination, this is terrible, this is leading to pedophilia, having drag queen story time, and yet they sell off their children at the age of 10 to 50-year-old men. This is the same people who do this. It's unbelievable.
And what percentage of them people do it though? What percentage of the culture does it? Is it small percent?
What do you mean? What percentage of the culture? You got literally people in the chat. You got literally people in the chat, Somalis, who argue that you can't tell me not to marry off my 10-year-old daughter. I don't see anything wrong with marrying a 10-year-old child.
Yeah. So we know that
there's enough of a percentage for the Pakistani community in this country to be the top 80% of the rape gang population of this nation, even though they're actually a 7% of the actual population. So there is enough of a percentage to make those ratios happen. You can't tell me that there isn't a significant proportion of these people who have these ideas. Because
come with the numbers. Don't just come and make a claim like that without any type of proof.
When you make a statement like that, you need more. Muslims make up the rape gangs of this nation, and they're only a 7%. And in fact, if you want to pass that down, they'll probably be even less than 7%, because the Muslims are only 6 to 7% of the population, and you want to break that down to the Bangladeshi, Pakistanis, will probably be even less.
But then, Banksy, can we say that you're suppressing your culture upon another culture?
Yeah, fuck cultures.
What is wrong?
Like, if your culture is shitty, if your culture says that it's
what if it improves the main point I keep trying to make here is that what I'm trying to say here. What if it improves the people's lives? If this is something that can bring improvement, better their lives, why wouldn't they consider it at least?
But as I said, depending on their rules and regulations of their culture.
No, I don't give a shit about your culture. They readily throw away their culture when it suits them.
Remember,
these people don't hold on to their culture that strongly.
You're putting your views upon another view.
Riggs, these people already throw away their culture when it suits them. Every time they hold an iPhone, every time they wear a Levi's jeans, they're not abiding by their culture. Their culture didn't invent these things. Their culture didn't introduce these things. It was an external Western culture that introduced these things, and they adopt it all the time. So it's clear that they don't give a shit about their culture.
Actually, wait for a second. Does jeans go against their culture?
Yes. When in which part of Somali culture it says you wear Levi's jeans and you have an iPhone? What part of Somali culture gives you that?
Are they allowed to wear trousers?
They can wear clothes, but is it Somali culture to wear Levi's jeans, Nike trainers, and iPhones?
You got to remember, there's certain things that doesn't disturb them in their way. But when
it doesn't disturb them. Well, then, if it disturbs them, they either. I would say that the Western civilization is a package deal. You either take the Levi's jeans and you don't fucking marry 10-year-olds, or you don't wear the Levi's jeans, you don't take the iPhones, and you marry your fucking 10-year-old.
But then why should I take the whole Western ideology? If I feel that the Western ideology is wrong as well, then why should I take the whole thing?
Because it is better. It is demonstrably better.
There's some rules and regulations in the Western world that I would disagree with.
The fact is that the Western civilization is demonstrably a more superior civilization, more superior culture than the Somali culture. You go ahead, and I will go point by point and show you that it is far better and far more superior. That is why the Somalis are killing themselves, paddling across the Mediterranean to get to the Western civilization.
But you see, this is
no.
Go on.
Yeah, but man saying that it's that if you know, like, because if there's any improvement that can be brought.
Yes, by education, and let them solve it for themselves. If you give them education, let them solve it for themselves, then there will be some form of progress.
Yes, I'm giving them education. The education is don't marry off your 10-year-old child to a 50-year-old man. Don't sew up your child's vaginal cavity. Don't cut off their clitorises. There's my education to the Somali world.
So Chris,
don't do these things.
Yo, Chris. Hello, Chris.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure it was you, man. Because,
Pleasure.
All right, cool, man.
Yeah, the only problem the only problem with that is we all know that there's something obviously wrong with the whole child selling off. But the main problem is how, like, is it to such a degree where we need to mobilize everybody, and this needs to stop right now. They need to be taken out. This whole thing needs to be stopped.
So
that's the point I was going to make before, yeah? I just remembered it. Yeah? Was that, so if the people say they don't want everything from the Western culture, they can just cherry pick the stuff which just improves their lives, innit? Like you're saying, that, like, right, they've decided to take on smartphones and internet and smart TVs and whatever, yeah? Like, they've cherry picked this what they feel like will improve their lives. So if this next one piece here, will bring improvement to I don't want to just keep talking about Somalia, because it's not only Somalia where this is happening, it's that there's other places as well, That's why I didn't put nothing to do with Islam or whatever. I just put the child. Is it okay? What is a child? How are we defining a child? And is it ever okay to marry one? Obviously, my answer to both is obviously a child is someone that's not an adult, and then it's never okay to marry one, But like I said, I grew up here. If I grew up somewhere where it was instilled and I thought it was okay, what would be the best route to show me why this is wrong, or how this would improve my life, or how this would improve my culture?
Like for instance, Belly, right? Imagine an African man finds some form of cure for something, and he brought it to the Western world. Would the Western world accept it?
Say again, sorry? If there was
vice versa. If so someone from another country, like let's say for instance Somalia, just use Somalia as an example, comes with some form of herb, cure something. Would the Western world accept it?
Yes. You know what? Why?
Yeah, you know what?
That's how medicine is developed.
You know what? It issue what Banksy saying though, because the West do adapt stuff what they feel is best.
They reject and destroy.
Yeah, they reject stuff as well, but they
do
stuff that they feel is better for their people as well, though. You gotta say that, because look, how did they get gunpowder? How
It's
did
not
they get? You
equal
know
on
what I'm
both
saying? Like,
terms.
Riggs. The
how did
West
they get
went
certain
to
other
the
medicines?
East, exactly, to get gunpowder, to get all the Chinese medicines. All of the medicines we have comes from a natural source at some point, and it came from some
Yeah,
other
but,
country. It came
yeah,
from
but by
India. It came
stealing
from
it,
China. It
by
came from the Middle
stealing
East.
it, by stealing it, they
No, it
stole
doesn't matter. But what you just said,
You just
I'm
if
not
an
listening.
African
but,
man,
but
if an African man brings Riggs,
I can tell you five doctors that brought something, and they've even tested it in the US lab, and they said it worked perfectly, but they still didn't accept it because the African man didn't give them the final ingredient.
he didn't have the final
tell you what,
ingredient.
Because he wanted to produce, the African man said, "Let me produce it, and I will give it to you. You test it. If it's okay, then we can supply it." They didn't want that.
Well, no, that's that. The fact is that you're now delving into pharmaceutical, the pharmaceutical business, the pharmaceutical corporation. That doesn't mean that we don't accept it if it works. If it works, fine. But if a pharmaceutical company doesn't want to produce it because they're not going to make much money out of it, and that's a business transaction.
No.
Excuse me,
tell,
but
It's
the
actually teaching
tell,
and
tell.
me,
yeah,
but the
One sec,
entire
bro.
reason I called
Yo,
in,
Terry.
yeah.
the
Yeah,
entire reason I called
yo,
in is
Terry.
because
You got
the
like check like alright, we're in England right now, yeah. Remember they've adopted bare cultures, you know, and made it like now you're thinking English, like curry, fish and chips,
But what I'm saying
certain
is,
style of music, certain this, that and the other. That's English now, but then it never come from England though.
yes, but what I'm trying to say to you is they gradually got to learn it, because once it came into their culture, they begin to accept over a period of time. So what I'm trying to explain to you is, for people to change, you can't just force something, because they'll pull up their defenses.
Yes, that's what I was asking. What's the best route? Yo, tell. Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to ask you, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to ask you, what's the best route to offer the help that people actually need? What's the best way to offer it? Is it easier to force it on them? Is it easier to try to educate them, or is it like to try to make them, I don't know, like lead them to their own choice? What's the best way to try to help someone if you can see an improvement that could be made?
And that's why I said to you, it works better in forms of giving them the realization for themselves by educating them, so that they can see the alternatives and see what is good and what is bad, and make their own personal judgment. People ain't going to accept if you throw something at them, because that defense mode is just going to come up regardless.
No, Terry's making a good point. Basically, all he's saying is, like, you can't reach somebody by attacking them.
Look, it's true you can't reach someone by attacking them, but the fact is that we all the time, the first step towards making any kind of change is to accept that that thing that you're doing is wrong. And so the first step that the Somalis or the Muslim world, I think in general, has to accept is that marrying off their kids at the age of 10 or 13, or even even a little bit older, is wrong. That is fundamentally wrong. And the fact that you can't convince the Muslim world of this is because they say this is our doctrine, this is our religious text. God has given us this permission. It isn't just a man who's
trying to get to that point, bro. I'm trying to get to that point, yeah. I was trying to see if Terry was going to get to that point, yeah. So I was going to see, that's what I was trying to see, like, right. So if something is written by who you think is the most high, the creator of everything, and is always going to be right, yeah, and I come with what I'm telling you is with these medical records where I'm showing you, no, actually, this is right. What's better? How could I ever convince you what I am saying is right, rather than what God is saying is right?
And that's where the blockage comes into. That's where the blockage comes into the situation. Because if I'm religious and my book is my rules and my regulations, or things like that, I'm going to be defensive to anything you say to me.
Yeah, but Terry, isn't that the problem?
Yeah, that's the problem. But that's what's it called? What's that word that they always say when you bring new information to old information, the person that listens to old information rejects the new information.
Yeah, I can't lie. That for me is genuinely scary. Genuinely scary. And I'm thinking to myself, well, hang on a second. If it was up to people that can't let go of child marriage, we wouldn't have aeroplanes or the internet. Like just think about that.
Because people don't believe in themselves no more. They expect someone else to do something for them.
Yeah, but I can't lie to you. Do you know what? You know, I can't understand is how anyone who, to be honest, you don't even need to have children yourself to know that this is wrong. But I think it helps, especially when you've got young'uns. Like, and let's be real. This dude was telling me, like, marrying children, and we understand what that means in his context. For him, marriage equals legal sex. I mean, that's the road we're going down. I don't understand how in 2020, Terry, in 2020, where you've got the internet, like, and it doesn't matter what country you're in the developing world, wherever the fuck, yeah, chances are you could get, unless you're in a remote village, all right, cool, right? But anyone who has access to the internet in 2020 who doesn't understand why child marriage should end immediately is a disgusting sack of cat's vomit.
Okay, it's like Ultra. Let's say for instance a paedophile. How do we change?
No, but that's what we're talking about here, Terry. Not say let's use a pedophile as an example. That is exactly what we are talking about here.
Ones that we know.
Ultra. What if it's in your actual, like you say, like I was saying, if it's come from someone who's an infallible being or the Most High, how can you ever show me that it's wrong? How would I?
Yeah, because all you have to do is, if you believe in the Most High and He gave you a brain, use it.
But they don't see it like that. That's what I'm trying to say. Because they follow the book. They don't become the book.
And so, for example, the book doesn't even dictate that in certain states here. For example, like, what is it to marry a child? In one state, it would be under 16. In other states, it would be over 18. I mean, there's no constant to what dictates what a child is and what an adult is. Like, it's all.
That's why for me personally, is why I always say in implementing the rites of passage. The understanding the rites of passage is from 0 to 21. As far as I'm concerned, you're not a person you've passed that age. As far as I'm concerned, because at the end of the day, no matter if a child is 14, 15, 16, they're still a child. This country here makes a child an adult at 16. So does it make it right?
Actually, no, we don't make a child an adult
35,
at 16.
I'm still a child.
Sorry, a child is an adult at 18 in Britain, but they can have consensual sex at 16.
Yes, but does it make it right?
I personally don't think 16 is. I think 16 is too young, but I know why they've picked that date, because it's. You see, the thing is, these laws don't just come about out of. They don't just pull it out of their ass. They don't flip open a Quran and say this is what God says.
Maybe that's what the Muslims were saying when they said that.
No.
Maybe that's exactly what they were saying.
when they were coming up with what would be the good age.
Those numbers are completely arbitrary.
No, they're not.
That
They're
can
not.
be proved.
No, Chris,
They
Chris, they're not
absolutely
entirely
are.
arbitrary.
That can be proven in the states.
No,
we
Chris.
have ages of consent ranging from everywhere from 14 to 17.
So that
the same
well,
government.
Mr. Just asked the best question of the day.
Look,
why is it okay for 16-year-old to be all right? Why is 16-year-old right?
This is what I'm trying to explain. Is the reason that the British government set the age of 16 at the age that you can have consensual sex is because they recognized that young people are. If you set the age at 18 and the same age as they can vote, they can do drive a car, all the rest of it. The fact is they're going to have sex anyway, because they found that young people, as they become teenagers, they start to become sexually curious. And unfortunately, whether you like it or not, young people are going to have sex. Now, you are going to have to make a decision of, am I going to criminalize a 16-year-old who's having sex with another 16-year-old, or am I going to somehow try to get this set an age for sexual consent to such a degree that even if they are going to have sex, they're not going to be criminalized for it. And so 16 was chosen as an age that if a 16-year-old is having sex with another 16-year-old, or even an 18-year-old is having sex with a 16-year-old, they're not going to go to jail for such.
So would you say
completely arbitrary?
Completely arbitrary. Would you say, because today, nowadays, 14-year-olds are very sexualized. So that means, are you going to put your age back down to 14?
No, because unfortunately, you do have to you have to draw a line in the sand. And the line in the sand that the British government decided to draw is the 16 age, because they don't want to criminalize people. But unfortunately, I still will tell you that I don't think we should encourage children to have sex until 18.
Yeah, but Banksy, you said with your mouth, you said that the reason why they put it at 16 is because a lot of the children back then were having sex at that age.
No, they still are. They still are anyway.
And they still are. I'm saying now, a lot of kids nowadays are having sex at 14. Does that mean that the law has to 14?
Yeah, you can't answer that.
Circular reasoning.
A lot of children are having sex from 14 up anyway. They still even are to this day. It's just that we have to draw a line as far as the criminality side is concerned, so that at least we are not putting kids in jail because they gave into their sexual urges. So 16 was an age to try to curtail how many kids we're going to put into jail because they gave in to their sexual urges. But they're still not considered full adults until 18. They're not considered adults until they're 18.
I'm going to say something now. In no defense of any type, no bias. What if now the scientists and doctors find out that there's more cancer, ovarian cancer, or whatever you want to call it, that come into women, and that's purely down to because they were having sex at, say, 16 years old. They find out that 16-year-old children are more likely to get cancer or some type of cancer in their reproductive system. We would look back and say, 16 was how could we have been allowing children to have sex at 16? So you see where the hypocrisy kind of.
If we discover, just like we did with cigarettes, that they can cause lung cancer, and we have to now curtail smoking, or we have to ban smoking, and we started doing all of that.
Obviously, it'd be done. Yes.
Yeah.
But that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is when we look back, we'll be saying what we're saying to the Muslims about what we had only a couple of years ago, which was 16, because now from science we found out that 16-year-olds are more likely to get ovarian cancer.
King, that's perfectly fine. If we find the evidence that having sex at 16 will give you a life, life changing or a death sentence of having ovarian cancer, then we will move the age of consent to 18 or 21 or whatever age is suitable, so that we're not damaging our young people. So that's perfectly fine. But we don't, because in Britain, we don't set our laws because of God, because of God's words, because God told us. We will change as the science gives us information about how we should change our society. Our societies are malleable. Our societies can change very quickly based on good evidence. But it has to be good evidence. But it's not set in stone, and it's not God's commandments.
But then, in saying that, does it set it in stone that there is an age limit in the Quran?
The fact is that when you look at the way Muslims are taught about how to worship their God and how to be a Muslim, you have to follow the examples of Muhammad, you have to follow the Quran and the Sunnah. And if you follow the Quran and the Sunnah and follow the examples of Muhammad, then it is perfectly legal for you to marry a 10-year-old. You can actually marry your first cousin at the age of 9. It is legal, it is halal to marry your first cousin at the age of 9.
But
Damn.
does it matter? Do you feel that it's the Quran or is it the culture?
No, it's the Quran and the Sunnah. The Quran and the Sunnah tells you there were cultures who had none of these practices before Islam arrived.
Does it say in the Quran that a 10-year-old can get married?
No, it doesn't say in the Quran. In the Quran, it says you can marry a young person before
A
even
9-year-old.
they have their first period. And the example of Muhammad.
But what is a young person in the Quran?
Before they even have their first period, you can marry a child before she has her first period. The Quran and the Hadiths are clear about that. And the example of Muhammad says that you can marry a 9-year-old because he married Aisha at the age of 6 and consummated marriage at the age of 9.
Banksy, can you tell the verse?
Age of marriage of consent.
No, James Jones
Banksy,
brought up the verses last night.
James SC, maybe.
Yeah, James Jones. James SC. Yeah, he brought all the verses up last night. He pointed all of them out. All the verses in the Quran, supported by the Hadiths and supported by the example of Muhammad.
This is disgusting.
Hold on. Take the Hadiths out of the situation, because for as far as I'm concerned, is that the Hadiths is a man subject. Now, for me, I'm trying to look at it in its full vision. Does it mention a 10-year-old in that Quran?
That's what I'm saying to you. It's not just the Quran. It is the Quran supported by the Hadiths, supported by the example of Muhammad.
Yeah, but we're straight enough. I'm just saying, let's just concentrate on the Quran.
No, because you're now creating a false premise. You're creating a false paradigm. It's not just Muslims don't just follow the Quran. The Quran isn't the only thing Muslims follow.
Carefully, if you're going to educate people, we have to start somewhere. So to educate people, I'm asking you, does it mention an age group in the Quran? Yes or no?
It talks about girls that are prepubescent and that they are eligible to be married. Those who have not had menstruation are still eligible for marriage.
But does it mention age?
No, it doesn't mention the age. It doesn't give you the exact age. That's why it's not just the Quran that Muslims follow.
Yeah, but see, this is what you're not listening. I'm saying to you, if we're going to educate people that are doing this atrocity at this precise moment, you have to go by steps. And if you're going to go by steps, you have to know what their emotional attachments are. So once you know what their emotional attachments are, then we look through the Quran, and then we look at where the Hadith does, and then we look at how the people relate to their culture.
But
so once you're able to doing that, you're able to educate them.
Riggs, it's not just to do. This is the thing. It's not just to do with the Quran. The Quran says yes, you can marry girls who haven't had their menses yet. And then the Hadiths say yes, you can marry or you can have sex with girls who've reached the age of when they've had their period. And then the example of Muhammad tells you that, okay, a 9-year-old, if she's had a period, she's a woman. You can have sex with her. So this is how they take the totality of their religion. You can't just take one part of this religion and say, if this part doesn't say age, then that's it. That's not a complete understanding of their religion. Their religion is bigger than just the Quran. The religion is the Sahaba. It's the example of Muhammad. They follow all of this. It's a package deal. So you can't just address one part of it and think that you've got the answer. You don't. The Quran isn't the only thing Muslims follow. And in fact, if you're just a Quranist, most Muslims don't even consider you to be a Muslim. They think you're outside of the scope of Islam if you're just a Quranist. And if you're a Shia or a Sunni, well, one half doesn't consider the other half to be proper Muslims anyway. So there's all sorts of politics involved. But nevertheless, the one thing that is 100% clear when it comes to Islam, your Islam isn't complete if you just follow the Quran. That is not Islam. That's just Quranic.
Do you class an Arab Muslim the same as an African Muslim?
It doesn't matter. If they're Sunni, then they're Sunni.
I'm just asking you.
Well, if they're Sunni, then they're Sunni Muslim. They're just Sunni Muslim or Shia Muslim, whatever Muslim that they are. I don't care whether they're Arab, African, friggin' Martian.
I'm saying is because I'm saying in forms of culture.
The thing is, Islam. This is why there was a chap I spoke to some time back. He said he doesn't believe there is such a thing as a singular Islam. Islam is malleable to cultures. It molds itself around every culture that it finds.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Is this coming from their culture or is this coming from the book? Well,
it's in two halves. When it comes to them getting you see, the culture, like for example, let's say a Pakistani culture or even a Somali culture, their culture tells them that the men are superior to the women have to be chaste, they need to have their circumcision of their clitoris, they even sew up the vaginal hole depending on which sort of part of their culture you're talking about. And so their culture overall tells them a man has authority over a woman. So their culture instantly tells them that they are that there's a very strong patriarchal system, and then their religion gives them the moral authority to have sex with 9-year-olds or very young people.
Against child marriage.
Yeah,
just saying that. I'm against it.
Yeah, but what I mean is their culture and their moral.
I'm just chatting to the chat room. I'm just saying is that, I'm against it, but it's the thing is how do we educate? That's what my narrative is.
Well, the only thing I personally think the way we can actually move people along, which we already have, is Somalis in Britain do not marry 9-year-olds, but Somalis in Britain still want to have their little girls circumcised. And so Somalis in Britain, by the way, I think there was only one case so far of female genital mutilation that has actually been prosecuted. And that is categorically
come on now, we're going to FGM. This is ridiculous. I'm not caping once again, but stop it, man, because there's more benefits for a man to get circumcised than
bullshit. It is
what? All right, let me
absolute bullshit.
All right, and look, so I've just made a claim. You shut it down. So what are you going to ask me now? Bring some evidence.
Okay, I will bring you the evidence from the American Medical Institute.
Are you going to let me speak?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So when a lot of boys have actually very tight foreskin around the head of their penis, did you know that? And not
a lot of boys, some a minority, in fact.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's a lot of people that have that happen. So what they need to do in order to for it not to be too tight, for them to feel pain, for them to get infection, etc., they remove it. So that is the weakest argument. But the puberty and argument is a better argument for me personally. I'm like, that can't be used as an excuse. But in terms of the FGM, yeah, I think we should probably go back to what we were talking about.
Yep. What I'm trying to say is that Riggs asked, how do we shift the attitude of, let's say, your average Somali to not want to marry children and not want to have lose some of these bad cultural practices. And as I said, in this country, the Somalis should be heavily prosecuted if they commit FGM of any kind. If they take their daughters to Somalia and have FGM done on them, and then they bring them back to this country. The only way we can make sure that Somalis in Britain, because we have no influence over Somalis in Somalia, there's nothing we can do. That's their country, and we can't touch them over there. But we can do something in Britain, and in Britain we do not bring down the full force of the law on these practices and on these communities.
Yeah, well, you ain't brought no type of evidence as to why it's good. It's bad.
Why is what FGM bad?
You haven't brought any evidence as to why it's bad.
Why female genital mutilation is bad?
Now, you could go as far as to say as if the process of how they're doing it, because if they're not using the correct method, then I could possibly say.
So you want me to show you medical evidence why female genital mutilation is bad?
Exactly, yeah, and tell me why it's more negative than as opposed to positive, in the sense that they're going to be able to possibly rectify any.
Okay, so apart from mutilating a woman's clitoris and removing it in order for her not to be able to have sexual pleasure, the fact that
is that the sole reason? Is that the sole reason, or is that the effect of it?
What is the reason for removing a woman's clitoris other than that?
What do you mean other than that? So, but is that something?
What are the positives? I will research the negatives, even though it's ridiculous.
I don't know if you understand actually, and I ain't been doing this for long. You seem to have been doing this for a lot longer than me. But I'm trying to say you've just made a claim. So tell me why it's worse to have female gender. Obviously, it sounds worse, but you tell me why, and it's resoundingly worse, and it can bring no possible good effect, and it's all bad. Tell me.
If you think there are no medical benefits to having your clitoris removed, I can categorically tell you that without even having to Google it yet. And I will Google it for you, and I'll bring you medical evidence of why female genital mutilation is bad. Apart from the high risk of infection and the fact that the girls could potentially die from it, and the fact that they will never have sexual pleasure because they have no clitoris, because the clitoris is an incredibly sexually sensitive area of a female genital.
I doubt they take off the whole clitoris, my friend.
Yes, that's what they do.
I doubt they take off the whole. I mean,
do you even know how the different types of female genital mutilation that's available? The different types that they do, because there's actually multiple types. There isn't just one.
What do you know? What, as just for education's sake, you should have come up with a bit more than female genital mutilation is bad because you get less stimuli. You've got to be able to come with at least a proper.
So you're telling me that I have to actually. This is what I mean. This is what shocks me. Is that you actually don't think?
Yeah, but you're not. You don't make any.
It's like saying, why is it bad to remove one of your eyes?
No.
Why is it bad to blind you in one eye?
You're using bad examples as well. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, it's a bad example. It's a bad example because it is unnecessary. There is no beneficial reason for removing a woman's clitoris.
For a man.
No, there isn't.
Are you going to dispute that fact?
Yes, I will dispute it right now, and I have the medical evidence that there is no considerable benefit in having male circumcision.
Okay, well, this is coming from a person who said he'd wank over someone's picture. So look, I'm not everything.
I don't give a shit about what I said or I didn't. I will give you medical evidence. This is the World Journal of Clinical Pediatricians. Early infant male circumcision, systemic review, risk benefit analysis, and progress in policy. This is the study that was done by the American Medical Institution, that there is no significant benefits to having male circumcision. Male circumcision is purely a religious, barbaric practice. There is no medical evidence that says that men are better off in having it, except very few cases of men who have extremely tight or sensitive foreskins, and those people can choose to have that procedure when they're older. There's nothing saying a baby should have their genitals cut, piece of their flesh cut off.
What are you reading from now? So you have that. So you did know what I was talking about then. So why don't you just agree with what I was saying instead of just sort of being silent? Like,
agree to what?
You may have been chatting shit.
Agree to what?
So where you get, because you just verified what I said about the tightness of the foreskin. So you knew that.
That is a rare case. That is a rare case. There's nothing to do with the vast majority of men in the Middle East and in the Jewish communities who have their foreskins chopped off as babies without having any consultation or any option of whether they should or should not have their foreskins.
Okay, so what we can say now is culturally, there's a lot of people that put massive holes in the kid's face and as scar wounds, in it. You know what I mean? Like wounds, scars. And that's a cultural thing. So it could possibly be whatever idea they had, probably based around the same thing. But actually, there's no real medical positive that comes out of putting scars in people's faces like a lot of Nigerian people do. You could argue and say that there's no real benefit you get out of bloody marking your face and putting tribal marks. That's what they're called, tribal marks on your face. But they had their own reason as to why. It could have been like a tattoo. I've heard it's questionable, but I've heard stories why people, some like women were putting plates in their face.
You're shifting.
But I'm saying it's cultural. So basically, that point is.
And I say some cultures are horrific and are nightmarish and barbaric.
The more distressing thing is the child, the child being married at such a young age, and the rest of it. That female mutilation thing is neither here nor there, man. I mean,
no, it is, because female genital mutilation is part of the whole gamut of accepting.
Because we still do it here. We still do it here. The doctors do it here.
Yo, gold.
Yes.
Gold. I beg you. Sorry.
Yeah. But they still do it here.
Wait.
The male genital mutilation is a practice done by the St. Mary's Hospital.
You're making my nanny hurt listening to you, Gold.
No, let him just answer that.
Gold, listen.
Let him just answer that, because you can't answer it. You can't give me a good enough reason as to why the NHS now still to this day practice male genital mutilation.
Yeah, and it's because of the Jewish and the Muslim lobbyists who actually introduced this into our society, into the British society. This was not a practice of the British. This was the practice of the Jews and the Muslims.
We'll leave that one there then. We'll leave that one there. Okay, so nice. What did you want to say?
I mean, sorry to interrupt, but I mean, when I heard you say female mutilation is neither here or there, what did you mean, Bob?
Well, look, this is what I'm taking from it, Nine. I'm not going to say that it's not bad, especially if there's a little kiddie crying, that may come to the conclusion that had I had a female police, I would have had more pleasure out of it. I'm not disputing that fact that could possibly be, that is bad. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to say it's a cultural thing for that to happen.
Hold on, say that. Hold on. Wait, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Sorry. Say that again, Bab. Sorry.
There's cultural thing. He can't look.
No. I'm asking you. Listen. I'm being very particular here. When you said female mutilation is neither here or there, what did you mean, Bab?
Because I think because personally, I don't actually, like I said, I did say I'm not scientist. Expert in this field or at all by any margin, but I do know that there are medical benefits that come. There are in certain cases, in a lot of cases, from it being done, you can experience a better life because
there is
Talk
no
to me, man.
I'm not entirely sure for the woman,
Banksy,
but I know for the man,
Bank-
it's too tight and you get infections and the rest of it if you don't get rid of the foreskin. But I don't know really what the benefit is.
No, I'm not talking about the foreskin right now. I'm talking about the female.
Yeah, so personally, I wouldn't know exactly what medical benefits, possible different things that you may not get from getting that done, or you know what I mean. So I personally don't know what benefits that could bring, but I was assuming that it would have been there would have been a couple, but if not, then what they probably done it like had it there for was, you know, just for I don't, without sounding too nasty, but to look better. Do you know what I mean? Or for it to be more presentable. For, you know, maybe women may have made.
Do you know what?
Women may like the look of it.
Wait.
I don't know.
Do you know what takes place in FGM, Bab?
I think they don't. I don't think they get. I heard. I don't think they should be getting rid of the whole clitoris. I mean, I don't know if that's part of the practice, but I would. I mean, Banksy's presented it.
I posted a link in the side chat for you to see the different types of female genital mutilation.
Okay,
there are three different types.
It's all done with the agenda of people not being able to, or women not being able to feel anything as much, so they're less likely to probably have more sex or whatever. And so he said that they tie up the woman parts and stuff like that as well. So I think that's. I don't know if it's coming with that type of energy.
So how do you feel about that? Say if that were to be the case, how do you feel about that? Because I know you said it's neither here nor there.
When I look at it, like the parents, for me, that's your child, innit? So if you, whatever you feel by doing that, and if it brings around something where you feel, okay, wait, this happened to me, this happens to a lot of people, but really, my pum-pum looks better than that girl's pum-pum, innit? Like that. So you know what I'm saying? Let's just talk real now. I'm not saying it's a good thing, like I said, but do you feel like if it was done obviously in a way where I don't think it's as barbaric or whatever, because that's what I think they're looking at. I don't know what the problem, the real problem with that is personally. But for the child itself, if she's going through unmeasurable amounts of pain and they're not doing it to a degree where it's actually humane, then yeah, that's bad. But personally, I can't see a problem with you saying, all right, I want to get rid of this guy, this kiddie's foreskin or the girl's thingy, because it you know, when they grow up, they feel like they've got a prettier pussy. Let's just say that, put it that way, without sounding too weird or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I'm just trying to get logic behind why they're doing it. If you feel like you come to a more of a rational explanation on their part, on their argument, because I don't know the argument of the whole Islamic world that partakes in that practice. What's their thoughts behind it? Have you gone and asked them what their thoughts and why they're doing it? I know you, and even if, regardless of why they're doing it, to us, is it morally wrong? Me personally, if it's done in a way that it doesn't bring any harm to the child, but she has a pretty more presentable pussy when she's older, I don't see the problem in that. Especially if it can't be done when you're older.
Wow.
Especially if you can't say when you're older. If it can't be done when you're older, then
I arrest my case, Your Honor.
Do you know what?
I personally don't see the problem in that.
A weapons grade.
I'll say that. Point blank, recorded.
In the understanding of FGM. What did you do?
Well, I don't have a thorough understanding of it, but I mean, Nine's like she's literally drama queen extraordinaire. It's like on a Coronation Street. It's just like
wait, hold on. King of Gold, can I ask you something? Do you have children?
And she'll be the one.
Do you have children?
No, she's just trying to dramatize it all. It's just, come on, let's just stop. Get all the emotion and
FGM is being dramatized. Did you say FGM is being dramatized?
Well,
King of Gold. You know what they say?
Stop trying to be silly down the mic.
Yeah, King of Gold. You know when they say you're done out here. I think that's what applies to you.
Listen, mate. I didn't even have to hear your voice or any of your ideas and saw your face. You were literally that. What I would say was a throwback, Banks. And comes from clothes. So look, shut your mouth and don't ever try and say you're done.
I think that you're done out here is really an apt thing for you. You just said you're on record by saying that if your pum pum looks better by having female genital mutilation, I don't see any problem with that.
0 to 100 nigga real.
That's your argument for mutilating a poor little girl's genitals.
Shut your mouth. Shut up. And talking all this fuck. Shut up. I want to hear your voice. All you do is talk about things that are complete for no reason, and it's recorded. But for me to say whatever benefits come from FGM,
sure, go on.
Whatever that was whatever. If it's not, as I said, if it's not harmful to the degree where the child is going to receive a worse life afterwards, and she may grow up and think, wait, actually, mine looks better than yours, or mine's cleaner than yours, or whatever it is that comes from that particular practice, then I don't see that as nowhere near bad as someone being forced to marry as a little child.
Yeah, Riggs, you see, this is the problem why we can't change people's cultures and attitudes, because of this exact example we have in front of us.
Who are you?
Someone who says that if I just cut off a bit of your friggin' clitoris and it makes your pum pum looks prettier, which doesn't, by the way, it doesn't make your clitoris. Have you ever Have you ever cut off any piece of your body and then afterwards thought that looks so much nicer?
Have you fondled on an animal recently? Have you fondled with a little kitty catty recently or something? Have you fondled on like a sheep that you bumped into?
Gold. I'm not the one talking about how female genital mutilation is okay because it makes it look prettier. Okay, I'm not the one arguing that. You are
the culture, but you're going to go around
for mutilating little girls because of aesthetics. Because of
weirdos done it in culture. I'm going to go around and start harassing everybody saying that you lot are playing around with animals because there's actually a couple of women that are willing to come online to show that they're playing with doggies, and it's completely lawful in Romania to marry your dog. So look, what you're doing.
King of Gold, have you looked that up yourself, or are you regurgitating information that you've heard?
No, I heard this from a Romanian, but yeah.
So you're regurgitating information that you've heard. You haven't actually looked it up yourself.
Okay, so I mean, if someone's going to let such a claim go, and maybe I shouldn't be such an idiot to lap it up, but is that correct? I mean, a lot of people.
No, but King of Gold, this is the point, bro. What I'm noticing here is there's a fundamental problem in understanding something, because you said something that is so outlandish and so wild and so reckless as to be dangerous. Right, you showed a weapons grade level of a lack of understanding. Weapons grade. The reason why,
what did I say?
Is because when you said if the vagina looks better, then you don't see a problem with FGM. You have to understand how reckless and irresponsible your language is, King of Gold. It's got far-reaching fucking potential, because essentially it's attitudes like yours is what perpetuates this disgusting practice. Because for you, I think you think FGM is some sort of cosmetic procedure. That is not what it is.
So tell me what it is then. You tell me.
No, King of Gold. I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm going to urge you to do even the most cursory of research before you start spouting views that are fucking baseless and not based on any factual or medical evidence, bro. Just because we feel something is something, that doesn't make it so. And it's the fact that you don't have children, which, to be fair, at this stage is probably a good thing if you think FGM's some sort of cosmetic procedure. It's mental. My broski, I would ask you to just bow out for now, right, and just look up what FGM is. I would ask you to just look it up.
I know what
Just
FGM
look
is
it
for
up.
a man. I know what FGM is for a man. So
men don't have FGM, bro.
not FGM. Circumcision. I know what
FGM is literally female genital mutilation. How can a man have FGM?
Yeah, I said it wrong. Circumcision. But at the same time, I thought isn't exactly pretty much the same thing. No, you're getting rid of a part of the body that would either
my guy. Have you ever seen my guy? Have you actually ever seen a pum pum? Brethren, stop talking a minute.
Does it make a female? Does it make a female's part more clean?
Stop talking a minute, man.
Don't talk to me, man.
Have you ever seen a pum pum?
Anyway,
have you ever seen a pum pum? Have you ever seen a pum pum, Bab?
Listen, go and speak to
I'm
Fake,
speaking
the guy that goes
to you.
to little kids.
Have you ever seen a pum pum?
With your little friend, mate. That's actually possibly.
Have you ever seen a pum pum, Bab?
Have you ever seen a penis?
Have you ever? Yes, I have. Now, have you ever seen a pum pum?
I don't wish to answer your question.
You don't wish to answer my question. No. You can say that female mutilation is neither here or there. Yeah, you can say it's neither here or there. I now ask you the very basic question: have you ever seen a pum pum? And now you don't want to answer, but
what you're just why? Why are you going to say that for, man? Just say what you want to say, innit? Like, that's my personal. That's personal, isn't it? I want to tell you that.
It's personal to admit that you've seen a pum pum, brethren.
Listen, say what you want to say, man. Because I don't like the games.
Listen. What are you smoking?
You just like playing games, man.
What are you smoking? What are you smoking?
Allow it, man.
You're smoking something.
Whatever
you're smoking, listen to me at the moment. Listen. Whatever you're smoking, it's not making you think clearly, bub. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Because if you had any clarity of thought, if you had any clarity of thought, the things that are coming out of your mouth, you wouldn't say. But the reason why I asked you if you've ever seen a pum pum before, yeah, is because my next question would have been, where would you cut it? Where could you see on a pum pum to cut it that it's going to be beneficial? Where can you see on a pum pum where you're going to cut it?
What you're trying to do is you're not trying to even trying to acknowledge that there could be something medically, or you may to your hygiene, it may improve it. This is what I'm touching on.
My hygiene.
So what you're trying to do now.
Listen. This is not circumcision we're talking about, where women have a problem in keeping their underneath clean. So stop that, man.
Comes from it.
Do you know what, Gold? Just stop smoking.
Nothing positive comes from it. Is that what you're saying? Nothing positive comes from it then. What?
There is what positivity can you when you thought about what could be positive, you're talking about the way in which the thing looks. The way in which the thing looks.
I can read you from the NHS's website. Listen, this is NHS's own website, which I've posted in the side of it. It says the effects of FGM. There are no health benefits to FGM, and it can cause serious harm, including constant pain and difficulty having sex, repeated infections, which can lead to infertility, bleeding, cysts, and abscesses. Problems peeing or holding pee in, depression, flashbacks, and self-harm, problems during labor and childbirth, which can be life-threatening for mothers, for the mother and baby. Some girls die from bleeding loss or infection as a direct result of the procedure.
Right. So this is what we're getting from it now. Whoever's doing it, they're woo-woo. They believe something's coming from it, which clearly is not, because it's or whatever they feel is coming from it. It's just woo-woo. It's just superstition. So they must be thinking that something good is coming from it, or something must come good enough from it, as opposed to not. For anybody in their right mind to do it. Am I right in saying that? So really, you should be looking at what is actually good coming from it. I personally would say just leave it, because this is too personally a thing for each individual. So for you to take them steps, I think leave
these cultures to just keep mutilating.
If it's in a culture that's been doing it for a long time from the day dot, and there must be something good coming from it that they see is coming from it, for you to for someone else in another part of land to be scrutinized it to the way where when they're going actually and destroying the country, they're using it as a method of actually getting backup morally from their people is ridiculous. Because that's why by one of the reasons that they went to Biafra and apparently condoned starving out 2 million people. This is why I'm standing up here saying, don't ever bring FJM or circumcision as a form of trying to say we need to bring an end to Islam because of this practice.
That wasn't actually even what my point was.
King Gold, I'm not going to lie to you. Right now, you are all over the place. You're making arguments that are not even conducive.
Because
you're making arguments that are incoherent. You're making arguments that nobody has even spoken about, broski. Like nobody. And then you admitted that you're not actually sure exactly what FGM is. I would ask you, before you start giving opinions on things you don't know about, have a look into it.
I know what it is. But you
don't, bro. You think FGM is fucking cosmetic surgery?
You tell me. Yeah,
that's madness.
You tell me what the reason is. Then,
shit. Yo, listen, I gotta jump off though, yeah. Yo, guys, listen, I gotta jump off here. Someone take my space. Come take my space, yeah.
Yo,
jump on. Or if you lot see anyone jump on the panel, yeah. Let me know. Big up, Manny for the early bodies and that, yeah. I'll tap Ultra Funky, I'll tap King Gold, I'll tap Banks, I'll tap Mr. Riggs, the building, yeah, man. Yes. Yeah, man, you get me. Heartbreak Hotel's back in business, man. You know what I'm saying? There's a few rooms left, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm only shouting because I don't know.
Say that, man.
Sorry. So I'm only shouting because I'm I see
bro.
I don't think people can hear me.
Alright, cool, man. Alright, say that, man.
Wait, Kingo. Kingo, listen.
Oh shit.
If you have a look at the different types of FGM, which I've seen myself, right? I've even seen a video where it was being done to somebody. I cannot lie to you, my bro. It's easy if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, or you haven't seen it being done. It's easy for you to just dismiss it as, there's some sort of fucking ulterior motive as to why people are bringing this shit up. But I would ask you to just do the most cursory of research before you start espousing views that not only make yourself seem like you're being willfully ignorant, but the mindset you're displaying is dangerous to children, and it's mindsets like yours that allow this thing to perpetuate itself, and it's scary. For anyone that thinks that FGM is cosmetic surgery has a fundamental lack of understanding and needs to go away.
And what he's going to do is he's going to enlighten everybody who doesn't know what FJM is. And
it's not FJM, bro. It's not FJM.
Why they do it?
Treat the thing seriously, bro. Nah, treat it seriously.
What is it? Come on, man.
I posted a link on the side chat for you.
I'm hearing tumbleweed.
It is the NHS's own website on FGM and the different types.
No, I want Ultra to tell us. I want Ultra to tell us.
Remember Ultra, to this guy, it's neither here or there, Ultra.
I heard what he said.
I'm the progenitor
because when she grows up to be a big woman, the pussy are gonna look good. You get me? So as such, it can get a little cut in early doors.
By the way,
you're a madman, blood. You're an actual madman.
Goddess, the problem is it doesn't even look good. It looks like someone took a tomahawk to a vagina. It just looks scarred up and cut up like a piece of steak, badly butchered. It doesn't look good. There's nothing. There is no aesthetics to it.
But this is why that's why I asked him, Banksy. Yeah, has he ever looked at a pum pum? Yeah, and if he has, where would he cut it so it could look better? Like what part of it would he think?
Only the hair. Like, and I won't take it all off. I don't like that. Just trim it down a bit.
What I'm saying? So I was trying to get him to visualize. You with me? Himself there with a scalpel. Where would you cut the sweet nani? Where would you cut it for it to be sweet?
For the record, I wouldn't cut it. I think it's perfect as is. Just saying.
Because the Most High made us perfect. Yeah. Most High made us. Hold on. So go. Do you believe in God?
Fair, I've seen some pussies.
Wait. Let's stop a minute. Let's stop a minute. Do you believe in God? Gold. Do you believe in God?
Yo, have you got one of them pussies that have got?
Do you believe in God? Gold.
Have you got? Look,
do you believe? Stay on track, bab. Stay on track. Do you believe in God? Gold.
I don't know how relevant that is, but I'm agnostic.
Oh, you're agnostic. Yeah. Okay, no problem, bab. No.
Yeah, problem. Go on. What? Yeah, why is that anyway?
It doesn't matter, bab. It doesn't. Right. Are you okay where you are? How's your day anyway? Just generally, how are things generally? How you doing? Like
me? I'm good. Do you know what? I thought you were trying to bring a drama thing to it, so I was like, "Oh, allow the drama, man. I can't." Yeah, but no, it's all right. It's all right. It's the sunshine. I can't complain. Can't complain. But personally,
are you getting out and getting some? Hold on, wait. Are you getting out and topping up your vitamin D and that? Are you actually getting sunshine?
Yeah,
you watching it through the window?
Yeah. I went out. Not yesterday, day before. Just you know, just went for
a
little stroll.
Gold need the vitamin S though, man.
No, but really, I know what. You know what? Look. Personally, I'm not. I don't know if I've given off the. Maybe because I'm trying to shout so people can hear me. It sounds like I'm being passionate in the defense of FJM, which I'm actually not.
It's G for genitalia. Or let's say GPM for you, genital pussy mutilation. There you go.
But I mean, I'm not like condoning anything. It's just the way he's presenting it. Like it's like,
still
shut down because of it. It's like, nah.
Yeah, but go just in case you've forgotten. Yeah, you basically said that from the limited knowledge that you may or may not have. Yeah, you said that you didn't really think that there's nothing wrong with if someone decides that a girl should get a couple of little cuts whereby later it's going to make the nanny look better. You don't see nothing wrong with it.
Because there are different. You have to admit there are different types. So can you hear me?
We can hear you, Bab. Yeah, we can hear you.
So, I mean, because of the different types of things.
Different types of what?
Clits. There's different types of sizes and shapes and whatnot. I've seen.
If we got the knife and fork.
So I mean, if it's a cultural thing, let's be honest now, because the system have got us now. Before it was, mom and dad got control of us. So when it comes cultural, there was way more control from the people themselves than the state. It's only the state now, and these people.
Yeah, but Kingo, listen. Even if it was a cultural practice, it's a dumb one, bruv.
Yeah, it's not essential.
And in 2020, there can be no fucking saying, well, it's our practice, but you know what I'm saying? No, we're bonnet. You know what I'm saying? It's not everything from our past is good.
Well, you saying ban it out completely?
It's not everything from our past that is good. You know what I'm saying to you? So as we move forward, you drop the bad and you move on with the good. So no one today can come and tell me from nowhere in Africa or anywhere, that is a good practice. You can't come and tell me that. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? No boy, no girl.
Don't forget they put slices in their faces, for no apparent reason, just to let you know about.
Okay, that's scarification, and that's not like That's not even comparable. We're talking about cutting a woman's underneath. Can you imagine a woman having a, like, you know what it is, Bab? You don't know what, you just don't know what it is, innit? You with me? And because I know you don't know what it is, I just think you shouldn't talk about it. You're sounding
no, honestly,
hella mad.
I'm gonna
so what I'm gonna say is just imagine you got your daughter in it, inshallah, or whatever, if you ain't got one already. Yeah, and she gets to like 9, 10, 11 or whatever. You with me? And it's cutting time. You get me? And she doesn't want to be cut. You with me? But you know, so you're getting this cut, so your whole chest has to get hold down. Remember? Yeah? Can you imagine a young girl having her legs open with someone with a scalpel in their hand coming to cut them? Can you imagine that?
I mean, look.
Can you imagine that? So that in years to come, the pum-pum's gonna look better.
Yeah, sure. So as long as we're in this room and we're debating the morality of it, as opposed
I ain't debating shit.
James, who's I'm gonna stop the whole of Islam and
no, listen. I ain't mentioned Islam. Listen. I've not mentioned Islam, so forget that. Don't even mention Islam. Yeah, because I have not done that.
That's what's pissing me off.
I've said the most I've said is
culture. I'm not even Muslim, but go on.
Yeah. So are you? So did you hear the scenario in which I gave you about? Like you're there, it's coming up to your daughter, it's cutting day. You with me? She don't want it. She's been held down. Her legs have been held open. You get me? By 2 different people, probably whatever. You get me? And you're watching your little daughter. Are you feeling it? Are you feeling it, bro?
Look at it like this, Nines. Because of how.
No, I want you to look at it like how I just described it.
So look, let me answer it because this is what I don't.
You're not going to look at it. You're not going to look at that.
You actually bully people that you actually speak to.
You're not going to look at that then.
But because I can't
because you didn't even consider what I said to you. You just glozed over.
You ask for an answer and then you bully someone to give it to you, and they can't even speak because. So really, I think, and maybe it's because you're not.
Don't start all that fucking debating bullshit, man.
I tell you what you do is you answer someone a question.
Oh, listen to this guy now, man. Oh my gosh, man. Listen to this, man.
Yeah, stop the drama, man. You're a drama queen, sis, man. Allow it.
Oh my God. Let me ask you, do you like 2 holes in a pum pum or 1?
Who you asking? 9?
Oh my God, man! What is going on, bro? What is going on, bro?
She got like she. Come on, sis.
Man.
She's just trying to beat me down. Just allow it.
Go.
Let me ask the question.
Just listen to this carefully. When you're talking about a topic that you don't really understand or don't know, it's not good to talk about it because you're going to be critiqued.
That's fine. I totally understand that. But really, like I said, I've asked Ultra Funky. He's given me tumbleweed. He just said, go and do a little bit of research. And we're on a forum. So if you've done a tiny bit of research, can you please relay back to me what I asked you? And if he's not going to give me that, personally, there's no health benefit.
Can I ask a question? There's
please? No health benefits that come from it. Then no, I think it should be stopped.
Hello? Can everybody hear me?
Okay, Brad.
Yeah, I just want to ask. Maybe I think we're freaking out because this is probably King's first time he's ever fucked up, and I think we're just like, whoa, it's King. So let's just like allow this. Let's just have him absorb his fuck up moment, and hopefully he'll come back stronger. Like LeBron. He lost 1 year, came back and won. So that's how I'm going to do. This is like Game 7. He missed the layup. Very easy layup, and. All right, because I don't want to view my brother this way, so I'm just going personally.
Okay, so according to you now, what you're saying to me now from your demeanor. No. So what he's trying to say? No, what he? No. That's all right. I take you.
This is first time. Everybody has it. Big deal. Yeah, let's talk about the topic. It's just his first time. Of all the examples, he probably just picked the wrong one. So that's how I'm going to choose to view it.
And I was saying on the topic, and my stance is because some people it's their culture. How can we educate someone without them pulling up their defenses?
I think that's going to happen naturally.
Let me ask a question.
Look at scarification. If we look
Africans. Why did these Africans do this thing? Have we established why?
Culture.
I don't. Yeah,
No, but
that's what I would boil it down
yeah,
to.
but we don't.
Culture too.
Okay, so purely down to because we've done this for the first of it. We don't know why we've done it, but we're just doing it. Is that what you're saying?
It's culture. If you're embedding it, as I said to you, if you attack somebody and they pull up their defenses, you're not going to get nothing through. So it informs of their culture, and that's their belief system. How are you going to now able to educate them?
To be fair, we should get I should say Africa. We should get some more brothers actually answer.
Because you know what it is.
There's the king goat I know.
We're giving our stances. We're giving our personal stances of our opinions upon another group, which they have their own opinion and stances. It's not easy.
Yeah, that's true. But no, I really think that like, okay, because there's actually been studies, because I really don't want us to track. Like, okay, you know, like King did his thing, we move on from it, you know, we forgive him, wallahi, we move forward. All right, cool. Let's just be real. Let's go back to the conversation that was had yesterday. Okay, man came up here trying to tell us that girls between the ages of 9 to 14, that it is a white man, that I had, like, personally for me, that because in northern Nigeria, you know, they have underage marriages that are very frequent between like a 14-year-old marrying like a 45-year-old.
Why do you think that happens in northern Nigeria?
Oh, because of Islam, bro. Like, there's no fake, bro. Like, are we faking it? Are we not fake? I'm not faking it. The man literally came up here saying he was representing his country, Somali, his culture, Somali, and then his religion, Islam. So I literally, he was trying to say, because I did not engage in that, or because I thought it was wrong, that I'm shitting on my ancestors. I will say this right now, as a man who discovered he is Yoruba, if I find out there's a Yoruba man marrying a 14-year-old past the age of 18, oh God, any person over the age of 18 marrying someone under the age of 18, okay? And I will give a margin of error in between that girl he's dating is like 17 and she's gonna turn 18 in a couple of months, okay. But if you're looking at a guy that's 18, he's talking to like a 15, 13-year-old, yo, I will literally say, let's castrate and set this nigga on fire, okay? Because that's fucked up. All right, can we all agree on that? Like, it's messed up. Can we all agree on that?
Yeah.
All right, cool. There you go. There's my king. All right, cool. You know what I mean?
What about a 16-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl?
That's okay, because they're still under the age of 18. So like you would say, like, okay, well, she will most likely be 16 when he turns 18. Is that what the point?
Huh?
She would most likely be 16 when he turns 18.
Yeah.
Or was it the opposite? Yeah. So with that, I honestly would allow that, because at least they're in that little. At least you would know that they had that relationship prior to it. Huh?
It's still wrong though, isn't it?
Oh, I see what you did there. Nice. I see what you did there. Good job. This is what I like about you, Mr. Riggs. I see what you did there. Yeah. No, it would be, because maybe I think my personal preference would be that, but I guess,
because you know what, this is what I was saying, is that we play around with the age group as the teenage, but for me personally, in a true extent of it, as I said, is that if we look in the sense of rites of passage, as I said before, understanding that it takes 21 years for a child to become an adult, then I believe that a child shouldn't be doing it until after 21. But because of society, it's allowed us to keep on pushing that barrier.
Yeah. Oh yeah, with like the whole boyfriend girlfriend culture and shit like that. Yeah. But no. My thing was this, like, this, looking at grown men tell you that a 9-year-old, because like what Ultra said is something I think we all like glossed over. The dude literally said that he would not engage in it because he was currently married. And then when I called him a nonce, he said that I have never engaged with anyone at the age of 10. I have never engaged with someone at the age of 10 in the UK. Okay, so this is all like.
Wait, Brad, do you understand the implications of what these people are saying?
Yeah.
Ultra, did you not see my reaction yesterday? Like, literally, I went on Rospec's channel last night to try to talk about like how, African, because I'm part of something known as the NAAGA, which is the National African American Guns Association. I was telling African Americans over there, make sure you arm up, right? And that was his whole thing, that he called me a snake because I wasn't okay with young girls marrying grown-ass men. Okay?
Now, this is the thing. Imagine that. Because you care more about the elimination of child abuse.
Yeah.
You're a snake?
Oh, no. Let me give you one better, bro. Because I am willing to say, as a person living today, that I, as a man of West African descent, would burn out any of my ancestors, any of my current brothers and sisters who engage in the act. I am shitting on my ancestors. Therefore, I am taking the ideology of my slave master.
Brad, sorry.
Yeah.
1 second. I put my mask on and I have to take my headphones in. Are you telling me?
Yes.
Are you telling me that if you found out that your grandma was a pedophile, yeah, you would just completely write her off, distance yourself from her legacy, everything, yeah?
Yeah, I would shit on her. Yeah.
As would I.
And you know why? But you know why though? You know why, Ultra? Because I am a human being that believes the harming of a child, literally the future of the existence of the human race, should not be harmed in any way. Therefore, according to this Somali, I think his name was Nin or something like that, I am less African. I have adapted to the Western ideology on what a child is. And what's the most primary thing he said? I don't care about my ancestors or something like that, because I will be able to say that is wrong. So yeah, that's what I think.
So Brad, you're saying because you care about the welfare and the well-being of children, you're a snake, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
And also, because I found out, because you know how go ahead.
No, sorry. Go through, bro. Go.
No, just the last bit, because I want to tell the whole truth. When I found out yesterday, which broke my heart, that's why I think I'm gonna probably look at the Shia side of Islam from now on. That like Aisha's father was Abu Bakr, so I can't big up Abu Bakr no more. And he was okay with the whole 6-year-old marriage thing. And I made this, when I found that out, I said, that bastard. Apparently, because I said that, after finding out a father gave his 6-year-old daughter over to like a 50-some-year-old man, because I called him a bastard for that, I'm a snake and I'm a division. I'm trying to create a division between black people. So, bun me out, all the deceptive monsters and whatever.
Is that what Rasmus did?
It was the most. No, I got off, and the same dude we're talking about, the dude that was okay with it, the Somali dude. He comes on, and him and Instack start talking about like the dude's very shifty. I have 2 personalities because that's not what I'm okay with, and because I'm willing not to ever be okay with, regardless of. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I like Abu Bakr's military exploits. I like the man was a conqueror and he did what he had to do. But that's literally your daughter, If he would have married him to if he would have said, listen, you're going to marry the Prophet Muhammad's firstborn son, and the firstborn son is 4 years older than her, all right, cool. But what? Come on now. So that makes me an evil person
hang on
or
a second.
snake.
Wait. Hold on a second. Did you tell Rasmus that these men are advocating?
Huh?
Wait, hold on, man. Does Rasmus know that these men are advocating for 10-year-old marriage?
Okay, I'm not going to say he does. All I'm going to say is he made a statement saying that you got to be clear on the age of consent thing. But then if anyone else heard the stream yesterday, the dude said within Islam there is no age of consent. So,
See, you know what? I'm not going to lie to you. That's actually annoying me a little bit, right? Because when Banksy done his shit, like that side of the internet went nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? And yesterday we literally had a Don saying, boy, regular business where I'm from, and was co-signing it. And I can't hear no
No,
one.
not just co-signing it, defending it, and was like, you are less African. You are less.
Remember, she can cook.
Yeah, I heard that one.
Cook and clean. Yeah.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. So where's the noise?
No, that was strange. I've
Because they agree, man.
I heard that when I was sleeping. I heard that through my sleep. I literally got triggered by that through my sleep. I promise you.
And that's why
I came more awake when.
That's why I said is that we need to educate, because if we force something upon someone, they're not going to listen. They're just going to go on their forms of belief.
No.
To be honest, though, Biggs.
wait,
No, listen, Biggs. Yeah, it wasn't even forced upon a one. You know, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It wasn't even because the thing is. Wait 1 second, yeah. Because the thing is, yeah. Obviously, firstly, it was in the first place being spoke of in the terms of it being hundreds of years ago, whatever. You with me?
Yeah.
But the problem is that when questioned about the possibility of it now, there was no denial. Get me?
Oh, and I'm sorry, and that's where that's where the biggest sin I committed, because
And
when
then
asked today, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Yeah, go on, bud. Sorry, bud. Go on, bud.
No, this is my last bit. This is the last thing that made me a snake. When asked today, would I be okay with any West African that practice that? And I said today, 2020. He was like, yeah. And which is on the stream. This is on the stream, okay? And I said that I was copying what Raph always says, that, Nigeria is a zoo, because if they allow something like that to happen, that is zoo-like behavior, therefore should be condemned. Then he goes off on this tangent saying, oh, you don't care about your people, you're less African, you adapt to this. So I just wanted to make it clear that, like, if I'm a snake for that, my ass. I mean, I don't care. Okay, I'm just being real. But go ahead, sis, come through.
No, you know what, yeah, like, I can see this little fucking this. No, do you know what? No, let me listen to Ultra. Let me not even.
Yeah.
Ultra's going to a better thing. Yeah, but the funniest thing is, everything in life, as they would say, even in forms of African tradition, is forms of sankofa. You take from the past to bring forward in the forefront, which is for you to be able to upgrade or to change something.
Come on.
Thank you. You look at your ancestors.
That's why we say you can't bring everything from the.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is that things that may not be correct in that period of time should be changed, or it should be upgraded. It doesn't mean that everything was great back then, but it's what things that we can say we can improve or change. If it means that back in the days, young women were having young children at then, doesn't mean it's all right now.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the
whole
point.
Improve on that. We change the dynamics of the situation. That is what we call the karma or the curse.
Thank you. Thank you. You build on your ancestors' successes, and then you remove their mistakes. Come on. Thank you. That's the whole point. Gracious. I've never seen such a dogmatic.
That's a good point.
I hear you, Wab Funk, Bab. I hear you, Bab.
So if I'm
sometimes,
and I'm gonna say this, any black person who can't unify with me, if any black person can't unify with me because I don't believe a 10-year-old should be married to a grown-ass man, fine. We'll be enemies to the day. It's a saying in America, not all skin folk are your kinfolk. So, hey, it is what it is.
And that's why I said, there's just some people, they're just going to follow their old traditions till they die.
Yeah.
Because that's their belief.
This guy and this culture, belief. When Banksy was trying to try tying it to and that's a good question. Is it more cultural?
No, but you see with Banksy, you got to understand, and this is why I say you have to understand the mindset. And his mindset is that he's coming from his personal culture, suppressing another culture. You're not going to educate that person because you're going to give your ideologies, whether it's right or wrong, and they're going to pull up their defenses and say, we're not listening to you because you're the Western world, you're chatting shit to me.
Yeah, but to be honest though, Riggsy, man, in this situation, Jano's like, there should be no defenses, man.
No, but you see,
and there definitely shouldn't be any talk of, well, boy, in England, Do you know what I mean? It's
but
illegal to do such. It's illegal to do such and such. Yeah, but go on.
No, I was just saying, Naif, I get it into your perspective and I understand it, but let's just put ourselves in their shoes, yeah, and look at what they're seeing. It's a total different ball game. They're naive.
Well, what are they? Oh, well, what do you believe that they're seeing then?
That's what the stupidness is. What they believe that this can be acceptable.
And the thing is, the dude never, like when I said,
that's why I disagree.
I wanted to be clear because I heard, I think Ultra heard it too. When I said that this dude's a nunce, his only example was that he's never been with a 10-year-old child in the UK. Okay, it's like literally recorded. He fucked up when he had the conversation before the 12-hour mark. I pray to the Most High. I literally, if this thing is still on yesterday's recording, I will believe in God. I promise you. Okay, I mean it, because this,
you know, it's crazy, but you know, these are the facts that there is certain people out there, they have some atrocious beliefs or mindset
yeah,
that you know, I can come with all the real truths. I can even come with a simple truth, but it can be complicated to their ears.
And the thing is, Mr. Riggs, yesterday, James S.C. did it, Jen did it. People were bringing out studies showing how women were dying. His only rebuttal was that, oh, well, in Somali, most women don't die from that. Most women die from lack of cleanliness during pregnancy.
You see the craziness stuff? Do you see every time he has an answer for it? Because that's his defense mechanism. You see, how do we break that defense mechanism?
I think we just separate. Like, I'm sorry, I would opt to separate. If I'm an agent of division, because I don't believe our little girls, literally, because we're talking about, I don't care what anyone says. We can have black men can be the most powerful men in the whole wide world. We can have the most powerful militaries in the world. We won't survive a generation without females. So if young girls think that, if we're like, most of our young girls are dying before the age of 13 because culturally it's okay for, bro, hate me, call me an agent, call me a coon. I'll be a coon over here where young women can live and grow. Fine, okay? Alhamdulillah to me for that. Goodness.
It's sickening, but you know,
it is. It's gross as hell. You got it. Like, I'm an agent of division for that. Fine, so be it. Gracious.
It's you know, I always say, as my grandmother would say, if you don't hear, you must feel.
Yeah. Where is she from? Nigerian.
Huh?
Who's that? Who said that?
What's that?
You said if you don't hear, you must feel. What where's she at?
It's a saying.
Huh?
It's a saying.
Yeah, it is a saying, but I just kind of wanted to know where you're from. So
I'm 100% Nigerian.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's that's quite a common Nigerian saying. Because that's what my nan.
Well, everything. No, being honest, it's a black cultural thing. It's something that we've always done, and you know, if people don't want to listen, you know, you leave them to it. When the thunder comes, don't come begging me, because you can't be crying wolf.
Yeah, man.
But the thing is, though, Biggsy, the reason. So I heard you say about defense mechanism and that, yeah. But I think I have to disagree, man, because at the end of the day, yeah. It wasn't even like it was like I said before, in it like a thing like, well, that was how it was in the past, whether I believe it to be right or wrong, whatever. He was still giving it a pass for today if it could happen, but yeah. Whereby he was even saying to myself, like, you know, because he was asking me, because he said, yeah, if you can cook, clean, keep house, you with me, at the age of 9. Yeah, that you're basically mentally ready. You with me? And that's his thinking today.
Yeah.
When I'm saying to him, well, okay, then I can do all these things. I can cook, clean, this, that, and whatever. I've started my menses. Now what? Yeah. Basically, for him, that means I'm ready.
Yeah.
You with me?
trying to say to you, and I get what you're saying. But that, you see, because that is his culture, or whether it's his religion.
So I can't even hear. I'm gonna have to go out and come in.
Yo, I don't know. I'm more shocked at the fact that like that was a conversation. It was a conversation.
I couldn't expect that from someone like that.
Goodness, it was a conversation, bro.
You don't give the person the time of day.
Yeah, I think that's what we did wrong. We gave that. We were trying to. I guess we were trying to convince him, that what he was doing was wrong.
That's what I'm trying to say. Because no matter how much you try to convince him, he's going to come from his cultural aspect.
Yeah, because he said he comes from an Islamic background, and then he was trying to say the age of consent in Nigeria is 11. So, are you going to say like this? This when he tried to condemn me, he was like, "Oh,
where does he see an age of consent of Nigeria being 11?
I don't know. That's what he said. I'm only repeating what he said.
So now, a Somalian man from Somalia now saying about Nigeria that a cultural consent is 11. Where there is traditionals, there is Christianity, there is Islam.
He doesn't. That's what I'm saying. That's why I really think I messed up in trying to even engage him, because it was like he was trying to say because
and then colonialized. Hold on, is colonialized by the British. So where is the consent of 11 come from?
Son, this is beyond dumb. You know what? Fine. I'm really starting to like. Maybe this is a dramatic statement to make. So if it's dramatic, shut me down for saying it. I don't know. I need to rethink this whole Pan-African thing, bro. I'm gonna be real. like maybe I just need to just stick to my little section. I'm from West Africa, Niger, Congo, big up, and that's it. You know what I mean? Because I don't know about this, bro. Like if I'm an agent, if we're gonna be like considered. If we can't unite on the fact that our skin color is being attacked, where we come from is being attacked, and we have to unite on, well, I'm only going to unite with you if you agree that, like, when I see this 10-year-old and she can do laundry, wagwan. Oh, son, fuck you, bro.
Yeah, that was a bad comparison on his part, boy. He should never have ever said that.
Yeah.
You see, but that's what I was saying to you. He's using other people to justify his situation.
Man, I don't know, man. We need to rethink this thing, man. We need to do like probably like a Bantu unified, like, yo, everybody, big up to the expansion, and we just talk from there, bro. Oh, God.
Because then if I want to talk about consent, some laws have never been changed. I could go to Japan. Japan is 13. I could go to Greece. Greece is 14. But, it doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah.
But they haven't changed their laws.
Oh, my goodness. And then on top of that, like, even in America, you see the same thing. Like, you see, like, certain states will have, like, still active laws, right, that like, technically child marriages are legal. But as soon as you see someone commit these things, as soon as someone gets in and they start to I saw it in Utah, where this guy was like engaging and had all these different wives from the ages of like 13 to like 40 something. They took literally all the children out of the house, including the 13-year-old wives. All right, these are white guys. So just because a law is there doesn't mean that people are gonna accept it. And the fact that he always kept saying, we have not established what a child is. Bro. I have to define to you what a child is.
A child is between 0 to 21.
We said less than that. I was like 0 to 8. We was like anything less than 18.
For someone to be a man or a woman, you have to be over 21. They just, in forms of consenting, it's a different ball game. But when you're talking about someone being a man or a woman, you have to be over 21. So, in real reality, this is why when they said sex after marriage in Christianity, because most of them got married between 18 and 21. After you finished your educational system. It's just that we've now taken sex to another realm now.
Yeah. And also, one thing I don't get is, and this is just where I want to, because I was listening to this whole thing last night, and I just want, like, I really want to hear a Muslim answer this question for real. A conversation about your religion, where African spirituality is called voodoo and black magic and shit like that, but yet the same African spiritualists can like come in and say, like, even with Christians, you can talk about, well, Jesus isn't real, the slave trade and all that stuff like that. But then when we start talking about like race, right, and we start talking about like, you know, unifying as a race, we can kind of put that to the side. But how come with Muslims, it's like, if you don't agree with my religion, I can't unite with you? Like a faith that was given to you, you know, if you can't unite with my religion, then we can't unite. But then, like, what do we say? And then we're gonna say why the white man is doing. Bro, this is the most infuriating thing in my life.
It's ventured out of what we call forms of trade, business, isn't it? For me to be able to control your society, you have to comply to what I believe.
Wow, that's retarded, man. That is retarded. That is so retarded. It's just like,
excuse me.
Oh damn. Walter's on the chat.
Good afternoon, guys.
How you doing, Walter?
Going good, good. Listen, there's one thing you guys we're all forgetting about. This is adolescence. Okay. Here's the thing. Most kids, teens, we go through a stage of adolescence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we meet our young girlfriends, 14, 15. We're 16, 15. We're all going through this stage of adolescence, and this is a growing up period in our lives. Now, the problem is when some 21, 22, 23, 27, 28, 29 steps in and wants to do his adolescence again. This is the problem. Because I met my wife when we were like 17. Okay? And, you know, we dated for a while. We got engaged. We got married. And there was always some jerk, 30 years old, always making moves on. Like, you had your time. F off.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's
like we call it growing up. And we don't need a 50-year-old coming into a high school, grabbing a kid because he wants to grow up again.
Yeah, Walter, I just want to ask a question. How old was you when you got married?
21. I got engaged at 19.
See it there? You see? So it shows you the extent of education. He went through certain stages to doing whatever his rites of passage was to get into where he's 21.
Right, but we're all at the same age here. We're like, my wife is at a certain age. I'm at a certain age. We're growing up together. We're growing. We're you know, our parents are working out with us. My mother, her parents. You know what I'm saying? Things are happening. You know what I'm saying? We're respecting the laws of you know of you know, obviously morality, sex, and all that stuff. There's things going on. You know, back in this is not 1300s where men and families want to get rid of their young daughters because they were afraid they were going to walk in pregnant or they didn't have nothing to care about. We could actually give today a young woman an adolescence, something that they didn't have back in the day, because sometimes a young girl is a burden on some families. You understand? So Somalia is still in that zone if they're doing what they're doing here. They're still like, a woman is like a burden to them, maybe, and they're like, we got to get rid of this girl. If she ends up pregnant, we got to hand her out. But you know, when you grow up, when society grows up, they start to realize that a woman should have just as much rights as a kid, a young man. Whereas a young man can go through his adolescence, and so can a young woman.
Yeah, that's why it's wrong.
You know what I'm saying? So when a girl meets 14 years old, meets a kid 16 or 17, it's not bad. It's nice. They're going. But now, obviously, because of the way we've introduced sex as something that it's okay to do at 14, 15 years old, they're not having that adolescence. To them, they're already going into a stage, the sexual part, which they shouldn't even be at. They should.
Did he cut out? Oh, he muted up. Hey, Walter, you muted yourself, man.
Seems to be muting my thing.
Yeah, you're good.
You know what I'm saying? This is all going out the window. This young life that people used to have. You know what I'm saying? Well, I remember when we were growing up, and my cousins and us. Whenever we see some we called them like the predators in a sense. Because I had so many cousins. We had like young girls who were like 15, 16, 17, even 18. And then when we see these guys who were like 40 years old, 34, and like if we had a cute cousin, say, why is this guy hanging around? And the young girl obviously sometimes they liked the older guy because he's an older guy, this and that. But the older man should realize, hey, you had your time. Go after a girl who's 25, 26, which you can't catch your own, you know what I'm saying? You can't catch a girl 26, 27. You got to go after a 14-year-old. Because she looks at you she looks up at you and she says, wow, this guy's established. Wow. But he's not established because he's going after you.
Yeah, that's fucked up. So fucked up.
You know what I'm saying? Us guys in 19, 21, we realized that. We're like, stay away from this clown. He's just after you because he can't get any of his own.
Or it's like it's easier to.
Yeah, because the young girl is still at that thing. Like everything is new to her. Just like a young guy.
There's a show called 90 Day Fiance, and this dude, it's like in his 50s, goes to the Philippines and get like are you here, Echo? Goes to the Philippines and marries an 18-year-old. Like you're in your 50s, bro. That's
exactly.
His daughter is only 21. He has a 21-year-old daughter. I gotta understand that. Oh my goodness, fuck this, man. But I'm really
it just doesn't make sense, and this is where we all see this. We as young men see it. Like when we see an old fart, driving around a 21-year-old, we all know. Yeah. Like, look at this guy. What does he think he is? Right? Get your own. You're like 51. You divorce. Get another girl like 45 years old. Stick with your age. But no, he's going after the 20 because he knows the 20-year-old girl her life is just beginning. She still wants a house. She wants this. She wants that. And he's gonna dance her around because he's already been around and he knows how to play the game. That's where we all know the bull.
No, let's just get this. Let's just make sure we don't escape this point. Okay, the argument that was brought to us. This dude, I don't want to even call him my brother. This dude came.
10-year-old. That's ridiculous.
He came up here with three premises. He was defending his country, his culture, and his religion. Okay, that's the three. I don't understand that. And his whole premise was that we have to define a child. Like, do you understand that? I know.
I don't understand that.
My goodness. And then he told me, I was like, do you have little sisters? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, so what the hell is a mature? He said there are 9-year-olds that are mentally and physically ready to be an adult.
I was making a joke. I was making a joke on the chat. Imagine a guy coming from Somalia with 4 of his little child brides, and 10 years old. Yeah, I was immigrating to England. Yeah, this is my 4 wives.
At least the flight would be cheap. Kids fly way cheap.
Come on, man. That makes no sense. Anybody ever see a 10-year-old? Is this even a joke?
I don't understand how you who finds a 10-year-old attractive.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. When I look at a 10-year-old, I'm more I still see a 5-year-old to me. You have to be right now. I'm 29 now. The closest, I feel weird looking at a 21-year-old as attractive.
Yeah, imagine
25 is the
10-year-old. She would be a hot one. Oh yeah, she's going to be a hot one when she gets to 25.
That freaks me out when I hear dudes say that. When I hear people say that, man, I can't wait till she turns 18. What? What, bro? What is wrong with you? gracious. And then on top of that, it's like, bro, if you have that kind of issue, you know, I'm pretty sure you can pay some woman to just simply lie about her age, and that's between you and her. But the fact you go out here and act on it, man, I think personally, just the thought of it, you should be like, you know, castrated and set on fire. Personally, that's just my belief. You know,
Well, we see it's a cultural thing, though, right? Because if you look at it as societies grow up.
I think it's religious, because he was saying that he kept quoting that he didn't say anything that it was Somali culture. He said he comes from an Islamic background. So he was trying to say that it was Islamic, because the example he used was Nigeria. And we know, for like as Mr. Rick said, we know we're not talking about.
Yeah, but can we say it's Islamic? Because I understand that, but like in the West, most Muslim families do not marry their daughters off at 10 years old.
Yeah, that's what that's what he was saying. He was saying that he's not going to use the white man's depiction of what a child is.
Yeah.
Or
so that means it could be changed. That means that the culture can be changed, which is good, because if they come to a Western society or you know, and they're not marrying off their daughters at 10, which is good because they're still in school. You know, they're taking care, and obviously it's against the law, but the question is still they understand it. That, you know, look, this is a better way to go. That you know, put your daughter in school. She goes through. She becomes a, you know, she gets her degree. She gets you know. I can't. Is King Gold talking? I can't hear him. Am I cutting him out?
No, he's not talking. You good?
Okay. So obviously the Somali is probably in that zone in Somalia. It's probably still like a little bit backwards. Can we say that?
I don't want to say. The thing is, I don't even want to say Somali. I just want to say this individual. The thing is, I don't know what he did.
Well, Somali's the place here. And for King Gold, if you really want to know about FGM, you go on the internet. They got stories.
Walter. That was his first fuck up. We just gonna let it pass, okay?
He could study it. I mean, YouTube have all kinds of women talking about it. They even have videos of this happening. So there's no way you could say to Ultra, show, explain it to me. Like Ultra was saying, he was right on. If you don't trust Google, go to YouTube. Videos are out there. People are doing Snapchat, doing all this kind of stuff. Yeah. You will see young women talking about their experiences of this craziness. There's no reason why you have to say a man has to, or anybody has to sit there and give you the novel of how it's done. Just go. Plenty of videos on it. Plenty of young women talking about it. Plenty of people talking about it, and you study. You can make your decision on your own without even looking at us. I'll tell you right now, when you come back to us, you're going to be like, oh, "This is crazy." Guaranteed.
Oh man, but nah.
Okay, man. I mean, I haven't seen or heard all the gathered sort of reports. I heard a little something on Western sort of demonization of it. And I'm not entirely sure if there's anything that they've actually given reason to why they're actually doing it, and if it's something that we would consider like even something that's, you know, logical. You know, we call it woo woo. They believe it brings something or other, but how are you going to change a culture's belief? And
I think that's the next version of this conversation.
By talking about it, King Gold, we have to talk about it. Yeah. We have to talk about it. That's the way we change cultures.
They brought They brought like a study that was done about young girls in their adolescence who got pregnant, and it was like found to be like a leading cause of like deaths amongst these young ladies, and that wasn't enough. So I think personally, if you can bring a study that shows that you know what people are doing is wrong and it's not for the betterment of their children, then I think, you know, I think it's just we have to just leave it like that, because man, I personally, so that's why personally for me, like I think about like when it because he was from Somali, I personally didn't want to say like Somalis are like this, because you know, because like, you know, there's always, you know, my favorite pothead, Kushite. You know what I mean? Kushite, I guarantee you tell Kushite, yo, Kushite, yo, Wagwan, is this something cultural? He probably cursed me out. You know what I mean? Like, so I wouldn't even want to think like that. You know what I mean? So I it's fucked. It's just fucked that like he was, because it was just he was said, I'm backing up my country, my culture, and my religion. And the only thing he was upset about was because I found out, you know, because I big up Abu Bakr all the time. I found out Aisha's father was Abu Bakr, and I'm thinking like, oh shit, no wonder he popped off on the prophet. But nah, bro. You know, I was upset. And then like his only thing he was upset with is the fact that I said that Abu Bakr was a bastard for doing that. And it's like, bro, like giving your 6-year-old to an old man, what are you doing, bro? You know, and then the word consummate, like Jesus.
Well, like you said, it has to do with religion, you know.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
When you put God on top there, you automatically you think you're doing something for God and God's purpose, and all of a sudden people's like,
yeah,
I don't know what happens, but our brain for some reason when we hear God, a lot of us tend to think, you know, we want to please God, and so someone says this is the right thing to do.
I very much doubt Somalians are doing this because of God, anything to do with God.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's everyone. I don't think it's everyone doing it. I think it's like because the thing I think it is on the outside looking in. I know my ignorant ass would say that all Somalis are part of the same clan. I think it's just like individuals part of certain clans that may do it. Because there's some that I found out that like they'll marry each other's cousins or something like that. You know, and I don't think it's like a Somali. Everyone is doing the same exact thing.
Somali.
So,
yeah. I don't think everyone. That's what I was assuming. It wasn't done.
Vinny said it was also happening in other countries. Banksy tells me it was also saying it happens in other countries.
Yeah.
So it's not something, you know.
I will say this. There is some kind of like, unless I've not seen one Muslim country that's like.
There's more female brides. Right. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
There's more female brides places where they do female brides and stuff. Which is even, you know, in places like, I think in Albania, because there's a lot of Muslim Albanians, and they're starting to really scrutinize that now.
So that was the whole thing with Islam and Christianity. Christianity was going forward in their philosophy because of the way Christ brought it in, and then when Islam came in, it was like Muhammad wanted to bring it back before the time of Christ, almost. It's like you're trying to move forward, and then all of a sudden a man who doesn't agree with certain situations, maybe doesn't believe, you know, forgive your enemies and all that type of stuff, he wants to bring a lot of the older stuff back, which gives more of a dictatorship society rather than a free society. You understand? And then you just get this guy running the rules out. So I mean, obviously, when you look at when they do these things in Islam country, you see they're doing things that, you know, Jews were doing back 4,000 years ago.
Yo,
society.
Come on, brother. I mean, Somalia's being spoke about. You're always quick to come and talk about Nigeria and Somalia. Come on, brother. You know you got.
I didn't say Nigeria.
No. Don't let Getty on here, please. Don't let Getty on. This is the most disrespectful part in the fucking world, bro. Don't let that asshole on here, bro.
Come on, bro.
Oh, that's Getty.
Fuck that dude, bro. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Bro. This disrespectful shit he said.
Oh, is it?
Fuck that dude, bro. Gracious.
My mister.
I mean, everybody's got their opinion that's brought on by their culture or their history. So, you know, we could go far to say the brother's still very much engrossed and emotionally in their geographical war that they're having over there.
If he says anything about Mamula, come on, I want to tell you, no, fuck.
In this geographical location, the war is not like that. So, I mean, the only problem is I don't really like when people try and bring an element just because they've got a Nigerian, they happen to now want to be against have like real religious problems with people in the UK when people don't take religion that seriously. Nowhere near. I mean, the guys in Nigeria, they very.
Nah, that man said some bad, disrespectful shit to my sisters, man. Fuck that shit, bro. I don't play that shit. Nah, that shit was infuriating. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, everybody knows why religion is not taken as seriously as it used to be, and I told you already. It's to do with a simple thing, family and marriage.
Every other word in Nigerian, every other word of these anywhere, Muslims, Christians, is God, God, God willing. Every single thing to us, for you lot, it would be like, oh my God, I can't take a second longer at this. Because I tell you what, every little thing, you go on Facebook, everything's got to do with God. You know what I mean? Every little thing, every aspect of everything, every sentence has to be mentioned. So the difference in religious tension now is going to be way more over there than they're here. Here, you know what I mean? Because we don't really emphasize God as much over here, nowhere near.
But the thing is, I'm trying to understand though, in Islam, if there's no age of consent, right, there has to be some kind of reformation for it to survive in the future, correct? Like you would have to have that. Like you're not. That's going to always. If I'm an Islamophobe, I'm just going to constantly use that argument. That like, oh, there's no age of consent.
But Brad, you know that guy that was there? What was his name? Something religion yesterday.
Why
he
so
said
religious?
there are reformation. Yeah, he says that there is reformation sometimes. Like for instance about the Ramadan where you can't do it when it's like 24/7 there.
Yeah, but no, so that's the thing. But Walter,
they can't change it.
Point. No. That's what he was trying to say. The dude was like, he brought that up, but the dude was like, well, if it's not in the Hadith, if it's not in the Sunnah or the Quran, I'm not going to listen to it. Fatwas mean nothing to him.
So this
it's like if there's. This
is where we go down to maths. This is what I'm going to introduce to the argument. If we could say that because they've got this particular thing that happened with the 9-year-old Aisha and whatever, is that now spilling out into say the UK where we see more Muslims portraying these acts on average compared to, I'm not doing whataboutism. I'm not trying to say whataboutism. I'm saying compared to Chinese people or English people, and we're not talking about there's more white people over here. I'm saying on balance, say, would you reckon it brings more of that type of attitude in the Muslim community? So, for example, would you see a lot of Muslims now on the street walking around with kind of younger girls? Have we ever really questioned? Be honest, because we've all seen Muslim people. It's not like they're not a rare to see. Do we usually see big men walking around with little women, little girls, or at ever time do you ever see that
in the West? I can say in the West, no, I've never seen it. That's why I was so shocked. But see, the thing that I think for me though, it was the most disturbing thing, and you can ask Ultra this too. When it was brought up to him about like if you got accused, if someone accused you of being like a pedophile or a nunce, and your only thing you could say is that you're not a pedophile because you never engaged with a 10-year-old in the UK. What the fuck were you doing? In your Sharia. Like what were you doing there? You should be like, yo, I would never engage with a 10-year-old child on the face of this fucking earth. You don't say you would never do it in the UK. And the one thing now, I think it was at the 12-hour mark, so I think it wasn't even recorded. So fuck this. So I think we have to use Fred. Who was on there? Fred, Jen, people that were in the chat, most likely. People that can back me up, they can hear like some of the answers this guy gave. And the fact that he came on saying, I'm defending my culture, my religion, and my nation. So we started asking him, what is your nation? He said Somali. Then he said that he comes from an Islamic background. So culture and nation were both the same right there. So that's Somali. Then his religion was Islam. So he came in here representing those three things. So when you come in here and you now want to try to act like a victim, they wouldn't let me finish all this random bullshit. And you're like, bro, you're saying this shit. No one is putting this on you. I tried to end the conversation like 4 to 5 times. But this dude wanted to literally get across. He wanted me to define to him what a child is. That, it's a Western mindset it's a white mindset to not sleep with a child. When, like, I'm going to be real with you. If I'm a slave, because he said you took your slave owner's mindset on what a child is. Like, what? Bro, what? Children, bro. Like, for me, I'm not going to lie. When I hit past 21, I start looking at people in high school as children. Okay? Like, heck, when I graduated high school, I started to look at you know, like seniors in high school is like, oh, look at these babies. You understand? Like, so how do you can think, oh, this 9-year-old, she does my laundry, she can maintain a good house, oh, she'll make a good wife. Bro, you know, she was doing chores, bro. God damn it, bro.
Well, I mean, let's go. Well, let's not go. Sometimes I'm pretty sure mothers, when they see their daughter cleaning and doing stuff, and I'm pretty sure a young mother would say to their daughter, "Oh, you know, you're gonna make a husband, even a young man, like if he's there, he's working, he's helping his father, and you know, because some young guys they're like helping their fathers, and they're like they're moving the stones and they're painting, and then like you're gonna make a woman real happy one day." I mean, there's obviously sometimes a little shock comes in, and we can't take it. You know what I'm saying? If you're looking at it, sometimes people don't. Everything is not sexual too. Let's not sexualize everything. Also,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You can't sexualize everything.
No man. Or wait, are you saying that like these guys aren't sexualizing these girls because
yo?
No, I mean you can't say your mother or your father when they're looking at you and they think that you're going to be one day a good spouse to somebody.
But the criteria these two guys, the criteria these guys were going off. The criteria they were going off was the fact that there were girls that can maintain a household, that they are physically and mentally ready to be wives. Okay, so
that's not right.
But any type of possible leading you towards thinking it's okay if it's not sexualized, if it is this, is neither here nor there. But it's even part of a construct of a paradigm should be ruled out.
That's why I say Islamophobia. I feel like sometimes, like everyone gets mad at me. I've seen all these people get mad at James SC and stuff like that. But the man don't really have to do much. He just has to really just bring up like, oh, this happened here, and then just let Muslims talk. And then Muslims, instead of saying, yo, that happened at a time period, that's not what's happening today. But no, these dudes came on here defending it as if today it's still acceptable. Oh, I've met 9-year-olds. The dude was trying to say, it was writing in the chat, bro. Ultra can be my witness. May my ancestors take my life from me right now if I'm lying. Okay? Ultra can tell you the dude was writing 12, 13, and 14. If they become wives, is that wrong? You understand me? Like this stuff, you can't just like white man this, white man that, when you're just literally saying that it's okay. Because in your bro, fuck them, bro. Fuck it. Fuck it, bro. I know I can be a conceited asshole sometimes, bro. When it comes to children, it's like literally they're the future existence. And black kids, little black girls already feel that they're not adequate enough in society. So we're now going to put on them. Go ahead.
But Brad, I think a lot of them know where it's going to go. What if they don't defend the situation? Like, I think that sometimes they're forced to defend the situation because they know that we're bringing it up because then the next step is to say, haha, Muhammad married a 6-year-old. Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old. They know that's going to come. That's why the questions are being asked, right? Is it okay to marry a 10-year-old? Is it okay to marry a 10-year-old? And then they say, no, man, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. Well, people can't be doing that. But wait a minute. You're in the Hadiths, and Aisha said that she got, they know it's coming.
Yeah,
it's part of the. So a lot of them will try.
Instead of this,
will do anything.
This is one of the biggest things I forgot. We totally glossed over. When Why So Religious was talking to him about was trying to address him on the fucked up things of like marrying a child, right? He said Why So Religious said that she couldn't play with like you're practically telling a girl she can't play with dolls anymore. So instead of him defending the fact that like a 6-year-old got married to an old ass man, he wanted him to pull the hadith, pull the part of the Quran that says that she couldn't play with dolls anymore. Like, let's gloss over the fact
because he's defending his prophet.
Bro, come on, bro. Like,
let me be honest with you, bro. If anyone wants to talk about that,
Brad, he knows. Brad, you are talking about his Muhammad. The Hadith is saying that the girl was playing with dolls still. He knows this is all Quranic and Hadith stuff. So he has no choice. He's trying to protect. Oh, show us that you can't play with dolls when you're 27. Show us that you can't do this.
This question then,
it's all about protecting the prophet.
this is where I ask the Muslim this then. How powerful is Allah then? That Allah needs you to throw out your basic human morals. Something that may have happened in the past, he would have you defend it. Like he needs you to defend it. You know what I mean? Like that's when it's just like, what's the point of it? Like I've seen African spirituality being called, I've seen African spirituality get shit on thousands of times. And all I can say
you know what's sad, Brad, I totally agree. You know what's sad is they put Allah above everyone. Okay, understood. So why can't they put Allah above Muhammad? If Muhammad did something wrong, he's a sinner. Therefore, you know what? Muhammad did, he's a sinner. We'll believe him on this, but we ain't going to believe him on that. That's it. It's done. Follow Allah then, because Allah is the only one and true God. And if Muhammad, you say that no, he shouldn't have done that. He was a peasant of 700 years ago, couldn't read or write, so he didn't know what he was doing. Oh, but no, they treat Muhammad like he's God. You can't draw him, you can't write about him, you can't talk about him, you can't do this about him, you can't do that about him. Why? Muhammad's not God. God is God. So if someone says a backward guy 700 years ago, anybody would say 800 years ago, that's old stuff. People were crazy back then. But no, let's defend them. Let's defend them.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. Just say.
Yeah, but look at it like this, right? Do you reckon a Muslim person is going to come give you dawah and start talking about that very particular subject? I think certain Muslims take what they want out of the religion and disregard what they don't want. You heard a lot of people say that. So if there happens to be something that dances around sort of children marrying older men, a lot of people probably won't even take that into consideration. So the way it's being presented is like, oh, this should be, Islam shouldn't have legs because of this particular reason.
No. See, I wouldn't do. I wouldn't do. I feel like intellectually that's dumb, because it's like if any person I've ever seen attack Islam, just like, all right, Islam should need to be removed because this occurred. Because Christianity, that's the majority of people. That's the majority. Can be attacked on that same. Christianity in some angles can be attacked on the same merit. So no, I would never ever like base down a 1400-year-old religion to that. To just like, all right, well, child marriage is here. Because there's African spirit. There's like what's her name? I gotta forget that queen who canceled more than 800 child marriages.
1400 years. Imagine that's even worse.
Come on, Walter.
I said 700.
No, it's 1400 years. It's like 1400 years.
A 14-year-old, a man who lived 1400 years ago. We're back then. People were doing all kinds of crazy shit. Sorry,
yeah, that's what I'm just saying. Like like we're talking way before child labor laws. And it's just like, why do you have to? I was more curious at the fact that he felt the need to have to defend it. Like he had to.
All about profit.
That just, man. Like I just wanted to see one Muslim that say, well, the Quran doesn't have it. Okay, it's not okay. It was maybe cultural to the Arabic people. Fine. Well, we move on. Next subject.
Yeah, like
the fact he wanted.
No, sorry, go. No, I'm always you, man. Sorry, go. Annie, let me go.
No. I just say that like if it's something that was cultural to the Arabic people, then fine. We just let the Arabic people do their thing. We all burn it out. Say that's not here. But then the man comes up here and says, well, in my country, 10-year-olds, 10, you have to define what a child is. If a young woman is ready to mentally and physically ready to get married, go ahead at 10, 9. What? Like what does a 10-year-old or a 9-year-old have that you as a grown ass man could be like, oh yeah. Goodness. I would even big up guys who are like in their 50s who marry like a 25-year-old or would marry like a 35-year-old, but 10.
But that's Brett, and that's exactly it. Because 1400 years ago, that was exactly it. A lot of families, because they didn't have 2 kids, they had 15 kids, 10 daughters, whatever. So they were already giving away their daughters at 10, 9, 10. Maybe I don't know, about consummate their daughters, but in these crazy cultures back 1400 years ago, it's not like today where you could go send your kid to school. At 9, 10 years old, you start working out of the house. I gotta move my stuff, or else I gotta feed these kids. What am I gonna do with them?
Yeah.
How are you gonna feed 15 kids until they're 17 years old? So a daughter starts to get starts like the other. Is okay? Oh, she's ready for it. She's ready. She's ready. Let's find her a husband, a guy with a lot of money, somebody who will be able to take care of her. While you know what I'm saying. So this guy with a lot of money would come. He would get 3 daughters. Here, take her. Oh, she can come and see me once in a while. This was 1400 years ago, backwards. We had no choice. They was like, this is the way people were thinking.
See, if that was the narrative,
now,
he was pushing, like, if
we live in a society.
No one was ever attacking him on that. Like, if it was, like, I can accept that there's certain parts of history that are just fucked. I can accept that, okay? But if we are talking today, like, he literally tried to condemn me, saying that because child marriages may be practiced in West Africa today, and I don't co-sign it, I'm less African or I'm shitting on my people. Bruh, give me some fiber, I'll do it again and again and again and again and again. Are you kidding me? Like, gracious.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be knowledgeable, right? It's good to be knowledgeable. Yeah. And over 1400 years, we've become knowledgeable. And we realize that a woman should have just as much rights as a man.
Like slavery.
And that she should be able to have an education.
Like slavery was literally the cornerstone of like many economies, like from empires to regular kingdoms. But we can't use slave labor today. So it's like we go Sankofa on slavery, but when it comes to like our little girls, it's like, oh well, she's more mature and can like wash a dish and make good dinner. Whatever shall I do? Goodness.
At this point, they're just protecting an old. We look at, let's say we look at Judaism. If you go into Judaism and you go into the Torah, if you go to Israel, they don't even practice anything what they practiced back. You know it. You don't see it because it's Judaism is totally backwards. I mean, you're not going to be people sitting there, stoning people on the streets and all this type of stuff that they used to do back 5,000. I mean, they became knowledgeable. They grew up. And Islam has to do the same thing. You got to grow up.
No, but this is where I got to be fair, though. Because I have other Muslim friends, okay? And I like people like, even like, my favorite Turkish Muslim, Khan would most likely curse this dude out if he heard this bullshit this dude was saying. So let's not say Muslims, all right? Let's just stick on this guy right here. And like anyone who would agree with him, because I think Just Cause was on there too, or was it Just Cause or someone that was like trying to say, oh, and Malik. Oh my God, Malik.
Oh, Malik, over.
Oh my God. No, I'm sorry, Malik. Yo.
Freddie also came on you guys yesterday.
Yeah, he was losing. But Freddie's more of a like, he's more like a pacifist. Like he wants to find the peace in the situation. So you really can't fault Freddie for that. But no, Malik. Yeah, I forgot about Malik too. But Malik, I don't know. Malik doesn't like, I don't know. I can't really explain Malik because he's not like, I'm not going to say he would ever endorse that. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't want to make it a Muslim thing. I don't want to make it like an Islam thing. You have to understand that was a very startling thing to hear someone try to justify the marriage of a 10-year-old, and say that it was cultural, So, yeah.
So, like I said, it's for when people are just trying to justify something, it's because they're trying to justify it because of their faith or what's written in their. It's basically that's it. You see, most of these guys that are defending these things are religious.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Not one of them is saying, I'm just born Muslim. I'm Muslim, but it makes no sense to me. It's usually the guy who's like, he knows the deeds, he knows stuff, he's got it all programmed. No, this one it says he said that one, but if you go to this hadith, it didn't say that. So he's got it down. It's mostly the religious guys that come in here. Some of them are not religious, and they'll say, "Oh, you don't have to do that." Like Khan is to me, he's not a super religious Muslim. If you really look at it.
Nah, Khan is cool as fuck, bro. What you mean, bro?
No, but he's not religious. Like let's say, he doesn't go down with Islam down the way some Islamists do.
Yeah, Khan be chilling, man. He be living his life, bro. Painting the wall.
When I'm watching Speaker's Corner, I see different sects of Islam there.
Yeah.
When I was watching Speaker's Corner when it was on all the time, I was like, there's different type of ideologies in Islam. You could see it in the park.
Yeah.
You know, there's like extreme, there's middle, you know, and the extreme could like, you know, we got to get this guy, we got to burn him out, you know. Whereas the other one is like, well, you know, let's discuss it. You know, when you look at guys like I don't know if you know these guys at Speaker's Corner. Where is it? The Hassims and what's his other one? These guys are very soft. They're spoken well, and they don't ever say anything like bad or violent. They just go debating. You know, where you had the other guys, the Taweeds guys that came in, and they were like, they all wanted to just, you know,
I think
like
that's
destruction time.
I think there's some degree of Speaker's Corner that's like more like it's entertaining in a sense. Like it's like, you know, people getting all upset over conversations. Like that's essentially all it is. Speaker Corner is like people acting like thugs for people willing to go for.
Yeah, but you also see, even in Christianity, you see different philosophies there too. You see DCCI practicing one type of religion, then you go and you see, I don't know, there was another guy who's talking Christianity. He was talking totally different type of Christianity.
Veli, Malik's in the back chat. Oh God, so yeah, I didn't have a conversation with Malik, man. I have a conversation.
You know what I'm gonna say, right? Is this?
Yeah, I think we should change the subject. I think we.
Yeah, I've met a lot of good Muslim men. You know, like
yeah, me too.
And I've never honestly really come across a situation where I've been like, that was very fucking pedophilic or anything like that, bro.
Maybe that's why we're reacting the way we are.
Me and
like
you,
the first time.
I mean,
I think that's why. I think because this is like the first time someone has like had that kind of conversation.
But the question is, Brad, would you want to live in Iran, that type of culture?
Oh hell no, Brian! What the fuck I look like living in the desert, bro? I want son. What?
No, but that's no. I'm talking about the culture-wise. 80% of your 80% of America is Muslim. You want to be Islamic. You want to be in that culture.
America Muslim.
Well, let's say America tomorrow became Islamic. 5 o'clock prayers.
Right,
would you want that?
If America became Sharia, the closest version of Islam it would become is the Nation of Islam, because that's the only part of Islam Americans are more afraid of.
But you understand what you understand what I'm trying to say.
What you mean, though? Yeah. But it wouldn't.
Would you want that for a Western country? You want like?
Well, no, yeah.
You want Islam? There's plenty of places.
It would become Westernized. Like if you look at Muslims in the West versus Muslims,
that's more Westernized.
Yeah, it would become Westernized. So you wouldn't have these.
No, but a lot of Islam is to bring back, to take away. Remember, like in Iran, there was I think it was Iran, or there was a place that was very Westernized, and Islam brought it back.
Yeah, that was Iran. Yeah.
To
but like
an older culture, an older way.
The thing is though, if you're
Captain, jump on, bro. I'm gonna jump off. Hey, Veli, let Captain on. Let Captain jump on, because you got something to say. He's got a good topic.
I mean, Banksy talks about it all.
Yo.
Universities, they did everything.
Yo, Malik, we need to speak, bro.
And then all of a sudden, Islam took over and.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Back to Sharia.
Yeah, but that wouldn't survive in the U.S.
That wouldn't survive, but that's what I'm saying. That's what sometimes people are afraid of.
Yeah. Yo, Malik, man, we need to speak, my broski.
Yeah, I'm speaking. I'm just here trying to get a parking spot. That's why. What's going on?
Greetings, honor and respect, man. Salute everyone.
Hello, everybody.
What's up, Captain?
Yo, DC. How come nobody ain't talking about this police brutality, bro?
Bro, because it's like 4 more cases went down yesterday. So
4 more cases.
What do you want to bring up? You want to talk about what happened? You want to talk about what happened in Florida? You want to talk about what happened in Tallahassee, Kansas?
Yeah, but listen, is Islam affected the police brutality within our community, bro?
Not at all.
Right? And do you think now is more than ever the time to talk about what the fuck we go to do to defend ourselves and our youths.
I always say we need to arm up. I say we need to arm up.
Yeah,
I would
but
say
you
for
lot's
the
got all
American.
the arms, bro, and we just waiting for the ripple
Y'all
effect.
can't own guns. Y'all don't own. Y'all not allowed to.
No,
own
we
guns
can't do it, bro. Right about now, in the next few hours, we go to the US Embassy to protest. A lot of people ain't chatting that, but you're up here talking about fucking children, sleeping with children and all sorts of shit. Why can't we talk about protecting them? And I don't know why other people are up here condoning it. Why can't we talk about protecting our children, protecting our fucking selves, and protecting our women in our communities? And talk about the bigger issue. Why is the government attacking us?
To be real, Rambo, that's where I think politically, Black Brits could come together on that.
No,
the right to bear arms on that.
We could come together with all race right now if we want to. Yeah. What I'm saying is this, yeah, bro. All fucking week, this has been going on. Yeah. This news. Right about now, man, them can go on every other channel and every other panel and argue the same fucking issues day in, day out, yeah, and that don't get solved, then these topics, what I'm just about to talk about and bring to the table, is getting busted under the carpet. Like, this is the middle corona outbreak, yeah, and police is killing us, yeah? Can't we talk about that? Like, I want us to at least put our religion one side for once and put humanity on the forefront for once, if that's the case.
I agree with you, but Rambo, obviously I agree with you. We were only addressing what one person said. This wasn't even a religious conversation.
Man, but,
it was just like,
but DC, man, Islam ain't gonna save you for getting fucking shot by police, is it? Like, we could talk about relevant things up here, bro, because most of the men who's claiming they're atheists shouldn't be fucking talking about religion, should be talking about what is going on with our government and us.
Rambo, no one's talking about religion. And don't say that FGM ain't relevant. What are you talking about? Well, I'm not saying that there aren't other pressing matters, but don't come on there and act like to say that because we're talking about it, it ain't relevant. What are you talking about?
Black people's been killed from
I think it's all relevant.
We've been killed from slavery, bro, and you telling me that ain't relevant? It's all good.
Wait, what are you talking about? What part of what I said said what you're talking about isn't relevant? Are you listening?
Are you arguing me about this nonsense shit?
I'm talking about
fucking police brutality, bro.
Are you actually listening? What part of what I just said what you're saying isn't relevant?
Yo, bro.
I think it's all relevant.
You got a little voice. Don't disrespect it, fam. You got a little voice. If you want to chat to me, innit, bro? Because I haven't come up here and disrespected nobody. So don't fucking tell me don't come up here and talk about this. I'm saying, bro, police brutality right now should be our first priority, innit, bro?
Captain Rambo, let me ask you, Captain Rambo.
Let me tell you something.
Ultra, hold on.
You put all your eggs in one basket if you wish.
No,
you go focus on that.
I'm done.
Yeah, and then other people will focus on other things, bro.
Captain Rambo, let me ask you a question. What do you think is what steps do you think we should take as Black people to
on this? I believe,
because you see, I feel the same way you feel, but I have a certain
Rambo.
Yeah, go ahead.
We could talk, man. Let's reason on this, bro.
Go ahead, and when you say how you feel, I'll tell you how I feel.
Because I want to make sure I'm not talking over anybody.
All right, right about now, I believe, we have a bigger threat on our hands,
Right.
If we put our religious, political beliefs aside, we are at war with our real enemies right now. But most of us can't see it, because we're warring amongst ourselves over little petty stuff. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, no disrespect to my blood brother Ultra, because he knows I love him. I'm just saying, right now, I'm smoking out my ears. I'm saying we need to fucking stand up. We have to stop this bullshit. Like religion, our parents argued, our grandparents argued, and our great grandparents argued over it. And the only thing what we have never ever solved is this damn justice system, this law system, these pigs who's coming in our hoods and creating the most beef. We have never ever stood at the forefront of that. Some of us have, I'm not disrespecting our forefathers or our people who've been standing up on a daily basis, but I believe more of us need to really deal with our situation at hand. Like, I don't want myself to be on the street getting chokehold by no police. Yeah, I don't want to be coming off of this YouTube channel, go to the shop, next minute I got a police on my case. Yeah, this is the stuff I don't want. So what I'm trying to say to everybody, like, we do this, all the extreme white supremacy always talks about this Islamic situation. What about now? I just believe the biggest threat we have right now is some government who we voted into power, put our wages to, has sent their foot soldiers to come and kill us every fucking given second when they feel threatened. And when we feel threatened by the same law and the same government, we are on our own. And as black people, we are definitely on our own if you want to bring the color effect into it. I didn't want to bring the color into it. I just wanted to say, yo, look what's going on. Police brutality is going on. I think this should be a topic what we should all discuss, because we ain't safe. Yeah, unless if you're a part of the elite family or your family has actually paid into this police force, or you're a part of it, you might be safe, because I know that they do look out for their own, but we don't look out for our own. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well,
so sorry, my brother. Let me shut up and listen to your points of view.
Well, God bless you for your knowledge, and I don't really want to put religion into it, but I would say Islam is also part of what you're doing, because Islam is also a religion that stands against oppression. So to cut the story short, from my understanding, I've been seeing things like this, and sometimes I kind of blame it on the black community, but from what I'm seeing, and I also do blame it on first of all, I blame it on certain people, don't get me wrong, and second of all is I blame it on the authority, because in the force, we all know about how they say it, excessive force. At the end of the day, what I see is excess. Yeah, it's excessive force, unnecessary force. And then when this happens, this is what it actually leads to. And the solution that I think is the same thing that we've been doing, but the only problem is inconsistency, which leads to them going back to doing the same thing that they've been doing. When I say what we've been doing, what have we been doing is protesting, going out there, voicing out, let them know, let the people know our feelings, that we are not animals. You know, we have to speak. But the problem is, once we stop speaking, it's like when somebody dies today, we all mourn, we cry, and then tomorrow we forget about the reason why that person, died, and we just go about our daily lives. But the thing is, if we keep up the protest, they are not animals. It's a game between the troll and the being trolled. So if you put up your stand that, yo, listen, I know what you're doing and you need to stop. And if you keep it up, trust me, the troll will stop, because they would know, okay, now it's time to stop. So if we keep doing this protest, because I ain't gonna front, no matter how much arms we take up, no matter how much destruction, no matter how much violence we try to use, at first, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work, because to me, from my understanding, I think they got more power. They got more influence. They got more people. They got more money. They got more resources. So all they're gonna do is keep flushing people out, starve us to death, boycott us and whatnot. But these are the steps towards achieving our freedom anyway. Because if we're not ready to starve, if we're not ready to die, if we're not ready to speak up, trust me, this black violence against basically anyone, it's not gonna stop. So I understand where you. That's why I was asking you at first, like, what do you think is like? What do you think is like things that we could do, or what steps do you think we could take in order for us to
stop? I would say to you, I'll say to you, from my experience, let's start something, man. Let's start something at least. Yeah,
Right.
We marched. It never got us nowhere. We protested. It never got us nowhere. We just destroyed our own communities. It never got us nowhere. Do you see where I'm coming from? But let's us do something. Let's us not fight amongst ourselves, because we need all the soldiers as possible. We need. Yeah, I ain't coming up here to create no division amongst none of the brothers and the sisters, or none of this race thing. All I'm saying is, right about now, this police brutality is peaked. What we should be doing is like, yo, put this your I should say, put our religious one side. What are we going to do about this matter at hand? That's all I'm saying. So I'm not up here to disrespect nobody's panel. I'm not here to disrespect Ultra. I thought, let me put another spin on this now. There's a lot of silence.
But Captain, I think what happened is, like, even though it's a bad situation that happened, you guys have the power now because we all have cell phones. And exactly what happened yesterday or a few days ago in Minnesota, when those guys were taking down that, we saw what the police were doing. And what people should do is keep those cameras out. And as soon as some dumb cop racist starts doing something stupid, the cameras go on him. I mean, a lot of people have the power now. You all have the power of press. And now what's happening is these police. When have you ever seen 4 police officers get fired in a day, first shot? And this is the power of press. You guys got to always have those cameras out. You see police brutality, you take them out. You start filming. You start putting it on YouTube. This stuff is going to have to stop.
Walter, I believe you, but those are also options that on what we could do, but that's not enough. You know, that's not enough.
If those officers go to jail, if they do time for killing a man, you don't think that other officers are going to start saying, "Hey, we can't be racist pricks anymore"? I
know, but if you're talking about jailing, trust me, they're
gonna be no choice. These guys, they killed somebody.
One second. What kind of prison do you think the richest man in the world would be in? He would not be in the same prison that you and I would be in.
Richest man in the world? What are you talking about? We're talking about an officer who's obviously a racist. I know,
but I'm telling you, these officers are backed up by the law, so they will get treated in a decent prison or in a decent persecution. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong.
Guys,
but sometimes
what are you saying? You want to take the law into your own hand? I don't understand. You want a revolution? I don't understand what you're saying.
Right.
All we have is the law.
Right.
The law is our
power. What I'm saying is a revolution, but we have to know how to go about, this revolution. We're not just gonna jump on the street and start, killing.
Listen,
Walter, what you just said, Walter, 1 second. Let me say this. What you just said is part of the revolution. Sticking our cameras out, seeing the facts, seeing the truth, and speaking about it is also part of the revolution. But revolution does not include only your voice. It takes action. It takes violence. It takes any means necessary. Yes, any means necessary to stop your oppressor from oppressing you. Trust me. If not, they will keep oppressing you.
Yeah, Walter.
Education is what makes people change.
It's all part of revolution. But I'm telling you, education and knowledge does not solve the whole problem. Sometimes it takes violence for violence also. It takes education
for education. Islamic. I mean, obviously, that's what you're going to preach.
Look. You brothers, hold on. Let me just speak, and I'm gonna let you take the I'm gonna let you continue, yeah. All I'm saying is, yeah, I ain't saying to everybody, go out and be ignorant and get yourself purposely in situations where you can't get yourself out of. I'm not saying that. Little things help, like using your camera phone and being there. If you can't get in there to say to the police, stop or do something, film them, innit? If you're strong enough, to go in and push the police off and help your brother run off with handcuffs, do it. If you that confident enough to actually defend that person and defend yourself like you're defending your community, do that. Do whatever it takes. But what we should make it do, we should make it be the pinnacle right now. We should least learn to put our views. All we arguing about is points of views, you know, because when you put down the phone, you know, I ain't gonna convince you to stop praying 5 times a day, go to Jum on Friday, going to your masjids all week, or going to your church on Sundays, or going to your synagogues or tabernacles or wherever you go. Yeah, I can't convince you not to do all of that. But what I will try my best to try to convince you is that we ain't your fucking enemies. Your real enemies is the ones in the uniform, bro. And I'm saying to you, fight them with all your knowledge, with everything you've got in it. If you know the law, bro, teach it to the fucking kids and teach it to the people who don't know the law, innit? Teach them about the Constitution, their rights, and everything. Teach them about the acts.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Fight them with knowledge. Exactly.
Educate them. Sit down with people. Make them realize that these pigs, and I will call them pigs because what I realized, pigs don't have color. I realized that every nation is a pig nowadays. You got every color in every police uniform, in every pig station around the world. It don't matter what color you are, but the only thing what I will say to people, right, let's put down the race, let's put down the religious then. Okay, that's political and religious aside. Who is our real enemy out here? Who is the real drug dealers out here? Who are the real fucking out here? And when you realize who your real enemies are, it's not me, and no one on this panel or in the chat's my enemy. This of you, come on, man, and we all know that the good cops ain't really helping out the bad cops, are they? They're not really telling them to allow your fuckingness. Not one cop tells another cop to allow his shit. But we have to G-check ourselves and G-check our gangs and G-check our brothers. Yeah, every minute we have to G-check somebody on the fucking panel, but we can't G-check the same people who's creating problems for us. Come on. And they're killing man in numbers, bro. Stop worrying about how much niggas has been hanging on trees. There's man dying on the streets right now through law and justice. That same law and justice is killing you. So don't try to fool me up here. All I'm saying is better things to argue about. I could argue about religion all day, but I realize that, you know what, this is an ongoing problem right now. Police is killing people in their numbers.
I personally believe it's the education system for police officers. I don't understand how a man could put his knee on another man while he's on the floor, holding him there for 4 minutes like that. And where does this come from? Is this police training? Is this police training?
And that's me.
What kind of bullshit was that? I mean, you go to school at 16 years old, 17 years old to be a police officer, and this is what they teach you? There's something wrong here, and it starts at the system.
I think it's
big time. Go back to school. Go back to this. It's like, why officers go in there at 16, 17 years old to become they come to your schools and they say, you want to be a police officer. At 15 years old, you're getting people asking you if you want to be police officers. They go to police school. Where are they learning this bullshit of handcuffing a person and then putting your knee on a neck for 4 minutes? Something is wrong. This officer was racist and should be in jail. Point final. This is not taught. No way is this taught in schools. This guy has to be taught a lesson. He goes in jail for 20 years. Next officer sees this. It's not going to happen. He killed a man. It's got to end. Racism has to end. These white cops have to get out. They have to be fished out.
Right,
they're the law. They're supposed to be protecting us, not killing us.
Yo, comrade, Water. On that note, salute everybody on the panel. Yo, Ultra, where are you, fam? You there?
Big up, Amber.
Yeah, man, big up. Ultra, you there? Anyway, big up Ultra, big up Mr. Riggs, yeah? And big up Malik, yeah?
Big up,
Water, salute, bro.
Big up.
Yeah?
Anyways, guys, I gotta go. Fila, check the back chat, probably people there. And Have a good day. Maybe I'll come in later.
Walter, can you hold on for just a minute? I just want to turn off and go inside the building so you could call Veli for me.
I'm gonna call Villa. How am I gonna do that?
Just 60 seconds. Thank you.
Okay. Is Ultra around? Doesn't want to talk anymore. Mr. Riggs. Mr. Riggs. But seriously, what I saw there in Minnesota, and it's good that the mayor, it's good the mayor and came on this, and he came on hard because this brutality's got to end, man. This is ridiculous.
Yo, can you hear
can't be
me?
doing this. Brad's here. Okay.
No, like the one thing I think the misconception about like what is going on in America is this is a long time coming. You understand? Like this is how it's supposed to be. I'm not gonna lie. Like this is a long time coming. And I may big up Africa all the time, but right now this is like, African Americans, ADOS, whatever has you, Black Americans. This is a long time coming. Okay. Police have been doing this shit for so long that like, I remember like even in DC, if you go look at a video in Ivory City, you got people like full on like knocking cops in the face, cops trying to like, oh man.
Hello?
Yeah. What's up, Malik?
Oh, cool.
But yeah, man, in New York, you got the same type, New York, you got this thing growing. I mean, this has to go down, like it has to. That's why I say, because the thing is, there's no such thing as a police force that outranks the amount of people they have like there's no police force that would have a higher population than the people in the area. And in America has an unlevel, like what I mean, like an unholy level of guns per citizen than they do for like government officials. So there's no way that they'll be able to actually win this. But I will say the dumbest thing we can do right now for Black people, we can vent our frustration and our anger, but we should not be talking strategy on a public forum like this at all. Like, I think like, vent your frustration, but don't be talking about,
Come on.
This shit's, man, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
Because it's
There's
getting
no
annoying.
way, ain't no way we're not going to talk about strategies and whatever.
No, but I just said we shouldn't talk about it on the internet. We shouldn't be talking about it loud.
Yeah, but some people will, some people won't. Even though you have the press and whatever, trying to interview like certain Black community leaders, they will say certain things, and then when you address other people, also they will say certain things. It is what it is. It's a race towards one goal. How to do it. You could have.
And Malik, I know you don't subscribe to this idea, but you live in America now, so I might as well tell you, because I think bro, it is a Black versus white thing. Okay, don't be fooled because you see a couple of white kids with masks at a protest. Okay, they're literally having fun because they know the cops are not aiming for them. You understand? I understand they can be good fodder, good little like bullet shields for Black people, but don't assume that just because you see a bunch of white guys there that they're going to, like, when shit really hits the fan, they're going to be like, stop. Don't hurt my Black friends. Black lives matter. When you hear white people say that shit matters to them when it's like comfortable for them to say it. But when shit really hits the fan, bro.
Right. When shit hits the fan, it is what it is. Like I know, you have to support your own. But at the same time,
good. As long as you know that,
Yeah, I do know. Trust me.
Like, all right, cool. No, you good. I just want, because I know you. In the past, you said you stay up for what's right, and you don't see race. You see, who does something wrong. But I'm just letting you know in these cases, I ain't gonna romanticize Black people for you, bro. I'll let you know this right now. I will let you know this right now.
And what I'm trying to tell you also is, no matter how you look at it, you always find an exception to the white people also. But I'm not saying
but bro, I ain't got time for you. I'm gonna be real with you. We ain't got time to think like that right now. Until I see Jim Brown rise up, until I see Jim Brown rise up amongst white people, and they just like, you know what, I have had it with this. Everyone thinks I'm racist, and they start wiping out other white people. Okay, then yeah, that dude is the exception. Him, is the exception, and maybe his kids can hang out at the cookout. Him, but we're not gonna just assume. I think it was Muhammad Ali that said, if you have 10,000 snakes come at you and 2,000 snakes want to help you, they're like, they don't want to hurt you. Do you let those 2,000 snakes in, or will those 2,000 snakes help you fight the other 8? So just don't assume, because there's some exceptions to the rule. Because I've seen people put up those videos thinking because you see white kids out there.
This is a kind of sensitive topic. I'm at work, but what I'm trying to say is,
I got you. Yeah, thank you for telling me, bro. Thank you for telling me.
Now, what I could speak to, but sometimes I might not just be able to.
No. Just speak code. We'll speak code.
So,
when you say white people, you say biscuits or something. Pick a code word. Pick a code word, bro. I know. I'd rather you. Like the thing
is biscuits, Brad. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Cannolis. Sorry, my bad. Cannolis.
What
my
the
bad.
Fuck? But the thing that's killing me right now is, we lose almost 1,000 people a year in the United States alone from police using extra force. Where was everyone at with the rest of the 999? There's people dying every day by police killing them, by police using brutal force, by police doing all kinds of crazy shit, killing people in holding cells, driving people around before they get to the holding cell and dropping them off and freaking killing them. They never find the damn body. Where's everybody at then?
Right. See, that's why I said the issue is not with the lame white people. It's with the law itself.
Hey, 1 second, Mal. I want to address what Analyze Dunya just said. I want to address what Analyze Dunya just said. Analyze Dunya, he was handcuffed. There was already a video that came out showing he did not resist arrest. He was handcuffed on the ground. Right. Took 4 officers on him, and he was literally trying to tell one officer he couldn't breathe. Okay, he was not resisting arrest. He was murdered for. He was literally murdered for forgery. Okay, like you have a brother that died for cigarettes. You have a brother that died for selling CDs. Okay, so I just want to make sure everybody knows this brother was not fighting back at all. So I don't want to hear the argument. Maybe if he was compliant, nah. Okay, Sandra Bland literally died for nothing. Okay, so it literally takes
what I'm saying. Half the people die at traffic stops or tickets. It's crazy.
It's basically excessive force coming out of a racist. Yeah, that's all I could say. Ain't no such.
I really think we need to think. I'm not gonna lie. I agree with you. Violence is coming that answer, and I'm not gonna fake like I have ever been like if anything, I've been able to kill somebody. Right. I am not gonna ever say I've done. I'm not gonna even fake like I've done that, but you have to start thinking like, especially with my ancestry in this country, the misconception is that African Americans were, oh, Mr. White Man, you so strong. No, they literally they ensured the African American slaves because many of us were always fighting. Like there were more of us that freed ourselves than those who were enslaved. I always was, my heart goes to the motherland, but right now it's like, America's my trust fund. This is my inheritance. My ancestors built this land, defended it, and died for it. And it's like no little half-baked white boys gonna kick me out of what my ancestors gave me. It was the Buffalo Soldiers who were established and managed and policed every other state that is it was cities like Chicago that was started by a black man. You understand? Like this country would not exist if it wasn't for the black man and woman in this country. So like, I personally say that if we gonna talk strategy for real, I understand Rambo's heart. I understand his passion and stuff like that. They, thanks to the black people in the UK for going down to the US embassy and, telling them how upset you are. Like, okay. Thank you for that. But
that's what I'm saying. Like, and I'm saying we, but as a humans, because,
Good.
More than 50% of those 1,000 people a year are white folks, but nobody cares about them, but whatever. So out of all them people, what are we supposed to do as people? Because I don't know, half these people in the UK never had a bad run-in with a police officer, where I've had about 3. Just, I've had about 3. So I don't know if you guys ever had guns held at you by police, but I have, and I felt that.
Right.
So it's like, until you feel that,
Right.
you don't
would understand.
know you don't know how it feels and how it feels to feel for your life. So it's easy to sit here and say, let's protest and let's do all this wild shit. But until you're staring down with 2 officers, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a humbling experience at the least.
Right.
It makes you think. Like the worst part is like when it's done,
will die.
You go back to your house.
Yeah.
And you just think about like, there was like a split-second opportunity. I would have never been back here. You wake up the next morning.
Exactly.
And it's all you think about for like years on end.
Yes, I'm telling you.
I was lucky in the sense that like my family had the ability, like, we were able to get a lawyer and prosecute properly and things like that. But I think about the tons of African Americans who don't have that opportunity.
But that's if people don't make it out to get a lawyer. What's a lawyer gonna do for you at that moment? They're not gonna do shit, because by the time you take out your phone and call them, the police are thinking you're reaching for something. You're dead. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's terrible. You can't do shit. You can't do shit unless there's like I said, some major fucking revolution where we're gonna have to have the military on the citizen side and not killing us to back up the police.
It will.
Well, no, that's the thing about that's what I learned though. That's one
Jenny,
thing I've learned.
that's what me and you was talking about the other time. If you can remember, I don't know who was against us, and we were saying, I think it was Schiffer. So basically, what I'm trying to say is it's something hard. It's something hard, but at the end of the day, this is like the way the protest is the camera phones, the witnesses, the violence.
Look
at
what happened.
Trust
but that's
me, everything.
No. Well, how effective were the Rodney King riots? Did that stop shit? Did that stop shit? How effective were the Amadou Diallo riots? Did that do shit?
Listen, it didn't. That's what I said. It didn't, because we are not being consistent with our protests. We don't like it's always a way to end an oppressor's reign. Like Rambo said, he gave a good option of if you witness something with the police, and then you try to step in. I'm not saying I'm the most bravest, but sometimes it takes a little courage for you to stop, an oppressor. Like if you step in and you're trying to, you're not being violent, you just standing on, you're witnessing something, and then you're trying to, just like those who recorded it, they did the right thing, even though they didn't step up to, like, physically shove them off or
Listen,
whatever.
I think we need to just. I think maybe.
But when you're in that position, you're scared for your life. Like,
I know. That's what I'm saying.
You're scared for your life. So to tell people to fight back with force, you're telling them to die. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. So if you want to take that chance, that's on you. But to tell people to fight against the police with force, you're gonna die.
We're waiting for some. I think one thing I've seen is some people are just waiting for that one person to actually like bust off and like
right.
Because we've seen that. We saw what happened with that one guy. I forget the brother's name. Who like he took, and it was in Texas, and the black brother, military trained,
the sniper guy.
Well, no, that's the thing. He was like, I watched the film every day, and just watching how like he took out like 6 cops like it was nothing, and they had to literally use a bomb to kill him. Like he held, and apparently he killed
I remember that. I remember that.
I think that's what people are waiting for. Is I think they're waiting for the group aspect of it, because this thing is getting to the point now where it's like other ethnic groups are starting to be like, yo, I'm tired of the police here. So maybe like, I personally would say that like black people, we shouldn't be like fighting amongst ourselves right now. That's what I'm saying. We should be arming ourselves right now. Cause like, I'm not saying go out and purge. Never going to say some dumb shit like that. Cause you'll get dropped for less. All right. But like, there needs to be like an off corner, behind closed doors conversation on what do we do next? Do we go political? Do we go militaristic? Because I don't think that like the venting thing, I get it. You can get upset about it 1,000 times. I mean, I'm pretty sure we've all had some fucked up run-in with a cop, be it from New York, Pennsylvania, whatever. I can only, because I'm looking at like during the Corona thing, how like in Harlem, Brooklyn, you know, cops are just swole off punching people, you
Right.
know, 4 of them, like, you know, beating up on, you know, old, like in Texas, they attacked this old woman.
Listen, that
Last
shit
night,
happened. You don't got to talk about it. It happens every minute.
Yeah,
like last night, they
over here,
attacked this
UK
woman. Yeah.
UK cops don't even carry guns. So feel free to talk shit to the UK cops. They're not gonna do shit. Talk shit
Right.
to
Yeah,
one of
most
our
of them.
cops and see how far you get.
You know,
See
I
how
wish
far
the
you
UK
get.
caught. Well. Let's solve this then. All right, pussy. Let's
You
do
know,
this.
come on,
Let's do this.
exactly.
Let's do
Are
this,
you
bro.
fucking?
What's up?
You gotta
Because there's
stick
so many. Like,
what?
if you
You
go
gotta
on
stick
Vine,
what? The fuck
if
you
you go
gonna
on
do?
UK, you just said you gotta stick. Or no, if you go on the UK, if you go on like this, it's called UK banter on like YouTube, and you will see like so many Snapchats of them like taking the piss out of their cops. I mean, like, dude was like, "You stepped on my dude stepped on his shoe. He pushed the dude off. Then one guy was getting arrested. He steals the evidence that they had on the dude, runs in one direction. The dude that got arrested with handcuffs on go in the opposite direction, and they didn't know what to do. You know what I mean?
No,
I'm not
see,
gonna.
yeah, Baba says, keep sleeping on UK. Our police know we will burn the shit down. Exactly. You can do that. That's my fucking point.
They don't call the National Guard.
We try to start a campfire and we're getting arrested. Like, are you taking the piss?
Yeah.
Well, all I know is we on the right track. It only takes for a certain period of time and certain movements and actions for them to stop. If we are persistent, I know it definitely will stop. That's all I know. It's just hard right now because everybody's trying to we only have short memories. We do a protest and then we go back home and that's it. We don't follow up with laws and we don't have good representatives that will speak up and keep speaking and having the
Because as soon as we
community
get real,
back
they're
them
gonna
up and
call. I
whatever.
know it's gonna escalate. They're gonna call the National Guard first. So each state's National
Right, I
Guard's gonna
know.
come.
That's what I'm
Then
saying.
it's
They
gonna be
could
the
have a lot
military.
more
Then we
people
got
there than any group of people
But then
can
also they
have
do the thing where they put like
gathered.
military in police uniforms. They'll put
That's
like
why
they'll put like MPs in like police uniforms and have them
Right.
sit there. Yeah, damn, man. Like
crazy things, man. Crazy.
I don't know if you ever been to New York, but they keep a lot of their police like not. I mean, there's police everywhere
Oh
in New
yeah,
York, but
plain clothes
when
officers.
you go, when you go there for New Year's, you could see the entire and that's not even the entire force because they still need people patrolling the other boroughs and whatnot. But like, you see the amount of force that the police have, like whole streets just trucks on trucks on trucks on trucks. Like, are
Same
you
thing in
kidding?
DC.
Like,
Whenever they have like a little march or whatever, you just see the. But see, that's where I get irritated. It's like, what the fuck do we do? Like? Okay, we see all this shit, right? It's in front of us. What the fuck do we do? Like,
That's what I'm saying. There were millions of people in Times Square for New Year's Eve. The police could have taken out that entire fucking crowd if they wanted to.
Yes, they can.
The thing about it as well, some skinny youth as well with his knee in man's neck, fam. Some skinny youth, bro. Some skinny old man. And no one backed it. No one backed it.
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about the situation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, like, there was a time and a place where we wouldn't have stood by and watched that happen.
Where, in America or in UK?
In America, UK. Yeah,
when was that time in America? Because I don't remember that time. When were people fighting in police in America?
But it was never.
Do you remember, Brad? Do you remember, Brad? I don't know.
I'm hoping because he came on and said it, so obviously he knows. So go ahead, bro.
I've heard of rebellious people that would rebel.
You're talking about when the Black Panthers, right? You're talking about the Black Panthers, the move. You're talking about possibly bloody summer of the 1940s, or maybe you want to talk about the DC riots, or maybe we could talk about the riots after when they used to lay and mow down black people and literally dump them in corners. And the morgues, they used to siphon off their organs, and like, so what would you prefer? Like, I don't know. You teach me, bro.
You know more than me, bro, on this subject. But my statement stands true that yes, these people did stand up for themselves in some sort of way because they had to. Otherwise, they're just gonna get annihilated. Yeah. So this is the same stuff that's happening now. Well, it's sporadically in bits and bobs. But what I'm trying to say is, No one tried to help the man, and I think that's what is affecting me the most.
Yeah, no, I mean that case, because there is a video that happened in my city where like a sister comes up and said a black woman was being wrestled down by cops, and a bunch of black men ran up and started to push on the cops and stuff like that. But that's one thing. Physical altercations, that's one thing. That's one thing
Yeah,
at a protest or something like that. But when
okay.
it comes to like busting off, like you talking like
Yeah.
using tools now, using pieces, you know what I mean? Like that's a whole that's where the conversation, you can't have that conversation publicly at all. You know what I mean?
No.
So like that's why I would say don't bring up the Black Panthers right now, because black people in America. No, I'm not saying you. I was saying that in America there's something known as a black identity extremist.
Okay.
And it's an FBI designation. So when you're considered that, and this is what I think this is what will hold back any black person from trying to get that revolutionary, is the fact that you can get arrested for just a Facebook post. You know what I'm saying? That's why I would say like these kind of conversations, you never know, especially since I think they just passed some amendment in Congress that states that they can go into your private information at any time now in matter of national security. So, so it's like, that's why I say like we need to figure out what is step one. Like, it's one thing to go ahead and start like popping off on the cops, but the odds are, unless a bunch of white boys are going to do it for us, you know what I mean? Because if you notice in those videos, the white boys are there. They're throwing rocks and shit, but they will be the first to bounce when shit gets real. I mean, the first to bounce. Okay?
What I'm trying to say is, I don't know who this Atticus guy is. He's like talking about, I don't know if you know your history and stuff. It doesn't take a genius to know that people would stick up for themselves. Some people would, some people wouldn't. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to tell you. Like he was
But you just
unfortunate.
can't. I'm being real with you. You can't just tell a bunch of people, "Hey, by the way, we're pissed off at what the cops are doing. So I need you to now sacrifice your life for a cause that may, you have to be able to strategy, bro. Strategy. You just can't you can't just give an emotional response to this. Okay, I understand the passions behind everyone, but that's why I say we need to think of step one. Step one isn't just popping off, because like right now, with his brother Gregory's death, like almost looks like what makes these cops look like heroes when you see people looting streets. Freddie Gray in Baltimore, Trayvon Martin. I'm sorry, not Trayvon. Yeah, Trayvon Martin. God, what's the brother's name? And Ferguson, Michael Brown.
Yeah,
I mean,
Michael
once
Brown,
they start
all of
looting,
that. Yeah,
once they start looting, the cops look like heroes now. You understand? So that's why I say strategy. Okay, because Target didn't kill this brother. AutoZone didn't kill his brother. That doesn't affect them. Okay, what they did at first was smart. Go to the precinct where these cops were from. Surround that precinct. All right, you stay there. They're around that right now. The family of the individual, they can't even get food to this guy because they surrounded his house. Okay, the best thing is when you become a police officer, your criminal record may be private, but when you commit a crime like this, who you are is public. So you can find that,
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah.
If you knew that there was a fuck if he was white, yeah, it was just a racist guy, yeah. Don't matter where he was from, it was just a racist guy, and for no reason he was attempting to like
Let me give you some context, cultural context to America. Black people can't be racist in America. Black people can't be racist in America, so he would have to be white. So go ahead. So go ahead. What were you saying?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm listening to you, bro.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah. So I'm just, I don't know, man. So you wouldn't do anything if you were standing right there and someone was getting choked out and you knew it was a racist attack.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. You have two kinds of people. One will be the one that will step up, and the other one will be the one that.
Well, no, if I saw a black person in that situation, fuck yeah, I can't, because I'm thinking about if it was my family, if it was myself, yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
it's like,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You have certain people that will step up, and then you have
Yeah,
certain
if it's a
people who
black
just like
person,
to
yeah,
gather up.
if it was a
Right.
black
We'll
person in that
just
situation, I would 100% pop off. Man. There's no point because
yeah,
it's like they either gonna kill him. I mean, like this is where I'm coming to grips with. Like I said, I could be a conceited asshole. I could sometimes like, oh, I went to this school, I got educated, but that has a limit. Like there's a glass ceiling to that, where it's like the cops aren't gonna be like, oh wait, don't kill him. He went to a black college and he did this and this. Nah, fuck no. Hell no. I don't
yeah,
romanticize that.
I think people in the chat are listening to what they want to hear. I said anybody could
Bro,
be
we're
ready.
on the panel, bro. Let the people in the chat talk. Let them have their conversations. All right. They're just people voicing their opinions too. Like we're voicing ours. Don't focus on the chat. Okay. These
I
are
know.
we all grown adults. So like if they don't agree with you, they don't agree with you. If they agree with you, they agree with you. All right. Just it's all freedom of speech around here.
They misheard what I said, but yeah, carry on, man.
Yeah, but no. There comes a time where it's like you have to.
I understand your question, bro. You were saying, what if he was in that situation, man, the guy that was recording? Trust me, we all could say it's always, actions speak louder than words. A lot of people will say, oh, if it was me, I would have bit the shit out of the cops. Excuse me. I would have, did something. But trust me,
You don't know till you're in that situation with cops
exactly.
surrounded
That's
you
exactly right.
with guns pointed. Until you're
Right.
surrounded by cops with guns
Right.
pointed, you can't know, because how many people have been pulled in front of their boys, in front of their gangs, in front of this, in front of their fam, and killed. And what are the even
Can't
the
do
gangs?
nothing. Right.
What are the gangs doing? The gangs can't even help their own brothers. So
Yeah.
like what can you do until you're in that situation? You don't know.
Right.
It's great to say like, yeah, I'd fight this and that, and God knows if it was, my child or something, I would fight and I probably would die. That's the grip you have to come to. You will die. So
Yeah.
if you're willing
Well,
to
I've been in
lose
that
your life,
situation though. I've been in that situation when I was in school, but it was like on a protest thing. So like I'm not gonna act like guns were involved, but I've been in that situation where it was like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It takes a split second to make
like you
your
just
decision.
run. Like I mean, well, no,
Right.
but then again,
It's
like
either you do
it
something
depends on
or
the
don't do
individual
something.
because, like Jen just said, if it was her daughter or if it was her child, she would run like instantly, because that's a mother's duty. So it was a
Right.
friend of mine. I really cared about this young lady. She ended up becoming my wife, but now my ex-wife. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
so. Now that I know what I know, I should have just left it. Nah, I'm thinking. Let me stop.
Yeah, right.
But no, let me stop.
You wanted to
But
die
no.
for the you wanted to die for the good. Go ahead.
No, what did Dr. Umar said? What did he say?
Yo.
What did he say? Revolution over coochie, politics over punani. I wasn't living like that at that time. I was like, yo, when we get back to the dorm, your boy is about to die, man.
Yo, Mr. Alien, he's not telling me what to do, man. It's better if I don't talk to the chat anyway, innit? Because people can be trolly in it, so it's cool.
Yeah, man. Don't let the chat do that. Like they're just people like us voicing their opinions.
And especially if it's your family or your friend or someone
it
like
becomes a bias.
because sometimes you just get in a situation and you don't know like what really happened. Probably the guy really did commit an offense, and you can just step up and be like, yo, what you doing this you're using an excessive force to arrest somebody. Like you don't really know. So like I'm saying, it takes a split second to decide on, to either to engage or don't engage. Sometimes like you can't really blame people for that, but like I said, what we're doing is the same thing we're gonna keep doing until like they find a situation to what's going on, because it's been happening for decades and centuries, and it's gonna stop.
I hear what you man is saying. It's like you don't know until you're standing there and you see that gun in your face. You don't know, or it could be aimed at someone. You don't know, like you may have never been in that position before, so you don't know what you're going to do until you are in that position. But what
and regardless, trust me, and regardless if you've been in that situation or not, it takes a split second to make a decision. Like some people, they don't care. Once there's a black man being arrested or whatever, they will jump in and fight and do something. But you have others also who will be like, let's just talk about it, and they don't have the courage to you know
Hey,
do something about
Malik,
it.
aren't you at work, bro? What are you doing,
But
bro?
also, but also,
Yeah, I'm
don't-
at work, but
Chill, bro. What are you doing, bro? Gracious, bro. What's wrong with you, bro? Act like money growing trees around here, bro. What's wrong with you?
hey, listen, man.
The thing is like I definitely, something has to be done. Something has to be done. Like 1,000 people a year is way too many to be dying at traffic stops for all these petty. The police have a superiority syndrome that has been around for like he said, for decades, for centuries, whatever. The
Yeah.
police, like once you get that uniform and that gun on your hip, you're untouchable, and you could do whatever you want to violate the people that you're doing, and you're not going to get any repercussions for it. Like I think it's something like less than 10% of these people who kill 1,000 people actually get convicted or even fired or even reprimanded or even written up.
Yo,
So
Jay,
it's like until the police reform and they're in fear of losing their jobs or going to jail, they need to convict these people for killing people, for
you're right.
killing nonviolent people that they're arresting and whatnot. So it's like until that comes, that's what's gonna have to be to change, because once, like I said, the badge and the gun, and they get the hugest fucking balls ever, and there's the guys running around here in blue that are on top of the world, and it's like, what do you do? That's advising people to definitely document, like Walter said, because it's the documented police that are going to jail, the ones people see, the ones that people get out there. The shit that happens every day, and police aren't even like I said, not even getting written up. So it's like
I saw a
until
cop in
they
Baltimore break this little kid's arm, like flat out broke his arm. Like
Hey,
kid was in elementary school.
Jay
He had
Wallace.
his he janked away, and the boy pulled away first. He pulled the boy's arm. He yanked the boy so hard he pulled his arm out of the socket and then twisted his arm, and you could hear it dislocate his elbow. The boy was in the 6th grade, and the cop only got 6 months for fifth. He only got 6 months, and he was in Upper Marlboro jail,
And then
softy jail.
and then sometimes because I could say this from experience, sometimes it's like the people that you're trying to fight for, it's the same people that it's not ready to support you. Because I remember, I can't really speak for America because I came over here, but when I was in Nigeria, my friends used to call me stupid because every time I get arrested, I'm always fighting. Either I'm right or wrong, I'm always fighting. They were like, "Yo, they just shoot you. Like, how you fight a policeman?" I said, "Yeah, because I didn't do nothing wrong." And I always try to defend somebody. But if you look around, the people that's surrounding the situation, they say, "Oh, why don't you just follow them to the police station?" They're not even supporting you, knowing the fact that you didn't do nothing wrong. Like, people just stand there and just look. Like, oh, he getting arrested for something he didn't do. Like, nobody is ready to help you. And when shit, when it gets to reality, they don't support you. They just be like, "Yo, I just bought a Bentley. I just had a baby. I just had this," and everybody start backing up.
Hey, Miss Jay Wallace. Jay Wallace.
Yeah.
Are you what's your background? Are you black, white, Hispanic, or?
Doesn't matter.
No, I just want to ask you a question.
I'm white.
Okay. So I just want to ask you a question, right? Right. So when you see a black person in the news that has been killed by a police officer, do you think that is a pullover that went wrong? Do you think it was an accident? It was just from the beginning, that person was just doing their job, and then it just went wrong?
No,
Do you
they're targeted. Black
Ah,
people are in minorities. Black people, Puerto Rican people, Hispanics, whatever, Mexicans, they're targeted. I know this. Like, I'm not dumb.
Right. You're
I
right.
understand that. But I'm also aware of it's a huge class issue as well, because like I said, I've had bad experiences with police. Like, I've been on that side as well, just for being with a black person.
Right.
So I've been targeted just for being in the car with a black person. So I know how it goes down. And I know that when it go like in those situations, I had no white privilege. I didn't have shit. My white privilege didn't get me nowhere, just like got him nowhere, you know? So in that situation, yeah, it's fucked up.
I know definitely two factors play in when it comes to this situation. It's racism plus excessive force that leads to situations like this. Cause I'd be like, what's the taser for? What you got the handcuffs for? What you went to training for? And if you look, we have good cops and bad cops, even though the good ones are very few. But when you look at situations where cops have kind of helped situations, you would know that you have the good ones and then you have the bad ones who would use their racism to just use the power and then go.
Wait, would you say good cops?
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't met
Let's not say we've never heard of one, but they are very
like
few.
A good cop, Alec. Let's be real.
It could be one. It could be one.
I haven't met
a
one
good
yet.
cop is just someone.
Yeah,
who
I'm not
doesn't just fuck
supporting
with
them.
you. Like a good cop is just someone who don't fuck with you. Like that. Like someone that sees like
Good
he's minding his business.
good cops are the ones that don't murder people every day, or
I guess that's the standard of a good
like
cop.
I haven't met a good cop. I haven't met a nice policeman. Like I haven't had any good interactions with police that I've.
Right. I never did also, but I'm saying, at the end of the day, we will always have one an exception. That's
but
what I know.
notice how that one good cop always gets fired first.
Of course.
Or
I'm not
that
saying
one good cop ends up either, dead or something, doesn't get back up at the right time or something.
That's some conspiracy,
I know.
bro. That's some conspiracy shit, bro.
I know.
Let me ask you a question. What's your name? Dizzy, whatever? Dizzle? All right.
Go ahead.
Are you black or white? What are you, bro?
Why?
Green.
You just asked Jen her race. So what is your race?
But that has nothing. I'm black. What?
What part? Where are you from?
From London.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think I know. I think I'm figuring out based on where you're talking, like where you're from. All right, cool. So you're not.
He's purple.
Swarthy. Oh my goodness.
Come on, man. What's the point, bro?
This is exhausting.
Yo.
Hello.
Yeah, I think I know where he's from. Hey, Cash, can you pronounce the word for me? Because I can't pronounce it properly. Wallahi. Can you pronounce that word for me back?
Wallahi, man.
Okay. Now I know where he's from. Cool.
You're a dumbass, Brad.
I know exactly where he's from now.
Wallahi.
I know exactly where he's from.
Wallahi.
It didn't take long. That accent always betrays them. That's what would be real.
Yeah.
Right, cool.
It's just like yours does, right?
Yeah, I have an American accent, but nah. I was like, is he though? Should I ask him? Is he though? Yeah, he is.
Yo, ask the question, man. Stop, get me.
No, that was the question I had. I was trying to see. Because when you said it was some conspiracy that cops that actually do their job gets fired and ends up dead. Kind of like how humdul. Yeah. So yeah,
it is a conspiracy. All
right, cool.
You do have good people on the job as well.
Right,
it's not just all evil, right? I'm just saying.
Cool. Yeah, I don't think you know what the FOP is, or the Fraternal Order of the Police. So that's why I say I don't think I don't think you're more thank you for engaging us in this conversation. But once you say that there are some good cops out here. Come on now, you really have no experience in the thing, bro. The way you properly pronounce Wallahi for me just taught me a lot, so I'm good. But yeah.
Guys, stop fucking with dude, man. Stop fucking with dude. Let him be, man.
Why am I just fucking with him? I ain't fucking with him. I ain't fucking with him.
What do you know about what?
Leave me alone. Right?
But no, it's interesting to me that I understand this situation is horrific, what happened in Minneapolis, but why does it take this for people across the water and across the globe to now be like, oh, there needs something to be done when there's people over here dying by cops every day? If you think 1,000 people a year, that's almost 3 people a day. So like we're we're over here. We see what's happening. We have to live in this stuff. Like it's easy to be like, oh, fight back and do this and do that. But it's like until you get it, it's real easy. Like I don't get it. It's interesting.
Yeah. It's the way you even pronounce Bumbleclot.
It is. It is terrible. It's terrible.
Oh, I see what these you trying to say he is Somali, right? Yeah.
Malik is slow, man.
I just got the whole picture right now.
You caught on so
Brad,
late, bro.
yeah, DC Brad.
Malik, you late.
So the
Malik,
black guy that calls himself Brad, first of all, yeah.
Well, that's my last name. My last name is Bradley.
Brad, all right, cool. But can I hear you say Bumbleclot? Can I hear you say it?
Bumbleclot.
No, can you pronounce it like a Jamaican? Can you do that?
No, because I'm not Jamaican, so I won't take the shit out.
What are you on? What are you actually on?
See, the thing is, the difference over here is nobody except for Jamaicans say that over here. It's not like a.
So it's like
it's not a widely used.
We have Ebonics over here, so we kind of have our own
That's what bugged me
Like
out
the-
about UK. Like I'm like, are these people Jamaicans saying that? Like,
Nah,
I don't get it.
The Jamaicans though for being able to create that like cool culture.
Yeah, exactly. It's deep. It's awesome.
And you can kind of tell, but like when I was trying to figure out like the way he was saying, the way he was asking, because I asked him, I was like, "Yo, where are you from?" He's like, "I'm black," but it's like, "Yo, this dude sounds like M-Stacks." I'm like, I'm not gonna press him on it. So I was like, "I'm gonna pronounce this word." Wallahi, Wallah, and I know how to say it, but I was like, he said it the way he says it. I was like,
Wallahi,
Chad,
yeah.
Wallahi, Somali.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how you do it. So if you had a choice between like a camel steak or never stop.
Yo, you crazy, man.
Brad, wallahi, you an asshole.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh shit.
Anyway, what? If I was Somalian, then what?
And nothing. We're just trying to know where you're from. That's it.
That was it. That was all.
But what's funny? I don't get. I don't understand what's funny about that shit.
Nothing, man. Don't worry about it, bro. God damn it.
Bring me in on a joke, man. I want to laugh too, bro. Come on.
Nah,
man.
you good, bro.
What's up, brother Brown?
Don't want to share the love. But anyway, yeah. Sports spirit, bro.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Veli, M.A. Brown's in the. Oh, is he on the panel already?
Yeah, he's here. He's been
My
here.
bad, M.A.
Late again.
My bad, bro.
He's been here listening to all the things that we were saying.
My bad, M.A. How you doing, bro?
Yes, brother Brad, what's going on?
I'm chilling, bro.
Yeah.
Wallahi, I'm chilling, bro.
I was listening to all the race talk and the George Floyd situation and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy.
It's normal. It's normal, fam. It's normal. It's crazy to a point, but then that craziness subsides and it's seen as normal, isn't it?
That's exactly what I was saying.
Yes,
once we are
Yo,
very
is that what we're saying
consistent,
that it's becoming normalized? You think is that why you think all we do is like? Because I'm just thinking like, bro,
all we do is
what would the
protest and then go
explosion?
back home. That's it.
What would the explosion look like, though? You know what I mean? Like when we all like pop off, like what would that look like? You know?
Well, the
It just seems like
the question before you ask that question is, what would it take for it to pop off, right?
I thought Trayvon Martin would have been at, or then Mike Brown would have been at. You know?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that, okay, when you see so-called revolutions in certain other countries around the world, they are like, it's obviously sometimes it's manufactured by external forces. Sometimes it's actually an internal conflict that is real, right? Either way, what happens is the people who live in that country or in that city or that community have had enough of a certain thing. Their living conditions need to be so bad, and their ability to compute what is causing those living conditions need to be so accurate that it flares up. And the problem that I see with what's going on over in the United States of America is that the conditions collectively, there's not a consensus regarding the conditions that man them are living under. You've got, you know, certain black celebrities who are actually really happy with their lives and don't even necessarily want too much to change. You get me? To the point where they might even blame black people for getting themselves killed. You get me? I remember a few years ago, RZA from and I love RZA, yeah, but RZA from Wu-Tang, he was like, I can't remember who got killed, but he was like, yeah, maybe them why them on the corner need to stop dressing like with baggy clothes and all this shit. And I'm like,
bro, that shit pisses me off, bro.
Of who people to say that? Fucking RZA, who was selling Woo wear all like 20 years ago and shit, and probably still sells it. You get me?
Or that awful movie, that Kung Fu Monk movie he did.
Oh
the Iron
God,
Fist
that
movie
was
he did.
terrible. That was a nightmare.
But I love RZA.
He got a
I love
sequel
don't
too.
get twisted. I love RZA, but
Me too.
like there's no consensus in terms of how bad all black people see, you know, the situation. And then on top of that, you're surrounded by whiteness, which in the main is not only supportive of the system but upholds it at every opportunity. You get me?
Yeah.
Not saying all white people, but you know what I mean. Generally speaking, the white structures they are the system. You get me? They are the system.
And the worst thing about it is that like these kind of cases, that you know, with the cell phone and stuff like that, these kind of cases, if he didn't have his cell phone out, they said more of these kind of. There's like so many of these cases that occur that like people don't
That's
even
what I'm
know
saying.
that, like,
This stuff happened. The only reason why this cop is even probably getting any kind of lash is because it got out there. This stuff
Exactly.
happens every day, and
Every
it never
day, every
gets
minute.
out there. It never gets out there. All these
'Cause they
traffic
show a
stops,
video of
people
this
are
kid.
getting beat and shot up by cops. It's they don't. There's no one to document it besides the police cameras, and you know they delete them. So it's not like it's gonna. Nothing gets exposed.
I don't even know. It just
More
happens.
exposure.
I can't tell you a country where this madness don't happen. I can't. That's why I just don't like cops. I don't care where you're from or whatever.
And that's
It
what I'm saying.
happens
Is
in
it
Africa.
really
It
any
happens
better? Is it any
everywhere.
better
No.
anywhere else?
No,
Is it
it's
better
not.
anywhere else?
No, it's not. 'Cause
So
I can
what?
tell you from my experience.
What's gonna
So what
change?
do we do? Do we like remove
it's-
policing as a industry? Like, what the fuck do we do, bro? Because this is getting irritating. Because the thing that pisses me off is that like you look at the internal affairs, like when you always hear we've launched an investigation, they do that until like the news dies down, and then they just go about their business. They put the officer on desk duty and go about their life. That's it.
You got to remember what the whole point of a police force is. Like, there may be variations in the way that police have formed and what the purpose was in different parts of the world, but fundamentally in the West, especially in the United States of America, they're overseers, isn't it? Like, they're overseers to cater for a particular
fugitive slave catchers too. Yeah.
Particular class of people. Yeah. So you know what I mean? That's the foundations on which the institution is built, and it's really negligible. It's really negligent. I think that's the word I'm looking for. To believe that it's anything other than a continuation of the same structure. You get me?
But like I have a question. Is it, maybe it's a stupid question. Is it possible that, or maybe I've heard it before, is it possible that like black people or black cops patrol or control a black neighborhood while the white ones do for other
You know, I actually was saying, my friend actually had an idea, and I thought it was a pretty good idea. It was like, go to the high. Okay, so if you look at the areas where the most crime is committed, they're usually the areas of the lowest, like poverty, like they're usually like the most financially struggling. So it's like if you were to take individuals from these areas, and the state just guarantees them housing as long as they live in these areas, like they modernize their housing, you know, upkeep their homes and stuff like that, so they can live in these areas, and they become police officers, and you do community policing, because that's what my county does. It's like there's two cops that live down the street from me, plus you have like police officers you go to, you know, people that you go to church with, people you work out with, things like that, so that when there is an issue, you know, like I remember at the time when there was a bunch of robberies that occurred on my street, when I was growing up, and I remember seeing like when people were calling 911, you see like 8 cops show up in their pajamas, and you're just like, oh, Mr. Lawson down the street, Mr. Johnson around the corner. You know what I mean? So because when I look at some of these people view, you look at the black cops, like honestly in DC, there's a video in DC of this black cop trying to calm down a bunch of black men because he literally was raised on this street.
In the
He
neighborhood,
was like,
right?
yo, that's what I'm saying. So I think if we take these brothers from this neighborhood and never let them leave, and one thing I never understand is why isn't there a precinct in these neighborhoods? Why are the precincts always in the nicer sides of town? If this is your highest area of criminals, you would want the immediate support right there. So I think maybe we need to address how, we need to probably change our like, I don't want, I'm being real. Like, I think, bro, because if we look at it financially, if we look at it academically, if we look at it on like a growth level, man, maybe segregation wasn't such a bad thing, bro. Because
100, man. You know what though?
Just being real.
You know what though? Like the questions that you're asking, like there's so many detailed answers that I could come up with. Probably not on the spot, but given enough time. But ultimately,
but wait, one before you come through, I'm sorry, I just want to ask one more question. Is anything what I'm saying plausible? Because it just sounds like rubbish. Like
no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
No, it's not
plausible.
Yeah, it is.
What you're pointing towards, if you like your point. Okay, so what you're talking about adaptations that can be made in the country you currently live in, right, to make a country more livable situation. But like, if you take it to the extreme, then you're going to end up having to realize that you shouldn't be in that country in the first place. And not only that wherever you were to end up needs to not be replicating anything to do with the country you currently live in, because what you're talking about is a complete restructure of the paradigm that not only you live in now, but that's always been the case in the United States of America.
Yeah.
Right. So to put a police precinct in the hood, fam, there's not even fucking what do you call it?
Pharmacies.
CCTV in some hoods. You get me? They don't. They're the reason why they are willing to police the hood is to obviously criminalize and catch people out and whatever. They're not there to protect the hood. They're there to catch people out, right? So a CCTV camera will probably be put in a tree to observe a trap house or something like that, right? It's not going to be put generally on the streets to make sure that all the streets are safe. That's not the reason why.
One thing I noticed that is
that's what the case will be. The precinct is got there's no reason for a precinct to be there because it would only be there to actually uphold the law, keep the peace, and make things nice. They're not interested in that. You get me?
And that's where I'm just like, okay, so because one thing that always irritates me is the black on black crime argument when they say that like, oh well, people are dying, the cops kill people, but what about black on black crime? And this is where that argument always irritates me. It's because it's like we're comparing innocent civilians, unarmed innocent civilians being murdered by people meant to protect and serve them, and we're comparing them to criminals killing each other or criminals killing innocent people. So it's like, isn't the key word of black on black crime being crime? Shouldn't the police be like, I personally think in some areas, things like the no snitching culture we have in our people, like I think that needs to be dealt with. We need to stop this like disparaging people from telling like, oh yeah, this individual did something that was like, fucked up, they need to go to prison for it, rather than like, oh man, snitches get stitches. You know what I mean? Like,
right. But the only thing I could say about that is we can't really compare a black on black crime to, just like you said, people that's supposed to be protecting us killing us, because that's like two separate opposites that shouldn't be compared at all at first.
Yeah, because it's like it's to the point now where it's like, do we become political? Because I'm personally, I don't think like you need to become a congressman or a senator to change the black community. You know what I mean? I don't think you need to go to parliament or, like you just do your local government. immediate power in your local area. Like the thing that I've learned, like growing up in my county, is that we vote in the sheriff, you vote in your prosecutor, you vote in your judges. So it's like our state attorney will not prosecute weed cases anymore. You just get like a $60 fine if it's under, I think it was a quarter pound. Yeah, you get like a $60 fine. That's it. Not even jail time. They mail you a fine. That's it. You know what I mean? You don't have to do court proceedings. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay.
But I'm sorry, but Brad, that's not at a local level. That's at a state decriminalization level, isn't it?
Well, no. I think it's for like county though, because
I think
Montgomery County.
decriminalization goes by state.
Yeah, but I think when it came, but Montgomery County, if you're caught with a lot of, if you look at, well, maybe, yeah, you're right. Maryland did decriminalize first, so I apologize. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but like no, but then how come Montgomery County? No, not fuck Montgomery County. What the hell I care for? But yeah, I think that's where I'm just, because like I don't know, like I look at this, like I understand we live in a multicultural society, but it's like, bruh, like,
and it's so
like
crazy.
people, we can dance, we know how to cook, we're lit as a people, like a nation, just us like chilling, bro. Like, can you just picture a beach with just thickness? Are you kidding me? Alhamdulillah, you know what I mean? Like, come on. But like, I don't want us to like detract from what our ancestors did, but like what's his name said, like what Mr. Riggs said earlier today, that like, hey, Sankofa's like looking back and saying, all right, we need to do this, but not do that. So, it's just, it gets exhausting because it's like, another brother. Then it's like you see a woman, like, then you think about the brother in Central Park that almost would have got killed. He was a bird watcher. Like, there's certain white people that are afraid of black people who are bird watchers. A black dude that's a bird watcher should be the dude that can walk into a precinct with a gun and walk out okay. Like, he's a bird watcher. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, you're intimidated by a bird watcher? You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. It's just
she's just another racist.
Or then when I see like how like it takes. Yeah.
I'll ask you a question. All the people, actually, no. Yeah, Malik and Brad. Do you carry the consciousness of knowing like where, like what, like where you're living, like the fact that bones of ancestors are literally beneath your feet? Do you carry that consciousness on a daily basis, or do you sometimes forget?
The worst thing is when you go to, I had a lacrosse tournament at Harvard, and to know that like under the student center, they had a mass grave for all the slaves that built the school when they didn't want to pay them. And then when you go to Alabama, there's a place known as Devil Lake, and it's like they enclosed 800 African Americans there and let them die out. And you just see this lush green field that they were selling for less than $1,800. So yeah, it rattles you. And I'm not gonna lie, on a spiritual level, I think the only worst mistake about going into an African spiritual system is that the veneration of ancestors. And when you feel that when you realize your ancestors are restless, and when I mean restless, I mean irritated, like pissed off constantly, it especially when they see, I guess, like in some degree, my grandmother told me before she passed was that it's like, you guys have the weakest form of them, and yet you try to live with them. And that was like something she told me like a month before she died. So yeah, the idea, I don't think Malik came from Nigeria, but
right. So that's exactly
God of Jacob. I think God of Jacob would be a great candidate to answer that question, because he's a lot older than me, so like he would most likely, and I think he's from Virginia, so the fuckery that occurred in Virginia and in the South, I would love to hear his opinion on that too, in regards to like when you walk into like Washington D.C. and you know that during the War of 1812, after African Americans fought the British, they were like lined up and shot. And the thing is that like and the thing that I hate is that some of the stuff I'm saying could be oral tradition that's passed down from Black people. And then like they have to like dig around, and then they find like all these skulls in Texas. They find all these skulls in children bones, children's skulls, women, I guess female, male skulls, and you see them all being stuffed into an area. Yeah, it gets to you sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. And it's like you're stuck with it. It's like the worst part. It's like the worst place in it because it's like your ancestors built the country, so you know that once you were freed, and then the Constitution in some degree applied to you, you know it's like this is your inheritance. This is a form of your reparations in a sense that having that blue passport and that little citizenship. But then you look at the people around and you're just like, okay, I know not all white people are bad, but it's like there's such a blood count that's desired that you have to think that like. Like you almost like I almost think that it would bring peace to America, and I don't hate to say this, but it's like at least 50%. Like you have to find some way. Like they have to see they're not unbreakable, they're not untouchable, in a sense. You know, and I think once that occurs, psychologically, either that or we do what any other oppressed people do is we find the people to oppress, and then we get our balls that way. You know, like the Jews had Palestine. You know, the Chinese, you know, they had, you know, what's it called? God, I'm sorry. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like you have like people who've been oppressed. They, you know, they have that one group they get to oppress. So, you know, I don't know, but there has to be that kind of conversation that, you know, of course behind closed doors, cause you know, but, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it dark. I apologize. You know, let's somebody crack a joke, you know, but yeah, it's a serious conversation that, psychologically, like the one thing that scared me was I think it was the World Mental Health Organization or something like that. Some mental health organization talked about the psyche of the African American, saying that psychologically through generation we have psychologically surpassed trauma. So it's like things like PTSD and stuff like that would not affect the community in a sense that it does other communities. So it's like what other people go through versus what if someone else went through a month of seeing their people being like slammed down, killed and stuff like that, they would most likely revolt instantly. But we see it as like I think it's because it's so integrated that it's like if we were to pop off, like, oh yeah, if we were to commit a genocide, it would almost be on the level that it's like, okay, history, you know, it'd be like who wants lunch. So yeah, there is. My grandpa always said there's a 500-year-old demon in us that like is so friends with us that like even Jesus doesn't want to bother it because it's like, yeah, I'm not touching that. So yeah, but yeah, I don't mean to be dark. I apologize, but that's really like kind of the psyche.
It's
the
a serious
psyche of what you would see of like a lot of African Americans who have that. Well, I say ADOS, who has that ancestry here. It is a level of darkness where it's like, you know, like reading in business. Like when I looked at, I'm not gonna lie, like black people in America cracking jokes about how like in Europe the coronavirus was killing more of them, you know, killing Europeans at high rates and stuff like that. How that was laughing and like, oh, well, the coronavirus killing white people, you know, because we don't see like, oh, this person's German, this person's French. Nah, it's like white. That's it, you know. So yeah. But no, yeah, somebody lighten up the mood. I apologize for bringing it down.
No. Let's stay in the trenches, bro. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's serious.
That's
But,
deep.
you know, I mean, to be able to look at oneself and understand your condition and your conditioning is a big thing. You know what I mean? And I know that like because everyone wants to survive in it, nobody wants to die. You get me? And I think that underpins that underpinned a lot of the experiences of enslaved Africans. The fact that they wanted to survive and they would do anything to survive, and you see that today as well. You know what I mean? Like there's every time you see a black person get killed on the street or whatever, and there's other black people around, it's because they don't want to die. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, like we all want to live. That's why, like, you know, it's funny how like even when someone commit, like you see like the people that in movies and stuff like that, whenever they say that even when you commit suicide, your body is still fighting to live. Like, you know, like if you hang yourself, your body's still fighting to get loose, or if you drop down, you know, there's still that like fight to like find oxygen. So it's like the necessity to want to live, you know, always overtakes. But I really, you know, like that's why I think this, you know, when I look at like if you look at military exports of African Americans, the you know the lack of casualties we had versus the amount of like bodies we took down. You know what I mean? Like we literally the Buffalo Soldiers. You know, Native Americans owned slaves, so like I don't really feel this is what I'm saying. Like I'm gonna show you the psyche of like an authentic ADOS. The Native Americans owned African American slaves, okay, but the Buffalo Soldiers were responsible for at least, I think it was 63 or 43% of the genocide that took out the Native Americans. The Buffalo Soldiers wiped out a lot of the Native Americans in America. But the psyche is that when you look at the 75th Regiment during, I think it was 74th Regiment during the Civil War, during the Union Army, most of these guys were escaping the foothills. They were escaping Blackfoot areas. You know, they were escaping the Cheyenne and things like that from being enslaved. You know, the Americas had to give them tribal status just so that like they could free them. You know, so it's like psychologically, if we had the power to eviscerate every white person in the world, I don't see us hesitating to do it. I just think that we don't think we have the power to do it. And I would never plan something like this, especially on a public sense, but psychologically you have to understand that like you're talking about people who have, like, I have family photos of of ancestors who had their ears chopped off because they wanted to escape, and that one ear is strike one, two ears strike two, your third strike was your nose, and your last was your head. You know, so it's like, you know, I mean, that's like photos, you know, or like you see like people being hung by flag posts. This nigger voted. This nigger knew how to read. You know, like it was postcards. They used to make like a black man. Like for example, most of the practices that you see today in what's known in modern pornography has some ties back to the slave trade in America. Like daughter swap is when white slave owners used to take their mulatto daughters at any age and swap them with white men, and they used to take turns with them. You have what's known as pretty boys. When the French came to Louisiana, they used to take like young black boys, and doll them up, put one chair in the room, and let one French guy do whatever to them. You know, so we've experienced the evil of the Western European continent, that it's like, you know, coronavirus couldn't kill enough of them. You know, so like, you know, damn, let me stop, bro. I sound fucked right now. Let me chill. Let me chill. But yeah, because there are fields, like lush fields in America, very farmable fields that if you look at the history of the area, it used to be a prosperous black town that was wiped out in one night. Or if you look at institutions like the Capitol, the White House, you know, there are Crips under the Capitol that when they didn't want to pay slaves, they used to kill them. Especially like certain fields in the South where if they didn't want to pay sharecroppers. That's why when you see them bringing in Jamaicans to do agriculture because African American sharecroppers were unionizing, that kind of, yeah. Can we just talk about something else, bro? Because I sound like a fucking devil right now. Jesus.
It's interesting. I understand how you feel, man. Trust me.
Yeah,
I would feel the same way if I had such history that you had. I would feel the same way. I probably would have been killed because I'm very emotional when it comes to certain things, and I can't take it. I just go out there and just do some stupid stuff, and just be about my way. But trust me, I do understand exactly how you feel.
Yeah, but no, I don't want to make it sound like, and I'm not.
Nah, you're not making it sound.
Yeah, I don't want to be like dark.
It is what it is.
It is
real.
what it is.
Gotta say it.
It's like
trust me.
You got to be real.
I'm not even. Trust me. If you could keep saying it, I would have told you to keep. For everybody. Especially we black people, for us to understand. Certain things that we don't even know about. So we can know about it, be aware about it. It's all education.
And the thing is, though, is that like, okay, so I'm only talking about what happened to African Americans. We have yet to talk about what the essential need of the Caribbean was for. Like, why was the Caribbean there? The Caribbean was there to break slaves, to discipline them, to you're talking about the slave camps where people barely, at least African Americans could at least have a generation. But like in the Caribbean, you had people that barely made it like 10 years because they were worked round clock all year, sun up to sundown. So it's like ADOS and CDOS psychologically. Then we haven't even talked about the Afro Latinos yet. I mean, like, Afro-Mexicans, you know, and then on top of that, it was an Afro-Mexican that even like liberated Mexico. But like even now, you won't even see that like, you know, type of blessing. You know what I mean? Like you won't see that kind of respect in Mexico to an extent, you know, like for black people. So it like the way John Henry Clark said it, Africans, you have no friends, you know. And I think like, you know, because I've heard professors, like I heard Professor Carr say it. I've heard Stucky Carmichael say it, where he was like, you know, Dr. Khalid Muhammad said it too, that like, yo, we go back to Africa, we got to get rid of our hatred of the white man here. Because if we go back to South Africa today, we gonna kill everybody just to alleviate the pain, you know?
Sure.
So that's why, you know, because, yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, man.
Yo, I just say something. Yo, Renegade Raph, you're doing my head in, you know, bro. You're actually doing my head in. We're trying to please, bro. I'm gonna start talking to you now. I'm just trying to have a conversation that is linear, but you're trying to, you know, like when you're trying to have a conversation with someone and they're having a conversation by themselves. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but I'm trying to have a conversation with this guy, and it's like,
what's Raph saying?
No, we're having a conversation about segregation. Yeah, Raph, jump on if anything in it, bro. We're having a conversation about segregation.
Exactly.
And, I'm of the opinion that segregation is a good thing, and I'm also of the opinion that segregation is a step towards repatriation. Repatriation to Africa is ideal, but segregation within Western civilizations and that is a step towards autonomy of a kind. That's the key word, is autonomy, isn't it?
You know what, man? You know one thing I think the worst part about talking about segregation is you're gonna meet that one black person. So that means I can't hang out with my white friends anymore. It's like, bro, it doesn't mean that. Gracious, like that's why, like when the dude, what's his name, that was on the Dizzle Fizzle dude that was on, you know, he was like, because it just looked like, you know, it seems like something like if you don't have a lineage in this, because like I would say that like, you know, guys like, you know, God of Jacob, let God of Jacob be the ambassador for black people in the Americas. I guarantee you, the man don't care about white people. He don't care about nobody else but you know, his people. You know what I mean? He has his Israel thing, but you can't say he don't like black people. You know what I mean? Because I ain't gonna fake, bro. I don't want to expose him, but I want everybody to go to a channel called African Tigress, and like when you see him over there, he's very constructive.
I'm subscribed to that channel still.
Watch his lives. He's very. I'm literally going to expose him. Fuck it. It's my uncle. He's literally the most constructive person. Like when I say he contributes to the conversation on such levels, he's like, we need to learn military tact. And then like you see one guy on the panel that'll get all emotional, like he doesn't understand. We don't have this kind of training. But you'll hear him say stuff like, black people need to come together. But he'll say, yeah, before that happens, we need to heal individually. I'm telling you, bro. You know what I mean? Like he's very constructive.
I would like to hear him speak on the police issue and what he thinks should be done, like with his background and whatnot, like what he thinks would be like, you know, effective or whatnot. But,
what do you think will be effective, Jay Willis? What do you think will be effective?
I don't know. I don't know. The problem is so huge that there would have to be serious consequences for every policeman that killed somebody using excessive force. I mean, you can't say take their guns away because guns are a thing here. Like, so I don't know.
Let me ask you another question, actually. So, Jen, what's your opinion on? Do you think black people are better off remaining in the United States of America, or do you think they have better chances for autonomy in somewhere like Africa?
I have no idea. I don't know.
You can
wherever.
Answer, innit?
What's up?
You can think about it for a second and then answer. Like you understand what I'm saying. So
I don't think it's my. I mean, I don't think it's my place to tell anyone where they should go, but everyone should go where they feel comfortable and happy.
Yo, MA. At least she's not pulling a certain young lady that begins with, a certain Z-gal. At least she ain't trying to like impose anything. So the fact that she says it's not her place, I think we all know that other ethnic groups do it here in America. Like there's an actual Chinese bank in California that allows Chinese people to send money back home. Israel has their thing. I think it's quite apparent that we pick a nation. Like I personally say African Americans, we should start small, go to like Liberia, go to a nation we started like Liberia, and just geopolitically have no connection to the Americas.
Wherever people feel more comfortable and they can prosper without oppression is where people should aim to live, I guess.
Yeah. We should make Kemet black again. What's good? Wagwan.
So I was chatting to this this guy, yeah. Well, I know very well, but we don't really chat no more, yeah. He's a white guy, and he will claim to be, his whole demeanor, his whole intention is to support black politics, if that makes sense. Like, the blackness, the politics of revolution that is spawned by the black experience, basically, yeah. And he knows he's a guy that you can go to and he'll tell you all the books you're supposed to read as if he is a black guy and he's like 90 years old, right? The only problem is he doesn't believe that, not even that he doesn't believe, he doesn't want black people to leave the West. He don't want black people to leave the West. And I think there's a lot of non-black or just white people who are actually clinging on to or would dissuade, if they're given the opportunity, dissuade black people from leaving the United States of America and almost convince them that this is the place they need to be, when without even contextualizing the experience beyond, the immediate friendship with that black person. And that's why sometimes I do ask white people what they think about that, and see what the response is. Like in my opinion, if a white person really cared for the realities of black people, the survival chances and whatnot, their mortality, they would instantly be like, you know what, you need to be where, at the very least, racism is not going to be the reason that you die. You get me? There might be other factors involved, but to at least live somewhere where racism isn't a cause for your constant pressure, for your constant fear, your paranoia, you get me, your psychological slow dismantling of your psyche, like that would be preferable. If I was white and I cared about black people, that's what I would be saying to them.
Well, yeah, it said like wherever you guys can go to get away from oppression and live comfortably and prosper. That's, I don't know. Everybody deserves that.
Would you be brave enough to say that to one of your black friends?
I mean, yeah. Why wouldn't I? Why is that a bad thing? That people should seek to live somewhere where they can prosper and flee oppression. That's a good thing to say, no?
No, but I'm saying, would you be brave enough? Because when I asked you the question, you tried to swerve it for various reasons, probably, but fundamentally, like, it's not something that needs to be swerved or to be afraid of. If you have good intentions for people that in your life that you care about, that you love and whatever, who happen to be black, then there's nothing that you need to be afraid of in terms of having a conversation about what's in their best interests. You get me? It's not that.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah, it's not that me asking you the question would be like, oh, okay, if you say yes, it means that you're racist and you want them to. No, it's not that.
Well, yeah, I just tend to be careful with race issues on these panels because people try to trip me up sometimes.
I feel you. Yeah, they hear one thing and they just run away with it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, like I don't, my first thing was like, it's not my place to say where anyone should live, but everyone should seek a place where, they're not being oppressed every freaking day, but.
Yeah, that's a fair answer, to be fair. That's a fair answer.
True. But do you see it happening, though? Amy Brown, do you see it really happening in the future? Or
It's happening in drips and drabs. You get me? It's happening already. It's been happening for decades. Now I remember having a conversation on one of the other channels about this topic, and for some reason, people feel like the so-called exodus or people repatriating back to Africa is like there needs to be a flipping ship. You get me? Like there's going to be one big ship, and everyone's gonna fucking bring their cows and whatever, and everyone's gonna leave at one point. It doesn't. It's not as dramatic as that. It's just people making the firm decision to do so, researching how to do so, making sure that they have the means to do so, and then going and doing it. You get me? It's not. It's really not that dramatic. The change will be dramatic in terms of the experience of those individuals that choose to do that. But no, you're not going to see a huge exodus like that. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen like that. It's going to be drips and drabs, like 0.0 whatever population in the next 10 years. So yeah, man, it's happening.
Cool. You're right. I think I agree with you. But DC, you need to come back on the panel, and then Zelly, I think Ralph is backstage also.
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready for work, so I'm gonna jump off. But yeah, man, I don't know. The police thing is fucked. And
Jenny, call out.
Yeah, as far as the question of the day, anything under 18, I'm out.
Yeah, that's adult. Whatever any culture considers an adult, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's mad. That's how do we define what a child is, and is it ever okay to marry one? Like, if we have to be asking these questions, like, well, yeah, I mean, we ain't doing too well, bro.
Oh, sure. DC, we have Veli, we have 2 spots for DC and Ralph, please.
Yeah, Veli. Yeah,
Veli. Yeah, MA, you were saying something about if we have to ask this question, we have to. You said we have to ask somebody.
Yeah, man. Like, do you know what? Like, there's obviously some communities and nations and or even tribes or whatever you want to call it, who have questionable what do you call it? Questionable rules or whatever you want to call it for for engaging with young people like that. I would say at the very the fact that I mean there's pros and cons to living in a secular society as we do. One being that obviously you have different opinions and different perspectives on something like how old a person needs to be to marry and whatever. And you can have that conversation. You can cross-reference those cultures and how the way that they operate. The Bangladeshi community can have a conversation with the Jamaican community and whatever. And you can have those conversations. But it also means that it takes a long time to get past, you know what I mean, to get past that hurdle of trying to amalgamate all different cultures, opinions and whatever, and actually come to a settled agreement on what is. It's long, fam. It's long. It's proper long.
Yo, I really like what you just said. That's a real fact. Because you're saying, if I'm getting you wrong, at the end of the day, certain people will always disagree. Like, yeah, I understand, but nah, we're not doing that.
Exactly, bro.
Yo, that's funny. Well, that's a fact. Because that's exactly why, like, no matter how you look at it, everybody's culture, no matter how much question you ask, they will always try to justify the reason why they do certain things. Yeah.
I just feel like this is not a question that bothers me in it on a daily basis because there's no one in my family that's on this you know what I mean? Like, there's no one that I know that's on that. Don't get me wrong though. In my I'm half Jamaican, half Dominican, full African, and there's people in all 3 of those communities who are on that. So it is a wider problem. But in this country, yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, man. Yeah, we need to get past these kind of things, man. Where if you have a culture, I tell you what I'd like to see. I'd like for there to be a set in stone age limit that is sane, that doesn't draw upon just simple science like menstruation, all that kind of shit. It draws upon all factors involved, and in fact, even the opinions of these young people. You know what I mean? Like, because there's not something that's not happening. You're not going and asking young people, how do you feel like you need to be to have sex or to be married? And is it something that you think is good for young people to be having sex with all 50-year-olds and that? Like, that needs to be asked. Like, and I'm sure you'll get some very, very clear answers in the main. But,
and if you look at the answers, it'll always be like kind of subjective, because some people will be like, nah, it's nasty, and then some people will try to justify it.
Yeah.
You know, for certain reasons that either you understand the reason or don't understand the reasons. You know, they will always be like, you know, blah, blah. But yesterday we was talking about this, and this is, from my opinion, I'm not perfect. And the only thing that I said is, even though you get married to a baby, doesn't give you no right that marriage said once you get married you start having sex. You know, everything everything is a process, like, and there's time for everything. So if their culture, if they see it as, you know, marrying young women, and then, you know, raising them until they reach a point where they could judge them as young women, you know, we can't say, you know, it's wrong, looking at the fact that according to our standard, it's like 16, 18 and whatnot. Because if you're saying, oh, we Americans, we retarded because we get married at 16 or whatever, the same way that other cultures going to be like, oh, y'all retarded for getting married at 18. And then somebody else is going to criticize other people for getting married at 25 or whatever. But the fact is, I think we as human beings, we know, you know, what's really right and wrong. Like, your conscience will tell you that, like, this is a baby, and there's a difference between how you speak to a baby than you speak to an adult. There's a difference between how you fight a baby and you fight an adult. So if we could get to that yardstick, because at the end of the day, trust me, we will always have pedophiles, we would always have rapists, we would always have thieves, we would always have these people. But if we have a yardstick, then we could, you know, have a common ground to, you know, what's evil and what's not. You know, like I said, me personally, I don't support it, but I just want people to know that marriage is not all about sex, and not everybody does it, because we have examples of good marriage relationships, even you know, from young to old, and then we have worse marriages, even, you know, while they are so-called what we call adults. You know, it's been worse situations for certain people.
But here's the problem, Malik. The problem here, right, is that, like, we live in the majority of this earth is occupied by civilizations and communities that are patriarchal, right? And so we're having this conversation, yeah, and this conversation was had yesterday, I think. I listened in a little bit, and everybody in their head, when they're hearing 50-year-old and 9-year-old or whatever the fuck it is, they're in there, despite the fact that the conversation is centered around Islam or whatever, yeah.
Right.
We know in our heads that we're picturing a 50-year-old man and a 9-year-old girl. Yeah, we're not talking about a 50-year-old woman and a 9-year-old boy.
Right.
Right? Or like whatever age a boy starts to produce sperm.
Right.
People are saying that they're ready. Yeah, but we're not talking about women saying, oh, that little boy is ripe for picking, let me go and marry him. That's not happening. Right? It's not happening.
Right.
So we have to contextualize it in that way and understand that the major part of the problem is that it's patriarchal, and that all of these opinions and all of these rules and regulations and whatever are being steered by men. And until that changes, the conversation, this is why we're having the same conversations over and over again, because man them can't get past their desires in many respects, in many civilizations around the world. They can't get past their desires, and they can't stop their desires from informing their laws and statutes. You understand? And even further, the women don't even have an opinion in some respects. So this conversation can't really happen fully until that's brought into the conversation and it's a consistent thread within these conversations. You know what I mean? So yeah, we want to start talking. Let's just pretend that we're talking about a 50-year-old woman and a 9-year-old boy, and let's have that conversation. You get me?
So I do respect your like when you say a 50-year-old woman with a 9-year-old boy, but you know, me personally, when it comes to certain issues, I don't how they say, I put men and women equally. But when it also comes to certain situations, I'd be like, nah, a man and a woman is not equal. So what I'm trying to say is, if you look at a 50-year-old woman, she might not be able to make babies. And then I believe in something.
Let's say a 40-year-old. Let's say like a 35.
like 35 or whatever age you wanted to use. Like at the end of the day, if we look at like 100-year-old man could still, I don't know if it's true, but I think that they could still, like they say men is evergreen, and women, they, you know, it's a certain time when, if you look at experience of our mothers, we could say it's a certain time when, you know, they are very young and active, and it's a certain time when they, you know, need assistance, either through their daughters or through a second wife or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is, you know, sometimes it's not really, it's applicable to women when it could be applicable, but sometimes, you know, it's not applicable when it can be applicable. And same thing for men also. That's why, but the main thing that I was trying to condemn is, I know for a fact that from my reasoning, I can't be married to a 9-year-old and then the next thing I'm thinking is sex. I don't see no right man like who don't have no disease in their brain, you know, thinking in such a way. And that's why, you know, I say no matter what age that you marry to a woman, like the next thing can be, you know, thinking about sex. And that's what a lot of people is thinking about. Like once they hear marriage, they're thinking about sex. And to me, it doesn't apply. Like if something ain't right, it ain't right.
Well,
you know,
what's the reason? What's the reason for marrying a child so young? What's the justification for it?
It could be that I can't even think. Like it could be, you know, you trying to marry. There are people who likes to marry virgins. There are people who likes to how they say it, you know, marry to someone that they could train by themselves, to marry to people who's I can't really give you a perfect reason right now, but all I'm saying is marriage is not all about sex. And until a woman, and I was even condemning yesterday that even though you're married to a 35 or 40-year-old woman and both y'all is in love or whatever, if she's not ready for you to have sex with her, you can't force her. It's wrong. Yeah, sometimes women, they say no. They say no. So you don't have the right to force somebody. It's the same crime. I would say it's almost the same crime for you forcing a woman, an adult woman that we all thinking is adult, to sex, than marrying to a child and thinking the next thing is sex. It's to me, it's like almost the same crime. So if you're a man and you're up there, I think you should be able to know the difference between what is right and what is wrong.
Bro, if you're whatever, like I'm 37, yeah, at my age, if a person my age is gonna go and like is just on the road or goes to his friend's house or whatever, and he sees his 9-year-old daughter, yeah,
right,
and he makes the decision that he wants to marry this child, yeah, right. He's obviously looking at her and thinking, yeah, that can work, you know. Like he's obviously thinking that, innit? Like he's not like, how are you making a decision that you want to marry someone? Like you're obviously looking at the child and either thinking that right now the child is looking whatever, or that in 5 years' time, yeah, when that child gets, yeah, that's sick, bro. Like how can you look? I'm not being funny, but any guy that's ever even about marrying or a girl, you know, that this child might grow up to be whatever, and then I can move and slide in, is a pedophile.
Right.
That's it.
Okay.
And any civilization creating laws to allow that is are supporting pedophilia. It's just that simple, man.
Okay, so what I would say is let's take the sex factor out of the way. Let's take out the beauty part. Let's take out everything. She could be rich. She could be very intelligent. She could be what else? We don't marry women just for they are beautiful. We marry women for a lot of reasons. So if we would take out the sexual factor, I think it's something that you could also, you know, consider what you just said, and then look at it like, okay, if he's looking at her not lust, like she's very well educated and she's rich and you're poor, and then you know you can manage her funds or whatever, you know, I don't see nothing wrong with it. But what I see wrong is what you just said about the sexual part of it. For anyone who would look at a 9-year-old and think, oh man, she looks good, I want to get married to her just because I want to have sex. That's pedophile. I agree with you.
MA.
Yo, yes, sir.
You know, okay, you know, like when they will groom a child, doesn't mean that the child's gonna be with that person, but they're grooming the child because the parents want to go get into that family.
Yeah.
Like even like in the perspective of a royal family. So they went from when the child is born to when the child reaches a certain age, they train the child for that person. Now, when that person may be old, but when that child is, let's say for instance 21, do you think something like that is bad?
To train, so you're not married to the child, you know.
The marriage, they create the marriage. They've trained the girl from a young age. She's definitely going to marry this guy, but the guy hasn't even seen the child yet. But knows that there's a child being grown for him specifically.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that either, Terry. To be honest, like,
so the only problem I would have with that situation is the scene aspect. Like you have to, that should be, no matter how I look at it, that should be a relationship between. So
does the girl have a choice?
Exactly, that's my point. If they don't have a choice, I don't agree with that, because even though
so that poor families sometimes, this is the predicament they pull themselves in the fact they then something to uplift their family because they don't have nothing. So then you get certain people that will give that opportunity of giving their child forward, even if we take sex away, even in forms of house help.
Right.
You get families that.
Trust me, Mr. One second. Trust me. For whatever reason that you said, I support it. But the only part that I disagree is especially both of them not knowing about each other. You know, that's the only thing that I kind of disagree with.
Yeah, because this is where sometimes you get what they kind of call the child arranged marriages.
Yeah.
Right.
To me, there's no problem with arranged marriages, right? Like, if I'm gonna, let me draw upon an ideal scenario, yeah. And the ideal scenario involves a revision of the patriarchal order, and it also requires a revision of the economic order, right? So where you have families that are requiring this marriage to solidify and
acquire wealth.
Sorry?
Acquire or amass some type of wealth.
Solidify their existence and their future and acquire wealth. Like that if that's the primary reason for marrying off a young girl and completely like you know, cutting off all of her options and making her this object of desire or object of salvation for the family, whatever. That's not my ideal. In an ideal scenario, you would revise in a nation, you would revise all of those things. And I'm not saying that I would ever force a particular nation / tribe to do those things, but I'm saying in an ideal scenario, like you're not having to, a family can make choices not based on economic hardship, not based on you know, the whims and desires of the primary patriarchal figures in those families or those communities. You get me? So I'm saying I'm not too sure about that in a sense that, but then it would not be my ideal, but I do understand that it does happen.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And this is why I said, you know, nobody's forcing nobody to, like, you know, get married to whoever they want to marry to. But the thing about we human beings is there's a difference between our wants and our needs. So we have to justify our needs by, you know, exactly what we are trying to achieve. So I was trying to understand Mr. Diggs' situation, which I think, I wouldn't say it's 100% right, but at some point, you know, I would support it a little bit at least. But if they don't know about each other, that's something that I wouldn't really agree with. Because both of them have to know about each other at least.
Yeah, but sometimes that occurs where they don't know, they've never seen each other in their life. To the day of marriage.
That's hard. I'm not disagreeing with it, but that's just hard.
You remember that show, Married at First Sight?
What?
There was actually a show on TV called Married at First Sight, and people were actually going on the show, getting married to people they've never met, and they would be finding out about each other whilst taking their vows.
Wow, that's true. That's true.
It was on Netflix. It was on Netflix.
On that note, I would agree with it if both of them, you know, have seen each other and be like, yeah, let's just give it a try. If it works for them, it works for them.
No. I couldn't do that.
Imagine, I got a question, yeah. Imagine in Africa, yeah.
Nigeria is a zoo. Just to let you know, Nin, Nigeria is a zoo. Continue.
I can't believe you condone a man calling your country a zoo, but it's fine anyway. That's each to their own, yeah.
I am Nigerian.
I'm Nigerian, and I would say it's worse than a zoo.
It's worse than a zoo. Nigeria is worse than. Okay, that's each to their own, bro. I'm from Somalia, yeah. What Madam was trying to paint me out to be last night, because I was on the chat yesterday, that I said that I just want to clarify something. That I said that it's widespread where grown men marry 10-year-olds in Somalia, and that is not the case. Let me just clarify that for now. It is a small percentage. Normally, people get married when they're in their older ages, especially nowadays in the 21st century.
I know that. That's why I said Somalis won't co-sign it. I know Somalis that
it's not about but it's not about co-signing or not. I'm telling
you, it's about necessity.
It's not. It happens because it's about necessity in Somalia. A lot of places in Somalia are very poor. Yeah, they're very poor. Yeah, that they don't even have their next meal to eat. Yeah, we're over here in the West all privileged and want to talk down on people in Africa and Asia, whatever. There's people that are struggling to find their next meal. So what happens?
Not even struggling; they're dying. They're dying because they don't have nothing to eat.
Exactly. Yeah. So let me finish this bit. Yeah. In Somalia, certain tribes or something, what they would do. If a guy has a daughter of a 10-year-old, 11-year-old, 12-year-old, yeah, and they're from a poor family, when there's another family, for instance, they have a kid which is 18, 20 or whatever it is, that family's got more money. So what happens is the two families would talk, and then they would the other family from the guy would come to the family with the girl and say, okay, and they can see the situation that they're in, and at the same time they want marriage for their son, and then they will speak. The two fathers and stuff will speak, and then they will speak to the kids, and they'll say, okay, we're gonna get you guys married, and we're gonna join the two families together. So when the two families are joined together, now the son and the other family have a duty of caring for that girl's family.
So now they'll be paying them every month a certain amount or something like that. So they won't have to struggle and they won't have to die from starvation and whatnot. Yeah, that's one point. Yeah, but I just want to ask one question: if there is a tribe or certain people in Africa, for instance, yeah, because people are trying to limit it to a religion, which is not. It's actually African spiritual systems do it. Countries like Philippines have age of 12 years old. A lot. Listen. I'm bringing facts and statistics. 25 states in America has no legal minimum legal age. Yeah, that's number one. Yeah, there's countries like Japan, which is not a Muslim country, has 13. Countries like Italy has 14. But what I'm saying is, imagine there is a country in, say, let's just give an example of in Africa, and there's a tribe or whatever, or in a village or something like that, and where the tribal elders have decided that they want to marry off their kids, or what you guys define as kids, okay, 11, 12 years old, but over there it wouldn't be defined as a kid. Do you get it? So there's a different opinions of looking at things. Yeah, if they want to marry off their 12-year-old daughter to another man, for instance, say 25-year-old, 30-year-old, or whatever, who are we in the Western world to look over there and tell them they are wrong? Because it's part of neo-colonialism, where we're imposing our thoughts and our ideas of what is right onto other people. So if there's a tribe in Africa that wants to do that, who are we to say that they are wrong? That's just a question there.
Yeah, the answer is, a lot of people think once you get married, then the next thing is sex. So, and which is not.
Marriage is not all about sex, you know. There's much more things. There's tying the families together and making the tribes better, economic reasons. There's so many different things.
Right, and the major benefit that I could pull out of it is the economical, eradicating poverty. Because once you start doing that, it's like sharing wealth from the rich to the poor, which could balance up situation in the community.
Yeah,
Can I ask a question quickly? Does anyone know of, or does anyone believe that there are instances where the poor family and the rich, so you got a poor family and a rich family, yeah, and they're trying to marry off or whatever, and so when the poor family is the one that has the man that is to be married, or the boy, and the rich family is the one that has the woman?
Yeah, that happens.
Say that again.
I said that happens, especially if the rich family's got an ugly woman.
Terry's trolling. He knows that's not the situation. He knows.
People like Banksy.
So they have to find someone.
people like Banksy. People like Banksy will look down. People like Banksy will look down on African cultures and say it's a shithole and they should adopt their Western ways. Okay, for instance, let me ask another question. Yeah,
I've never heard Banksy out of this, fam. Let's just talk sensible.
Okay. In the West, I was just giving an example, but in the Western world, they deem homosexuality to be normal. They have legal weddings.
Comparing homosexuality to people wanting to get married.
No, I'm giving an example. Can I give an example, please? From Western ideology. In the West today, where homosexuals can get married, yeah, they can go into legal ceremonies and all of these things. They can do it, yeah. Well, now in Africa and most of Africa and all in our sphere, homosexuality is looked down upon. It's not allowed, yeah. In a lot of African countries, it's even illegal, yeah. So now, but going by the standards that people are setting, that we should adopt Western ways, should we also adopt the ways where we have to change our laws and the way we think in order to accept homosexuality?
Why are we talking about Western ways and input? Like we're not there's no one on the panel that is making that claim. So if Banksy,
I'm giving an analogy. I'm giving an analogy.
Forget that. What we don't need to do is to bring arguments from dickheads into a conversation.
Okay. Okay then. Okay, forget about the person I mentioned. Forget about the person I mentioned. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, go on.
One thing I was. Okay, go ahead.
That's a great point, Melanated. I like that. Did anyone see Melanated's? Sorry, Uncle. Did anyone see Melanated's comment? That was a great comment.
We did. We all did.
No, this latest one, latest one she said.
Let me finish what I was gonna say.
Now let Terry talk because I interrupted him.
Yeah, all I'm just saying is we all here know that it's wrong, regardless of any forms of points. But then my issue is, how do we educate someone that's gonna put up a wall?
Mr. Riggs probably wasn't clear. I'm saying I'm for people in in Africa or Asia or anyone that practices this thing that we're talking about, 12-year-old, 30-year-olds getting married in their own countries, in their own cultures. We should not impose what we believe is right on them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
To me, I wouldn't consider it being a situation of right or wrong. I would put it as a necessity. If you're not in a situation to marry a child, why would you do it? These people, I think the reason why they do it is because they poor, it's in their culture or whatever. If you look in the community that we live in, it's not no such a thing of you want to go get married to a kid or a child or whatever, because you have government aids and going to school and whatever. So you're not in a situation to do it. So, and comparing homosexuality to child marriage or whatever, we can't compare both because one is due to necessity, and we can't really say you want to go.
No, Belly, DC's backstage.
What? Oh, okay. We can't say a man sleeping with a. What would you gain from a man sleeping with a man? We can't have babies. They can't have babies, so you can't really say. I'm not saying it's not a necessity for them, those doing it, but we can't really equate it to nothing.
Let's allow the gay talk. That's what I'm saying. I need to bring that
into. Okay. No more gay talk. No more gay talk.
This is what I was saying earlier on, a little while ago, when I was saying my ideal would be. So you're talking about certain situations that require the sacrifice, basically, of a family's daughter to actually alleviate the struggles of the family. And I'm saying, if like even in a Pan-African sense, or in a union of the continent, like to be able to actually manipulate and alter the financial economic stability of small families like that would alleviate those problems and would mean that they could think twice about having to resort to those type of things, right?
The solution.
I agree with that.
I like what Melanated said because she made a good point, and that was specifically for you, Malik, where she said where the fuck is it now? I lost it.
I would like to see it. I might be wrong.
The one about the consummated marriage, isn't it? The one where she said that people will consummate for marriage to happen. Marriage didn't mean a wedding ring and party. It meant where you have sex, literally.
No,
it doesn't.
No. The one that she was
back in the day, it did.
Was that she was saying?
No, it doesn't.
Back in the day, it did.
She was saying.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, because that's the one afterwards.
Malik, stop removing sex because we wouldn't focus on the mental structure. I can't even see.
Oh no. She said the menstruation. So the decision to marry, is based around the confirmation that a young girl is a woman is around her menstruation, right? And she's saying that you can't separate sex from marriage because menstruation is really the qualifying status for someone to be able to marry. She's saying basically, if it wasn't the case that sex was intrinsically tied to marriage, then you could marry a girl at any age, right? Menstruation wouldn't be the deciding factor. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm. Oh, what?
I say menstruation wouldn't be the deciding factor in whether you could marry a girl or not.
Yeah, but the difference is, M.A. Brian, when you get married, there's a marriage contract where they have a marriage contract and they say, okay, these ones are gonna get married, yeah. But it doesn't mean that they're gonna move in together, have sex and whatever, because they're below the age of consent or below the age of even having their menstrual cycle, whatever. It's only when the girl reaches the certain age of where she's menstruating and she's actually mature enough mentally, physically, and her emotions, when all of those things are in line with each other, that is when obviously the girl can move in with the guy or whatever. That's in the cultures in Africa and Asia or whatever. That's the standard. You get? There's no like, oh, she has to be 16 or she has to be 18 or this is all European constructs. Do you understand? We never in Africa, where Asia or wherever Middle East, we never had these where you have to set a limit or set a age limit. Do you get? Even within the European world, 100 years ago, all of these didn't exist. Where the age of consent is 16.
Yeah, man gets that, but still, but the way you're speaking is if that there are no circumstances. And we can see that there's a debate around the Islam thing and Muhammad and whatever. You're speaking as if there's no circumstances where a child, a young girl, is transitioned from, okay, I've married this child. Yeah. She's right. Like she's unripe. Yeah, in terms of maturity, and that she's moved in and she's consummated. Acting that there's no circumstances where that's happened, and that the whole structure of that type of marriage system does not facilitate that happening.
Circumstances, yes, but my thing is like Melanated was saying. Yes, you can menstruate, you could know how to do dishes, you can know how to do all these things, but the fact remains that as a man, and you're not what's that word for someone who's twisted up there? Basically, if you're looking at someone, okay, let me ask the question. If a woman is sick or a man is sick, would you ask them for sex? Like, you know, they just got shot or whatever. Would you be thinking about sex? No.
Whoa. We're talking about kids, bro. Like, are we still
I know. That's what I'm saying. I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, even though as a baby, if you get married to a baby, you shouldn't be thinking about sex, because sex is not what you should be thinking about.
So if a grown man marries a child, right?
Right.
It's okay for him to marry the child as long as he doesn't have sex with the child.
Yes. Because you shouldn't be thinking about sex. You should not be thinking about sex. That's my thing.
So Malik, what does the word consummate mean? What does the word consummate mean then?
Consummate?
Yeah.
If you tell me.
No, bro. You know
the word consummate means.
Having sex.
You act like you're like really smart. Okay, you know that the word consummate means to have sex, correct?
Definitely know what that means. Definitely
So could you say right now that it was right for someone to consummate a marriage at an age below 18? Malik, please, I beg you.
Repeat the question.
Okay. Do you think it's wrong for anyone to consummate a marriage with any female below the male or female under the age of 18?
To my understanding, I would say no. But if you ask somebody else, it might say
I don't care what anybody else says. I only care about your opinion.
No. You have to, because somebody else would say, "Oh no, I can't marry to an 18. I can only marry to someone who's above 18."
No. I'll ask you, do you think it's right for someone to consummate the marriage for someone under 18, not above it, under 18?
Oh, under 18?
Yes.
I would say yes.
You think it's okay to consummate a marriage with someone under that?
Under 18, yes.
Malik.
Let me ask a question quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because one second, Emmy, 1 second. Because when you say under 18, she could be 17, she could be 16. What if the husband was?
Malik,
what if the husband was 20? What if the husband was 20?
Bro.
When did you start?
The man was 20, right? And she's 17. Wait a year.
Wait a year? But you're talking about your law, though.
For example,
the hypocrisy is so crazy, because imagine in the Western world, pedophiles, people that get caught abusing children, literally not no marriage or asking family, abusing children, picking them up off the street, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 7-year-olds, and forcing them and raping them. Yeah, they get 2-3 years in prison in this country.
Yeah, but man,
in our countries, In our countries. In our countries.
No, let him finish, man.
Let him finish.
In our countries.
Points that nobody's trying to make, and this is dead.
No, No, but
No one
listen,
is
Let it be dead. That's what I'm saying. MA, let it be dead. Let him
in
get
our
it out.
country,
Bro,
guys who get caught like that.
The West.
Oh my God, man,
Nobody
brother,
is
listen,
backing.
it's a West.
M.A. Brown, kick back.
M.A. Brown. All I was gonna say was in the Western world, they basically, especially UK, someone that gets caught for pedophilia, he's getting 3 years, 2 years in prison. On a sex offense. In our countries, them man they get kill off, they get dead straight. There's no the 3 years of they get firing squad on them. They get like this is what happens.
Bro, why are you making this point? Why are you making the point?
You lot are looking at
No,
us
let
like,
him make the point because the whole goal is we're going to record it this time. Let him talk so we can record it this time.
Why
so we can record it this time. We couldn't record what he said last time. We can record it this time. Okay, so go ahead, finish, please.
I
don't believe we should be cutting him off. We shouldn't be cutting him off. Let him get it all out.
I'm not talking
M.A.
to you.
Brown, man, stop being triggered.
Let him get it all out. Let him get it all out, please. Let him get it all out.
Business. I want to know, why are you making a point? Because you're stagnating the conversation. Why are you making this point?
You know why I'm making the point? Because the hypocrisy is coming. The whole ideology of someone like DC Brad saying under the age of 18. Where did he get that? He didn't get it from Africa. He got it from the West.
You see? No,
he got it from the West.
Let him make the point. Let him make the point.
So obviously, if he got the age of consent that he's saying anyone under the age of 18 is a child, which is he saying, who says that? It's the West that says that. Not no African countries.
No. Stop.
So what you're saying is DC Brad is picking and choosing when he's African.
Let me speak.
He's
Brad,
going against his own people.
Hold on, wait one sec. DC Brad is saying that from DC Brad. DC Brad is not the West. What are you talking about?
Where did he get it from? Where did he get the idea from?
Ask him where he got it from.
Where'd you get it from, DC Brad? Where'd you get it from?
That's the law. That's the law.
Let me ask a question.
That's the law because you have certain laws that say 16 is an adult, and then you have other laws that say 18 is an adult.
No, it's
so
not.
his morality is based on the law.
No, my morality is based on my family. My father and my.
But Brad, 1 second. 1 second.
Go ahead.
If you're talking about your family, your ancestors are the one in West Africa doing it. Your family in West Africa are doing it. So what are you talking about your family?
Go ahead, bro.
That's sad, man.
No, what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, it's sad that I don't believe we should have sex with kids.
Hold on. What am I? 1 minute, Brad.
Nobody's having sex with kids.
1 minute.
Nobody's condoning having sex with children.
I don't even know why.
Nobody is condoning having sex with children.
Let Mr. Riggs talk. Let Mr. Riggs talk. Mr. Riggs.
Let me just ask something. I want to hear from everyone. How old are you when you class that person as being a man?
14.
25.
Because I started having sex when I was 14.
No, we're not talking about sex. Being a man.
Being a man. I was a man when I was 14. Regardless.
Hold on, Mr. Riggs. Are you talking about the physical aspect of a man or the responsibilities?
A man, full stop.
What do you mean a man? A man can be anything. What are you talking about?
Oh, are you talking about someone in the West? Are you talking about someone in the
We're
West?
talking about a man, bro.
Are you talking about someone? Listen, are you talking about someone in the West? Is geographical?
Shallow, man. This is so shallow, like.
Yo, brother. If you're talking about geographical locations, it could be different. It could be different.
What do you call a man?
A man in, for instance, in Africa, it could be more. But listen, it's a loaded question. You can't just ask that question and expect me to answer it in one line, yes or no. I have to dissect it. If you're talking about a man, in the instance of, say, an African country, he would be a man much more earlier than someone, for instance, in the UK or America.
True.
Okay, what's your opinion though? When are you a man? When were you a man, in fact?
I'm raised in the West. So obviously I was a man, I would say about maybe 15 probably.
Ross Clark, boy.
I was a man. I was a man when I was 14.
Look at the definition. Look at the definition.
Because I was taking care of my family. I was doing everything that a man's supposed to do, and I was
Yeah, that's talking about responsibilities. You're talking about
Yes,
the responsibility.
I was able to do everything
That's
for
why.
myself. I was
That's
able to count money. I was making money. I had girlfriends. I had family that I was taking off. I could drive. I could do
That's
everything
why.
that a man could
That's
do.
why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking Mr. Riggs to clarify what he means by a man.
Hold on. Everything you've mentioned, can a 12-year-old do it?
Yes, they can. I've seen 12-year-old do it in certain tribes.
Is he classed as a man of 12?
Yes, in certain tribes, a 12-year-old go through, the training of being a man, and they get classed as a man.
How would you class a man, Mr. Riggs?
Brother, in history, there was kings that were 12. There was people who led armies at 12. I don't know what you're
Exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to say. I seen 12-year-old. They fight. They shoot guns. They hunt lions. They take care of everything. They drive.
It's because the standard of what a man is today has become pathetic.
Hold on.
Exactly.
A king led armies. Tell me what king, without his ministry around him, right, that run a whole nation. At 12 years old. Tell me one.
I can give you. I can give you examples.
Terry. I wouldn't say all the front lines were 12, but I would say part of the army was 12.
There were kings. There were kings that were 12.
Warriors. But
he just asked you a question. Terry just asked you a question. He said, "Tell me a civilization that was run by a 12-year-old that didn't have all of the support systems or additional systems." Yeah.
No, but an adult, a 30, 40-year-old that's a king, it still has the support.
Answer the question.
I'm telling you. Did you hear what I just said? A 30, 40-year-old, no, listen, a 30, 40-year-old that's a king still has the support system that a 12-year-old would have as well.
No. 12-year-old, yeah, is being groomed to be the successor to whatever his dad or granddad or whatever, right? And they know that he hasn't reached the maturity level to be able to make certain decisions, and so they place people around him more so than your 30 or 40-year-old example. Right?
Alexander the Great, Mehmet II. Oh my goodness, where the fuck should we go with this? This is embarrassing.
My man thinks that there's some 12-year-old left the whole nation to him. Yeah, go on.
Like, let's look at it like this. How long does it take a child to finish his full education to when he gets to a degree?
Right. What about, ask the man them that. How long does it take for a child to finish their education? That's a great question.
It depends. It depends on what you're studying.
Can we just change the subject?
No, honest. They don't want nuanced answers. They don't want nuanced answers, bro.
No. Let me tell you what it is. You see the examples that you picked out, yeah? So the example you have in your mind of nation states that were run, or kingdoms or empires that were run by children, yeah? In those circumstances, how long did it take for that child to reach to finish his studies or whatever? Like, how long would that? Like, give me an example of a child in that.
Okay, MA, if you're talking about studies,
there were no studies them days, man.
Exactly. It's not even the point. The point is, if we're talking about studies, we have to remember that there are certain civilizations that's them. If we have to talk about studies, then let's talk about either the West or our generation right now. So there's a difference. There's a difference.
It would be stupid to assume that these civilizations we're talking about from back in the day did not have a system of education. That'd be stupid to assume.
Yes, no, they always, education has always been in the world. Learning trees, hunting.
How long do you think it takes you to finish a whole rites of passage?
But it does vary in people, though. It does vary in people. That's why I said we can't compare. If we're talking about a Western education, we should remember that these people,
Malik, just give whoever is making the claim, that a 12-year-old or something around those ages was inserted as a ruler, needs to also give an example from those particular civilizations where these 12-year-old children were rulers of how long it would take for a child to reach maturity, number one, to finish their education, number two. Just give examples, because you obviously have examples, because you're saying that it exists, right?
If I would give you an example, it would just be like I'm forming a story, a true story. So it wouldn't really matter. But I could tell you my mother's. All right, cool. I could tell you my mother was a king at 13, and he. Although what you said, Emmett Brown. No matter how you look at it, even the president who's 70 years old, he still have people around him. He still have the advisors. He have the soldiers. He have the minister for whatever, who give him on advices on certain things. Just like him, also he was 13. He knew what to do. He ran his tribe, and he was 13, and he had advices around him about agriculture, spiritual situations, marriage, whatever. Yeah.
Remember my question.
Emma Brown, do you want specific examples of?
If you can give specific examples, give specific.
I'll just give you a specific example.
I'll give it to you. Ptolemy of Egypt in 51 BC took the reins of kingship at the age of 11 years old. We've got Fulin, the Shunzi emperor in Japan. He took the reins at 12 years old. Now listen. You told me. I'm giving you. I'll give you a few. Let me give you a few.
Hold on a second. The question I asked you was to give examples and to state what the age of maturity was in generally speaking in that nation, and also how long it would take for a young person to finish their studies. Don't just give me a list of kings. Give me that. Right, so stick on the quality.
As you know, 51 BC, they didn't have kindergarten, and they didn't have reception, and they didn't have primary school. Obviously, I think you know that. I don't know if you don't know that, yeah, but I think you know that.
I'm not asking you that, bro. I'm asking you to tell me what.
You just said when they finished their studies. There was no studies like that. Do you understand?
So give me the age.
I'm telling you, the guy was a king at 11. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Bro, I'm asking you. I'm going to ask one more time, and then I'm going to stop asking, yeah? I'm asking you, give me, so was there education system in Kemet at that time?
Education, of course there was education systems, but not the way that you see it not the way you see it.
Kindergarten thing, bro. I'm just asking you what the education system was. What's wrong with you? Just answer the question. If you don't know, say you don't know.
But I don't think it's based on age. Certain educational system is not based on age.
Talking about Egypt, yeah, Tutankhamun. You must know about Tutankhamun.
You're not even asking.
He came to the throne at 10 years old.
I know about Tutankhamun. I'm asking you a specific question about young children, fam. What is the process? What is the process that a young child goes through in that time in Kemet in terms of education? Do they just leave them and they don't educate them, and then suddenly they hit 15 and they decide to educate? No, what's the process and how long does it take?
Of course, they're grooming them, because obviously you don't just get the kingship. It goes on from family to generation to generation. So if the dad dies, it's gonna go on to his son. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Bro,
so obviously his dad must have been groomed. No, but you're talking about specifically rulers. I'm telling you, rulers.
I'm asking you. No, that's not the question I asked you. I said, in those civilizations where you know that there has been a child ruler, I'm saying, what is the general, age, like what is the general process of educating a child boy? Forget about the ruler. What is the general?
As you know, I'm not a historian. I would have to research that further and come back to you on that.
Fine, that's it.
I would say that's a hard question.
No, but what was your point for that? What was your point on that?
You can't make a claim, You can't make a claim about child rulers if you don't understand what the realities were for a child in the first place, in general, in that country, let alone the adaptation that is now required for a child who's in the royal family to actually become mature enough to rule at that age. Like you're making a claim.
No, I understand that. But
your claim is not ridiculous. Yeah, your claim is not ridiculous, but you haven't thought it through enough, bro.
No, I will research that. I will research that. I will, yeah, because I'm sincere. I like gaining knowledge, yeah. But the whole question, what I thought was obviously because I made the claim of there were rulers at the time where kings and stuff that were 12, 13 years old. So I just thought, okay, let me get the information and back that claim up and name the names. But obviously, you started asking other questions.
Ptolemy was not fully fledged as a man, yeah, because even though he got the throne by birthright, yeah, that he was fully fledged. Until they allow him when he's fully fledged, like let's use Moses as an example. How old was he when he became a man?
Who said that again?
Moses.
Moses. We say that he was given the prophetship. Or like it depends on which angle you're coming from. You're coming from the biblical narrative, or you're coming from the Quranic narrative.
He realized he was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Pardon?
He went through a school.
To me, I would say becoming a man has to deal with circumstances. If I will speak for myself, like I said, I was a man when I was 14. So I don't expect everybody to be a man at the age of 14.
Here's the thing, and this is what Terry's saying. Yeah?
This was your opinion that you felt that he was a man at 14, but in reality, are you a man?
Yes.
Even though you take the circumstances.
Yes, that's why I told you. If you go to, listen. That's why I said if you're comparing a certain group of people and their laws or doctrine, you should also consider other people who would consider a man as between the age of 10 or 14 or 20 or 100. You should also remember that. You can't base the narrative on one side of the story. You got to remember there are other civilizations also.
In the forms of, like, for instance, in the forms of even certain African systems, European systems, if you go into the closest of understanding a rite of passage, it takes you up to 21 years to even classify you as close to being a man.
Yeah, but that's according to them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with their thoughts or doctrines or laws or whatever. If they say, oh, you're a man at 18 or 21, fine. But who is this people to tell other people who calls their what we would call children a man at the age of 13? We can't judge them.
I agree. You know what the funny thing is, yeah? The rites of passage that he just said about becoming a man and stuff like that, it varies. It varies from different societies to different societies.
Exactly, that's my point.
So a society, for instance, the Amazon jungle, for instance, they would probably have a child becoming a man at 13. In the
That's
African,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, so it's not like a specific age all across the board. Do you get where I'm coming from?
And we can't say they're not humans. To say they're not humans is wrong.
No. And in the Amazon, do you know how long it takes?
Literally, this is documented. This is sad. This is literally like he literally just like there's something that's documented that like they used to actually give like little boys to the growing male just before he can practice with feet. Oh my god. Never mind.
Don't you know?
Some Viking tradition.
One second. Don't you know that your father will always call you a boy, regardless if you're 70?
Bruh, come on, Malik. You know damn well that. Come on now, bro. Come on.
Yeah, he will always call you a boy.
Some Viking traditions, they would get their 12-year-old son, which I've read before. Yeah, they would get their 12-year-old son, and they would put him in the woods and stuff, and they would tell him to survive there for like a week or two or something like that. And if he returns back home, then he's become a man. Do you get what I mean?
Right. Same thing in Spartan tradition too. They used to take boys at 8 and train them up to become soldiers. They did not make them men until they did not become men until. Nah, you know what? Maybe I got the whole argument wrong. Maybe I got the whole argument wrong. Maybe the dude was saying yesterday that Okay, a 9-year-old girl falls in love with another 9-year-old boy, and then they become married. Then okay. See, I'm thinking he was saying a 9-year-old girl would marry like a grown ass man. So you know what? If I'm wrong, I got your argument wrong. I'm willing to apologize. But I thought that's what you meant. So let's just leave it at that. Okay.
We do not. I don't know who agrees with having sex with a child. I don't like.
What does the word consummate mean? What does the word consummate mean?
Consummate means having sex, isn't it? Consummating the
so
marriage.
Someone has a so would you say that anyone who lies on a person, you believe it would be a lie for someone to say that someone consummated a marriage at 9?
Yes. Some people might do it.
Malik.
No. I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm saying some people might do it. Trust me. I've seen a video. One second. I've seen a video where this supposed to be killed guy was having sex with someone who's not even having sex, was doing something stupid with someone who's like 5 years old or below 5 years old.
Oh, yo, where do you work at, bro? There's a whole echo in your office, bro.
Oh, okay.
my man. That was
DC Brad.
So I just want to make sure I know.
Brad,
that's
can
not
you
your
at least
argument,
apologize?
I will
Can you at
apologize
least
right now.
DC Brad. No, can you at least apologize for the comments that you made yesterday about Abu Bakr and stuff?
Bro, I big up Abu Bakr, but if I ever find out that a grown ass man gave a 6-year-old daughter to another person, what do I call that man? Tell me.
No, can you just at least apologize and
No. You know what? You know why I will apologize? Because I looked at some big up to the Shias, because I learned in the Shias thing that she was actually 21. So I will apologize for calling him a bastard, because the Sunnis were obviously trying to defame my man's. So big up to the Shias for keeping it right. So yeah,
but even the Shias, some say it's 18. Some Sunnis say it's 18.
Oh, he's 18. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. 18, 21.
No.
There we go.
The point is, trust me. The point is, whatever man in this world, since the beginning of time, would ever sleep with someone who we regard as a baby.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know what to say.
But bro, let me ask you a question though. Malik. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Was Abu Bakr in any way, shape, or form had the same power of Allah? Like, was he like on the same level with Allah?
No.
He was a man, right?
Yeah.
So how does a man, like, how can a man, right, be more reverenced than a God? Like, if I can understand if I said, you know, F Allah or something like that, right? I'm not even going to try to make a statement just to be respectful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I said something like disrespectful about Allah himself, like the God himself, right? But if I'm talking about a man, right? How does that quantify to, you know, disrespect? If he's a man, men make mistakes. Men are infallible. Like the King David himself, you know, killed a man just so he can sleep with his wife. You feel me?
I don't believe that, but go ahead.
Well, the Bible says that, you know, he puts his name's husband on the front lines to kill her and to kill her so he can take his wife.
Like I said, I don't believe it.
But no. But
I don't believe that. I don't believe
a man makes mistakes, correct? A man
yes.
There's no such thing as a perfect man, correct?
I don't believe that also, but go ahead.
Wow, you believe there are perfect people in this world, Malik?
Yes, I believe it. But go ahead. That's another topic.
Malik, can I ask you a question? Why does
Prophet Muhammad, Jesus, all of these men that was appointed by God, we believe they were infallible? Yes.
I think I have nothing else to say. Okay.
No, because if you look at the prophets, I would never believe in a prophet that makes a mistake, because I could literally say whatever.
You know why I would believe a prophet would make a mistake? Because I don't believe, why would Allah need to why would it need to be a clause in the Quran that says if you run to Allah for forgiveness, he will run to you? Will be the whole point of forgiveness that they're perfect people. It would just be the penance that once you become a Muslim, you're perfect. There'll be no point of forgiveness.
So me personally, I can't believe in you once you make a mistake, because I would say I don't know if that's a mistake in your revelation or in the book that you brought.
In a walk of a person's life, a person can't fall. A person can't make a mistake in their life and continue to grow, continue to prosper, continue to build.
DC Brad, there's a difference between what you're saying, yeah? Do people make mistakes, yeah? Of course people make mistakes. Do people, like for instance, if I drop my phone on something, that's a mistake that I made. Yeah, it's not intentional. But what we say is the prophets don't make intentional things that they go against God's laws or something. For instance, do you get it? But with
like a bad choice. Like for example, the Prophet. Let's say the Prophet. If you find out the Prophet Muhammad was starving, hungry, And the only way he could survive was to steal a piece of bread. You mean to tell me that you would throw away everything else he's said and everything else he's done because he was
Yes, I
hungry and
will.
wanted a piece of bread?
Yes, I will, because at the same time,
Even though
could
he was
still.
a man just like you.
Yes, I will,
just like
because
you.
that's what I'm saying. Yes, I will, because he would never do such a thing. Because if he could do such a thing,
I
then he
said
could
if.
steal $1 billion.
No,
Oh
DC
my
Brad.
God, Malik. This
DC
is
Brad,
so
you've heard of
stupid.
DC Brad, you've heard of the thing where Jesus, you've heard in the thing in the Bible where Jesus and his disciples
You
say,
can't
"Oh,
use the Bible, bro. You can't use the Bible
no,
because don't
I'm
forget
okay,
Christians
okay,
view
okay,
Jesus. Christians view Jesus as literally God, so you can't
okay,
use the
listen,
Bible.
okay,
So
let's
stick
hit,
to the
okay, let's
Quran
hit,
or whatever you guys say.
okay, I'll stick to it, yeah. And
But
if I
no,
believe,
let me clear. Let me be
if I,
clear. I apologize for calling Abu Bakr a bastard. Okay.
yeah,
But
I
like,
accept
you
your
know,
apology.
based
That's a
off the
big man. No,
Shias,
that's a big man. No,
based
that's
off
a
the
big man.
Shias depiction, I respect
Wherever
it.
you base it
No,
off,
no, no, no,
wherever
no.
you base
Me being a Shia, I don't cuss them neither. I just leave it to God, because
Oh no, I
on the
wouldn't
day of
curse him.
judgment.
Shoot, 18 to 21. I'm okay, bro. Do your thing. You know what I mean?
wherever you base it off is fine. I accept your apology. But anyways, what I was saying is, if we believe a prophet is sent by God, then he has a special connection with God. If a prophet is starving, we believe that God can bring food from the heavens to him, so he wouldn't even have to starve. Do you get what I mean?
And even though it does, he will never steal. That's my point. He will never.
All
Can
prophets.
I ask a question? Wait, let me just jump in quickly, because it's something I've been thinking about in relation to Islam for a little while still. So stealing, yeah, in Sharia, what's the punishment for stealing?
There's different definitions. They're different. You know, if I steal, as he said, by necessity, if I'm hungry and I steal like a bread or something, I wouldn't be convicted or something for that, because it's out of necessity. Even in Islam, we're allowed.
You can steal as much as you want, as long as you are hungry.
No, if you're hungry, then it's on the state. If we're talking about Sharia law, a nation under the Sharia law, then it would be the state that is responsible for his hunger. So the state would be in trouble.
So is there no like hadith or stories of man, or even instances of man them stealing bread and that and getting their hand chopped off and that? Is that fair?
There's not. If you can find me one, then that'll be interesting. But I've never come across anything where a man stole something out of necessity and he got his hand chopped off.
Yeah, it could happen, but if you're talking about God's law, that's not what God
Wait,
will.
so let me ask you a question. So Allah's like, okay, so Allah's that anal, like he's that like picky to the point where it's like, all right, so let's say a group of Muslims are on a ship, they wander off to the Americas, they have no connection to the Sharia, there's no place, there's none of their brothers, none of their sisters, none that brings their culture to them in the Americas. They're hungry and no one is around to help them. And they decide to take up arms and go like invade or like try to take like a village just to feed themselves. All right. And let's say the Prophet Muhammad helped them do that, right? Let's say he was, all right, stuff Allah. But let's say the Prophet
don't even
Muhammad
use
helped
the
them do that.
prophet, because he wouldn't do that.
He would
Just
stop being the prophet at that
continue.
point. But he wouldn't be the prophet at that point, even though he's trying to help his brothers.
No, that's injustice. And God doesn't do
No.
God doesn't do a thing with Adam of injustice.
Whoa. He is a man.
Listen, the worst you could do, one second. The worst you could do is go over there, turn yourself in as a servant, and work and get whatever you want.
He's in a land full of pagans. He's in a land full of pagans, bro.
It doesn't matter. Human beings, you only label them as you don't.
He has to choose between letting his brothers die,
right,
or letting his brothers die, or taking up arms and saving his brothers' lives. Allah wouldn't big him up for that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's best for you to die anyway, but you're not going to go over there and do injustice by taking up arms and killing people over their rights. No, like I said,
No. You said rights. I didn't say rights.
Food, food.
Food. Okay, so you're talking about people who submitted themselves unto God. They agreed in their heart that there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. Holy shit, am I Muslim now? No, I'm joking.
Yes,
if he
I'm telling you, the worst. Let's just cut the story short. The worst thing the best and the worst thing they will ever do is go over there and submit themselves to the pagans, work for the pagans, and get food. But they will never ever put themselves in a situation to fight them for their food. No.
But if the pagans agreed not, but like, what about self-defense though? Like, let's
That's
say
crazy.
Huh? Who said that?
Malik,
Yo,
Malik,
who
what is
said
your
Zuriat?
ideology?
Yeah, that was a mic, bro.
Huh?
Malik, what is your
Yeah.
ideology?
You say ideology?
Yeah, what is yours?
He's a Muslim
Justice,
too.
justice of God. That's my ideology.
But you're Muslim. Are you a Muslim that just follows the, or Muslim that follows
He's
the?
a black. He's a black Abu Bakr. He don't want to admit it, but he conquer shit if he wants to.
He said a black.
He conquering the workplace right now. He'll conquer shit if he had to. He's still Nigerian. Don't fake with him.
There's so many verses in the Quran that tells us that injustice is worse than even killing. So you can't like basically commit injustice in the name of Islam. It's a contradiction. It's an oxymoron because Islam does not tell you to commit oppression or to commit injustice. So
but what about for the
at the
necessity
time
of survival though?
No, but at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, when they were being oppressed by the Quraysh, what they did was something called a hijrah. They actually left the area where they were being oppressed and go find somewhere else where they weren't going to be oppressed. So when you hear about the Islamic history of when the first Sahabas went to Nagashi in Ethiopia, Abyssinia, they actually left their oppression and they went to somewhere else and they sought refuge in the king of Abyssinia. And he let them stay there and didn't oppress them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, and even when you hear about the hijrah to Medina, they actually left Mecca and went to another place to try to get away from that oppression. They didn't actually go start saying, "Yeah, we need to kill all of these people." They didn't do that. They actually left where they were being oppressed.
I thought what city conquered the other? I thought like Mecca or who? I thought the Meccaans conquered the Medinians. What is that? Is that
Meccans. When the Prophet was got his revelations, the Meccans, the Quraysh, the people at the time, the pagans, they were oppressing the Prophet for over 13 years. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his Sahaba, first they went to Abyssinia to get away, and then after that they went to Medina. So they were actually leaving and running away from the Quraysh. So they weren't the one oppressing them; they were the one being oppressed. So I don't know the narrative where people try to say it where the Prophet and his people was oppressing them.
No,
they
that's
would
right.
get
No,
oppressed.
it's like historical. So I've noticed that whenever you talk about this, there's a historical narrative, and then they say, but Muslim scholars reject this. So that's why I was asking if you were one of those Muslim scholars too.
Muslim scholars reject what?
That that the Prophet Muhammad led one city to conquer the other. So like Mecca conquered Medina, or Medina conquered Mecca.
The reason is while they was oppressing these people, they was also taking their own properties. They was taking the cows and women and whatever. So they got to go, self-defense or whatever. They got to retaliate.
So he wasn't a general.
It was everything.
General.
He was a general, but
only
only later on in life he became a general. He was not a general the first day that he got revelation. He was still the common man.
See, I prefer to talk about this than talking about little kids. So, like, this is a much better conversation. Thank you. This is exactly what I wanted to do yesterday.
You keep bringing it to little kids. No one is.
No, I said
you.
this is way better. This is way better talking about this than talking about little kids. So it's way better talking about this. So let's continue talking about this.
No, if you want to talk about
no, I don't.
The Western ideology, which tells you that it has to be 18. Then if you don't want to talk about it, then that's you. Maybe other people on the panel and people that's listening want to talk about how Western ideologies impose what they feel is right on other people and say that we're backwards because we do certain.
This is where the conversation going to get dark.
Hey, Bradley, let me put this into this equation. Then do you think it's right that that Islam should impose on African traditions?
Oh, damn. There we go.
Islam should not impose their religion on other people. I agree with that.
So would you burn out the Fulani for their jihad against the Yoruba?
Burn up who? Sorry?
Would you disregard, these are Muslims known as the Fulani that led jihad against the Yoruba?
So if it was, I would.
Malik, don't you dare kick!
No. I would condemn it. I would condemn it if it's for no reason. But if we have a history,
that was exactly what it was. The jihad.
Okay. So that's what you know. But if you have a history where a king, one of the Yoruba kings that went over there to oppress or did something wrong, trust me, they will fight against you. I believe in justice. Whatever is justice,
but do you?
Whatever is
but
payback
we
is
also know
payback.
that the Fulani came into the Niger area and they were not like, oh, we come in peace with this thing, because Islam was there, and it was already used as a trade.
You know the war in? Do you ever heard of the war that happened in Ilori?
Wasn't that okay? I want to know something about that though. Was it because some people say the Yoruba started it, but then some people say the Fulani started it.
Bullshit. Because at the time when the Fulanis went into the north, which they infiltrated into getting into the Hausa's empire, they knew that they wanted to fight them, so they infiltrated them. But then what happens is the Yoruba at the same time, right, were not going to be infiltrated by anybody in their personal kingdom. So the houses, which was led by the Fulanis, came into the Yoruba land. That is not a Yoruba man coming into the Hausa land.
Okay, so
wait, say that last part again, bro. Say that last part again. I'm sorry.
He said that the Hausas came into the Yoruba land. Yes. So my question is, my question is when the Hausas comes into the Yoruba land, did they come for trade or did they come for war?
War,
man, war, bro.
Okay, so that's wrong.
With the Niger area, bro.
Okay, so that's wrong. Because I was about to talk about the incident of the Ife and the Modakeke also. When you look at that incident, what really happened was the Ife were the ones who owned the land, right? And the Modaks were the people who came in the land. So now the Ifes, they consider them as lazy. They weren't prosperous. And if you look at those who came in the land, they was making money, they was working hard, they was prospering. And then those people who owned the land, they went against the people who they invited, and they started fighting against them. Would you think that's right or that's wrong?
I mean,
hold on. Let me give you an example. Right, when from the time that they came in is when the time period you're talking is way after.
What? How do you mean way after? I'm talking about the war between both of them. The war was because the guest was prospering more than the host. So you can't kill a guest because they were
talking about is after. Because
how do you mean?
The reason being is there was a thing of that anyone that did not convert should be annihilated.
Convert.
Have you got proof of that? Have you got proof of that?
There's actually letters written that
which was already channeled that they have to come and suppress any form of traditionalist because they class any traditionalist as a pagan.
Yeah.
Have you got any proof? Have you got any proof?
Okay.
Yes, I have proof because half of my family died from it.
Show me. Can you show me that?
So if that's the Terry, if that's the case, then I burn it. But if that's not the case,
hold on. I'll give you an example. This is
because now we have two narratives.
Malik, let me just explain something. This is the reason why, if you go to certain parts of Yoruba lands, that some half of my family were forced to become in Islam.
That is wrong. If someone forces someone to, because in the Quran it clearly states that there's no compulsion in religion. This is a clear verse in the Quran. So anyone that goes against that and compels people to become Muslim, then this goes against the Quran itself.
Right.
Yo, can we ever just talk about like women or sports or like strippers or something, bro? Because it's like we always have these in depth. We like say no talk about Islam today. Yeah. And then boom, back to Islam every day. Gracious, man.
Where the bronze at?
because I realized without Islam, the viewership of this panel will go down. Literally,
that's not true, bro. We would talk about. Let's stop
talking about Islam. No, listen. Let's stop talking about Islam. Finish. I'm gonna jump off. Watch the viewership go down.
All right, cool. Hey, Mr. Riggs. Mr. Riggs.
Yo, that's what. Yeah.
No. This will be a perfect test. I want to, because there's something I want to talk about that I know that everyone.
Yeah, but I really wanted to ask Terry though. 1 second. You said the fight between the Modaks and the Ifes was because the Modaks came in and was trying to
you know one thing that a lot of, even when you just say Yorubas, you got to careful when we say Yorubas as well, because Yoruba has many kingdoms.
Yo. Hold on a sec. Don't let no boy come in and try to dictate what you can and can't talk about. Man, I can make 10 billion shows about Islam if I want. Man, shut up, man. You can't talk what you can and can't talk about. The fuck is this? You can't control man's brain and man's mouth out here.
Before you left, before you left, I was actually going to correct him that on here we talk about anything that is interesting. Like from yesterday, I noticed that we picked up a child, whatever, and then we started off today. And I know tomorrow.
Yo, Malik, I'm gonna talk to you, bro, about that, bro. You gotta stop defending that bullshit, bro. I mean that, bro. You gotta stop defending that stuff, bro.
I said it's out of necessity. I don't trust me. I don't want to. Terry talked about it, and I defended him, and I don't really want to talk about it. It's out of necessity. So nobody's saying go do it.
This is what is dumb though. Yeah, it's when you say like, if I keep saying I can't make a show. If I keep saying you can't talk about Jamaica. You just can't talk about Jamaica because I'm Jamaican now. So you can't ever talk about Jamaica ever. No, what? Shut up, man. Who the fuck am I? You're going to be about 10 billion shows about Jamaica.
Yeah, we talk about anything.
It's dumb, isn't it? Shut up, man. I talk about what I want when I want, man. We're just trying to regulate. The regulation, all this regulation stuff here does my nothing, man. Is that bad? When do I ever come to your shit to try to regulate you? Oh, you can't talk about this and you can't say this, that, and the other. Man would disagree with what you're saying. And then have the debate on it.
We should really talk about. I really want to talk about the true history. I want to talk about the true history of like how Islam was spread in West Africa, because there's like 15 different narratives. 1 minute it was spread by the sword, next minute it was through trade. You know, I think
it depends on different. It's different. There's different phases in it, but go to Terry, man, Carl. You got the info on that.
Okay. It was in that time of West Africa. You remember, it's trade, yeah. Same time, the people that are dealing with the trade had their own ideologies, so they utilized the trade to push in their narratives.
Right. So when you say push in, if you mean push in means forcing, then I disagree with it. But if you're saying, because if you look at it, it could be that, they start having kids, they start prospering, and, the other party was like, nah, this people going to take over when it comes to, a certain time. So we might as well do something.
Yeah, because if you look at it, and this is why most black people, majority of us black people can't get on, is because there's too many ideologies and we have a conflict of interest.
Damn. Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna lie. That's the one thing I found most disheartening was like, if we don't agree with and I don't know if Malik, I don't think Malik agrees with this viewpoint, but like, like the thing I picked up on a certain panel, like certain platform was that like, if we don't agree with everything that they say, then there's no point in us standing together as a people because, your faith is more important than the survival of your race, and it's like, your race was there before your faith, like
Right, Brian, that's why. Go on.
No, it's you.
I was about to say they both go hand in hand.
Yeah,
come on, but Malik, what was there first? Were you a man? What is it? Odu? Where you? I'm sorry. What was the state you from, bro? I apologize.
Ondo.
Thank you.
Ondo.
You know what they say about Ondo people?
They eat dogs and they like women.
You see, and that's not far from where I'm from is Ogun. So when you go from Ogun, you will know the part near there where is Ilori, and that place there. You see, that's where the mass war was happening. It wasn't because if it wasn't for the Portuguese, indirectly selling weapons, they would have had Yorubas would have had a massive loss. You understand?
Trust me. I believe in trading with each other and like doing whatever we want to do. But
no, standing. I mean, like standing together though. Like Malik, if I know for a fact, this is why I would say, okay. So let's say we at the situation we have right now with like we dealing with the white inferior complex issues in our various countries that we're both in. Like we're in America, we got our issues here. Our brothers and sisters in the UK got their issues there. Okay.
Right.
how would it sound if I told you, right? If we need all the allies we can get. So you like, all right, cool, we got this. We got Islam with us. It's about fighting oppression. Wouldn't that mean that automatically the whole Ummah should be backing you because of what you're going through, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So what go on? Like, why is it that, like, unless we agree with everything, like, unless we like, oh yeah, this is okay, this is Western. If we don't agree with this, we don't agree with that. Why is it now like, oh, we can't work with them because they disrespect the Prophet? And it's like, yo, we can't have a conversation and then like, why can't I prefer to have these conversations?
I'll tell you one thing that will bring them together.
All right, cool. Let me.
Brad,
go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, I was going to say one thing that will bring them together. You know what that is?
What?
Money.
True. Like if African Muslims had like a rule, if they had a rule integrated in them where it's like, listen, we won't give any low interests to Muslims or Africans, man.
No. The thing when you talk about Islam and it's not even Islam. When we're talking about fighting against a common goal, we're not looking at colors. We're not looking at status. We're not looking at men or women. We're looking at fighting against what's wrong with everybody else. So if you're saying
that's where shit gets fucked right there.
No, it's not, because
that
it's something okay. Hold on, you being a spiritualist and me being a Muslim, we blacks. So you're telling me that if I was to say, oh, someone from your way of life got killed unjustly, I'm just gonna sit back and be like, nah, he's not a Muslim. No, it don't work that way.
But that's what I'm saying though. You have that kind of action where it's like, I can't stand with him because he said this about Islam. I can't stand with them because they said this about Islam.
I don't do that.
Oh, no, that's what,
for me, I don't do that. I don't care if you're black, white, blue, green, pagan, atheist, whatever. I don't like injustice. Period. That's my lifestyle.
Brad, right? I hear this funny scenario. If you have a Muslim or a Christian that comes out of a village, when that Muslim or Christian falls sick, where do they run to?
Yeah, I said it before. They run to the spiritualist.
Hey, yo, Mr. Riggs, can I give you a funnier one?
Go on.
When a pastor can't heal a certain member of the church, who does he run to?
He runs to the spiritualist.
That shows you how strong culture is.
Oh God!
I like the delivery of that. We should use that more often. Yo,
yeah, trust me, Emmy. I always say this. Maybe not on this panel, but I always laugh at them when certain religious people when they say, you know, but trust me, I'm from Nigeria and I've seen it. I've seen it with both of my eyes. They do this thing, but the thing is, trust me, knowledge to my understanding, knowledge is not. I believe in science. I believe in spiritualists. I believe in all these things. These are knowledge that's given to us by God, the Creator. But the thing is, when you use your knowledge to kill people, that's what I don't like agree with. But if you're using your knowledge to help people, come on, I support it.
But Malik, don't you think that because you see that the various sects, right? Like there's I haven't seen a sect of Islam that was established by Africans, and unless you can point one to me that a group of Africans created this one sect of Islam that was supposed to help the various needs of African people, right? I always see them I've seen Africans always oh, I'm a Shia, and then, they'll make, or I'm a Sunni, but they'll make fun of oh, you're there's only 3 black Shias in the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
shouldn't it be shouldn't we all put together, do the
I've got
the thing is. Go ahead, Terry. Go ahead, Terry.
I've got a photograph of a Quran in Yoruba.
Right.
Right. So it's the one thing that you will notice is that the reason why you will find that a lot of people are kind of slightly different is that when you add your culture to the situation, then you're going to see differences.
I ain't gonna lie, the Yoruba Muslims that I hang out with in America, they the ones I hang out down here with. They're Sufis, but they will be pouring libations. They'll be, they'll eat their pounded yam during, Ramadan. The spirit, I couldn't hold on my strength. they'll hold on to their shit. You know what I mean? Like they'll do their prayers and stuff like that, but they're not like, like, oh no, I'm trying to literally look like I'm from Saudi Arabia type shit. You know what I mean? Like,
I think the problem with people in general, I'm not excluded, is we tend to like look out for each other and forgetting the fact that we need to respect others also. So that's the major problem. Like me personally, I don't care if you're a Sufi or Shia or Sunni or pagan. I fight for what's real. Like I don't defend what's I don't have time for that. I tried it before.
You
It
do
never
realize
worked
with
for
your
me.
mindset though, if you were to focus your mindset to black people, you could become a
Yeah.
sultan. I'm trying to hype your mind up here. If you were to become, I literally would become your Abu Bakr, bro. If you became like, if you centralize your thinking, you know what I mean? Centralize your thinking to black people.
Yeah, I'm not gonna kill people because they're spiritualists. That's what they believe in.
I got you. What? What you mean? Whoa. Pause. We defend. Or it's about self-defense, okay?
Yes, it is.
All right.
But
We don't be running around killing people.
Kylie, you see, one thing that we've got to kind of realize is that we need to stop thinking in forms of culture or tribes, but looking at everything as family. So if you see, like, let's say, for instance, you have the Yorubas, it's just one family. You have the Hausas, it's just one family. You have the Igbo, one family. Then you have families within families.
Right. So the thing is good to look at yourself as being different. But the worst part of it is to discriminate. Because trust me, no matter how you look at it, I'm always going to be a Yoruba. But if I see an evil guy and I can't say, salute him or do business with him and say, oh, nah, because you evil. Nah. When it's time for them to do their cultural dances and whatever, I give them a space. Let them finish. When it's time for me to do my salah, let them give me a space. We're not supposed to cross each other's boundary. We're supposed to respect each other. But what would you find is people can practice ego and patience. They be like, oh nah, because he's not Yoruba, because he's not Igbo, because he's not African, because he's not this.
Yo, sometimes on these panels, sometimes people say certain things, and for me, when I'm at home, I'm like, rah, that guy hit the nail on the head, and then it gets lost in all different other subsequent contributions and that. The family thing that Rick just said is big, isn't it? Like it's big. Like, so I'm married. I'm married. I married a Congolese woman. My parents are from Jamaica and Dominica. They may be Congolese. We don't know. But I would say that I would probably class myself as an African spiritualist who hasn't formalized those beliefs, right? My wife's family are Christians, right? But they have formalized beliefs that definitely express African spiritualist tendencies, right? Definitely. Now, what Terry's saying, like all these so-called tribes, nations, having their differences, but being classed more as families. We were talking earlier on about the idea of marrying into families, isn't it? And like this is a really important way to kind of look at things. That was definitely in my consciousness when I didn't even ask my wife to marry. She asked me still, but yeah.
Yo, you're funny.
It was definitely in my consciousness. Like I was very proud. I was proud to be given that opportunity and to take the opportunity and to engage in the cultural mix. Like my wedding, like you see all different types of flags. All 3 flags were there. There was a mixture of music. I mean, it was definitely that typical, that traditional marrying of families. You get me? And being that, it should just be happening more. Like we should consciously look at ourselves as, okay, I'm from this family, this one's from that family. We are marrying our families together. We are blending. We are creating more of that Pan-African unity with the intention of doing so as well. You know what I mean? So just the way that Terry put it, I really appreciate the way he put it. Because there's been conversations recently where I didn't know that using the word tribe was probably abhorrent in some way. and that using the word nation is more fitting. So I didn't know that until recently. So yeah, family is even more of a feeling thing.
Yeah, because you see, when we start to make this, and this is why my stance is in the beginning with all this whole systems and argument and debates, is that I always said that if you remove languages and landmass away from situations, what do we have left?
One world, one people.
We won't be arguing. Oh yeah, because you're different. Oh yeah, because you speak a different language. Oh no, because you're from that landmass and I'm from this landmass. And oh yeah, these people come from that landmass. It's just one world. So why are we arguing about little sectors when the whole world is our oyster?
Exactly. That's exactly what I preach. Like, I'm not saying we can't have a family. Yes, it's good to marry from it's best to marry from your people. But if you have a choice out of necessity, if you don't see your people, of course you're gonna marry somebody else. But that don't mean that we're gonna look at somebody else and be like, they ain't shit. Excuse me, we are the real people and nobody else is nobody. I don't believe in that. Yeah, if you're hungry and everybody's hungry, trust me, you gotta feed yourself first. But you gotta remember others also. That's my policy. There's nothing wrong feeding yourself first. Because if you're not healthy enough, you can't even go out there to hustle for the other people. So you got to feed yourself first. After feeding yourself, you got to remember others and try to tolerate them also.
It's too much division, man.
Yeah, too much.
You know, and it just gets thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker. Before you know it, just because someone's got a big nose, you can't come into your family.
Yeah, this guy's
Boy, you can't destroy my family.
Oh man. Oh man.
That was funny. Hey, Malik, yeah. Every time you say it in your head, it's funny, isn't
it? Every time I say what?
Every time you say what Terry just said in your head, it's funnier and funnier, isn't it?
Oh yes, it's real funny. That's why I said it in my language. I said, where's your? They're gonna ask you where's your friend from. You're like, yo, who is this your friend? Where you from?
You know what? No, like before I got married, yeah, my wife was always saying, yeah, my dad always told. This is real, by the way. My dad always told us, don't marry a Jamaican. So yeah, and one of her cousins had some babies with a Jamaican in Bridge, innit? And yeah, it was frowned upon and that. And and I turn up with dreads and thing and whatever. I was gonna question man on it as well. Like I meant to, but like they just like obviously they learned.
I think in the same breath they will see the dreadlock. It's in the same breath that they will say they love Bob Marley.
Yeah, of course, man. To be fair, like he couldn't be happier, innit?
We live in a crazy stereotype world. That's the problem.
Yes, that's it. MA, I was gonna say something about that also. You know what's funny though? Like every time somebody got to get married, they say, "Oh no, don't marry to a Jamaican, don't marry to a Nigerian. Don't you know they are this? Don't you know?" Like everybody has something negative to say about other people, but guess what? They just did the same thing that you just did.
Trust me.
But they don't want you to marry to a Congolese, but they married to somebody from Nigeria.
That's why
I'm
waiting for I'm waiting for brother Terry and sister Melanated Goddess to continue that trend. You get me?
Oh,
get
man.
Get on.
That would be a union, boy.
That's like bringing Ultra. That's like bringing Ultra to my sister. That would be a
No,
nightmare.
your sister will be safe with me, Terry. I've already got one Tanzanian African queen. Every other woman on the planet is safe from me. Do you get me? If I saw your sister, you know what I'll say to her? Hello, sister. Would you like a drink? Is there anything I can get for you? If not, I'm going to watch TV. God, I'm tired. I've been working all day.
Your wife has saved the earth, Ultra.
Huh?
I said your wife has saved the earth.
Wait, bro. No, listen. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, right? The one thing I won't lie. The stereotype about Jamaican dudes like enjoying putting it out there. It's kind of true, yeah. And I won't lie to you. One of the most difficult things in the world is to travel and keep it in your pants. It's very difficult, right? But is your wife a woman that's built a home and given you children? Is that worth a nut on somebody you ain't gonna see again? I would say no.
Of course it's not.
I would say no. Also, when I got married, I was old enough to vote, have a passport, travel unaccompanied by a parent. Just putting that out there. Yeah.
But Ultra, before you, I know before you got married, they was telling you not to do it, right? Because they were like, "Oh, she's from Tanzania. Oh no."
No, do you know what's funny? You actually raised a good point, right? And I spoke to brother Bugs about this on his show a few months back, right? But when I was a kid growing up in my home, right? Not so much with my dad, because my dad's older, he's from a different generation, yeah. But from the younger generation where my mum's got 10 years younger than my dad, right? In that generation there, like there was this rivalry between Africans and Caribbeans. And like my mum's lot would be like use like really fucking derogatory terms to refer to Africans. Huh?
Belly, I think there's someone at the door. You gotta let him in.
Okay. Yeah, there was really fucking they used to use really derogatory terms to fucking refer to Africans. And for some reason I could never really get it. Because every time I saw African, I saw myself. Like I was like, I don't get it. But then,
yeah, but that's what they do. They say, "Oh, don't marry to a Jamu."
Yeah,
and everybody say, "Don't."
It turns out that Nigeria and Jamaica are locked in this internal fucking beef.
Yes, because they're alike.
Magically started from nothing and nowhere, but it's perpetuating. I don't know what this is all about.
You know how similar those families are? Yeah, they're so similar, bro.
Right, so similar. I think that's part of the reason.
No, the difference between fucking Nigerians and Jamaicans is the ingredients they use in their cooking. That's it.
That is the same thing, though.
No, it's different.
But it's
different. No, it's not. Listen, y'all eat oxtails, we do. Y'all do rice and peas, we do. Y'all eat spicy food, we do. Tell me one thing that's different.
No, I'm not suggesting the food isn't spicy. I'm just telling you the way in which Nigerians and Jamaicans prepare their food, their culinary dishes. That's it. Other than that, they're the same motherfuckers. Proud, love music, and all the rest of it, and bro, they're the same fucking. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
That's the thing. If you go into a home, yeah, and you say, right, look at this person. They're both wearing a white vest and jeans. Who's a Jamaican? Who's a Nigerian? You won't be able to tell. But if you sit down and you say which one of these dishes is Jamaican and which dish is Nigerian, you'll be able to tell. That's it.
yo, you know what? Even
in the presentation, but not the ingredient.
I tell you what is the main factor, or the main the main commonality between Jamaicans and Nigerians. Yeah. is all you gotta do is hear them kiss their teeth. It's the same.
Every round, fucking. I'll tell you the truth though. Like when a proper kiss of the teeth sounds like it's like a dagger to the heart, you know, because.
It's horrible. Wait, Ultra, do you remember the first? I don't know if. Well, hopefully you did because you're a bad man. Do you remember the first time you kissed your teeth in your house?
Yeah, it was a mistake. I'm not gonna lie, it was a mistake. Yeah, it was a mistake.
Let them be elders there, and you kiss your teeth.
Yeah, it was a mistake.
Behind your head.
Yeah. I remember precisely. Hold on one sec. Sorry, my wife's phone. One sec.
That's funny.
You know, and that's the funniest thing is we're always trying to be against each other, but we're always doing the same thing. We're so hypocritical.
No, it's true. It's really true. It's actually true. Yeah, the same complaints, same accusing people of the same thing that we're on, innit? You know what I mean? So trust me. But yeah, Lady D, man, jump on, man. I don't know why I don't know what she's even talking about.
It's Veli, open up the door, mate. There's people at your entrance. We'll come to
wait, M.A. Brown, where are your folks from? If you don't mind disclosing that kind of info.
Bro, I've said it so many times. You should, of all people, should know by now.
Yeah, I know, but do you know what it is? My memories is fading away, man. I can't lie, I'm struggling. Struggling. Wait. No, don't tell me. Wait. Guyana.
No, he's such a dickhead.
He actually doesn't know.
Wait. No, it's Guy. All right. No, anyway, listen. Right. I'm assuming. I know it's not Jamaica. That's why I'm asking. Right. And where I was going with my question was, I believe our experiences are quite similar in the sense that when I first kissed my teeth in my home, it was a mistake, and I don't care to disclose any more information than that.
Benny, there's people at the entrance.
I would assume. I'm going to assert that it was possible that maybe yours was the same.
Yeah, no, it was a bad idea for real. You know what? First time I did.
Yo, guys, one second. You guys call it smacking your teeth?
Kissing your teeth.
Kissing your teeth. We call it smack. Don't be smacking your lips. Don't be smacking. So like, yo, I remember my first time. My dad was like, "Yo, get upstairs." I was like, "What? You slapped? Don't be smacking your lips near me."
Nah, is that all that happened, Rob? Different where I'm from,
bro. I didn't finish the story.
You know the mistake that you made, brother. You didn't do it properly. But if you're gonna get hit, you might as well do it.
Nah, see, I don't elongate it. You don't elongate it. You just.
Yeah, you don't even
hear
a word.
Say something.
All you feel is something in the back of your head.
Son, what? Like I didn't know a remote could be spiral. That's the thing that kills me. Like I didn't know you could spiral a remote across the room, like in the dark. And you don't even see it coming. And like it comes at you horizontal too. So it's like nose, cheek, lip, and you're just like, wow, what the heck? And you like, pick it up and bring it back.
Ultra, man's from Dominica is my mum.
Dominica, not fucking Guyana. I was close though. Like it sounds similar, like Guyana, Dominica. Yeah, it sounds no. All right, forget it. Sorry. But this is the thing about black people, especially those of us that were like raised in the UK, right? Like even though Guyana, Dominica, fucking Jamaica, Trinidad, Tobago, and all these fucking places, even though we're from different little bits, yeah, our experiences were so fucking similar, and it's astounding. At like when we get together and we're like, yeah, bro, I thought it was just me. No, that's wait. Let me ask another one because this one might be just me. Yeah, like when we had a house phone, like did anyone else call a woman or a girl? It was a girl at the time because we were kids, and then the phone bill came a little while later, and then like I had no concept. I had no concept of a phone bill. And then, like, and this is the thing. What I would do, because I was obviously fucking Einstein level genius, I
Yeah.
used the phone while my parents weren't home. So if they weren't home, they would never find out. You see, and
it's like between 3 and 6 was the tower. It was the hour. Then like after 7, you had like I used to wait till because my father would come home from work and he'll go into his office and just sit there and like make a few phone calls. And the thing is, we had one phone where like if it ringed in one room, it would ring in another. So I'll be on the phone and someone would be like, "Yo, who else is using the phone?" I'd be like, "Oh,
Yeah.
man,
Hey, do you
gotta
not
call you
remember?
back."
Hey, Ultra. Do you remember when they used to be able to lock the phone, blood?
yeah, no. Do you know what? This is the thing. This is the thing. After the obviously my plan would have worked if it wasn't for that darn phone bill. When that phone bill came and the punishment stopped, there was this code that they punched in.
Yeah.
And then like you couldn't make outgoing calls.
Tapping. Hey, do you know how to do the tapping?
What's the
tapping? What's that?
The tapping was that you see where you cut the phone. If you kept on tapping on it, so like you tap the number. So if it's 1, you tap 1, and then you tap 2, and then.
Yes. I know what you're talking about. My nan had one of them old school phones where you put your finger in the round thing, and you went round, and then you let it go back, and that's 1.
Yeah, but you see where you cut it. It made a signal. It made a number signal, and it will dial out.
Oh shit! I did not know that. So how would you do a 0?
So when the phone was locked, you just do blank.
When the phone? No, do you know what it is? I'm not gonna lie. When the phone that we got, right? It was a BT phone, and it had the answer machine, the tape cassette, but the numbers were on the actual receiver, so there was no way to do the tap thing.
Yeah, you can still do it.
Oh no, you're talking about the fucking receiver button.
Yes,
that was on the machine. Oh shit! I didn't know. I didn't know.
It made an audio signal, so then it would dial the phone number. So you add up all the numbers.
Yeah, but Terry, how do you do a 0 though?
0 is nothing. So you do like 1, 2, 3, then you stop. Then if it's 0, then you go to the next number and you go 1, 2, 3, 4. You used to dial. My mum used to wonder how the hell my bill so high.
The thing that killed me was at the time in like Maryland, like because it was like before you had like the consistent phone company. So like different, like if you called like the District of Columbia from like or Virginia, it was like certain rates. So I had a girl that was in like Northern Virginia, something like okay, thinking like driving there is not that far or something, like it wouldn't be a big deal. And I remember always like calling her and stuff like that. I used to call her from like 3 to 6 p.m. and then like take the phone upstairs and hope no one called the house or anything like that. And I remember one time my father said, let me ask a question here. Who keeps calling this 703 number? So he's like, he called my mother. My mother's like, it wasn't me. So he calls the number. And the first thing she says, she was like, she said my name. And I was like, oh, fuck. And my dad was like, yo, you know what to do. And he always send me outside, get a switch. And oh my God, Ultra, you touching on some parts, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm triggered right now. I'm having PTSD.
All right, listen, wicked man don't touch on man's parts. You get me? Pause.
Yeah. I mean, pause, man.
Pause. Yeah, listen, this is the thing, Brad. This is the thing. I'm saying, like, listen, it doesn't even, like, obviously, the thing that defines these Caribbean islands for me is literally just the food. Obviously, like, accents and twangs are different, but, like, what defines the Caribbean islands is, let's be real, it's just the food. It's just food. Obviously, there's certain other.
Well, I would say food, music, and there's like a degree of a mindset too. Because, like, I will say that like one thing I've learned, just hanging out with like West Africans is that we were like even when I've met like successful ones, they act like our parents. Like my parents weren't like, oh, here's $100.
St. Lucius as well. Sorry, and Barbados. I forgot to mention them too. Sorry.
No, it's like the similarities based on like class and stuff like that. It's like in the day, like I'm gonna use the term black, but
But then that's where you get what we call the conservative black. It doesn't matter what, even if they're in a poor region, they're the ones that will always wear the big hat in the church and wear their best every day.
All right, uncle, I'm gonna need you to stop saying my family business right now. I need you to be quiet right now. I need you to shut up, please.
I don't gonna lie, see those conservative black church folk, yeah. Nah, they're the pain of my life, man. One time I remember because my nan was Jehovah's Witness, innit? And like go into her yard and having to dress up and that and go to this dead church, bro. Yeah, it was a lot. You get me? It was a lot. And then there's a weird culture that comes with that as well.
So what? What do you mean? I'm sorry. Say that again. What do you mean?
Ultra
what do you mean?
Oh shit! Sorry.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Uncle? What do you mean, Mr. Rick?
About the culture. I'm sorry.
You chatting to me or Riggs?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Was that MA or damn it, bro? I need to start looking at my phone. Damn it, bro.
Now me, man.
Just talking about going to, yeah. Go ahead.
I was chatting about my grandma, she Jehovah's Witness and that. Like that conservative. Well, let me say Jamaican first. I didn't really know anyone outside of Jamaica, a Jamaican community that went to church and that when I was younger. But yeah, that Jamaican conservative old woman vibe, bro, was dread. Like,
you know the funniest thing is that is across the board because there was this. It's like they can be broke, but these people will move like as if their shit don't stink.
I'm talking like walking across the street in busy traffic. Walking across the street in busy traffic, demanding that like I'm talking green light. My auntie would walk across the street with green lights, and nobody would move until they get across the street. I mean, like the whole street would go dead until they do.
You see, I had an auntie like that, conservative, yeah, where she had everything was China. You couldn't even step into her sitting room.
yo, oh my goodness, bro.
Corridor, or you go to your cousin's bedroom. You're not even getting allowed in the kitchen.
Yeah, you got the plastic. I have an aunt that has like plastic. Okay, so like you're okay using like one bathroom. There's like one bathroom in the basement. Everybody's okay to use, but the bathroom upstairs, everything from like little throw cloths and everything like that. She dry cleans them. They're super fluffy. Like they're so fluffy, bro, that if you put your foot in them, like if you step on them, she will be able to know. Like it leaves like a perfect foot mark.
That's what they will have a lock on the sitting room.
Oh no, the velvet rope too. Oh my god, bro. That just shows how much we have in common, like family wise, though, because it's like when I look at concepts of like how like family structures is from being that like the expectation, like, you know, when you graduate, like I guess primaries or high school for me, it wasn't like a big old party. It was like, okay, next. Like, all right, you know what you gotta do next, you know? Goodness. Damn, bro. This is why I think Pan-Africanism might work out in a bit. Because we have a lot in common, bro.
Fun. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you it's funny because you get so much joke. You know?
Yeah. No, when Ultra said the phone, I lost it. I was like, oh man. When Ultra brought up the phone, I just couldn't handle it. I was like, oh damn, he's reading my mail. Then MA talking about the hats. I was done. I'm like, oh God, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, all them creepy little stuff at night.
But yeah, everyone knows about the plastic on the in the corridor.
Control.
But let me ask y'all this. Let me ask you guys this. Here's something I don't know if the Caribbean does this. All right, so anything can be reused, like the cabinet with a bunch of like shopping bags.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
that's standard. That's standard.
That's the same. That's why I would like to go to Jamaica because everything that I've witnessed in my life is the same thing that's going on over there.
Oh my God, bro. Oh no. Here's what the other one was like. Okay, so like Tupperware. Tupperware doesn't necessarily. If it can be cleaned out, it can be used as Tupperware.
Listen, my nan used to have all plants growing in Tupperware.
Oh my God, the Betty Crocker butter thing, bro.
Oh, you know what? You know the worst one? You know when they've reused a tin and it's got like it's a biscuit.
For the cookies.
There's no cookies in there.
Yes, and it's all like sewing equipment and stuff.
Sewing machine. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh man, bro. The only thing that separates us literally is water, bro.
The hoarding
And
period.
and they also use the tin for what we call moi moi, the what is it called in English? Baked beans. Like you mash the beans up and put them in the tins and put them in the oven. Like bean
Oh my
cake.
goodness.
Bean cake, yeah.
Oh, you talking about the plastic containers or the
Yeah.
foil?
The aluminum ones.
Yeah. All the China Pyrex, all them containers.
The carnation milk containers. They don't throw it away.
Call it the container. You know, they put all the food inside the cooling container. All that.
Right.
Oh wait, actually, okay. When you had company over, right? Did you have to clean rooms you knew that the company was not going to go into?
Clean rooms.
Like when you prepare for company, right?
See, my auntie was her nightmare. If people are coming over, she's gonna have a fit.
So the thing that killed me was, all right, did y'all have, okay, I had family members that had like very clean houses. They never invited anybody over. But the family members whose houses were disgusting would hold the greatest family events. And I never really got that. Like, really, no lie. Like, that was literally
They had
the
no
greatest.
boundaries.
Huh?
They had no boundaries.
Son, I'm talking like, I mean, like, because the DC, I'm gonna be real. The DC Roach can speak English. Okay, I want you to know that. Like, the DC Roach is like beyond gross. All right, and it can survive all forms of like torture. All right, but those houses will be the houses that you will hold funerals. I mean, like, I'm sorry, wakes. Like when you eat at someone's house, where you hold like celebrations and cookouts out. Oh wait, here's another one. Cookouts. Do you let people walk through your house or they have to go around back?
Yeah, that's the ghetto, of course. They go through your house just to get to the other block.
Let the conservative auntie or uncle go through that house. I guarantee you.
Or you have that one group, like I have this set of uncles that always want to judge my life decisions. So it's like I can never make like my mom would always tell like my uncles like, guess what? He's talking to this girl. Oh, you talking to this girl? When you gonna get married? Bro, I'm literally like 14, man. Like, when do you plan for me to get married? And like, oh shit. Oh shit, time is getting away from me, man.
You know what, yeah?
Yeah.
I grew up, so like I said, my mom's from Dominica, my dad's from Jamaica, and my stepdad is Nigerian, Yoruba. So I've been able to see like a combination of like and contrast and compare the way people operate. Is that my phone? One sec. Sorry, one sec. Phone call. Yeah.
DC Brad, are you married?
Not yet. No, I'm divorced.
Oh, wait. Are you being serious? Like divorce serious?
Deadass, yeah. Divorce was finalized 3 months ago.
All right. I'm sorry to hear that though, because that's obviously it.
No, I'm good, bro. I had a
They
prenup.
got-
I had a prenup, so I'm good.
Oh, perfect. I'm not gonna lie. I don't I don't have a prenup, but I'll tell you the truth. Yeah. I'll tell you the truth. If we break up, she can have the fucking money, man. I ain't give a shit. Fuck it. Do you know what I mean? My funeral's all
this
paid
chick was
for
trying to take
and all this
everything.
stupid shit. I don't even care, man.
DC, go do muta, man.
Huh? Bro, you see,
I said,
you
go do
complicated,
muta.
Hold on, Malik. Are you a Shia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Malik, are you a Shia?
Yeah.
Nah, bro, you have to hold that down, bro, because there's man in the chat that'll shit on you for them lyrics there, bro. Trust me.
I know, but everybody got their own understanding. DC,
Yeah, I hear that.
you in necessity right now. Don't let your balls get blown out. Go do a muta, man, real quick.
Bro, you call it muta,
Yeah.
I just call it like Tinder. Like, it's a difference.
You said temporary
No,
marriage?
Tinder. No, Tinder. You call it muta, I just call it Tinder. Like, because take her to Five Guys or do Uber Eats. You never heard of Tinder, the app?
Not really.
Wow, bro, you are really a pious man. Big up to you.
Yeah, I don't really eat from outside, man. I'm not a cook, and my wife, she not a. Oh
No,
man.
no, no. Tinder, the
Yeah.
dating app.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have to do a whole marriage just for 2 days. I'm good.
Yeah,
I do want to get
it's
married again, though. I ain't gonna fake. I do want to. Like, my whole goal. I want to have like a big ass family. Like, that's why. Like, I want like, you know, like I honestly the type because my dad was talking about he wanted more sons after me and my brother left, and he said that he was going to think about getting like a bunch of surrogates just to get like 4 boys. But I'm like, what if you get 4 girls? It's like buy 4 more. So I really do want a big ass family though. Like, hear Baba walk in the house and you hear Baba. You know what I mean? I want that like 100%.
So what if you get married to a woman that only wanted to have two? Would you marry more?
Then I would do I would do surrogate. I wouldn't do no because I think Naifa and Lady D both made a good. I think it was Melanie that made a very good point when it comes to polygamy. For me, it's 100% like a guy's thing. You know what I mean? Because like when you say you want multiple wives, if the woman says, "Well, I want multiple husbands," you're like, and then you start to feel some type of way. So then I start to put myself in her shoes, like, okay, I say I love you, babe, but then I'm about to go into another room with another woman, and then like so like I kind of would do like a surrogate and like have because I want a lot of kids. I do like like my father of all of his brothers, my father has the lowest number of kids, and like the highest number is 12, the lowest number is 3, and we actually adopted 2, so it's like 5 technically, but 3 by blood. So like a big family is how the Bradleys have survived. So
That's cool.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, I'm gonna get back out there soon. I'm just enjoying. I realized I think what made my income better is when you're single. You're just like, okay, I ain't gotta buy Jimmy Choo's. I ain't gotta buy no so was it Tiffany, David Human? I ain't gotta buy all these expensive clothes and shit like that anymore for a woman. So plus I might
Okay,
want to
wait.
get a woman. Hmm?
Nah, you're saying that because something happened. Don't matter what you did. You don't like. Trust
Oh
me.
no, I
I
was
don't.
smart. Trust me, my father taught me how to. When it comes to my dad taught me based on how he used to like spoil my mother. He says always keep the receipts. So like I always scanned my receipts. So when she left, I had literally took all that to the consignment shop and got like say about 25% less than everything I paid for it, and I just used that money, started my business with it, and I just got
Wait, wait,
myself
wait,
out
wait,
of
wait.
debt. Yeah.
Wait, say that again. Everything that you bought for her, you took it back.
Like the expense, like jewelry and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah,
You
I
didn't.
took it.
You didn't let her keep it.
Fuck no. It's all contingent. It was all contingent in the prenup. Are you kidding me? She didn't buy me shit. She brought me a Rolex with my money.
Yo.
Like she brought me a Rolex with my money, and it didn't even fit. So I'm like, come on, this Plus, I'm not
Wait.
really
So.
I'm not really about like flashy shit like that.
Yo, you hardwired, man. So basically,
No,
everything
no.
that
Don't lie. No lie. The prenup indicated that everything you came into this marriage with, you leave with. She came into this marriage with nothing but her vagina. That was it. So it was like, you may leave with it. She had like a pair of sweatpants from that we had that I got that she brought herself when we were in college. But when we got married, she really stopped. Like, I think legit. I mean, because she was studying we were both trying to be lawyers at the time. And she didn't want to go to law school because she assumed I was just going to live off my trust fund. But because I didn't go to law school, I couldn't use it. So I had to like get a job in marketing. So I started to do marketing at first. And then about 2 years into that, I left and then completed several certifications at the University of Maryland for agriculture. And I got into hydroponics and aquaponics. And then boom, I started my company and it started to pick up well. But it was like maintaining that while trying to like, live the high life that we had when we were in college when I had access to like, certain degrees of like.
So let me ask you. So when y'all got married, y'all didn't do like a contract or certain
Yeah, we did a
things.
prenup. Yeah, I told her I'm not walking down the aisle with you if you don't do a prenup.
That's it. Now I'm talking about whatever I buy for you, whatever
Yeah, it was in the
you.
prenup. It was in the prenup. Literally, it was like the prenup was like less than 2 pages. It was like whatever you came into this marriage with, you leave with. We didn't go into business together. She didn't invest in anything I
Oh,
did.
okay, okay,
So
okay,
yeah,
okay.
it's like the best thing. It's the best thing in the world.
Okay. So it's actually an agreement that she's leaving with her by herself because she didn't. You didn't.
Oh, bro, listen, I
You're not
love
willing to
black
give
women.
her anything that
Listen,
you
I
had
love
bought
black
for her.
women to the death of me. I will kill. I love black women a lot, but I ain't no simp. Okay, like I'm not working hard for to provide for you just to like, oh well, pay me alimony, bitch, please. I refuse. Gracious. That's why I'm glad I didn't have a kid with her.
So you don't pay
That's the
alimony?
situation. No, I don't have to. No.
Oh, is that according to the agreement?
Yeah.
Oh, so you could actually
Yeah.
make an agreement of not paying alimony.
Yeah, it's called a prenup, bro. A prenuptial agreement. Bro.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's dread.
Yeah, bro.
That's dread.
Really?
You got it. Bro, when she left, she literally called the cops trying to take. She was like, I just want to take my jewelry box. I need the money. How else am I going to survive? And I'm like, well, no lie. I said this in front of the cop. I'm like, you give great head, get on Instagram.
Oh my god. Oh wait. I missed half of this conversation. Is this like a true story, bro?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he was actually saying he's divorced right now and everything. The agreement in the marriage was like, whatever she came with is what she leaves with. She's not leaving with whatever he buys for her. And she left with nothing. And he don't have to pay no alimony.
See, the thing is, she was actually about to leave. She brought me a Rolex that didn't fit, and she was about to leave with it. But we had a joint account, so I gave her a card. So then I used to put like $2,000 to $3,000 on it a month, like as an allowance. Plus, she had like a small job to get herself some stuff like that. And it was just my way of saying, "Look at my baby," type thing. You know what I mean? Because I believe a husband should, if you have an independent woman, have an independent woman. But you should at least, like the Bible. Like I'm living off the Bible at the time. Like the Bible says, where your heart is, your treasure is also. So like a little bit of money I got, I was like, you know what? I'm just, shoot my baby a few dollars here and there. You know what I mean? But nah, fuck that. I was like, all right, well, you're not really benefiting me right now. And this, all we do is fight. And then like there was some little infidelity on her part. So I wasn't no simp. You ain't gonna see me sit out here, baby, please. I literally told her, I was like, sweetheart, I graduated from Howard University. I'm a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. I solely date black women. You have to understand, I can replace you any day of the week. And that's when she, that was the last thing I said to her. And the sheriff said, well, ma'am, if he purchased all this and it's in the agreement, you can't take it. So I can escort you out of here. And he escorted her out. And I shut the door. And I ain't gonna fake like I was, swole body, I ain't got no feelings. No, I cried like a bitch because you invested all this money into your relationship. I ain't gonna fake. Like I was sad.
True.
I was sad, bro.
I feel you. So one question though, like is it in the Constitution that for all states that you don't have to pay alimony? Or is it just for DC?
No, I don't
need
know
to
about
find
that,
out about New York though.
No. Yeah, no, because the thing is, if you have the whole point of having a prenup before you get married is to prevent the other partner from getting your stuff. So if you ever get married with someone, the greatest test of your love would be for them to sign that document. If they don't sign that document, then you know the type of woman or man you're with. Because there are men who have to sign it too. Like, it's not just women who sign it. There are men who have to sign it. Because it's usually protecting your assets and the money you came in. So because I know that anytime I can go to law school, and when I get my JD, I can have a good chunk of change that I have access to from my birthright. You wouldn't want just some random woman to get a hold of that. You know what I mean? Like just because you slept with her for a few years. So you want to make sure you protect yourself. But like the way to really test, like if you love me, for better or worse, sign this prenup. Because if I lose everything, I'll rebuild. And we will rebuild. But if, because at that moment, if she doesn't sign the prenup, right, and you still going with the marriage, you're a dumbass. You're a simp. Literally a dumbass for that.
Oh, so that's cool. I never knew that. Like I always thought that once you get a divorce, you got to pay alimony.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of similar to Islam also. Like there's certain things that you make an agreement. Whatever you give to her for maintenance. That's for her. You can't take it back or whatever. know.
No, because I'm not gonna lie.
Kind
Like,
of similar.
it wasn't like I just like I kept everything there, just because you never know how a person's gonna change and things like that. So when things did
True.
start to pick up, like when I started to like do good, and I was pulling in invoices that were like double digits in the K's, I was like, all right, cool. Let's probably up it up a bit. And I told her like, hey, let's live a little bit frugal for like 6 months. Like I just said, 6 months, let's be frugal, and that means like we're not going out to fancy restaurants, no expensive trips. We're just going to stay, like save our money, conserve, so I can launch my company into the next angle. And I was trying to get her to like, hey, I'll send you to there was a 2-year law program at UPenn. I was like, I'll send you there, get your education, and I'll make you my personal lawyer so we can build this together. Once I said that, bro, you would have thought I said, let's have a threesome. You would have thought I told her, hey, I want you to become a porn star. Like, I was like, sweetheart, help me out here. You know what I mean? Because I can't stand like, how do you say it? Like, I look at a wife as like, like you're the bow, she's the arrow, you're the sword, she's the shield. I don't have time for something like, oh, you're only a sheath. Like you're only like the closet where I store everything. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
nah,
You got
you should
to
be out
take care of
there.
everything. You got to do everything. You're the man. You're the
Yeah,
man.
you know
You're
what I
the
mean?
man.
Like, no, I take that role because the way I saw it was that, listen, if I pay all the bills on my birthday, on Christmas, Father's Day, our anniversary,
I'm
Valentine's
saying
Day,
I'm
you
saying she
shouldn't
got to
be
be.
buying.
I'm saying she got to be supportive and know what she's doing.
Yeah, like at least like I would say if I take 75%, at least hit that 25 for me. Or if I get hurt
Right.
and I need to take 65, at least did the 35 for me. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, I see you. Nah, I wouldn't want a woman like that anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't want no like she came into the joint
You're
because
right.
the thing is she knew my family because my mother helped her get like numerous jobs. So like my mother always used to brag, about like, oh, don't worry, sweetheart. When he becomes a lawyer, you guys are gonna come into some money. And she used to say all this stuff. So she was always pushing me to go to law school. And I'd be like, well, that's not what I want to do though. I kind of want to, venture out to my own path because my father wanted 2 lawyers and a doctor for his kids. So he was like, I don't care who's going to be the lawyer or who's going to be the doctor. So I said I was going to be the lawyer. And
Is your
I wanted to
father
be
a
a cause.
Jew? Yeah, because that's what the Jews do. You
Yeah,
got to be a
no,
doctor or a lawyer. That's it.
no. My father actually was part of a coalition of pastors, and he met a couple of Nigerian pastors that were like making their kids become engineers,
Okay.
doctors, and a lawyer. So he always said I wanted 1 Dr. Bradley and 2 Bradley Esquires. So that was this or Bradley JD. Like that's what he wanted. So he pushed us in that direction. Because I remember when I was in the summer, man, it was either I had 2 jobs. I was either a legal aid at a law firm or a caddy. And there came a point when I got really, really fat. Like I was like chubby. And I was like, yeah, I ain't trying to walk all throughout a golf course every day. So I became a legal aid and, I had a nice air conditioned little cubby room. I was like, this was the time of Netflix, I think was starting to come out. And, I was sitting there like, oh, I'm liking this. So life was pretty, fairly sweet at that time. So, no, it was Crackle. Yeah, it was a website called Crackle. And
Right.
yeah.
Wow.
But that's what really had me, but see, that's why like the way I am as according to other Black people, that's why I kind of would stand out amongst other Black people. Cause it's like, but then it's like, I don't, because there's so many like me. Like there's like an arranged marriage section of Black America. There's the Black bourgeoisie who, I will say confidently are utter sellouts. Like I would say that confidently they're sellouts because they live for we aren't Black people struggling. Like I want you guys to look up Black father forbids son from wearing hoodie. And this is the Voight family. This is he's literally he's like a distant cousin to my mother. And he's the Voight family. And they're a family that went to the Delta region of Nigeria, right, as freedmen and got into oil and used to send back like bags of gold to the American family here. And they like different sections of it. Like the Bradley family is broken up into like 7 sections. So there's like DC, Philly, Boston, New York. Oh, no, not New York anymore. It's in Brownsville. No, East Hampton. You've been to the East Hamptons?
Nah, I've never been out in New
Okay.
York, man.
No, it's in New York. It's upstate New York. It's upstate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nah, I only been to New Jersey. That's it.
Okay, and there's Tennessee.
Yeah, because I'm scared of heights, so I barely
Okay.
travel. Yeah, even though that's that's what I love doing the most, going out,
Yeah.
seeing people and places. But I'm just
Yeah.
scared of heights. I thought I could do it until I came to America, and I found out, nah, this height,
Wait. Are you
is
scared
no
of
joke.
heights? And you, God forbid, if you ever become successful in New York, and you get like a corner office. Jesus, vertigo's gonna kill you, bro.
It's all right.
You'll get over it.
I get a fast car and run out the red lights.
Yeah. But no, like that was always like the thing. And I'm not gonna lie, there was periods in my life where when I talk about self-esteem, I used to get mad at my dad, be like, why aren't we like this? Why are you and mommy still together? Why don't I have this? Like, why can't it just be me, mom, and because all my friends had that situation, so it was like, because my father never wanted us to be token niggas. He always said, I ain't raising no token niggas. So like, he said, listen, I ain't gonna have kids. Like when we play lacrosse. So it was this one traveling team, bro. If I would have played for them, I would have went to a D1 program, a big D1 program. But my father made me play for the Bowie. My father made me play for the Zombie Hunters and then Bowie because they were all black teams. So he was like, I ain't going, because I could have played in Annapolis, because I wanted to go to the Naval Academy for the longest time. Like I wanted to go to the Naval Academy and play football and lacrosse there, but he was like, why can't you play club lacrosse and play football at Howard? And I was like, I couldn't do both at Howard, so I just played lacrosse at Howard. But yeah, like there was like periods in which like if you ever saw like a Jesuit tournament, we were that black team where you always saw like we would show up 15 minutes late to the game, and the coach would like the coach would just be like, oh shit, y'all go ahead and try to warm up as much as you can.
Right.
But like we weren't scoring, like we didn't score that much, bro. Like I'm not gonna lie, like we weren't like a premier team, but like I'll tell you this, we would injure half their players because it would be like you would have like basketball, football players, like linebackers, point guards. Like we'd be shaking, breaking ankles all day, Oh, goodness. Oh, yeah, that's enough about me though, bro.
I mean, it was fun though. Yeah. So what? Trust me, I'm almost by myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Oh man.
No, man. But yeah, man,
I know you.
I don't know if you can get a. I don't know if you can get a. I think you can get a prenup now, though. I don't know if you. I think you can get one after you get married. See, I just told you had to get one before you get married. I don't know if you can get one after though.
That's gonna be hard.
Yes. Yeah.
Getting a. What did you call it? A prenup?
Yeah, prenup or prenuptial agreement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because I remember, like, I didn't even have to ask her for it. My mother and, like, 3 of my aunts went in the room with her and said, if you want this to go forward, you're going to sign this paper. If not, we're just going to leave and you can catch the metro home. And she signed it. It took her a minute, I ain't gonna fake. Like, it took her a couple of minutes. But I should have known right there. The fact she didn't just sign it that quick. Because I asked her nicely, like, hey, just sign this, we go inside. Sign this, go inside, we pass it to the notary, we're good.
So 1 second. So both of y'all didn't know about the prenup.
No. She knew I wanted her to sign one because I was bringing more to the table than she was, and I just was, because I'm not gonna lie, I was like, I guess you could say I was a simp visionary where I was thinking like, all right, I was thought, okay, when I was junior in college, I thought, okay, she's gonna be a lawyer, I'm gonna be a lawyer, we're gonna have plenty of work in DC, so we're gonna be fine, you know what I mean? But and it was like she didn't want to go practice law now. she wanted to go into writing, like she wanted to be a writer.
Mm.
And I was like, never wrote a book, literally had an app called, literally was in the writing center all the time, having people literally critique and do her papers for her. You know what I mean? So it was like, you want to be a writer? What are you writing about? Like, And I just never wanted to be, I never wanted to be that husband that like down talks his wife. You know what I mean?
True.
Because I didn't want to be that. I didn't want to be that husband that down talks his wife. Like, you never know who's, you know what I mean? Because like, you never know if you're gonna have like an Oprah, you know what I mean, or Michelle Obama type style. You know what I mean? So I was like, all right. The thing is, the way that thinking today, right now, I'll be considered a simp, and it's just like, yo, I was just like, you're in love. You know what I mean? I was young, dumb,
full of cum.
See, I wasn't gonna say that. Now you gotta say pause. See, I wasn't even gonna say all that.
Young, dumb, full of cum.
I was just dumb, bro. Now I just realize I'm just dumb. But I do it again, though. I ain't gonna think. I just know that like I'd rather have a woman that like, okay, so if I were to marry someone, I would want her to already have like her own business where it's like she doesn't really need me. You know what I mean? Like I'm just a perk to her already like lit life. You know what I mean?
So do you think the only thing that might be missing is she might not be committed because she knows that anytime thing hits the fan, then she could just go about her way and she'd be all right and you'd be all right.
Yeah, but I think ultimately I think because she knew who my family was,
right? So
I think that's what she assumed that was, and she thought like, okay, he has some generations here, he has some generational type, assets, then yeah, this is going to be a benefit for me. And I was just dumb at the time because it was like.
So basically, she trying to play the gold digger role.
See, I don't want to like, this is, I guess, the little bit of simpish nature I still have. I don't ever want to call her gold digger. I just want to say her behavior was gold diggish. Yeah, she was a fucking gold digger. Fuck her. Yeah, she was a fucking gold digger. That's exactly what she was.
So I guess she basically was I'm not trying to slander her, but basically she was what she was, and she wasn't playing her role right because you have other people who would show you love and make you not be suspicious of whatever they're trying to do, and in the nearest future, if they get what they want, they just bounce out.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what she didn't know how to do. Because trust me, love is sometimes is sometimes fishy, and you think somebody's in love with you, not until
you
they
don't know
get
the
what they
intentions.
want.
That's the thing that sucks.
Right.
Like, I wish like when you get married, I wish like if you get married, there'd be like some machine that says this is how long you guys are gonna be together, and this is why you would break up, so you can at least prepare. You know what I mean? I just hate the fact it was just like, bruh, what the fuck? Who is this woman? Like, you're stuck.
It's
I remember like I was blaming myself. I was blaming myself.
Trust me, I think it's all like part of the marriage agreements. Like you could agree on breaking up in 10 years, or and you can think about after 10 years, you want to extend it. I don't think marriage should be like how people say it's a lifetime. Yeah, it's supposed to be a lifetime.
No, I say that.
Scenario,
I say that because my parents have been married for about 35 years. So
yeah, because it works for them.
That.
I know. No, everybody wants that, but I'm saying that you don't have to. You could think about it, but don't bank on it. That's what I'm trying to say. Because at the end of the day, trust me, I'm married to a rich woman and be like, oh, I love you. I clean up for you, do whatever you want. But once I hit the jackpot, I'm out. So what's the point of thinking, oh, it's marriage is a lifetime thing, and then somebody else is thinking about once I hit the jackpot, I'm out.
Yeah.
And then
that's what I'm saying. Malik, that's what I'm saying.
One second, you actually even notice their behavior when they get what they want. You started to see the reality out of them, like, oh, when I first met you, you wasn't like this, and now because you got a Bentley and you have a house and you have a private jet, now you want to act like you're the boss and whatnot, and they just leave you.
See, the thing is, I didn't have all of that at the time, bro, like when I got
Yeah, but see,
married,
you don't have to have it. But she knows. You said she knows about your family, though.
Yeah, but like I'm gonna be real. My family is extremely frugal, though. Like when I talk about like okay, the high school I went to that high school because my mother was on the board. And because she was on the board, we were able to get a huge discount. I went to Howard because I could go free because I was legacy. And that's why I always try to figure out, like, what did this chick thought was going to happen? Like, she thought I was a Trump or a Rockefeller or a Vanderbilt.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what she was thinking, and she got relaxed and thinking, yeah, I'm gonna hit it. Once I hit it, then I'm gonna show my true color, and then whatever he won, I'll be alright then.
Yeah, so fuck that, bro. But no, that's why. I mean, the best part about my marriage though is that like she was for the age of 18. She wasn't 9. She wasn't 10. So big up to my life choices, and big up to all who agree that Western or not, white man or not, that you shouldn't be marrying anyone under the age of 18 if you're a grown ass man.
But listen, we talked about it. I said it's out of necessity. If you're not in a position to do it, don't do it. Nobody's forcing you to do it.
What
Those
necessity?
who did it out of necessity.
What necessity would possess someone? See, this is where you as a Muslim irritates me now, because it's like you defend shit I believe you would never do. Okay,
I would never do it because I'm not in the I'm not in the need for it. That's what I'm saying. But if I'm in a poor family,
when would you be in a need for it?
All right, cool. Let me tell you, those people that did it, they were in the need because they were suffering. They either had to improve their lifestyle or seek a tie between political ties or tribal ties. Basically, something has to be out of necessity before you can consider it being getting it done. But if the both families rich, why would you want to? Or if the man is capable of not getting a child, as you would say, so why would you do it? Nobody's saying it's a must. That's what y'all don't understand. We're not saying it's a must for you to do it.
Malik, it shouldn't even cross your mind. If you need a child, right?
It's because you haven't been in that situation. Trust me. If you've been in that situation, you will understand. All right.
Don't worry about it. It's cool.
No,
it is what it is.
We should talk about it. If you've been in that situation, you would understand why they did it. And then, like I said, marrying to a child doesn't mean that you have to sleep with a child. You gotta wait. You gotta train them, make them old. It could be 16, it could be 20, it could be 25 until you decide to do whatever with them.
Son, I couldn't do that. My mind wouldn't work like that. If I had to literally raise a 9-year-old, I might as well just say, hey, look, take my last name. We might as well be family. I'll marry you off to like someone your age. And then like, hopefully it'll be a rich guy or something. There'll be no point in like raising someone just to say, hey, you're 20, drop them draws. Like that right there, bro, it's like, nah, sorry. I guess it's just, I guess different culture or, mindset. I couldn't do that.
Exactly. So you're thinking about the sexual part. You're not thinking about the political situation or the poverty
Bro,
situation.
what political situation would it take to really raise?
Let me tell you something. Two kings would marry off. One king would marry off his daughter to the other one just to tie up a relationship between his clan and the other clan. I'm telling you, they do it.
All right, that's okay. So
yeah, but it's not saying, "Oh, I'm marrying off my daughter to you just to sleep with her." No, that's stupid,
bro. But you know that like in many cases, the consummation of marriage is the sex part. Like I know the ceremony. This is my wife, so we know that the sex part's going to be. So you might as well just hold. You might as well hold on to that until she's of mature age to actually engage.
And people do it. People do it both ways. That's what I'm saying. You're in a situation where you can picture yourself in their situation. If you could understand their situation, people do it also. Some people do, some people don't. Some people be like, all right, cool. She's she's a woman anyway. She's gonna get married anyway.
Bro, whatever kingdom that is, that is a zoo.
Yeah.
Okay, that kingdom is a zoo, bro.
It's not a zoo because he's not giving out his daughter to get slept with. We're not talking about prostitution.
Bro, you don't think a man's not gonna be like, I don't see some dude like, oh, here's my daughter, you can marry her, but don't touch her until like, are you kidding me, bro? Like, are you like?
Yeah, but either he says it or don't say it. You that you get married to her, you should know that you're not supposed
All
to
right,
touch
okay,
her anyway.
fine. If we're gonna say kings and all that shit like that, then we'll say, oh, do you think that should be used today?
If it's not applicable, that's what I'm saying.
Thank you. So you don't think it? So you think today, 2020, that should
Yeah.
not be done? All right, cool.
No, I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. If it's applicable to them, let them do it. But don't be thinking about the sexual part like, oh, because a king married to another king's daughter, then the next thing is sex. Nah.
No. If someone says, Malik, that's how you see it. But if someone says that a 9-year-old, a 13-year-old that's physically and mentally and emotionally ready,
yeah,
to take on the responsibilities of a wife, and the reason why they have those responsibilities is because, and it's a Western mindset to not be with that. What would you say to that person? Like, yo, bro.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. We are in the West. None of us in the West need to be in a situation like that. You could sign up for a food stamp. You could sign up for shelter. You could sign up for you could get a loan in the bank or whatever. So none of us in the West need to be in that situation. But what I'm saying is these people are also
I think
human
no
beings.
one in the face of the planet should be in that situation.
Nah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't
no
say
one
that.
on the face of. Oh, come on, Malik.
Nah, I wouldn't say that.
Malik,
Because now it's like you're generalizing and you're trying to think, everybody's in the same situation.
Whoa! Hold on. What did I just hear?
Ultra.
What did
my
I
phone's
just
about
hear?
to die, so I'm gonna let you handle this. My phone's
Yeah,
about to die.
yo, listen.
Yo, where you
Malik,
going, DC? Don't
I
go
can't lie to you,
nowhere.
my broski.
Yeah.
Listen, I cannot understand what the fuck I'm hearing right now. Like, and I'm not gonna lose my temper. I'm gonna be calm.
Yeah.
Malik, in what instance is having a 9-year-old bride ever okay in your mind? If the answer is anything other than no, Ultra, it's never okay. We're gonna have words, and the Shias are gonna take a serious L.
It's never okay until a situation calls for it.
It's
and
what?
You can ask,
it's never okay. What?
Yeah, until a situation calls for it, and you can ask Terry. I think Terry gave a good example earlier about people who does it and why they do it, and then so you could figure out if what they did is right for them or is wrong for them.
All right, Malik, can you give me
Yeah.
an example of when a 9-year-old child bride is ever okay? Give me one example that you could think of, even a hypothetical or whatever the fuck.
All right, cool.
Try to make this make sense to me.
All right, cool. If I'm a king or I'm very poor and I'm trying to seek a tie between me and the other king, if I'm trying to how to say expand my allyism, yeah, I could marry off my daughter to him, but I'm not marrying my daughter to him just to sleep for him to have sex with my daughter. Because I'm thinking about someone who knows better. So I wouldn't be thinking about him having sex with my daughter at the age of 9 or 6 or 2 or 1. So that's like a necessity for me. For me
Wait,
personally,
okay.
being a king.
So let me get this
and
straight.
to say,
In this hypothetical scenario,
yeah,
in order to expand your kingdom and your allegiances with other people, other tribes, whatever the fuck,
right.
you were willing to sacrifice a little girl.
That's not called sacrifice. That's the word. That's the word.
What else could it possibly be called? Because let's be real,
Yeah.
right? When people say marriage, essentially what they're saying is to become a wife, to bear children, sex, right? Listen to me carefully, bro. Listen to me carefully.
Cool.
In order to expand this hypothetical, I'm using, it wasn't real. There's an instance where, and there's no other word other than sacrifice. You would sacrifice a 9-year-old to expand your kingdom. Now, I cannot even begin to explain to you how immoral that is. And I would urge you, my broski, to just outright condemn child marriage right here and now, please, please, man. Just do that for me.
Man. Oh man, I have to. Veli, Melanated Goddess is trying to jump in, and I have a phone call, so I'll be back on. But tell Terry
Yeah, okay,
to give me
Veli,
the
yeah,
green bean.
let Melanated
Oh
on,
man.
because, yeah, I don't know what's happening. Like, like, since yesterday, you just had Mandem in 2020 with views that I'm not gonna lie. For me, there's bare potential predators amongst us. They're amongst us. We had a dude saying FJM
FJ
was,
and
yeah. It's just he's meant to say FGM, but he's basically
that's
comparing
the
FGM.
genitalia. The genitalia starts with
Yeah, the
the
janitor.
J.
Yeah, he was that I had a dude basically comparing FGM to cosmetic surgery, and then all day we've had guys trying to justify pedophilia.
Yeah,
There's no
yesterday
other
and
way to.
today. Yo, the
There's
chat
no
is
other
going
way.
in on Malik. Malik, if you can, if you're hearing us, you need to go look at the chat. I was contributing to the going in because it's just him just co-signing the stuff. It's just like, I'm sorry, but I'm burning fire on that joint. So I was calling him Malik Sweat for Keith Sweat because Keith Sweat got a
Yeah, I
song.
saw that, man.
Keith
I
Sweat
saw
got
that,
a song
man.
that says
Because
you
you know
may
what
be
it is,
young, but you're
like
ready.
Mel, like how I think question of the day tomorrow, like spoiler, question of the day tomorrow should be how to tackle dangerous ideas and dangerous mindsets. What's the best way? Because when you explain to somebody
No, Gotta
the
Jacob said Harriet Tubman would have emptied out on him.
huh?
Gotta Jacob Gotta Jacob said Harriet Tubman would have emptied the clip on him. Like,
Yeah.
are
She
you?
like, no, baby, you can't come. Oh
Feed him into
shit,
you,
man.
baby. Mm-mm. I
Yeah,
mean,
you can't come.
but you missed
Now,
it. Yesterday, he was talking about there's a maturity test, and that the young girls have to pass a maturity test. Like men,
Melanie, do you know what the funny thing is? Yeah, if I'm honest with you, the one thing that this has proved is that there are predators amongst us. There are men in 2020, young men who are co-signing child marriage. Now, even though I've got a sexy, calming demeanor, this is really serious. And I feel like we're just brushing over the severity of the situation.
yes, there are men. There are men that look at young girls, right? Because see, like if you really listen to the conversation, right, you
Hide your
can hear
kids,
the
hide your wife. Who knows about
exactly.
Antoine Dodson? Jeez.
Yes. Listen, you can hear the words being changed, right? So Malik earlier said it is wrong to marry a baby. He didn't say it's wrong to marry a child, right? And 1 minute he kept saying you can marry a child. I'm not saying have sex with them. At a later time in the conversation, they were brought up to, well, a sign of maturity is that this young woman has her period. Why do they marry the young woman once she has her period?
Not even
Because
that
now she can
melanated
become a
because they
mother.
think
Duh. So
no,
how do you become
because
a
they
mother?
think
But hold on,
no,
listen,
they
listen.
think
How
that
do you
that's
become a mother? You
puberty.
have to. Hmm.
And I'm saying puberty, you wait until puberty has finished. At
No,
least.
no. Listen. I understand you're supposed to. I'm saying that he kept saying specifically that just because culturally joining the marriage, joining the families, and X, Y, and Z. He kept saying you need to remove sex, right? If you remove sex, now in the case that Terry brought up earlier, where he said that because of merging the two families for political reasons, right? So you could have a 4-year-old who was betrothed to marry this person, let's just say in 14 years. So they'll be 18 then, right? So this 4-year-old is supposed to marry this person in 18 years because this father is this title and this father is this title, and they would be a good match or whatever. Okay, maybe when the person's 18, they co-sign, they're like, all right, cool, I'm down with this, merging my family. They consent to it. They accept their fate to be with this person. This older gentleman is probably starting to gray and having sexual dysfunction and everything else, but that's another story. I'm just saying that if that's what they choose to accept, that's different. But a young girl who's 10 years old, she got her period a few months ago, and a 35-year-old man is saying, this is who's going to be my wife, and I'm going to come give your family some stacks and some cows or some land or whatever. If you think that he's not going to have sex with that 10-year-old, you don't lost your mind.
No, wait, melanated.
What
Would
man
you
is
would you
choosing
consider
a
that a
10-year-old?
sacrifice? Because
I think
I'm
it's
not gonna
child
lie. The only
exploitation. I look at it
no,
as
I think
extorting your
it's the
children and
sacrifice of a child.
like
I
selling your
think it's
child.
the sacrifice of a child. That's the only word that accurately describes the situation that you just explained. It's a sacrifice of a child. Like that child has literally no value other than to further the political causes of two other insanely pedophilic co-signers. That's it.
Listen, the man said, "Oh, you can't marry babies, but there is a woman test. So if the 9-year-old passes the woman test, and I just want to know if these people have children, because I'm telling you, the logic that some of these 17-year-olds have, you make you want to just be like, look, did I
Wait,
drop you on the
melanated,
floor when
be
you was a
real.
baby?
Aren't teenagers the dumbest sons of bitches in the world?
Oh my
When we're teenagers,
God.
that's when we do our dumbest, stupidest shit. That's when we do dumb shit. Is when we're teenagers. That's when we make stupid decisions, and you drink absinthe when you know you shouldn't, and then you end up fucked up outside the club. That's what we do when you understand what I'm saying, right?
Listen,
And then
but
Melanie, I'll
listen,
be honest,
how
you're a
could a
mother, yeah. So you know
uh-huh.
what a 9-year-old is. How
Oh my
on
God.
what fucking planet can a 9-year-old be ready to be a wife because she's had a period?
No, it's not just because she got her period. Because she can make rice and peas and stew chicken, and she got her period, and she knows to clean and make up a good bed.
No, but see, this is the thing,
So you got a
melanated. All you just described is near enough every Caribbean household on the face of the fucking planet, where the children know how to do fucking chores. Yeah, but the difference
Yes,
is they're
you
not
have
being
a
sexually
maid,
exploited.
a 9-year-old who can be a maid in the household, and like, why wait for the child to have their period if it's not about sex? Of course, it's to have children. Like he thinks we're stupid. Why would you wait till they have their period? It's so that they could have children. So that means at 10 or 11, she's fit to be a mother. This is child pedophilia. That's still a kid. Are you crazy? I just don't get it. And it's not, and it's really scary that a black man is on here just saying this foolishness. It's scary,
No, but
man.
it ain't just that, melanated.
It's scary, yo.
Since last night, we've had man who and this here the irony. The man that first like spilled his guts on this thing had the barefaced cheek to tell me personally that I don't have any morals, and he's out here co-signing child
Oh yeah,
marriage.
I was putting that in the chat too. I said, "Oh, what happened to objectivity, objective morality? Because if it's an objective thing that is acceptable, then just start getting 9-year-olds pregnant. Then what? I don't understand. Or are you saying that you're actually attracted to 9-year-olds, but because the law, you're not doing it? What sickness is really being said? Like, I just
This is the thing that Melanie. Do you this is why I think tomorrow's question of the day should be: how do you tackle deep-seated ideas that are demonstrably harmful? Because
we
if
need to have a
you
questionnaire, man. We need to have a questionnaire, right? Everybody loading up on the plane or loading up on the ship or whatever. Basically to gain entrance to the barbecue, the family barbecue. You got to answer these questionnaires, and it got to be you bonfire on child marriage. Well, it all depends. Sorry, no, you can't come to the barbecue. You can't come.
simple,
Come to the
fucking
barbecue, son.
simple, fucking simple. Simple. It ain't even hard. And I tell you the truth, man. One thing that's also shocked me, right, is a particular man started talking this shit. We're talking about it, and then you get these zombified morons come out of the woodwork talking about what's a child, and you hate Islam, and like nobody mentioned Islam. We're talking
But
about
you know what? When MA brought up, what if a 50-year-old woman or a 40-year-old woman wanted to marry a 9-year-old boy?
same
All of a
fucking
sudden
thing.
they started stuttering. No, I'm saying they started stuttering and started saying, well, she won't be able to have children. So guess what? It is about the kids then. Which one is it? Is it about the sex or is it not about the sex? Which one is it?
Put it this way, melanated. Whether it's a older woman and a younger man, or an older man and a young kid, it's all pedophilia.
Absolutely,
All of
it's
it.
still wrong, but it
All
just is
of it.
interesting to see
And then
how
no,
they
do
took
you know
it.
what's interesting, Mel? Is seeing the people that will come out of the woodwork to defend this fucking filth.
Disgusting.
And not even
Talking
that.
about,
Remember,
I see some
these people.
9-year-olds that are really tall and really developed. I see some not what? Like,
Yeah, you see.
I would be scared to say that shit on something that's
And
recorded.
then I'm putting this out there, and I don't give a fuck. Do you remember when Banksy said, "I'll masturbate over a picture of a 5-year-old or something like that"? Right? The internet went up in fucking arms. These men are co-signing child marriage. I want to hear the same level of outrage from all corners of this fucking internet. Yeah, because if I don't hear it, man are getting called out as hypocrites. I don't business, right? Because I'm sorry, child marriage, co-signing it. And then
You
when I
can't
asked
say
man, I
you
said, Melanie,
married.
when I said to man yesterday, raw, you're moving like a little Nazi right now. Like, are you saying you would marry a child? And this is his response. His response was, no, I wouldn't because I'm already in a relationship.
Ew.
Yo, hear what I'm saying? Hear what I'm saying? Hear what I'm saying?
Not because it's wrong.
Hear
Not
what I'm
because
saying?
it's wrong.
Hear what I'm saying? Yeah. Hear what I'm saying?
Not because it's wrong.
No, not because it's wrong. Right? Oh, and then he the next fuckery. Oh, you accept the white man's definition of a child. Now, let me explain something. The fuckery with that kind of response. Am I supposed to take your nasty definition of what a child is? I don't think
Hold on. Listen. When they start, then here they go. Child marriage was in Africa before Islam. Listen, and hear
Wait.
me
Hold on,
good.
Melanie. Hold on a second. Let me ask you a
Hold on.
question. No, Melanie. Pause. Just pause.
Ay, Dios mío.
Pause.
Ay,
No,
Dios.
because I'm vexed, right? Let me ask you a question. If you found out one of your ancestors or 10 of your ancestors did something heinous, do you thank you? Simple. But here the nasty fuckery listen to the fuckery how these man's minds work. Oh, but other people did it. That's the excuse. I'm asking you about now, today, and man are co-signing it. And when you call it out, you're a snake. You're insincere. Um, you're a pagan. You hate Islam, or
I don't
or
care
define
what
a child, or
country,
Africans did it
what
too.
tribe, what
Oh
clan,
man,
what family, what nation. I don't care if they look like me, if they don't look like me. For all the little 9-year-old female human beings globally, it's wrong. It's wrong. Unless she marry another 9-year-old. If she marry another 9-year-old, and that's just how they get down, they value marriage from that young, and their parents, all four parents, nurture them as a little young married couple, right? And I mean, I wouldn't do it, but hey, but you telling some big horseback, hairy adult, he done finished puberty long time. His body mature, and this young girl just starting off the gate. He gonna want to mash up her body. Sure. Nah, yo. It's wrong. It's wrong. I don't care. I don't business.
nah. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm about to find out what's really real on these internet streets, right? Because when Banksy was like rare over a picture of a da, 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 like man them went up in arms, and all now Banksy can't live it down. Which, to be fair, I kind of get the sentiment, although I don't agree. Like when I heard what it was, I was kind of like, Banksy, you shouldn't have said that. That was fucking disgusting. You shouldn't have said that, right? But Banksy was trying to make a political point, right? I don't think he would do it, but I'm not co-signing Banksy. I ain't swearing for no one out here, right? But
Yeah, I mean, I heard his explanation about
yeah,
it, and
yeah, but
I
I'm not.
think that
I'm
when he
not
was
for the
pressed
record.
about it, what he should have done is
Yeah,
he should have said, you know what, I didn't really mean it like that. I was trying to prove a point, and I think that would have
exactly,
been a lot better. But what he
exactly.
did was basically he was like he was being wrong and strong and saying, yeah, that's what like, and he was making it even
Yeah,
worse. And
exactly.
that's
And that's why
exactly
that's
Mr.
why
Lee.
I ain't
Protect the
co-signing
children.
no one out here. I ain't co-signing. But remember how the internet went up in arms, the furore that went up over this thing here. I'm saying, right, I want to see if these internet streets is going to keep it really real and co-sign this fuckery. Because I don't think, like, is it just me that's feeling like child marriage is a big, co-signing child marriage is a big deal? I've got children. All of my children are home with me. They're home with me. My 18-year-old is in his room on Instagram in his boxer shorts. My 2-year-old is here resting. My princess is 12. She's in the kitchen eating cereal at 5 in the afternoon or evening. And I've got one in the oven. Now, none of them are at an age where they could be married. Now, my 12-year-old has fast become the brains of my entire family. That woman is bright and she's mental. She's she's the apple of my eye. She's just a fucking whiz. Yeah, she can whip up a mean chicken. Yeah, she earns money all the time by going over and above the levels that we set for her and our expectations. She exceeds them constantly, and I reward her with with gifts, appreciation, love. My son is a sportsman. All he's about is his fitness. If you see this guy, he's got 0% body fat, unlike his dad, for fuck's sake. 0% body fat. He's a stunning, amazing athlete who looks after his body. He's doing sports science with the football club he's with. He's training. My 2-year-old basically just uses me. Okay. But, you know, when he hits certain ages, I want my rent money. Now, none of these people, none of the children I just mentioned to you are ready to be married. None of them. They are children. And anyone who does even the most cursory research on what childhood trauma does to adults. It's unbelievable. It's unfucking believable. I don't business about your religion or your diet or where you shop or what your mum taught you and da 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 da. Wrong is wrong. Co-signing child marriage means non-supportive. No, you're a potential predator. You're co-signing pedophilia. And I'm sorry. Is there a big leap between co-signing pedophilia and partaking? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the answers, but my knee-jerk emotional response is to say, well, yeah. Because I co-sign T-bone steak with Jack Daniel's sauce, medium well. Yeah, I co-sign it. And guess what? If I go TGI Fridays, I give you 2 guesses what I'm going to order. You understand what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Like the gravity of this situation is shocking. It's appalling. It's strange. And the reason why it's strange is because I've never spoken to anyone personally who has co-signed child marriage. I spoke to Afghan, and let's be real, Afghan is the biggest internet cunting troll that we've got in these hangout streets. And he just says and does the most reckless fuckery sometimes. But he ain't done anything where I thought, you're a predator. He's an absolute cunt, don't get me wrong. But he I'm speaking to guys that have told me personally, ultra funky, you ain't got no morals because you're an atheist. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, let's discuss this. And then with the very next breath this motherfucker takes, boy, child marriage in my country is like legit, like it's cool. I'm like, nah, you're done out here. You're fucking done out here. And so are you. If any of this is making you happy. It doesn't matter if you like Velly. It doesn't matter if you hate Velly. It doesn't matter if you hate James Jones. It don't matter if you hate Ultra Funky. It don't matter if you hate the Sun. Yeah? Wrong is wrong. Wrong is wrong. Like put your dirty little ego aside, put all the fuckery aside, and all you're left with is the facts. Early childhood trauma leads to maladjusted human beings, adult human beings. That's what it is. That's what it is. And it beggars belief that we even having to have this conversation. Like some of us here are parents, and the notion of having somebody tell me or others that marrying children is okay, you need to go the fuck to prison. And you need to go to prison because you will be dealt with justly once you arrive.
Like somebody like that would like imagine they having a little house party, or they go over to one of their friends' parties or something, a gathering, and they got a little 10-year-old daughter. So they will be like, hey, I'm interested in marrying your daughter. What's the dowry? Like, you just think it's okay to be just marrying 10-year-olds? Like, her body start developing
And not
a
even
little
that,
bit.
melanated.
She ready?
Honest. Melanated, even as an adult, let's be honest. Have you spoken to a fucking teenager these days? They're fucking morons. They're talking bullshit about fucking
No, don't
Cardi
say that. If you're
B
gonna say that,
and
I'm telling you,
fucking
they're gonna say
the amazing housewives
you
of
only
Texas
talking
and all this
about.
stupid shit.
No, they're gonna
And
say you only talking about Western teenagers. So I'm just saying that some little 10-year-old in Cuba, right? 10-year-old
what
in
are you saying?
Cuba who
She
lives.
can recite algebra and she can do quantum physics. Listen, that argument to me, melanated, is bullshit. Right?
But
Obviously,
listen, you should listen.
obviously there's a
Ultra.
degree
How about
of
this?
truth in the
You
examples
should
I
have heard the
gave, but
crickets.
9-year-olds are 9-year-olds.
Hold on, listen. You should have heard the crickets when I said, so should we lower the driving age to, should we allow 10-year-olds to drive, get behind the wheel? I mean, after all, this is a married woman. she might have to take her family somewhere, take her children to the hospital, right? Shouldn't we allow? She's a woman, right? Because we're not marrying kids. So she's a woman. She has a period. She's 10. We should allow them to get on the road and just start driving around, and you know, well, let's lower the age for them to get a permit to carry a weapon. Let's lower the age for them to join the military. 10-year-olds are adults now. You know, little boy, he got a wet dream. Boom, he's a man. Look, you see what I'm saying? Like this is what we doing. Come on, man. I know when something happened, my son, a teenager, he need a lot of time to figure out how to do it, and most of the time, it's like, did you consider this? Do you know what like? You want to know why I'm able to do that? Because I have experience, life experience. Been on the planet for 10 freaking years. Like you got such great experience. And only thing they keep saying is the young girl could be a housekeeper. She could clean up. She could clean and cook. That's maturity. Wow, man. You guys need to just get freaking a maid or something. Oh, look at the stroller. I hope you get one of those lightweight ones that's easy to close. Oh, it's red? Is a stroller red? Or is that just a box? Take it out the box. The unboxing of the stroller for Baby Ultra. Baby Funky. Come on, Ultra. Everybody's watching. Okay, what they saying in the chat? Mm-hmm. Can a 9-year-old see over the steering wheel? That's what I'm talking about. 9-year-old can't even. I don't know. Any man marrying a 9-year-old, he done married his child. I'm sorry. He has to still raise his wife.
Hold on. Let me just put this out there, yeah? If your wife qualifies for a child fare on the buses, she's too young. Just, like if there's
No, you know what someone put in the chat? They said if because not only so Malik said earlier that a 14-year-old is a man, right? And actually he said that he was a man at the age of 14 because he was having sex and he had a girlfriend, and what else? He said he was providing for his household at 14 and all of this stuff, right? That's what he said. And if you were doing that in the United States, or I don't even know where they wouldn't, right? Possibly globally. The person put that if a 14-year-old was killed, the news would not say a 14-year-old man was killed. I was like, no one is calling a 14-year-old a man. No one is calling a 9 or 10 or even a 14-year-old girl a woman. But no one calls a 25-year-old a girl. See, there's a difference. It's really weird that to grown adults, you need to really break down. And he said, well, I think Terry asked him something about a man, and what's his name? Nin. He was like, What do you call a man? What's a man to you? What? Confused. What do you make? What's a man? Mm-mm-mm. DC Brad said, "Can a 9-year-old drive a camel?" I'm done. Yo, the chat is funny. Malik will be back after he checks for monsters and tucks his wife into bed. Yeah, I really like. I'm with Ultra that this is really a serious topic, and it's very disturbing. You know, it's kind of one of those things that you assume that people are going to be on the same page. We're Ultra Funky, Mr. Riggs. Where you there? Okay, so both of the guys want to be on mute. So I will engage with you all. What is hey girl, I don't even eat meat, but I'll help you barbecue them and throw their meat to the dogs. Oh, Cotton Socks ain't playing. Yeah, man. Pedophiles and pedophile apologists cannot come to the family barbecue. They need to be ostracized and kicked out of the community. That bull crap. Mm-mm-mm. They done left me on here by myself. So I was really wanting to see what they was talking about earlier with all this woman being a gold digger and all that other stuff. Like I think to sit around and keep talking about um people marrying someone young enough to be their child is, you know, to me, what's understood don't need to be said. Like it's a no brainer that it's wrong, but it's just a reflection that everybody is not on the same moral thing, and some people that claim to have morals really don't. I think that's what I've learned in the last 2 days. Is that if anything, I think that people get new information that actually causes them to compromise their morals, to compromise something that should be natural to them, just because of this new information. Yeah.
You, what?
What's good?
I know, man. My mother, I heard it, man.
Man.
Yeah, that's you know what. This is why they say that. Obviously, you don't know why you can say like you can never know anyone in it, man. Because to you ask certain questions, you know what people are gonna answer. You always think people are just gonna give the same answer that you would give.
Yeah, you was telling Ultra to ask him the question, and I'm sure Ultra was like, "Why Belly trying to get me to ask him the question? He just gonna tell me no." And That was not the answer he got.
Managed to do the Usain Bolt.
He probably called himself from his work phone. Because I did hear the phone vibrating, but he probably was like, "Oh yeah, I gotta get out of here." Yeah, I gotta get out of here. It's getting
hot,
started incriminating myself.
Man,
But
anyway,
I
man,
mean, I don't know where you get your morals from there, Belly. How you get morals to know that this is wrong, and you know,
No, man.
it's the
I
atheist
know, man.
morals.
I have to pick up science for that one. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but you know what it was? Yeah, it was the point I was trying to make earlier. Yeah, I don't know if you was listening first. Was when I was on first thing in the morning. That I was saying that obviously it wasn't really to attack any sort of religion or anything like that. Yeah, it was more that because there's states in America where you can get married at 14. You know what I'm saying? Like obviously it's all ages that are under the like healthy for the child to have or the two people to be consenting adults in this relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah.
Right. In
If
America,
someone comes
you need your parents, but you need your parents' consent. So like you can be married.
The question I
So
wanted to
that's
ask
like
you is
that's where that term
if
like
someone
shotgun marriage comes from. You know, like they call it a shotgun marriage.
but I'm
Because
saying
it's
that
like the
if
girl
you
would
got
get pregnant and the father would make the young man marry his daughter, like literally like put a shotgun to him and like, yo, you're gonna marry her, you're gonna make this right. And yeah. Go ahead, bro.
well, one sec, yeah, my volume's gone low. Let me just put that back onto Bluetooth for once. Yeah. So if someone's got a culture, or if someone comes from outside to show you like a practice or something, and they can show you that it's beneficial for you to stop a cultural practice or something that's a cultural norm, is it okay for you to at least consider what the people are saying?
Wait, say that one more time. If the what?
If someone's got a practice, yeah. So like we're saying about the child marriage, yeah. So we're saying that obviously don't matter if it's you're marrying a 10-year-old or you're marrying a 14-year-old, yeah. It's like that. The implications are bad in it, in all of them, yeah. So if we've got an outside culture that we're bringing to someone who's got that culture, is it okay for them to? Because people keep saying, because we get this fight a lot in it. Oh, you keep trying to do the something, you're following the white man's culture, or the white man does this and the white man's that, and blah 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 blah. Yeah, so it's like, what if it's something that's beneficial to you? Should it matter if who it comes from? If it's beneficial and it's going to help, is it just something you should just implement?
Listen, you want to hear a joke pertaining to that? I remember, I was on like this Facebook post with all of these like pro blackity black nation type people, right? And someone said, how you say it, conolingus, basically like oral sex is from the white man. And everybody was like, that's one good thing the white man invented. Everybody was like, okay, so what that mean? We supposed to hate it now? Get out of here.
I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to say, man. It's like anything if something that's beneficial or something that's good for your thing, you should be able to include it.
Wait a minute. Wait, how do I do this? Audio. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that to me, if it's something that can apply, something that was a good thing, I'm not just gonna be like, okay, this comes from somewhere outside. I just don't get it. Like, it's like people eat tacos that's not from their culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can adapt and be like, okay, we're gonna have Taco Tuesdays. You know what I'm saying? You can be like, okay, you can look at something else and incorporate it. So
But there was
when you can be
another
like, well, mhm.
there was another bit, yeah, there another point that was made that like I can't remember, sorry, someone just fucking cut me up. It slipped my head, but what was it about the people trying to act like their culture's superior, but it's that see, like the West, even using Britain for an example, yeah, they've adopted a lot of other people's cultures and made it their own thing. So now you feel like that's English when it's not. If you look at the history of certain things, they come from other places.
I just like
So adopting something that's beneficial for you is not necessarily a bad thing.
listen. Just because the people of your culture did something doesn't mean it was something good. You should be able to, have the ability to look at something and be like, no, I don't know why they was on that. That they tripping. I'm not with that. Like, and if you're bound to just accept that, then go ahead and be stuck in practices from over 100 years ago. Then don't evolve, but then don't tell other people that they're not moral because they don't have morals that existed 100 years ago. That's some bullshit. Don't. Everybody not going to be stuck 100 years ago or more like you. That's just not how it's going to be.
So that was the other part I was trying to make, yeah. But what about this part though? So what if from you looking outside into my culture, you can see the benefits of the change. But if I think the culture has come from like God or the prophet of God or anything like that, yeah, just like a higher power within my scriptures or something, like something like that, yeah. How could you ever convince someone that they should at least consider what you're talking about? Is that the real question? Yo, let me just check for the chat. Yo, Kush.
Yo, it's me, bro. It's me, man.
Oh my God, Kushite, you need to redeem all Somalis right now.
No, man, because the thing is, yeah, what's happening anyway, everyone? What's good?
Big up yourself every
All
single time, my bro.
Somalis, big up everybody. All Somalis don't come from
Big
Somalia,
up,
Ultra,
Kush.
man. So I may be Somali, but I don't need to defend nothing them, man. So I don't consider myself to be from Somalia, so I leave that to them, man. Do you know what I mean? I don't don't get twisted. I'm not saying I don't fuck with none of that, bro. Like, them man are idiots for backing anything like that. They're dumb. It's because they're backing their religion, though. They're backing their religion, innit? They feel like they have to defend their religion, bro. It all comes down to at the end of the day. That's what it is, man.
Well, that's what I was saying. That if as far as you're concerned, yeah, if we come from the Most High, the highest of high, and the biggest authority, how can I ever convince you that what I am saying is
That's the
wrong?
thing. That's the thing, though, bro. It's a bit of a mad one, bro. It's a bit of a mad one, man. Yeah, I don't think you can convince these people, bro. They're lost in the source, bro. They're so lost in the source, bro. It's a bit. That's how. Yeah, man. It's a madness, bro. It's mad. They've taken that thing to be as legit as possible. They think it's a fact, innit? They've taken that thing to be a fact. They think that's their prophet. They solely believe their prophet's the the ultimate human being, bruv. So yeah, man, it's how you gonna debunk that to them, bro? I don't know, man. It's a mad one.
That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say to Terry and Ultra like earlier on. Was that right? If you see something as the highest authority, how come any knowledge I bring to you, how can that ever change your mind?
Nah, man, they will constantly disregard it because they think theirs is of higher authority. Yeah, man. No matter what you say, because theirs came from God.
Yeah, this is God, isn't it?
Wait, hang on a
Yeah,
second.
man.
Wait, Kushrat. So are you saying even if you can prove to these guys that something is wrong and or harmful, like
I
not
doubt
even
they'll accept
me,
it. I doubt they'll
not even
accept
me
it.
prove it. What if I can give them material to see that it's harmful?
They might come round. They might, if you could give them information, they might come round after a little while. But like, it depends. It all depends on how you like talk, because they will just go up. Like, they'll throw up their defenses. They'll throw up their defenses. Like they'll take offense to what's being said. Sometimes they'll throw up their defenses and they'll just go defense mode. You know what I mean? It all depends on how you put it towards them, man.
But yesterday I read an article, and it talked about the physical harm of a young woman actually giving birth as early as 10, 11, and 12. And it spoke about that the space between her vagina and her anus can develop like a hole, and like an extra hole, and then feces and urine will go through that hole and just mess up everything down there. It talked about her pelvic not being fully developed until she's finish her adolescence. It talked about the fact that can cause a lot of them do actually die during childbirth because their pelvic is not wide enough, it's not big enough.
Yeah, I don't
And
disagree with any of that.
so even when we presented the physical, the biological, supposedly she's ready because her menses began, right? Even when we presented the information, it's like
They still disregard it. Yeah.
well, we're gonna give her a woman test, and what woman test?
What's a woman test?
You're gonna go inside her and measure, get a measure, and measure her pelvic to see if she's ready, fit for marriage? You gonna do that to a virgin? What the hell?
Yeah. See, that's where they're like, yeah, the man are lost with it, man. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to change people's minds. You know, people that have actually believe that these things come from God, guys. Like, if they believe that that's the, I don't think it's like it's hard to change a mentality like that. Do you know what I mean? It's hard to, man.
That's I don't know. I can't. It's hard for me, for my mentality to change that God wants young girls to be violated.
Yeah, I feel you.
It's I can't understand why somebody like wouldn't be like, nah. If somebody came and told me that, I would be like, nah, God ain't say that. God, like, why would God want that little girls to experience that? Like these men, I hope all of these men have nothing but daughters, because it's the men who make the daughters anyway. So I hope all the men have nothing but daughters.
Hey, I wouldn't want to have any kids, man. Fucking.
Because guess what?
It's madness.
This 11-year-old, who got her period at 9, this man is trying to get her pregnant. If he thinks, or if they think that she has a voice and she could say, I'm not ready for sex. And he's gonna say, okay, darling. What? That just doesn't even make sense. I don't know what world they're living in.
Yeah, they're on a different planet, man. It's mad. Yeah, what's good?
Yeah, the milk out there was a bit.
Oh, I cut out.
No, I think it's just you, bro. It's just you, Phil.
Alright, cool, man. I was just making sure that everyone was good on it. Alright, cool, man. Yeah, man, it's a madness, though, man.
Yeah. It is a madness, but
Like I was saying that obviously, even though I disagree with what it is, yeah, if I'm saying that, right, if I'm trying to, like we was talking with Terry earlier, yeah, I was getting the point that Terry was trying to make. He was like, right, if you keep trying to smash man, man's never going to learn in it. So man's going to keep going defensive. But if you try to
I agree.
educate man, yeah, then man will at least, man will start to consider it, innit? Like, and then that's once the seed's planted, like you can only sort of start to make.
You can only hope it, yeah, man. Lays and does his thing, bro. Exactly, like, because there's nothing she can possibly do, in my opinion, man. I don't know. Like, if you come at him in a different way, they'll just defense mode, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's a bit of a mad one.
But this is what I'm trying to say is like, how you defend
You know
this
what?
stuff.
Yeah, I get what Ultra was saying as well, though, on the point that he was making about Banksy, yeah, because same thing, yeah. When I was on one of them streets when I heard Banksy getting banned up, and I was like, right, that is a bit nuts, bruv. Like, you get me? That is nonsense, bruv. Like, you can't say that, cuz. Yeah, so, man, you get me?
No, but these are the same guys. These are the same men that are going at Banksy as well, though. So they just took a major L. Do you know what I mean? So it's silly as fuck, bro. I don't know,
And
man.
what's the other
And
guy's
bro,
name?
bro,
I got the
Kushak,
other guy
can you
who said
believe
something too.
this Don told me as an atheist that I have no morals? Imagine that.
Yeah, I remember all of these
He's happy
conversations,
to
bro.
co-sign
I remember all of
in
them.
his country, and now, bro, going forward, how am I supposed to?
You can't take him
engage
seriously,
with
bro.
somebody who tells me because I don't believe in his particular God that I don't have morals, but yet will co-sign child marriage.
Yeah, you can't take them guys seriously, bro.
He didn't mean stoned with stones. He meant stoned, like you're gonna smoke 2 joints and you're gonna get stoned. Sort of thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, you just be a bit leaner.
Or just being uptight with it.
Sorry.
Yeah, you already had games in.
Sorry. Just like somebody needs to help me make sense, right? Because maybe, and I'm willing to accept this, it might be me that has a comprehension problem, right? I'm being told that I'm slimy, I'm a snake, I'm a Sarah fan, I'm
Sarah fan.
I support Tommy Robinson.
You support Tommy Robinson?
Yeah, apparently that's the new thing doing the rounds now.
You're a Tommy guy, yeah?
Yeah. Apparently so. Yeah. Apparently because I'm calling out the harm that anyone can just look up that happens to children when they're abused.
What you call it?
And I mean, I bet you
selling your daughter to get out of financial poverty shows that the girl has no say. I agree.
Yes,
Not
she has
even
a
that.
say. I
All
think
that
she has
means
a
is
say.
your daughter has just a
your daughter's got
has a
soul.
monetary value.
Oh, Malik,
that's madness.
Your
I think
that's
she
not
does.
having a say. What she's
I
gonna
think
say?
she
No,
does.
no, Dad. We're just gonna starve to death. You're not selling me. Is that? Get out of here. If I tell my son, get out of the bed and make up the bed right now, it's time to get up. You think he got a say at 9 years old? If I say you're going to go live over there, I'm packing your shit and you moving over there. What he gonna do? Stay in my house? And he's 9? It's a child, Malik. I don't know if you have a 9-year-old child, but your 9-year-old, they are children. They are little human beings that you've been feeding. They're little children. The 9-year-old's not gonna have say in where her daddy and mommy tells her to live. You're going to go with them people right there. No, I don't wanna. You're going. Pack your shit. See, it's that simple. You don't got no say.
If she goes
She not
over
paying
there,
no bills. Where else she gonna go? You tell
if
me
she
where else
goes
she gonna
over
go.
there, if she goes over there and she get mistreated, she gonna tell her father, and then the father pull her out.
It depends on how much money her father's getting.
Yeah, you're right. You're
Yo,
right. Some people wouldn't be like, just deal with it, and then some people will say,
Oh,
okay,
so you're agreeing
you're
that the
working my
parents
slave out.
sold their children. You're agreeing that parents sold their children for money.
Well, I could say
Huh?
yes. If let's be
Oh, okay.
technical, if you want to say yes, out of financial situation, yes, and it benefits
So
her, it benefits them.
how in the world, when you put it, how in the world could you open up your mouth and
Mm-hmm.
co-sign, condone, excuse, not condemn selling your children for your own financial gain? As a parent, your primary
Mm-hmm.
function is to protect your child, not protect yourself, your own individual best interest. Is to protect your child. And what you're
Mm-hmm.
doing is you're handing over your child so that you,
Mm-hmm.
as a parent, can be comfortable. You should go without food so your child can have food. You don't go and sell your kid so you can have some food, so you can get some cows and shit. Hell no. That's crazy.
But she's not. Me selling her don't mean that I'm selling her to get abused. I'm selling her so she could,
You selling your kid,
help
bro. Do you
everybody.
hear the words that are coming out of your mouth?
Yeah, I'm saying selling because you're saying selling. I'm saying
Because that's what
selling
it
because
is.
you're saying selling. Okay.
So
If
once
we if we
once
got
once
if
we
we
use
have to go by the
sell,
term sell, yes.
so
Go ahead.
once you use the term sell,
Hmm.
that should equate to being wrong. Not no excuse to why you sell. It's just wrong.
Well,
You sell cars, you sell objects, you don't sell your family, man. Like, I just don't understand. This is your family that you birthed. It's part of you. You're selling it. There's a price for your kid. Like, I don't, I'm saying the same thing in multiple different ways, hoping that it sounds different to you and it sounds wrong, but it's not.
okay, but you have other people who also Okay, let me give you two examples of marriages. You have one tribe that gets okay, sell out the daughter, and then you have another tribe that the actual daughter or the family pays the man to move into their house.
Okay, so I'm going to say this.
Hmm.
If a person you can put the title dowry as selling your daughter, meaning okay, you need to give her
Okay, good.
something. Hold on,
Hmm.
listen.
I'm
But if
listening.
you're paying a dowry for
Hmm.
a minor, for a child, there's
Hmm.
no 9-year-old adult on the whole planet. You're not an adult at 9, right? So we're using the word child. And if you're paying a dowry for a child, if a parent received a dowry for their child, they're
Hmm.
exploiting their child. They don't, it's just wrong, violation. Like big X, you don't do it, right? Why
Right.
that
So.
grown woman that's a mother, right? Why she ain't
Hmm.
prostitute her pum pum? Why her husband ain't tell her go out there and lay on your back and get us some money? Why he putting his little girl to do that shit? That don't make no like that don't make no sense. It just don't. It just sounds crazy.
Yeah,
A woman who already had sex before, she could take laying down with somebody else for a little change. But this little girl,
Hmm.
why is she the object to be exploited? You haven't said anything to make that make sense.
Because two factors that I'm thinking. One, she's gone into the house of this man to get abused, either sexually or either being used as a slave, working from nine to nine, no sleep, no food, no nothing, just keep working like as a slave. If we're gonna take those two factors out and reverse it, then I think we should be able to make sense out of it by she's not getting treated as a child. She's going to school. She has a limit to what she could do. She stays in the house. She's not being maltreated
So she
basically, and
has
she's
a
not a slave.
stepfather. She has a stepfather that eventually will impregnate her. Is that what you're saying? Like he's paying to have his stepdaughter, right? So
Hmm.
he's parenting her until he chooses to to just turn that father daughter relationship and now she could be a sex object. That still sounds crazy.
Exactly. That's my point.
This is
You
sounding
keep taking
crazy.
it back to sex object.
Because it's a marriage. He wants to
Because
have
Yes,
children.
and who's
Why, it's a
saying?
marriage.
One second.
Hello.
One second. Who's saying when she grows up and she don't like being with the man, she can't leave?
It's a
Yes,
because
she
it's a
can.
dishonor. If you want to talk about your culture, you already know when for your husband to send you back is a dishonor. Stop it, Malik. You can't
No,
be
it's
leaving
not a
out shit.
dishonor.
Yes,
No,
it
it's not a
is.
no, it's
Oh
not
my
because you
gosh.
didn't. Okay. 1 second. If this lady didn't do nothing, how they say it? Maybe she didn't steal, she didn't kill, she didn't do nothing wrong. They just don't. They just not compatible. She has the right to leave. In
Okay.
Islam, yeah, in Islam you could divorce anytime that. We're not saying divorce with fight.
I'm not
We
saying you
divorce in
see,
peace.
that's the thing is I didn't say that you can't. I'm saying that
Okay,
most of
okay.
them don't because it is dishonor. It is shunned. It's frowned upon. That sounds better. It's not. If you're a woman who your
Yeah.
husband puts you back, like, oh, I don't want her, or you're just
Right.
like, you know what, he tripping. My husband is tripping. We're not getting along. I don't want. They're gonna be like, marriage. You better work on your marriage. What you create? You think your family just gonna be like, this man is over here giving us money, and you want to fuck it up because you ain't happy? Boo, it ain't about your happiness.
No, but
Hello.
now if you're saying
It
it's
ain't
not
about. It
all
ain't
about,
about. Oh, he don't kiss and
why
hug on
not?
me. No, it ain't about that.
Why
Clearly, it's
not?
not.
Why not? Because if she's grown
If
enough to
it
be
was
like,
about her
listen,
happiness,
this
they
is
wouldn't have
yeah,
sold her ass. She would have
because
asked to be
they.
married. Duh. It's clearly they wouldn't have sold her if it was the focus was on her happiness. Hello.
So who's saying she's not happy being with a man when she has everything that could make her live a better life? When
A
she was
9 year
home,
old.
one
A
second,
9 year
yeah,
old. We talking about.
yeah. When she was home, she was hungry, she was working even worse. But now she's living with this man, and she don't even do nothing, and she could go to school, do whatever she want to do, and her family is also happy because now they have a cow to till and work the field, and her family is living good. I
I
mean, I'm
cannot
not
believe
trust me.
you
I'm not.
are co-signing grooming and everything else because that's what a groomer does. They buy you, hey, I know you ain't got no PlayStation at home. Look, hold this down. Let me buy you a little PlayStation. You want your hair and nails done? Oh, I think look at your shoes. Let me buy you a new pair of shoes. That's what the frig groomers do to and you're over here saying it like she gonna be happy she getting groomed. She's
I'm not saying
being
I'm.
manipulated. She's being exploited, and her parents are selling her. All three of those things exist. And you're saying, hey, everyone wins.
So you're saying in a community where the family is happy to do it, the daughter is happy to go, the buyer is happy to buy, and the community knows this man is a nice person. You're saying is wrong, base period.
So let me,
Even
so
though
let me,
she,
let,
even
let,
though she
listen,
has
here
the
we go.
right to go in
Here we
there
go.
the first day and be like, nah,
Hold on, listen. Here we
he just
go.
beat me
Here we
up and
go.
I can't
Your
be there
nine
no
year
more.
old, right there in
Yeah.
New York, your nine
Right,
year old starts
right.
dating a 29-year-old, right? A 30-year-old who lives in Manhattan in a big penthouse, right?
I'm sorry to
He
cut
works
you
in,
off, but
hold on. He lives in Wall Street. He works in Wall Street, right? And as a matter of fact, he's saying, can your daughter come live with him? And he's gonna give you a thousand or so to help you out with your bills. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you could
yeah,
move somewhere, maybe move out to Long Island or something like that. You know,
yeah. So I said this earlier.
she happy to be
Melanated.
with him because she thinks he's cute. You know what I'm saying? He got a nice little beard, whatever, right? He got a little beard and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Melan-
He stays
melanated.
fresh.
I said it doesn't apply to especially we in the West because we
Why?
could
No, no,
because
no. Listen,
because
morals.
one
What happened
second
to
because
objective morality?
one
What
second
happened to
because
that?
that's why I said this is a necessity. If you're not in the position to do it, you don't have to do it. It's not
I'm
like just
asking. So now
saying
I'm asking you morally though. My
right.
question is it morally right for a grown horseback hairy ass man to be marrying a little girl? And you keep saying yes. So if you're gonna state it, can you please state for the jury to hear that marrying a child is wrong, that it's morally wrong. Bottom line. See? If it's not morally wrong, then that means in New York, in Connecticut, in Jersey, in Cuba, in Panama, in Jamaica, all 9-year-olds should be their wives. They ready to be wives. And all 35-year-olds should be looking for wives in 9-year-olds. This is some madness you over here saying, Malik. I'm sorry.
But we're talking about options, though. We're not saying a must.
So 9-year-olds are options. They should be on the list. Every
It's a
35-year-old, y'all
situation.
hear that? You
It's
start
a
your
situation,
dating
and
pool
like
from
I said,
9.
it's a situation. Like I said, first of all, like I said, it's a situation, and to me, it doesn't apply to the West because we could get food stamps, we could get age, we could get whatever we want.
Listen,
So it
Malik,
doesn't
do
really
you know
apply to
a
us.
9-year-old is in the 5th grade, Malik? A 9-year-old is in the 5th grade. They're not even in middle. Malik, do you hear what you're saying? A 9-year-old is in the 5th grade, son.
Yeah,
5th
I know,
grade.
Listen, I know it's hard for us to picture the situation, but if you've seen a documentary about how poverty is in Africa or wherever in the world, then you would understand,
Yo, you
what
shouldn't
I'm saying.
listen. If you
I'm
poor,
not
you shouldn't be
co-signing it.
having babies, yo.
I'm
You
not
shouldn't be
co-signing
having
it.
babies. Nah, you shouldn't be having babies. Like that's what
According to them,
Tots was saying. No, if you poor, you can't even eat. You basically having this baby to starve the baby. What you mean according to them?
but that's the little community we're talking about. We can't say it's only us. We're not the only human beings living in this world.
So what I'm saying is that if you are laying down procreating, right? A baby is growing in your stomach. As a man,
Yes.
you see this baby growing and you don't
Yes.
feel no pressure to feed that baby
Yes.
because you're saying when that baby turn 9, we'll just sell it and come up. Then you know what? Your baby, your kids is your tax return. You know how black people be acting all crazy with their tax return? Seriously, you just sell one of your kids
So
and you be living good for the next year. That's
so
some
but
madness you saying.
but no wait. But situations happen though. I've seen rich people move in a shelter and not hoping they would move in a shelter. So now they got
And
to
then
sell.
they sold their kids, or did they sell their belongings?
No, I'm not. But belongings. Yeah, that's for
Oh,
here.
okay.
That's for the West. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can't apply it to the West
So outside of the West, then your kids are options to sell.
in that community. Yes.
And you think that that's morally good. That's what I'm trying to get an understanding of. You telling me it happens. I get that it happens. I'm asking you, is it morally good?
I think that's the morally
No.
that's like the best thing to do in that situation for them. That would be the best thing to do because they're not
So
sending their kids to get molested. They're not sending their kids to become
how do you
slaves
know? How do you know?
because that's what it's supposed to be. I'm not saying we don't have
No, you
other
say they're
options. One
not.
second.
But
I'm
the
not
whole
saying we
point is
don't
as
have
a
other
parent,
options. I'm not saying we don't have pedophiles. I'm not saying we don't have crazy people. Yeah, but I'm
listen, what
saying
I'm saying is that
for a normal
as a
person, you
parent,
shouldn't
right?
be right.
Listen, as a
Go ahead.
parent, right? Which your responsibility is to protect your children, right?
Right.
The very fact that you are placing your child in an environment that you don't
Right.
know if they're going to be abused, you don't know if they're going to be violated, right? If I
Right.
sell you my car, I don't know if you changed out the interior of my car. I don't know if you painted it. I don't know if
Right.
you sold it. I don't know what the
Right.
fuck happened to it. I done
Right.
sold my car. I gave you a product. You gave me the money. That's it. Fair exchange, no robbery. So if this man is in their house kicking up your daughter ass, right? If he's letting
Right.
other dudes sleep with her, he done paid you already for your daughter. What? Do you see what I'm saying? So don't say they not selling their daughter for this. They don't know what the hell is happening. That's his property now. He paid for it, right?
Right.
So is that morally wrong for a parent to do that to their child?
So what? That's what I'm telling you. I'm not. I'm not.
Oh
I'm
my
not. I'm
God.
not. One second. One second. One second.
Hmm.
You're saying for them to get do this, for them to get do. Even adults get kicked around, and they speak up. And it's not like she's going there forever. Like, oh, she don't have a choice. No, she does. If she goes there, she don't like it. She coming back home. But you're seeing it
You
from one
you're
angle. You're seeing
brainwashed,
from
Joe.
one second. You're seeing from a negative angle. What about let's see it from the positive angle? I don't want me to die. I don't want my daughter to starve to death. So I have this man who is very pious. He's willing to, help us out, help my daughter out. And you're saying not to do it? People have options, and you have to do things according to your necessity. I'm not saying it's a must that okay, every man has to get no. But when you think about the negative side, you have to think about the positive side also. And I don't put laws of society based on negative people. No, we have people who gonna cross the red light regardless.
Bro,
It's red light.
there's no positive side to child marriage.
Well, if you say so, I think the reason is maybe because I've witnessed it, and I don't pray to be part of that situation,
So how
but I've
old,
witnessed it.
since you know personal experience, how old was the man?
Like, does it really matter?
Yes, that's the whole point of being okay. If someone is 9, if the young girl is 9 and the man is 12, then we wouldn't be having this discussion. So of course the age of the man matters.
So 1 second, let me ask you then. If my
Why you
not if
can't answer? No,
she
no, no. Don't ask me. Answer my question. I just want to know how old is the man? You're
no
not
because
saying his
it
name. You're not saying no. He live on this street. He works
okay
here.
it's
I don't know this
okay,
person. How old
all
is
right
he?
cool all right cool. The man is 13. Does that answer fair
There's
enough?
no. The young man, the boy is 13.
The man is 13.
No, just cause you get a little
Okay,
um.
the man is 18.
And how old was the little girl?
9. Let's stick to that 9 year
Double her
old.
age. No.
Okay, let's say the girl was 18. Are you saying for them to be the same age? But the bottom line, what I'm trying to ask you anyway is, if even though she's married to a 12 or 13 or 20, if she get abused in this 20-year-old man's house, don't you think the community or the parents have the right to pull her out? Yes, she does. Just like a 50-year-old married to a 50-year-old man, if this 50-year-old woman get abused in this 50-year-old man's house, she has the right to leave. That's my point.
Yeah,
In Christianity, 1 second, in Christianity, they say, oh, you're going to be there forever. No, I don't believe that. That's not just. You whipping my daughter, you mistreating my mother, and you expect her to be in your house forever. No, she should have a right to divorce. Just like the man
So
has the
I
right
get
to
to come
divorce.
back home after you done sold me. I mean, what a gracious family of mine.
That's why
Like,
I said even though we go by the
it's so
term that you're
gracious of
using as
them.
sold,
It is selling. Like, I don't understand. He ain't getting a wife for free. Well, which one is it? Like, it's a
so
child.
so are we gonna
It's a
equate
child.
dowry? Is that what you call it? Dowry with selling
You
people?
pay dowry for adults. You sell your children. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, you selling your kids, man.
Yo.
That sounds, and I don't know. I can't even tell for you if, but the person that you knew was not no 13, and the very fact that you felt uncomfortable to say the age, that's
Yeah.
concerning. That is
No,
concerning because you
the
know it's a
reason,
grown
the
ass
no, no,
man
no,
that
the
get body hair
yeah.
growing. He done live a life. He done had child experiences. I mean, life experiences.
Mm-hmm.
He's experienced ups and downs. He actually experienced the beginning, the middle, and the end of puberty. He
Mm-hmm.
experienced maturity,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like instead of eating a plantain when it's sweet, he picking the plantain when it's all green and it's not supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Or you getting the
Mm.
fruit. You getting the fruit before it's right, before it's ready. The thing ain't ready. The girl ain't even finished puberty. Young ladies don't even finish puberty until 18 or 19, and men aren't finished puberty until 23. Did you know that?
According to you?
According to science, you're still growing. You're still a young man is still he can still get taller and taller into his early 20s. That
Okay,
is
a young
scientific.
you said a young man. So that could be a
Well,
young
because
woman.
I'm no, because I'm an older woman, so I
Right.
call those young men young men. I don't
Okay,
be
but
like, oh, I don't say he a grown man because, I mean, over here in the West, there aren't many 22-year-olds that are self-sufficient. Their family is still helping them. They're
right.
off in college somewhere. You know what I'm
Just
saying? They're
like
not grown.
right, just like we have 15-year-old men and a woman who's
No, there's no
self-sufficient.
15. There's no 15-year-old. Those are teenagers. You put in your own developmental terms, but there's a
Yeah.
term already for that.
Okay,
15.
so now we're gonna
They're
have a battle of
teenagers.
okay, we're gonna have a battle of words because
Are
if you
you a
say
teenager?
teenager, if you say teenager, then you can't call them young men or young women.
I said no. I said 25, 23. That's who I was calling a young man.
So do you think my father's not gonna call me a young man or a boy?
Huh?
My father, do you think he's not gonna call me a boy?
If you get in a car accident, are they going to say there was a 35-year-old or 40-year-old young boy hit down in the street? No. But if you are 14, no one's going to call no one. See, you can call yourself a man if you want to. You can call yourself Barack Obama if you want to. But no
Yeah,
one's going to
but
call you a grown man. No one's going to call you a man.
yeah, that's what
So,
we said earlier. That's
but if a
according to the laws
25-year-old person
over
was hit
here.
by a car, it will not be on the news as a 25-year-old boy hit by a car. No one's going to say that.
All right,
It's not a
so for
25-year-old boy.
all right, so let me ask you from my experience, like I said earlier, I was
Oh, you
14.
got
I was
rebuttals.
one second. I was 14 and I was doing everything a man was doing. So you're gonna give me an example of what a man was doing that I didn't do or I couldn't do when I was 14.
In mental health, we have a term for that. That's called a parentified child. That there's a whole you can Google it. It's called a parentified child. There are lots of children who are put in
Hmm.
places and have responsibilities. Children whose parents are addicts, right? They don't become an
Hmm.
adult. They're a parentified child. They put the word child at the end because they're still children. Like I
Yeah,
don't, I
but
don't, I don't
that's
get
what I'm
what
saying.
you're.
That's
So you're still a child.
according to the West. We have
Developmentally. Do you understand what developmentally means? That means that
yes.
at the age of 2, you do not
Uh-huh.
do the same thing that you do at 5. And then at 7, you have developed more. And then at 9, it's a process, right?
True.
You don't just have a 9-year-old, I mean, a
Hmm.
2-year-old, I don't know, riding rollerblades or freaking doing algebra. No, when
Hmm.
they get to that point, they have to develop to that point,
Yeah,
right?
but that's what I'm
So
saying. When
a,
I was
a
14,
parentified child, they put the word child because developmentally they're at this age and they probably have to, look after their younger brother or sister because mommy is high or daddy is high and they're laid
hmm
out, passed out on a couch, right?
right?
But they're
But
not taking out the
that's
checkbook, and paying bills. They're not. They're not doing that because
yeah, but
they're
that's
7.
what I'm saying. That's according to the West. And I'm telling you, when I was in Africa, we don't have such rules. When I was in Nigeria, we don't have such rules. I pay my
The funny
bills. I
thing
go
is,
to
the,
school.
the
I
funny
do
thing is, all of
everything.
the other
I'm telling
African
you,
people is not saying that. You the only person. So you the only person in Africa saying this
right?
this nonsense on this panel right now.
But I'm not the only one. I'm
All the
telling
other
you. That's why I'm
Nigerians ain't
telling you.
saying that foolishness. That it's okay to be married. To be married. I'm just saying. Since you want to be pulling the African card, all the other Nigerians is not saying, well, ain't nothing wrong with marrying a 9-year-old. Sometimes they're ready. You the only one. So I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm not buying it.
All right, cool.
I'm not buying it at all.
But it doesn't happen only in Nigeria, though.
They not supersized children. They don't their age doesn't multiply like dog years. They still have been on this earth for 9 years. And just because other adults exploit them does not make it right. It means they're being exploited. And that's the part that because it's happening, you're like, well, it happens. People allow it. These are your only arguments. That doesn't make it right. And when I ask you if it's morally right, crickets, you quiet. You haven't
But I
said
answered you,
yes, it's right. You have not said it's morally right. Can you please answer? Is it
and I said
morally
according.
right?
Yes, I said
No, no,
according to
no.
their
I'm just
situation. I
saying in
said yes.
general. I didn't ask you according to that situation.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a situation, and I told you it's not.
So
We're
are
not. I'm
those
not
not
talking about for
9-year-olds?
everybody to do it, huh?
Are those not 9-year-olds?
Who? How do you mean?
So
Are those
the
who?
9-year-old, the
Right.
9-year-old is somehow a different 9-year-old because they live in a different country. That
Because
sounds dumb.
they're living a situation.
Okay. Okay, let me ask you this. They live in a
Right.
situation.
Right.
So if you live in Brownsville or East
You
New
could
York or Brooklyn, right? Hold
don't
on,
use
no.
Don't use
No, I'm
Brownsville because
saying,
this is America. I told you it's not.
hold
I
on.
don't think
It's
it's
still the
applicable to
hood.
over here.
You think people ain't living in poverty?
Yes, they do, but they get shelters. They get food stamps.
First of all, not everybody get food stamps. Not everybody live in a shelter. Cut that out. Cut that out. Stop making it seem like everything is just so great in the West. You can't walk down the street and see poverty. Like you don't see drug addicts. You know what? Drug addicts sell their kids. Drug addicts will turn their back, leave the house, and let whomever do whatever to their children for some money. They
But
doing the
that's wrong.
same thing. They
But
doing the
that's
same
wrong.
thing though.
Now it's not the same thing. Now
It
that's the
is.
difference. I
It
told
is
you.
the
We're
same.
trying to
It
we're
is the
trying to
same.
equate a negative situation with a positive situation. No,
No, it is the same because that
no, it's
drug addict,
not.
that you don't know that drug addict could not pay the rent. You don't know if that drug addict can now put food in the house or if they got medical bills that need to be paid. If since we want to put out the sympathy card and say everybody's dying and everybody's hungry, get
That's
out of
drug
here, man.
addict. That's drug addict. You need to go on YouTube or
What's
go
the
to Africa
difference?
or go to places where they have this situation. And I'm
It's
telling
still
you,
selling the
if
kids. It's
if
still selling their kids. It's still selling their kids though. That's the
and
part
I'm
that you
saying
are
even
ignoring. That's similar.
and I'm saying even though I agree with you that it's selling the kids, and I'm telling you,
So you're saying there's some
why
good
don't
reasons to sell your kids, and then there's bad reasons to sell your kids.
exactly
So then, okay, there's good reasons to sell your kids.
right because they're not gonna get tortured. Let's look at it from the positive angle. Let's not even and I'm telling
Okay.
you,
No. Hold on. Let's say this parent got medical reasons. They're not on drugs. Can they sell their kids now? This is madness that you even fucking rationalizing selling your damn. This is madness. So a person who has a medical condition,
yeah,
right? They're in poverty. They can barely keep a roof over their head.
yeah.
Maybe they can't even tend to their child's educational needs. And if they sold their child somewhere else, that person could ensure their child can go to school, right? That person can provide a better environment. And that person agreed to help them out financially.
Right.
You know, my child will have their own room. My child will
Right.
have, a nice kitchen, their own bathroom, all of
Right.
these wonderful amenities.
Right.
I mean, maybe I should sell my child then.
Or maybe we
That
should just die off.
maybe.
Cool.
At least I died taking care of my child to the end.
Right. So I agree with
If I
you.
give my child 4 grains of rice and I had one or I had
Right.
none, then
Right.
yes, I did what I could do as a parent to protect my
Right.
child against anyone that wanted to harm them. Absolutely.
Okay, there we go with this harmony. So now let's look into those who starve to death and not selling their child. And now let's look at the situation those who couldn't afford dying, starving to death, and selling
If
their
my child
child
was
and
listen,
and
what
living
happened
a
to
better life
grandma?
right now.
What happened to
And now they have a
grandma?
whole
What happened to
community.
auntie? There's nobody there to feed the child. They don't gotta feed me, right?
Okay,
But there's
looks like
you telling me nobody in the family, right?
right,
So because then if you're telling me the whole entire family, aunties, uncles, cousins, nephews, nieces, everyone, second cousins, the whole external family, right? No, because supposedly it takes a village to raise a child, but clearly, why raise them when you could just sell them, right? But that's a different story. You telling me nobody can help out and feed my child, so my only option is
Yeah,
to
but they
sell them
have
off.
situations too. They're hungry too. They're looking for a situation like
Well,
that
everybody
too.
ain't selling their kids. What's going on? You might as well be pregnant every year. So when one turn 9 and they out the house, another one the next year, another one turn 9, they get out the
Yeah,
house. Like you might as well.
but that's not the reason though. They're not raising kids to be in a situation for them to get sold. Nobody want to be in that situation.
Malik, you're not really doing a good job at explaining why a person would have 8, 9 kids that they cannot feed. Once you done had 2, and the 2, you barely got enough food for 4 people. Common sense should tell you, yo, I gotta feed these 4 people. How are we having more kids unless your kids are an insurance policy to sell them at a later date? You can't have it both ways.
So it's like saying we should be blaming. Do you notice that rich people, extremely rich people, only have like 1 or 2 kids? And then when you look at the,
But the conversation right now is supposedly on the poor people. So let's
I
stick
know, but
into
I'm
the
but
poor
I'm trying to
people.
tell you that you can't tell people. People have the right to have as much as
They
whatever they
have
want. If they
they
want
have the
one, they
right,
want one. If they
but
have
we're
2, they
speaking
want
about
2. If they're like,
what we're talking about what makes sense. If you're having a child to starve the child, can you tell me that that's wrong? Can you acknowledge that if you are having a child to starve them?
right. So yeah, it's wrong. But I'm saying who would do that?
Okay, there we
I'm saying
go.
it's wrong. Yeah, but who? Yeah, I'm asking you. Who
Clearly,
would
that's what's
actually? Who
happening.
would actually?
You're
Who would
painting the picture.
literally
You
have
brought
sex
out
with a
this.
woman? A woman and a man comes in together. Like, yeah, we're gonna have sex and make a
You
baby and
literally are
and
bringing out the
intentionally trying
violence,
to
sir.
starve the. No,
You
I'm
broke
not.
out the
I'm
violence.
asking you.
You broke out
But
the
I'm
violence, and you painted this picture, right? That
yeah,
these people are
right.
so poor, they're hungry, they have nothing else, but they got time to be having all of these babies. So clearly, they're having these babies so that they can sell them and have money.
All
Why
right,
would
so
they be
let's.
having babies
All right, cool. Let's
if
not
they're
say
all
all.
starving?
Cool. Let's say all of these babies, or let's say one of these babies. So now they have one baby, and they still all one. They still in the same situation. So my thing is, are we having all these babies to intentionally starve them, or are we gonna have just one baby to intentionally starve that baby? Are we coming to have sex just because we want to starve somebody? Do we think that we can be rich tomorrow? Do we think we're gonna be poor for the rest of our lives? No, I don't. I
Well,
don't see nobody
let me
thinking
just
that way
let me
though.
just let me just shed something to you about how
Right.
African people in the diaspora, how I would say we, because it happened personally within my family, how
Hmm.
we get down, right?
Hmm.
Because when we get on tough times,
Hmm.
we don't marry off you know our children, our little ones, our vulnerable people who barely will have a voice to speak over an adult, right?
Hmm.
We don't do that. What we would do is, yes, we have like if there's a family
Hmm.
who could take a person in. I have an aunt who was raised by another woman in Barbados, from Barbados.
Hmm.
She raised her for a few years, maybe from like 10 to 14 or whatever. And when that person's mother was financially in a better position, she came
Yeah.
back and lived with her family. She wasn't nobody's wife. Now, you know what I'm saying? She was able to just go to school, be a young child from 10 to about 14. We
Mm.
would help each other out as a family. If the child isn't physically moved there, we share food. We do things like that.
Right.
You have crowding in your house. You might have extended family members living with you. All of these things, but we're not out here pushing our little girls to get violated. So I'm sorry, that's not all African culture. And I'm sure that my
No.
family and other families got that culture that they brought that culture with them. Because, like I said, these are African people who live throughout the diaspora. It's not only African people on the continent aren't the only African people. So we have very similar cultures. So I don't understand why, if one family is starving, but you have a little bit of meat and this person has a little bit of rice, or you growing things that grow straight out the ground, tomatoes, lettuce, whatever kind of herbs and stuff like that. We can't all put together and make a meal. But no, the answer is sell your children. Chuck, get out of here, man.
All right, cool. When you get done with the internet, I want you at your free time to just check out um, people like starving in Africa or whatever, and then well, it's hard when you've never been in somebody's shoes. It's hard to just talk and be like, nah, if it was me, I wouldn't, blah blah blah. But it actually takes for someone to experience something for you to say, oh, I thought I couldn't do it, but I did it because I was in a situation. I thought I would never be in a situation to do such a thing, but it happened to me, and I used to blame them and whatever. But just take time, look into Africa, look into people suffering, and then
So
maybe
why
you
why
might have a
aren't the
second thought.
why so there's no 50-year-old woman buying little 9-year-old boys?
There might be situations like that also. I can't really tell you, I can't deny the fact that it's happening between a man and a woman, but I'm definitely sure it could be a situation like that also. You become a how do you say you this basically the same process. And when he grows up, if he feels that she's not too old to get married to, of course they get married. But the thing is, like I said, she might be in the menopause by the time the boy is matured enough, or he might be like,
A
I
lot
don't
of
want
women
it
are
or
not in the
whatever.
menopause. A lot of men, listen.
I'm
What you're
just saying
saying,
she might.
I know,
I'm just
but I'm
saying.
trying to educate you though. So
Right.
just calm down, right? The
Cool.
same way that you're saying that a man can have a baby at 100, right? The
Right.
reality is a lot of men actually have difficulties doing that. A lot. Not saying all, just the same as at 50 years old, a lot of women can still get pregnant. I
True.
know personally know a lot of women who are still very active with having their cycles. So there's no need for a man to be running down a 9-year-old, really and truly, because women can have children up until them ages. But anyway,
Right.
this
So that
is this has been very eye opening. That I guess if you're poor,
yeah.
it's acceptable for you to sell your children. Is there anything else you can do? Do they sell their wives too, or is she's no good? She's damaged because she's over 15.
Now they don't sell their wives because she's married, and if you say selling their wives, the best thing or the least that they could do is get a divorce. Maybe she's seen a man that has more money. If she says, "Hey, I'm going to die in this house starving. I can't deal with you no more." Divorce to me, divorce is not a. I would say
So you
it's a
gotta
bad thing. One second, I would say it's really a bad thing, but it's not something that is like to condemn it. You divorce in peace. That's it. It's
so
a
let me ask you
situation
this.
that
You
brought both of
gotta
y'all
you
together,
gotta
but it's a situation that's gonna separate both of y'all. Yeah, go ahead.
so let me ask you this. So you have um a 40-year-old man.
Mm.
He has an 18-year-old wife and a 9-year-old daughter, and they
Mm-hmm.
starving. And his answer is to sell the daughter and keep the 18-year-old wife because the wife she's nobody's gonna want to marry her. She's damaged good. She's too old at 18.
No, a man can marry whatever a woman. How they say it? Every you could say everybody's evergreen. Even though she's 100, she could still another.
No,
If she get divorced, she could still feel that she wanted to get married to another man.
what I'm saying is
Right.
that as a mother and a father, right,
Mm-hmm.
of this 9-year-old, they
Mm-hmm.
don't have a sense of obligation to protect her. Like, you know what? Even if we split and I get a new husband, at
Right.
least if I get a new husband, I would be able to. I could provide for my daughter. My daughter could come with me to a better life, right? And then that man should be willing to let his wife and his daughter go,
Yes, that
right?
I would gladly tell you there's been situations like that.
That way that his daughter can stay being a little girl and not being somebody's
Right.
being abused and exploited.
Okay, abused again. Right. Okay. Right. Right. I
Right.
agree
When
with
an
you. Yes.
adult violates a child, that's abuse. I don't
Yeah,
understand why
but
you
I know, but you that's what I'm saying. You keep talking about the
the
negative
article
side.
we
Let's
read
let's
yesterday,
we're not talking about the positive side.
the article we read yesterday talked about 10, 11, and 12-year-old girls giving birth in Africa. That
Hmm.
is abuse. If you are had pregnant by an old man, what in the world? I don't care what positive. I don't care what gifts he gives her, what environment. That is still abuse. Do you not understand that there's a thing called sexual abuse?
Okay, what if it was a 12 years old or a 10-year-old, like you said,
But these
being
12-year-olds,
being one second being
that's
impregnated by a 15-year-old
but that's not the case
man
because
or boy? Hmm.
clearly that's not the case of what's happening because the 15-year-old doesn't have anything to offer the family to get them out of their poverty and give them their food. Remember the violence? So stop
Okay,
changing it around. Stop changing it
I'm not
around.
exactly. So when I give you a scenario, you know how to sweet talk your scenario, but when I give you another scenario, you be like, nah, it's abuse,
No, I'm
it's this, it's
saying,
that.
I'm saying,
And that's why I
I'm
wasn't
basically
trying to
showing
put an
you,
age
I'm
on the man,
basically
because
showing
a
you, I'm
man is a
basically
man.
showing
It
you
could be.
under no circumstances,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
Should the answer be to sell your child when you have full grown adults? Sell yourself. Go into indentured servitude or something and send the money and take care of your family. I don't know. But
Can I
where
ask
did
Malik a
parents get
question?
Yeah.
Yeah, Malik, would you like say if you had a door, would you like give your door away at night?
God forbid, if I'm in that situation, I'm not saying yes, but I think I might do it, especially if I know the
Damn.
person. If I know that the person that I'm entrusting my child to is a trusted person.
I don't even know what to say to you, bro. It's a mad one, man.
Yeah, it's a
Whoa.
mad one. Trust me, it's a mad situation. But like I said, you need to be in a certain situation for you to understand certain things.
this dude said if he was in that situation,
Yeah,
you saying the person you entrust your child to,
right.
man,
Yes, because the
man.
society always think everybody, rides on the same boat. But we have good people in the society just like we have bad people. And to me, I definitely know we have more bad people than the good people. But let's not put everything on one boat, being like, oh, we are bad, so we can't have somebody good. No, we have to think about them also. Just like we have rich people and the poor people, you can't say, yeah, because, why they poor?
Yo, I have gone in and I am speechless right now. So I'm done. I'm done. I am I am done. You said you would do it. You there's definitely a good chance that you would do it.
I don't think there's anything you can say at that point, yeah, man. I don't even know what to say, yo.
Yes.
So let me even say this. If someone was to according to my I'm not praising myself, but if someone wants to entrust a child to me, do you think the next thing I'll be thinking about is destruction to the child and her family? According to my moral standards and how I understand myself, no. So I could speak for myself, but I can't really speak for you or anybody else.
Malik, if if I knew someone who's going through hard times and they asked me could their child come live with me, that's way different than saying could I marry their child. Stop the bullshit, yo. You're bullshitting right now and I just can't with this. I can't.
Trust me,
Call it out.
I do understand that you
And
can't
for you
because
to act like, and for you to
you live
say,
in a
for you to
different part
say
of the
that there's
world.
no, so
You
people
live in
don't
a
just live
different part of
together
the
in,
world,
so
and
people
then
don't just live together in
it's really hard for you to understand that there are other people who also live in this kind of situation. That's why I told you you could go on YouTube right now and have a just a
Malik.
phrase,
So
just an
people don't
example
live
of
with
how
each
people
other,
live.
and people don't live with each other in other parts of the world. They can't live in the same house. They have to be married.
No, I'm not saying it's a must. You have situations. It could be married. It could be servant. It could be slave. It could be borrow. It could be any situation that you want to put it. It depends on the agreement
So what would make
between
someone
them.
decide to marry a child as opposed to have the child live with them?
Um, I don't know. That's that you have to ask the family.
Well, you need that's the part where you want me to do research on starvation in Africa. You
Right.
need to do research on in African cultures,
Mhm.
situations where children,
Mhm.
are like they board, they reside with other families that aren't
Mhm.
their biological family, and then cases where the child is married, right?
Mhm.
Because yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
think that like you
what?
said, somebody entrusted their child to you. That's the words that you use, and you're so clever in the different language that you're using, the different words, the word choice. They entrusted their child to you. To me,
Okay,
that
they
sounds like you're
married.
being a foster. To me,
All
that
right,
sounds like
cool.
you're
They
being a
married.
foster
Like,
parent,
should I say
right?
they married?
When a foster parent sleeps with the foster child, that's called abuse, right? Because it's a violation
So
of the nature of that
exactly.
relationship.
So
Now,
now
if
you would
someone
go.
is if
Now
someone
you
is
would
your
go back
spouse,
to sleeping with which would be the last
that's a
thing
big difference.
that I would ever think about.
If I have a
Hold
homegirl
on.
and me and my
Oh, sorry,
homegirl are
Mel.
hanging out
Veli,
together,
Veli,
nobody.
Veli. People in the back chat. Veli, Veli, Veli. Veli Vision G Block. People in the back chat. Thank you. Sorry, Mel. Continue.
If I got my homegirl that I'm hanging out with,
Yeah.
we're just hanging out. We're not sleeping together. We're not lesbians. What makes us lesbians is if we sleep together. You acting like that you could still be lesbians and you ain't sleeping together. You acting like you gonna be married, but you ain't sleeping. What the hell?
Exactly.
That's what
So
changes. That's what changes the relationship. And you pretending to be naive or something. I don't know.
so when she's not okay. Let's even use an example that I told you about yesterday. If a woman and a grown woman and a grown man, according to me and you's understanding, if the woman don't want to have sex, do you think it's right for the man to force her? Is that abuse?
100%.
Exactly. That's
Don't let him change the subject. Don't let him change the
no. I'm
subject.
not changing. I'm
We're
not
talking
changing. I'm
about
not changing the
adults.
subject.
We're talking
I'm
about
saying you're thinking that
we're
everything has
talking
to do with
about
because she's 9 years old and she's
exploitation.
married. Now she got to get sex. No, that's
Why
the part. That's
why
the part I want you to take out.
why is adoption not an option here? Why I mean,
thank you.
at the very least, adopt a child out, marry her off, and like I'm having these issues with these words
Jenny.
like
Exactly
selling
because
and training and like
exactly because
all
you're in
this.
the West and you can come up with solutions or laws that applies to where you live at. When you say adoption, yeah, I could say adoption. That's why I was using all the words that I could use:
There's no
borrow,
adoption
sell.
in
One sec.
Africa,
One. Some people do. Some people don't.
but I'm asking, is there adoption in Africa?
Yes, I'm telling you, some people do according to their tribal doctrine, and some people don't. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not condoning it, but I'm telling you, this is a situation. And if you're in a situation in life, God has given, or let me say, the Creator has given us every little ways of getting out of our situation in a moral form without exploiting each other. But if you want to see it in the other way, because everybody's doing something stupid, then you want to put everybody in the stupidity shoes. No, it doesn't work that way.
So has the Most High Creator given a rule to marry off your child if you are in dire need? In any
It's
holy
it's
book,
it's
does it say that
no,
anywhere in any culture, in any
no,
whole? And I don't
no,
think it says it in the
no. I
Bible.
don't
Maybe
think
they
so.
did it.
I said no.
Okay, okay. So he didn't give situations for everything.
Well, let me say
That would be
I'm not
that
sure.
would
No, no,
be
no, no,
that
no,
would
no,
be
no.
cultural, right?
Let me reverse it. I'm not sure. I have to look into it. But I'm saying in that situation, I have seen people do it, and they're not doing it because they are proud of it. They are doing it because they're in a situation, and that's the best way. If I say that's the best option that they have, yes, that's the best option that they have. You know, to benefit their community and from their family to the daughter to the one responsible for the daughter and whoever.
So, is there anything? Is there anything that is
Trust me,
tied
it's
to
hard because
African culture? Hold on, listen, listen. Is there anything
yeah,
tied to African culture that your ancestors have done in
right.
the past that you feel is morally wrong?
The same thing that we're talking about right now. If you're not in a situation where you're supposed to do it and you do it, then to me, I would consider it morally wrong because you're
Okay, is
not
there
supposed to
anything
do it.
else?
I could give you a whole bunch of examples, but I can't like
So just
if
give me one more. Just give me one more thing that your ancestors did in the past that you
yeah.
feel is morally wrong.
Let me see. Women abuse.
Okay, women
Yeah,
abuse.
women abuse. When I say women abuse, is if you have a wife and then she's reproductive, beautiful, rich, whatever you could call her, she don't give you problems, and you just want to think, because everybody's having 2, 3, 10, 20 wives, then you have the right to have another wife. To me, it's not applicable. So you're not in a need to have another wife. But if you do, see, the blame comes on you because she never did nothing wrong. If you look in history, our mothers never did nothing wrong. Just because everybody else, a king or whoever, is having 2, 3, 10 wives, they want to do it too. So I could keep speaking and speaking and speaking, but to me, I think because basically, like I said, we in the West and we think everything is just rosy. We need to go deep in this in situations. Look, there are people not only in Africa dying of starvation, dying of starvation. Let me tell you what somebody who's dying of starvation would do. They will do anything. They will eat you up to survive. How about that? They will kill you and roast you just for them not to die. They will kill you just to survive. How about that? So you need to understand when somebody's in the worst situation, they need to look for the best and the most how they say significant way or the most helpful way for them to get out that situation. Now when you get out that situation, don't mean you have to go back in that situation because you're not in the need for that. That's the difference between what you want and what you need. Nobody likes to be in that situation.
So would you say the people on the other end of that situation who they're going to, let's say, dowry their child off to, or what, do you think that
Look,
instead
let
of being like, okay, your child can come live with me, I'll be its adoptive mom or dad or whatever, I'll take care of it until you guys get on your feet and I'll return the child unscathed, healthy and whatnot. Would you rather give your child to someone like that or someone who's looking to marry the child?
but it's
Like
the
the on that end of it, not so much the parents in desperation, but on that end of it, wouldn't somebody be more, let's call it moral, to be like,
yeah,
okay, I'm going to adopt this child, you know, in whatever, take care of them,
right.
versus have an intent, in even a thought in their mind of marrying the child when it gets older.
So everybody's situation and agreement is different. So you have situations and well, let me finish.
Alec,
Listen,
please, bro.
hold on. You have families. Listen, listen. You have families that would do exactly what you just said, and then you have families that be like, what's the point of coming back home? Just be there until something happens. And I'm telling you, it's not like you can divorce. Divorce is applicable to a man and a woman. Anytime that they feel unsafe in the marriage, yes, they can, and I support it. You're not going to keep abusing somebody's daughter or mother and think they can't speak for themselves. No, because you're the man, because you pay a dollar, don't mean you have to treat her like an animal. Trust me.
Right,
I
but do
speak
you think
against
that who's representing that child? Who's there to safeguard that child bride in the case that she is getting abused and she is getting exploited and she is getting having relation? I can't even say it. Like they are having relations with her. Who is there to help? Does she got lawyers? Does she got somebody looking after her? Does she have an actual caretaker instead of somebody who wants to marry her? That's what I'm saying. In most of these cases, once you put your child into that person's hands, like Mel was saying, you don't know what they're going to do. And who is there to protect that kid? Like, who is there to actually, not the person who has an intent to marry, because that's not a good intention for a child. That's not the child's best interest to be married. It's the person who would even consider that in their head. I would not say would be safeguarding a child's best interest. No.
What's going on in the mindset of the buyer, the person who's buying the child? That's what she's asking you. What type of person that just sees a kid and is like, "Yo, I can give you some money and you can give me," or are they looking at that 9-year-old as a woman?
I'm gonna free up the panel. Let MA back on.
What?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
MA's in the backstage, so let him on. See you later, man.
All right, peace, bro.
Be safe.
Yeah, like what's going on in the mindset of the person buying the child, Malik? Why do they want to buy a child?
To my understanding, I don't think that they are the one actually, going to buy the child. It's a situation, a poor family who thinks that the best way to get out of the situation is to, let's say, sell. If you want to say sell, let's say sell this child to this man, so that could be a better situation.
Okay, so nobody ever tried to sell you something that you didn't want?
How would you buy something that you don't want? Like, how do you mean? I don't understand.
So you're saying that they want a 9-year-old child?
Not want.
Why would they buy something that they don't want?
How would you say they don't want it?
So then they must. I'm saying, did y'all hear what is going on here? Either the man wants the 9-year-old child or he doesn't. You tell me, does he want the child?
Yes.
Okay, why does a man want a 9-year-old child?
Because he's gonna raise her up and make her grow up in his house, take care of her very well, and be his wife in the future.
So he's buying a child. He's buying a child. He's buying a child so he can be a parent.
You're saying buy. First of all, I like. Okay.
He's paying for it.
He's
buying
for the child.
Buying. Okay, I'll use the word buying anyway. Yes, he's buying the child.
So he's paying for the child so he can parent the child.
Yes.
With the intentions of later sleeping with the child that you were a parent to.
Yes.
Malik, please, Malik, please.
So my question to you.
Tell me that some ounce of you
wait.
Thinks this is wrong. Please.
1 second. My question to you now is, if you say parent, do you think parenting is also including someone who's a merchant who goes for months and then trusts the child to his mother? Is that also parenting?
What?
100%.
Yes.
Yeah, you're leaving your child.
And I think if you leave your child with someone, right, who is violating your child,
Oh
then that is
man.
called bad parenting, right?
Wait,
There you
listen
go
to me.
again with
Melanated,
Yes.
Jen Wallace, 94. I'm not sure if MA's got kids, but let me tell you something. You see, if your children came to my home, when I return them to you, they will be happy, they will be fed, and they will
That's
be
what I'm
unmolested.
saying.
No,
Yes,
wait, hold
Ultra.
on. They will also be
Yes.
unmolested.
Right.
Facts in good
so
condition. Right.
good.
Like,
Okay, so let me Ultra, let me ask you a question then. If they get grown and they actually fall in love with you for real, do you think if they act
Yeah. See, wait, bro. I'm not gonna lie. You're moving real suspect right now. Like, I don't know what's happening, but
that's
listen to what
like
I'm
one
saying.
of your kids' friend,
Listen,
your kids'
I'm
friends
not
or
gonna lie
something.
to
What
you.
the fuck?
When I was a child, Malik, I fell
Right.
in love with Sarah Jessica Parker because I watched
Ooh.
Flight of the Navigator. Yeah, and I fell in love with that character. Like, I was a young kid, but guess what that was? That was called a crush. It was called a crush. That's all it was. I
Wait,
didn't like.
Ultra.
Yeah.
Let him finish what he was going to ask. He was going to ask you a question. Let him finish the question.
Go on.
no, basically this person that we're talking about is not from your blood, right? And then they grow up and then they both of you have a cordial relationship like a father and a daughter, but in actual sense, you're not the father and she's not your daughter. If she asks to stay with you for the rest of her life, being a wife, so you have two options, right? You have two options to say yes or no.
Yeah, I would say
Yes.
to
Right.
I would
No
explain.
is the
I would
correct
explain. No,
answer.
I would
No
explain. I would
would be
explain to the child
Right.
that what they're feeling is misguided,
right.
and in time they'll understand that, right? And
Right.
it's not. I would try my best on whatever level they're on to explain to them that it's just misguided. It's just misguided.
Right.
That's
You're
all it
not
is.
appropriate.
Wait. 1 second. What if she's? I wasn't talking about a child now. I was talking about grown.
It
So
don't
what
matter. That's
age
like
do
your
you think?
stepdaughter. That's like your stepdaughter. That's like the
Malik,
freaking
Woody
nasty ass
Allen.
white
Malik is
people in the
AKA
Midwest
Woody
who
Allen.
sleep with their
But you're talking
stepdaughter.
about exactly. You're talking about stepdaughter in the West. I keep telling y'all using the mentality of where y'all grew up at. Y'all need to consider we have people in. Oh, come on, man.
Malik. So are you okay with incest? So like, let's say you have a mother and a son. The mother is 35 and her son is, I don't know, 20, right?
Yeah.
She could just love her son. When he got to 15,
Astaghfirullah.
she got into a relationship with him.
Astaghfirullah. That's incest.
Yo. Hold on, wait. Hey, Malik, yeah? Imagine me and you are brethrens, yeah?
Right.
Am I to assume that you might, like, be trying to move to my daughter?
No.
Why not?
And
Why wouldn't you?
And it depends on what angle you're coming from. But no.
It depends.
What does it depend on? What does it depend on?
Yeah, you might be thinking that because I see your daughter, I take her to school, she comes to my house, she plays. You might be thinking that I'm not blaming you, but I'm saying you might be thinking that, okay, what is he doing with her? And at the same time, if you trust me enough, you might be thinking, oh, she's safe with him. He's not that type of person. So that's what I'm trying to explain. We have two kinds.
After these last 2 days.
Wait. We have two kinds of people. We have the negative people and we have the positive people. So if you're gonna stick to people who is negative, then I might as well join your boat and be like, no, it's wrong. But if you have to join my boat also and stick to the positive people, then maybe y'all can understand where I'm coming from. But if y'all don't want to stick to that, well, it is what it is. I don't know how much else to explain it.
Let's ride with what he's saying. All right, go on. Reason with us, isn't it? Reason.
Cool.
Do you think a positive person would have an intent to marry a child in the future when it grew up? Do you think that's a positive quality as a person to have?
Hang on a second, Jen. Do you see the question Malik just asked me, right?
I
And
can't,
I
Petra.
said to
I
him,
can't.
no wait, I said to him, no, I'd explain to the child that, or the person, that their feelings are misguided. Malik,
Exactly.
what would you do in that situation? I'm curious to know now. No, in fact, you know what? Don't even tell me. Forget it.
Yeah,
Forget it.
don't.
No, no, no,
I
no, no, no.
don't.
I'm gonna tell you. It's two things. It's either you get attracted to someone that is not from your mother, or you don't get attracted to them. And like I said, marriage. It's either you're married today and divorced tomorrow. If I don't like you, I don't like you. If I like you, I like you.
My brother, let me just say something. This is
Yeah.
called this is called grooming, blood. That's exactly what it is. What you just described is point blank period grooming, blood. You groom the individual child, yeah, in a way that you've treated her nice, whatever, blah 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 blah. You can say that you didn't have feelings for this child or whatever. I don't care. Like you might have, you might not have, but ultimately that is grooming. Like in a dictionary, that's what you would pretty much see. That's grooming. You've groomed the child from the age of whatever, 8 years old and whatever. And rather than taking the position that Ultra has taken, which is to know that the context in which this child has grown up around you has maybe distorted her view of who you are and what you mean, right? But rather than do that, you're going the other way. You're going completely the other way, and it's like, okay, let me get down with what she's like. Fucking hell, bro. Like,
cool.
That's outrageous, man. Like, and I thought, to be honest, like them lot were in the chat and whatever, were saying, you know, Malik yesterday was on some suspect shit and whatever, and I didn't hear it, but bro, that's grooming and that's nasty. So I don't know what you're dealing with. Serious.
Yo, but did you not hear him say that he would sell his own child?
Yeah, but that can be a cultural you know what I mean, what do you call it?
Atrocity.
When he's telling me that he's like he doesn't see that whole sequence of events as grooming, or he hasn't said nothing. In fact, he just kind of like nodded to it. Do you think that that's grooming, Malik?
Oh, if you say that's grooming, you know, what do you want me to say?
Well, what's your opinion?
If I'm agreeing with you, and then somebody from the situation that I'm telling you is not agreeing with you, what would you say then?
That's not my concern right now. I just want to know what you think.
Exactly, that's my point.
That
I'm
they're
not
in
speaking for
denial.
myself. I'm not
He just
speaking for
saying that
myself. If you try to understand, I'm not speaking for myself. I'm trying to put everybody in that situation.
Malik.
But the thing is that
people that have been groomers doesn't make it now not grooming. Like people have family members or friends or whatever that may do the wrong thing. Just because they're my family member, I'm not going to say that they did the right thing because I love them. I'm going to say, yeah, I have family members that did some messed up stuff. I have family members that have been locked up. I got family members that I mean, I don't even want to say what they did. That's how ashamed or that is something not to be proud of. So if I had a family member that married someone that they were 20 years older than, I would not be proud of that, and I would not be co-signing it because I love them. No, I'm still going to say that that's wrong.
Exactly. And there's a point where it's okay to be like, you know what, I made a mistake, I'm wrong. Like it's okay to have those things, and like it's okay to realize and to be brought to a point where like, wow, I didn't look at this way before, like I realized that it's wrong now. Like that's an okay stance. It's learning, so it's okay to learn from situations like this. Like it's okay to kind of break cultural curses and generational things like that for the betterment of kids. Like that's an okay thing to do. But I gotta get back to work. Everyone, big up.
Big up, big face.
Yeah, buddy, this is like I really was hoping that my ears wasn't hearing properly yesterday, and that today would be a new day. And maybe you'd be singing a different tune, but clearly
the thing is that in theory it probably makes sense in man's head in theory, yeah. in reality, being that you know what human beings are like, that's just opening the door for all types of abuse, all types of molestation, all types of it's just grooming. It's just crazy. Like it's just absolutely crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, all I'm saying is if you haven't even answered really yet. You're just saying that you're speaking on behalf of situations that you're familiar with or that you've heard happen. You haven't really articulated your feelings on that.
What question was that?
So so first of all, the grooming question: do you regard that as grooming and or something abhorrent and avoidable, worth avoiding? Sorry.
Like if you spent time with somebody's child, you spend time with them, like you said, picked them up, took them from school, you know, hung out with the child or whatever, right? And then at some point in that child's development, they even expressed interest, or they seemed to have interest in you romantically, or that they, you know, they definitely didn't push away any advances that you might have given. Do you see that as grooming, that technically you groom that child to bring down their defenses and see and actually develop trust for you as a trusting person in their lives? Do you see that as grooming?
Yes, in the modern world, yes. In the Western world, yes. But if I'm speaking on behalf of those people that I'm talking about, I wouldn't say yes.
You would say that person established a loving relationship, a romantic relationship with a 10-year-old. That's what you would say. That 10-year-old is capable of saying, I want to be romantic with you. I want to love you and be your partner.
We're not talking about a 10-year-old, because a 10-year-old is a 10-year-old. You can't have sex with a 10-year-old. So if you keep talking about a 10-year-old, I'm telling you, I never said yes, all is right for a 10-year-old to be pregnant.
No, you
I'm
said
telling
you
you.
can't. And I'm saying that it's happening. The same way that you telling me that it's happening. They're selling their kids. It's happening. So, but you
and
keep
I'm
saying
telling
you
you,
can't. It's happening.
Look, I'm telling you, in society, we have dogs and we have loyal people. So we're not like you keep trying to put me. Look, if you put me in that situation, trust me, I keep supporting you. I said yes is wrong. But I'm telling you, let's look at the positive side, and you don't want to go that way. So what am I supposed to do?
No. Let's focus.
I can't look at the positive side of.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Let's focus on what you just said. So you said that you wouldn't engage in that type of thing. Is that what you're saying?
Not in the West. Because he's definitely saying he wouldn't do it in the West. But he said if he was in Africa and he
as
was
a herdsman,
starving,
poverty,
he was starving,
herdsman. Yes,
he would sell
that's
his
what they do.
He would sell his kid. I know, MA. You was trying. I know. I could hear you was trying to let him off the. We were all trying to let him off the hook, but
to be fair, like I see it two ways. Now. I see. Well, he's right. If he was one of them guys, he would be doing it, right? He would be doing it. At the same time, like I said to Terry earlier on, I would look at it from an aspirational point of view and say, well, I wouldn't want the society that I live in, or the community that I live in, or the nation or tribe to have to resort to that type of measure.
Exactly, and that's my point. It was a situation. Go ahead.
I appreciate you agreeing, but let me just finish. Now, I wouldn't want my society to have to resort to that kind of measure under those circumstances. And I would say that is unnecessary anyway, because even Melanated was asking earlier on about, is there not any other way to support this flipping family or this flipping individual or whoever? Like, why does it have to be that the value, the highest value is placed in a virgin child rather than like anything? Like, I even saw a documentary the other day that was illustrating the fact that when certain members of a family, like say a guy murders somebody in a particular village, right? Now the chief of that village will now say to the family, you have to now give up your daughter. your virgin daughter as a slave, yeah, as a slave to, or whatever you want to call it, if you want to get into semantics about the word, but as a slave to that particular family. And not only that, it continues across generations. So you could have 3 generations of women that have to serve this family because one guy went and killed another guy or whatever, right? And the problem here is we're dealing with, and I say it again, patriarchy. Why is it always in one direction? Why is it always the women that have to suffer for the crime or the what do you call it? The deficit. There's a deficit somewhere, and it's like, oh, the woman is the currency. You get me? It don't make no sense. And it's like from that point of view, you cannot argue for the existing paradigms that exist in our motherlands and in some of our cultures. You can't argue for that because at the end of the day, you might agree, you might disagree and say, okay, well, it's cultural, but at the end of the day, we're men and we're able to, as men, speak against other men and say, well, we know why you're doing that. It's because you're a man. And that's the reason why. Bro, you're making noise in the background. I can't hear, bro. Yo.
That's not me.
Who's making noise, man? Anyway, as I was saying, we might be able to say, okay, hands off. We are not in Africa, or we're not in a different country where they're practicing this stuff, or this was years ago or whatever, and we shouldn't impose our view on, even though we're all African, right? But we shouldn't impose our view on what's going on there. You can say that, but when it comes to men, yeah, we're men, so we should be able to speak against men and the systems that men have created, which are pervasive, not only in those countries, in this country, in the United States of America, in fucking Bangladesh, everywhere. So this is definitely something that involves us, and we should and must speak on. You get me? Period. So there's no avoiding of the issue. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, trust me. As long as you can see through to the 2 sides of the story, that's it. I agree with you.
Yeah, but what you haven't heard is, yes, it's another side of the story. It's a reality for them, but also we have to recognize why that reality exists. Yeah, and that the reason why it exists is actually immoral. Do you understand? The power that men, the power that men, yeah, I'm saying so. The power that men generally have around the world, yeah, comes from their ability to impose their physicality on any situation or on any environment or on any community, right? Because of that, they tend to be the ones that have more autonomy over their own economic status, their ability to make money or to take money or to take goods and resources and whatnot. Women obviously traditionally are stuck in the house and whatever, so they're obviously going to be the ones, yeah, that probably are less well off. You get me? If there's a particular young girl who her family, imagine the dad died, yeah. So the dad died. Now the women of the family, there's 6 of them. There's 5 aunties, the mom, 4 aunties, the mom, and the daughter, and they're all in poverty. Yeah, they have no realistic way of getting themselves out of poverty. Now they have to go and sell themselves, right? But that's the way that's the way that particular society is constructed, in a way that there's no way for these women to get out of that. Now I'm saying I'm aspirational in the sense that I would rather, yeah, develop a society or a community whereby I don't even want to get into like communism, all that kind of crap, yeah. But to develop a system or to live in a system whereby that is not always the end result or the end outcome. Because they have to fucking sell their, but like, do you know what I mean? Like, and to me, I wouldn't like. I don't know. I don't understand how, if I was a man and I had loads of money, that I would want to go and buy a woman. Like, what are you doing? Like, you want to go, so you want to go and impose your wealth and your position, your status within that community, and bruv, it's actually making me sick. I'm not gonna lie, and I wasn't feeling this way before, but now that I'm going through the thing, fam, it's actually sickening. And from a position,
M.A. Brown, you are so late to this party. You're so late to the party.
Listen,
The
Okay,
being
I done
sick
got it
party.
again, calm down. Got upset again and calm down. And now M.A. Brown is shut my
Let me tell you something. It's fuckery when you get M.A. Brown vexed. You see what I'm saying? That's how you know it's fuckery.
M.A. Brown, I really liked the way you broke that down.
Oh man.
Yeah, it explains the kind of coercion involved and how we can do better. We should try and aim to do better.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the easiest thing is to obviously, like, that argument is, see the argument of, okay, we're not, this is not our culture, we cannot impose ourselves or whatever. That is an argument that can be aimed at those Pan-Africanists and non-Pan-Africanists and white supremacists, and that can be aimed at everybody, yeah? But as a man, you should be able to actually understand just how other men have fucked over this world, yeah? Both in a contemporary context and in time immemorial and whatever.
Yeah, no historical context. Yeah,
you should be able to. Like, I'm a man, bro. If I were to delve into the worst aspects of myself, I could probably invent a fuckery world. Like, seriously.
Wait, M.A. Brown, do you eat celery?
I love celery.
Yeah, see, that's your problem, mate. That's the first problem. You need to get that changed.
Why?
Man.
What?
Celery is an abomination.
Oh boy.
You understand what I'm saying? It's an abomination. Now, if you wanted to fix yourself up, start with the celery. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're talking about, Regin.
No, you wouldn't, because you're a celery eater. I can't trust you anymore.
Celery is the bomb. You know what? Add celery to your stew chicken.
M.A. Brown, don't recommend that abomination to my diet, though. Don't do it. It's just not gonna happen, bro. But listen, M.A. Brown, the reason why I brought in a bit of humor, is because this topic can get on top of you. It's been like, obviously, excuse the pun, but like, it's a lot, M.A. Brown, because remember, for me, speaking to people that are trying to rationalize child abuse is a new experience for me. It's new. It's new. And if you remember, because we are not pedophiles or pedophile apologists, having these conversations, it's new. It's new. And it needs to be challenged. It has to be challenged. Because M.A. Brown, I don't know if you heard me, I've repeated myself like 70 times, but for me, this kind of sticks. It kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth, right? I was told by somebody, I ain't gonna bait him out. No, fuck it, Nin Callis, right? He is a dude that has told me personally that I don't have any morals because I'm an atheist, right? But yesterday, co-signed child marriage. Now, that's a problem for me. Right, I don't mind, like, if a man who believes in a fairy tale thinks that his God is the best and gives him morals, right? That's fine. I really don't care. Go and do your thing, be happy. But don't then use your thing to tell me I'm immoral when child abuse is okay for you. Like, where do these people come from? Like, is it a brain malfunction? Is it a fundamental lack of understanding and empathy? Is it just the fact that these people are pedophiles? What is it, Emmy?
Bruv, it's a combination of all those things, plus, I don't know about the pedophile thing, but maybe that's true. But it's a combination of all these things, but primarily, it's because they're bros, blood. Like, there's people that, trust me, there's atheists, there's atheists who are pedophiles.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, no, listen, right off the bat, 100% agree. I'm not going to do no little pussy game where, oh, no, he's not my type of atheist. He's agnostical, anti-faith. No, of course there are. Of course there are. Of course there are.
What I'm saying is the common denominator there then, bro, is that everywhere I look, fam, everywhere I look and see fuckery, there's men at the top of it, bro. There's men that are feeding this shit, fam. And it's like for all of the conversations that we have on the D block, yeah, that is not a conversation that comes up enough, right? Because we can argue about Islam, we can argue about Christianity, we can argue about fucking neoliberalism and capitalism or whatever. We just keep seeing bread at the top of this shit, fam. I'm not saying that all women, like if you put a woman in charge, she's guaranteed to steer in another direction. I'm not saying that. Fucking
because the books are man-made, man.
What I am saying is
man-made.
But this is what I'm saying, sis. This is what I'm saying.
Man-made rules. You understand? But me I tell you, say, woman with a block out. Fuck that, man. Seriously, it's long. And, but you know, all right, then, fun and joke aside, yeah. But the important thing going forward, yeah, or the important persons going forward are gonna be the fathers with daughters. And even in the past, historically, they were the ones that have made changes when they've looked at their poor daughter, be like, nah, man, this not right. This not right. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. Anyway, back on mute.
I've got 6 sisters.
Well done, thank you. Well done.
I've got 6 sisters, you get me? I've got 6 sisters. Right? I go out of my way. Like any woman that's known me in any kind of for any length of time knows that I'm just out there empowering women as much as I can. That's just what I do, innit? Like I'm
sorry to cut you, baby, yeah. But you know, sometimes of a boss shot. Bobs, did you hear a man say, yeah? That boy, at the end of the day, yeah, if the pum get sliced a couple times this way or that way, it's gonna look better in the future. It's all good.
Who said that?
It's all good.
Wait, what you mean? If it what?
All right, let me say it again in it.
Wait, Nine. Before you say that, be sure that you're saying it correctly, because I don't want you to misquote anybody. You get me?
Mr. Brown, 9 times my beard since morning. Yeah? To the thing they want me a year. But I feel beard. I'm gonna beard again. And come back and go beard again. Come and say, no, I don't that me ear.
All right.
But I heard it, babe. Yeah. And a man said, yeah, if the nanny get couple liquor cut, Zane, early morning, early doors, yeah, whereby in the future, it make the nanny look, pretty. Then he don't see no problem. Yes.
Who said that?
Yes.
Is that referring to FGM?
So
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
FGM, okay.
Who said
yes.
Wow.
Who said
yeah,
that?
Let me see if anyone's in the comments that's gonna say that I'm lying or not. Yeah, let me see. Carmen,
I
don't know, but that's not me though.
Lanifa, why you like where go too much?
There you go. Riggs was there. Yeah, cause Riggs, I feel ask man if I one all or 2 all in one, if a knife and fork him, I go, yeah, I'm telling you, it was a lot. And what it was very depressing. Very, very depressing. Because what I'm saying is, yeah, there's a lot of men out here, they have not got a very high opinion on females. It's just as simple as that, man. And then when you couple that with knowing that in certain cultures they would abort girl children and all of these things, you know what I mean? It's a mazza. It's a fucking mazza.
Wait a minute. So he was basically saying, like, she could get like he's cool with during her early
what he
development
said is,
getting cut.
If we as young girls get the nanny cut, yeah, little scalpel here and there, yeah, so that in the future the pussy look good.
No way, whoa, nah. I refuse to believe that man said that.
Okay.
Bro, let me just say I didn't say that though. So let me clear out my
You said
name
something
first.
similar? Did you say something similar?
Renegade Rap said that King Gold said it.
Oh, bless you, Malik. I'm not talking about you, babe. Bless you.
No, I know what I say.
Nah, got Malik. Oh, bless your cotton socks, bub. I'm not talking about you, bub.
Cool.
You can go on mute, man. This has actually got nothing to do with you, man.
Wait.
Bless him.
So King Gold. No, man.
I can't believe that.
But it's like, oh man.
What did he say? Like, did he say anything after that to give context, or was it just flat out? Yeah.
Oh yeah, he said that I'm a drama queen. When I questioned it, he said, "Yeah, Ninefa, you're a drama queen." I said, "Can you imagine your daughter, or coming to her cutting day?" And I tried to make him visualize it, but he said I was being dramatic. You get me? So seemingly, family, pretty pussy is on the menu.
Yeah, I'm not involved.
I'm laughing, obviously, because it's a mazza. It's a mazza.
To keep like that's. I don't know. Maybe it's just like my
No, well, the good thing is that Biggage, you can rewind the thing on Biggage's thing in it, so you lot can tell me if I'm lying or not. You get me? Come on, I ask him, has he ever seen a pussy before?
Oh my God!
Now he's not answered me.
Not either.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
Stop it. Oh my God.
It's true though. Because I'm trying to get him to imagine where would he, because he's talking about making the thing look better. Yeah. So I'm saying, okay, then where would you, so I'm asking him, you seen a pussy before, right? But he wouldn't answer. I'm like, cool. So I'm trying to think, well, where would he think, where would you cut the thing to make it look better in years to come? You see what I'm saying? But yeah, it's a matter. Sis, may I tell you, sir, there's man out here that don't mind. They don't mind if you get one chop here and there, as long as it looks good in the future.
Good in what way? What is it good? What is
Exactly. I was gonna ask that question. Like, what does good look like? What is his definition of good? Like, what is he trying to say?
Like, what's wrong with it? Right? What's wrong with it as it is, blood? Like, I don't understand. Like, how are you gonna make it better with a cut?
That's why I asked him, babe. Has he ever seen one? You know what I mean? Is it something that he knows about? If he studies it, cause some man study the thing. I don't think he's a studier of pussy, to be honest. You get me? No disrespect. No disrespect. No disrespect. Say that right there. No disrespect. Melanated. I know, man, and I'm sure they study the thing. You see me? I said they know it. Remember, sis, they know it better than me and you.
God bless those men. God bless those men.
Come on.
Yeah.
Who's got time for a mirror when you got a man? But the point being, them in know about it. I don't even want to, I don't want to go on a come disrespect.
You're right.
Guy, but
we know when the pum pum buff up.
there you go, Malik.
But I mean, so that, like you said, that just shows like, taking a scalpel to a woman's flesh, it's worth it if it's going to be for your satisfaction, your gratification. That is just crazy.
No. But hold on. FGM is not for the man's satisfaction. It's to stop the woman from getting her personal satisfaction, right?
No, it's apparently for our cleanliness as well, because we don't know how to keep the underneath clean. So you need to chop off 1 and 2 things so you can go and keep it clean. You get me?
Nah.
Yeah.
But the reality is that, like, and I'm not
reality. Wait, sis. Did you just say the word reality?
No, because
why would you do that? Why would you talk about reality, sis?
Yo, King Gold's in the chat, by the way. King Gold's in the chat.
The body parts are the way that they are to maintain cleanliness, so to keep bacteria and things out from the getting inside.
Well,
so I'm not
sis, I did ask the young man if he believes in God. Again, he wouldn't answer. Then he left me with agnostic. I said, okay then. Because my thing is the Most High created the thing them perfect. You get me? Perfect.
Yo, Wab Funk is confirming some stuff. He's saying hanging labia is considered unattractive in some Islamic sects. They do this in Somalia. I'm imagining the whole of Somalia, and they shave the lips the bean. Fucking
they do what?
Now look at that. Now how can you say that the Most High is the best thing since sliced bread? He created the this and the that and the and the and the and the. You get me? But when it comes to the Nani now, you feel so it make mistake. When it comes to my Nani now, it make mistake. Everything else is perfect, you know.
But what about men who do circumcision?
Perfect. But when it comes to feminine, you know, you think so you have Parkins, where you want to just chop and chip.
Listen. If they cutting on listen, I'm not even gonna say. Okay, first of all, the bean is just the wrong. Like that's sacred. Okay, it should not be touched. Right, that's my opinion. It's not coming from anybody's doctrine or whatever. It is sacred, right? It's, in my opinion, it should be worshipped. God damn it! But I'm just saying, right? But anywho, right? The if someone wanted to, let's say, circumcise a young baby girl's lips when she's a baby, I would at least the same way that it's done for little boys, right? But when I saw, like, I couldn't even watch the whole thing. When I saw that video of that young girl, she looked like she was about like 9 or so. She was kind of tall, walking with her mom. She walked in there, and the way in which they was holding her down and they tied the legs, and it's just like she ain't get a shot. They ain't put her to sleep. You know what I'm saying? And they she was balling down the place. They cut her, tied her 2 legs together, right? Tied her 2 legs together, and then she all the way down to her ankles. So she could barely move her feet, and she just scooted out.
Yo, I don't want to hear no more of that. To be honest, I don't want to hear no more of that. Yeah, King Gold is not. He's not even denying it. So this guy's a pussy, isn't it? Like straight up and down. Like, don't let him back on the panel, innit? Like he's a sick guy.
Yeah, Carl, clearly man them feel say we can't hygienically maintain the whole of our pum pum. Like we need to remove a couple pieces.
You know what the saddest
funny? Everyone.
You know what the saddest thing is though? Just quickly. The saddest thing is I remember watching a documentary about this as well, right? And in my job I have to update my knowledge on FGM as well. And it's more. It's gone from because of the economic reality for women in certain countries and communities and stuff means that they're relying on marriage to survive, right? And so what you have is a bunch of the elder women who have been cut, who are the ones that are going to be ended up holding down these girls in the first place.
Exactly.
And they're only doing it because they understand the realities of living in that particular
economics.
Society. Yeah, and it's fucking heartbreaking, bro. Seriously, like serious.
So, but my question is, I don't really know about FGM, but even it's cut and uncut, does that like change anything? Like I know women who don't have it, but they're lying. They tear anything down. So like I don't see a difference between like if you're saying
say that again. Wait, what's the question?
Yeah, you.
No, I'm saying I know women who like in the past who don't have it and they still, you know.
Who don't have what? A clitoris?
No, women who go get surgery for themselves, I think you said.
No, like who don't have it, and they still have sex
Have
like crazy.
have
Like
what?
the clip.
Wait. You know,
No,
women
it's
have
very it's
wait.
vital. Like you try to have sex without the tip of your penis and see how much you like it.
What did he just say that he knows women
If
that
you
don't
sound
have a clip? Did he just say
if
that
you
women?
know anything about if you know anything about anatomy, if you know anything about anatomy and our development, right? The clitoris has
Oh
a
my
sensitivity,
shizzle, my nizzle.
of the
Oh,
penis, the tip of the penis.
oh
You see
shit,
how it's very
man.
sensitive? That's where you get satisfaction from, right? Sensation. It's the same
So
thing. So a woman
so
just being penetrated doesn't mean that she.
but that's it though, sis. She's just getting penetrated. She don't need to feel no pleasure, you know. Yeah. She just needs a utility hole. Why do you need to feel pleasure, sis? I want you.
Oh my God, these poor women.
Why do you need pleasure,
I'm
man?
telling you, if you think she's going
Yeah.
like crazy. If she would have had that body part.
Let me just box that hole, man. God
Hold
damn it.
Hold on, people.
So
King Gold he's affirming what he said. The Bray is saying, if it's done in a humane fashion and it may look better when the woman gets older, then I would say it's not such a bad thing. Bro, you are.
Yeah, that's what he said today. Okay, so you see something allow me I tell first thing. Good.
Jeez.
So
that's
what's
what
a humane, what's a humane fashion?
This guy, man. Yeah, go on, sis.
Kingo, what's a humane fashion? Because a razor blade on the ground outdoors, that's humane? Because Nanitha was being nice by using the word scalpel, right? Anytime they use a scalpel in the surgery, it's in a nice sterile little plastic thing. They put it in a thing and it's sterilized. That is not what I saw on that video.
Sis, I wouldn't even have that conversation with my man to even try to.
Oh my God!
Try to think of variables and shit. Fuck that,
Oh,
man.
you didn't see his comment where he said, to be fair, he's seen a few bed sheet looking vaginas, the lips looking like bed sheets.
He lying, sis. He lying, man. He lying. He lying. Sis, pussy. Trust me. I lie, myself. He's maybe seen 1, 2 in it. You get me? But he ain't, you know what I mean? He is not a bedroom bully. Let's just put it out there.
So let me ask you this, Kingo. So what about penises that are not handsome looking, that are not attractive looking? Should we snip those too or cut them on them?
Chop it off, man.
If it got a little bend in it, maybe we should put some braces on it so it could be straight. What should we do? I'm just trying to understand, like, are women allowed to manipulate the penis so it could be more attractive? You know, if it's two-tone, we need it to be one color. We can't be dealing with this two-tone stuff, right? I don't understand. You sound crazy. Yeah, bleach it up, Kingo. You sound crazy. Stop dramatizing. If you think slicing someone's skin with a razor blade we're not being accurate, you the one that's minimizing.
Yo,
Stop
Kingo,
dramatizing my word.
Kingo, jump on. Let's finish this conversation.
Lord have mercy. What somebody, I was going to say what somebody said in the chat.
Funk.
At least
that's someone Wab Funk, sorry, big up yourself, because someone said something similar to that, whereby they're saying that, like, you know what I mean, a woman having to go through them type of things at a young age is just another test. Yeah, I heard that yesterday. Get me? So a 9-year-old who can cook, clean, take care of the house, you know what I mean, who now has seen her menses. You get me? She's ready. And it's
so
a
now
test.
she's gonna get now she done got her period. She probably like, oh my gosh, I don't even like this stuff. And now they want to cut on her body. Lord have mercy.
Which cut her body? No, now she's ready for marriage. She's ready now.
She's ready for marriage. Wait, so What age did she
She's
get the
ready for the
circumcision?
big thing, sis. She's ready for the big 25-year-old thing. You get
So
me?
what age does the circumcision come then? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, but he's trying to jump on Veli. King is backstage, Veli.
Yo, Veli, bring King Gold on, bruv.
That's why you know why some people must just try not to have girl children, because they must know what's ahead, fam. Big and serious. Yo, that's why I say, you know what, yeah, that's what I've always said, you know. Oh, I go on, my love, my status. You get me? Come, I can tell a man, you know what I mean? And make it through the night, and make it, you know what I mean, and live life still. You get me? You know, certain places you can't do that. You're not making it through the. You get me? First, you're gonna get the feather. I don't talk.
I'm done.
Oh, Veli, you got people backstage, bro. Sorry.
I'm too confused with this, but listen, if they want to talk about this as culture, I am too glad. They could say I got my little Western mind and everything else.
Yeah. We
but
leave
what
that.
Y'all call it? What they call it? The bean? Nah, I like my bean.
This is what I'm saying, yeah. Because and then someone tried to make that point about, you know, it's culture. I'm saying, listen, you leave the backwards culture in the past. You know what I mean? It's not everything from the past that was good, right? So you don't know what is nonsense and take it to you get me? That's nonsense.
What if somebody cuts your bean? I'm trying to understand. like why we can't cut on your bean and see if you like it? That joint might look better.
You will to get cut. Then them are gonna talk some different thing. Yeah? Cut them battle. Yeah? And then hear what they're saying. But yeah, and that's why, you know what, sometimes I'm glad I'm right where I am. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Nah, bro.
You know, in certain, and that's the thing, you know, Melanaid, all are one, you know. There's still certain places in the world where, as a female, you ain't got no talk, talk, none at all.
Yo, Veli.
That's why certain times, yeah, I'm glad to be in the West. Trust me, I can't tell no lie, man. Because I couldn't imagine being in a country where someone's coming to me, you get me, making me know, say, 9, you know what day it is today?
Long time.
It's cutting day. You get me? You don't need that little clip. You don't need that little thing there. You don't need the hood. What do you need that for, baby? You don't need no. As long as you can piss. And sometimes you can't even piss properly. You don't know how it go. On the move with the blood clot here, sir. Yeah. Fuck that, man. Mad. Them things that just make my head hurt. Can you imagine, sis? You know, have part of your nanny. Imagine looking in the mirror. Imagine getting a mirror, looking at your nanny and seeing part of it missing or sewn up, or it just don't look like melanated nanny again. Can you imagine that?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yo, she's serious.
I'm trying to say, like, you know, it's so interesting how somehow a man can determine for a woman what part of her pom pom she needs and what part she don't need. You know what I'm saying? Like, for you to say, how can you tell? Like, just like he said, all pom poms are not created equal, right? Some people need all of those parts in order to experience pleasure.
But sis, you know they work in unison, though, sis.
But listen,
they don't work independently.
Why would a man want to be working? I mean, why would a man want to have sex with a woman who is not experiencing pleasure? Like, why would he want? Because like, even if you're experiencing pleasure, you're still, you know, you could feel like, oh, I'm dominating you or whatever. Okay. you want to get that feeling. But
sis,
He's
just
not,
imagine
no,
if
no, he's
after
not
that,
interested.
sis,
He's not interested.
just
Let me just say
imagine
something.
if after
One
that the
second.
man still ask you if it's good for you.
Nah,
Imagine.
Nines. Here's the thing. They're not interested, fam. You're a vessel, innit? You're a vessel to bear children.
That's right.
Remain loyal.
That's
That's
right.
it.
That's right. That is right. I'm just trying to joke out the thing, man. But you're right, man. It's just a utility point.
so you
It's
don't,
like a
so they
plug.
don't even want you to feel good.
It's like a plug socket. You get me? Or a USB lead. It just serves a purpose.
Yo, that's the worst one. Yo, where's Belly though? Belly. Oh my goodness.
So then I could understand why you're not really like feeling like, okay, maybe that's why you probably need variety. Because listen, if I'm not getting pleasure, how often we gonna be doing that? Like
No, what's
do it
the
often?
no,
Why would I
what's
want
the
to? I'd be like,
point?
go somewhere with your penis, yo, get out of here.
Might as well wash your hair, sis. Like, what's the point?
You might as well read a
And then,
book.
but wait, imagine.
Facebook.
No, I don't even
You
go
done?
too deep, sis. Yeah, but imagine every time you gotta watch your people them just having fun. You know that look of fun when people done, and you're just there like, huh? What the fuck? I'm done talking. Like, move, man. It's a lot. It's a lot, man. It's a lot.
Yo, last time, Belly.
They don't love us, man. They don't love us, sis. Some of the man, them they love we, boy. Them they love we.
Yo, James Jones is a donut.
As long as the pussy looks good, you know.
Look at James's comments.
Let me see.
He's
Yeah. Anyway, at that point, I just say big up Jamaica. You get me? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
At
I'ma
least
just
the man,
go,
them, you know what I mean? At least they pay some attention. Fuck that, man. You get me? Blood clean. A king of go jump on, man. Fuck that, man. And where's that? What's his name? NIS or something? Because he's the next one, sis. He was saying now, you see, if you're 9 years old, sis, and you could make a good plate of food, sweep the yard, maybe do 1 and 2 washing up, you're ready at 9.
Ready for what?
Yeah,
ready
you know what?
Ready to go to middle school, ready to go to secondary school. That's about it. Shit.
Nah, man, you're
You ready to
independent, man. You can run house, you know. You know how to polish. You get me? You know how to make 2 dumpling. Yeah. Fuck me, you're in trouble if you went and started your period. Me blood clean.
Yo, I'm telling you, I would be burning down the food. I wouldn't know how to clean. I'd be messing up all the laundry.
You'd be retarded, innit? You'd be actually going like the
it's so
retarded.
clumsy. I'm pretending like Usual Suspects. You better call me Kaiser Sose out this motherfucker. I'm telling you, cause
oh, now I can't talk, sis. Huh?
I'll be pretending. Hell no.
Oh shit!
They're like, we trying to get you married. We trying to get you married. Huh?
I'd be a big woman retard, man. Are you joking, man? And I know what's ahead. Oh, now I don't learn a vowel, blood. Trust me. I'll be clicking it.
Yo.
Nah, man. Nah, man, them it's deep, man. Like, it's deep, man. You know what? You know, like when the man them think about a man entering them from behind, yeah? That's how it's feeling for us right now, man. Just so you appreciate. You know what I mean? Imagine a 9-year-old having some old crusty 25-year-old, whatever. It's not right, man. She's not ready. You know what I mean? That's forced entry and everything else. Come on, stop this nonsense, man. And these things are going on today. That's the worst thing. You with me? If it was one whereby we can say, oh, boom, it was the past and this, that, and the other, then we'll be like, all right, cool. But for those that know, they know that these things are going on today. And if Divine was about, she can come and bring the deal, man. Because there's girls that are leaving their homes because, you know what I'm saying to you, these marriages are being forced upon them. When you get me, you got young girls still being forced upon old men and all this type of nonsense today in 2020.
That's real. It's real.
Get me? That's why they got to go to the them certain homes or whatever. Fucking, what do you call it now?
I'm supposed to, when I go back to work, I'm supposed to, on a daily basis, look out for certain types of girls who randomly have been told that they're going to go on holiday, a holiday back home, in the middle of a school term, and they can't explain why.
You know the settings then, M.A. Brown. You know the story. Come on.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Veli's not going to let my man on, man. I don't know where Veli is, but his timing's shit.
Yeah, Veli. How Malik say it? Malik, you gotta say it. That's why Veli let him on. You gotta say it.
I tried. Veli, let King on.
I love when he says it. Veli.
Come on, get Veli.
I reckon if someone plays some bashment, he'll come straight away.
Yeah, he's like, oh, lock that off.
Yeah, that's a mad thing though.
And I was gonna, because what's in my head is Chronic's skanking sweet. You get me?
What? He's gonna come running when you play that?
No, I'm saying that's what's in my head still, man. Skanking sweet, and everybody used to feel like, because I've got to get the kind of the topic out of my mind, because there's some sick bitches out here, man. And that's why I say M.A. Brown. Now let me see. Now I hope I'm not pushing the envelope, as it were. But let me see. But this is what I truly think, and I'm gonna ask you now, M.A. You might say, nah, I need to stop it right now. Okay. So M.A., I am of the belief, you know the whole no front on the Nani thing, yeah. No, not no front. Sorry, no hair on the Nani thing, yeah.
Yeah.
See, now me, I think that's slightly pedophilic. What do you think? In fact, not even slightly. I think it's a pedophilic look straight. What do you think?
I don't have no requirement for a woman to shave nothing on her body.
Say that again, Bob.
I said I don't have no requirement or desire to shave nothing on her body.
All right. Yeah, man, I'm very hot on this.
Watch Kingo gonna say that doesn't look nice.
Listen, that's
yeah,
dumb.
but we don't know if a Kingo actually deals with Nani, Jano Star, because I've never known a man not to take the fifth to answer if he's seen a Nani before, ever. Even Batty Man tell me, say, yeah, I've seen Nani now. You get me? I've never known a man to take the fifth on that. I'm not telling a lie.
Oh my god.
As far as I'm concerned, the shaving thing, yeah. You like when a man looks at the woman's parts, yeah. Like, let's be real. Like you're looking, fam. A child looks like that, innit? With shaved, they got no hair.
Come on, M.A. Taught the thing, my brethren. Taught the thing, man. There's no way that man can be like. It's a girl. Anyway, I don't talk.
You see, look, they in the chat talking about it looks pretty when it's shaved. They says only boas care about them things there. Listen, even the boas don't care, to be honest. I'm just saying. All
right, Baba, I see you still, Baba. I see you. Baba said,
yes, yeah, that's a bowcat. Yes,
peeking out the panty sides, though. I hear you, Baba. Still.
Well, yeah, you got a point. Is that a
No,
girl or
I
a boy?
do. No, I do. I hear Baba still. Because what I also have to appreciate, and let me talk a bit lower in it. But what, like, different women have got different hedges in it. You get me? So me, I'm blessed in it, family. 9 ether in it. My thing's nice and tight and well. But I know there's people out there that are literally like goats for real. Like, I didn't even know what, but yeah, there's people out there that are literally like goats and sheep, and not even sheep, goat and
You know what?
horse and
This
all
is
them
this is
and
true.
horse.
Aurora Dawn said that shaving the vagina is also like a porno look, which is true, and I think that that's why a lot of men be like they be in like fantasy world when they
Exactly.
see it that way. It's like they are
Exactly.
reacting out some movie that they saw.
Come
Yeah.
on, sis. Talk the thing, man. Talk the thing.
For a lot of men, the first time they saw a pom-pom was on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And the second time they saw it on TV, and the third, and the fourth. You get me? So,
Mm-hmm.
that's the reference point. So as soon as they see a real woman, like, right, you're not all right, innit? You need to switch up.
True, man. Imagine there's some man out here, they've never seen pum pum hair. How can that be, man? Mm-mm. Yeah, Jack. Anyway, let me not say some of my people them get upset when I talk a certain way. But yeah, man, 9 ETH is tight and short back and sides. I'm good.
Cotton socks is Cotton saying she would comb it to a bit of oil for a bit of shine.
A bit of shy. Come on, Cotton. I think Cotton's in between tight and goat. I'm not gonna lie. But anyway. Mad thing. But yeah, of course you must look after the thing, Lee. You must look after the hedge. Absolutely, man.
Yes, but for those who are speaking about, not having any hair, they just know that, like Nanita said, the Most High created it perfectly, and that hair grows there for a reason. One of the reasons that hair grows there is to protect and to block. I'm the same way that you have eyelashes for a reason. Hair grows there to protect and block bacteria from going inside, to keep your pH nice, to keep everything nice and
on,
balanced.
sis. Tell them about the
nice
pH
and balanced.
levels.
You know what I'm saying? Yes, we got
Come
to
on.
we got to
And remember, ladies, that the nani is self-cleansing.
Even I know about that shit, fam.
Get me? So you don't need a whole array of
big up
what would you
somebody
call
like
it?
MA, boy. Like this MA guy.
That's me. I know. Listen, I've had to learn, fam. You get me? I've had to learn.
Kashiku, tapping lies about you can't have no full fur on your pum pum. Yeah? Trust me, if I approach you with a full fur pum pum, you'd bury it same way. Stop it, man.
Yeah, 9 is serious, man.
9 is a piece of work, boy.
Right.
Oh my god.
It's like,
Yo, y'all ain't peeped the sound effects? Oh my god.
Yeah, I gotta come off, man. Let me go and cook some dinner. Fuck this, man. You get me? Before I get myself in trouble, man.
You're already in trouble.
Oh, mate. But you know what I'm saying though, MA, man. Journal star, man. Because the next thing is now, aren't people scared they catch a fire? Blood. You know, Leo, you remember swan matches, MA?
Yeah, the big one.
Yeah, that can catch fire on anything, right? Anything you strike can catch a fire.
You can strike it on the back of your foot and it will light up.
Come on. That man, I tell you, brethren. Some man gone in a beer fire, spark, zoop, zoop, zoop.
Yeah, man, I'm all about the hair, bro. That natural.
Come on, man.
Keep them pheromones.
Come on, man. Little cushionability.
What did I miss?
Yeah, we're talking about pom-pom and hair.
Oh, did he come on? Did he come on?
Nah, he's backstage still, man. But yeah.
What are your thoughts
Cotton
on that?
Sock says
Mr. Ray?
men don't turn it down at all, whichever way it comes. Yeah, that's boy. Anyway, I don't know about that still. And cowboy. Oh look, even Jane Speaker Schooler said, "Do they mean catching a match on stubble?" Bless him. Yeah, you know the team, James. You know exactly what we're talking about, but anyway.
Who's that? James Jones?
Nah, James Speaker's Corner, man.
Oh, okay.
But you know that even probably his type of ladies, they're probably even more what's the word? Ritual with it. You get me?
Wild.
Oh, I didn't say that, babe.
They wild?
Ritualistic with it.
What do you mean? Yo, 9. What do you mean ritualistic?
Yeah, in that, like, as soon as a little bit of hair comes, zoops, they're bringing out the razor.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Like, when they mean bald, innit? It's not a joke thing. Yeah. Yes. Get me? No little goatee, no little line up. You get me? Zoops.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. One time I tried to shave my balls and that, yeah. My God.
He said, "My God."
No, the next 2 weeks.
Baba Dule's having a field day today. He's good. If I see a one Cornwall in the middle, blood, he's good.
He said what?
If he sees a 1K roll in the middle, sis.
Oh my goodness.
Or one middle clap. Probably he wants a little
said,
bead at the end of it.
Kemo said some pum pum bring bad luck. I don't know what he's talking about, like STD or something. I don't know. What do you mean bad luck, Kemo?
Yeah, but remember Cotton Socks, as according to Kaleidoscope, Turok, or Tacoon, as I like to call him, some children are born with dreadlocks on their hair, maybe their front. So I don't know what's that. Oh, as long as it doesn't stink. Oh gosh, man.
Whoa. As long as what doesn't stink? What, the pum pum or the...
Gosh, boy.
What?
My bad.
Somebody said lice eat tiny amounts of blood from dreadlock heads. What are you talking about? Oh, no.
Here go all of them.
Say that again, Terry.
Trying to be sarcastic.
That ain't sarcastic. That ain't funny. At all.
Is that Torek?
It might be.
Yeah, it could be.
Like a troll account or something. Cause I don't get it. Why he got against Locke so bad?
Yeah.
You just feel some type of way with Locks, boy.
Cotton Socks, man. You're out in your sisters, then. You're out in your sisters. She said, if you see Femme Fresh in a girl's bathroom, you know she's had issues. I wouldn't go there if I was a man.
Oh, wow.
Oh, dear. Yeah, Anyway.
Women, you know, take little steps to keep their, I don't know, keep their parts good, you know?
Yeah, it's serious, man. You know, I don't begrudge no. Like every person got to take care of themselves, and we live in the cities more time, so there's all type of sweaty business going on, all type of bacteria coming up from.
But there's some
from
wash.
You said what? What did he say?
I said there's some people there that don't wash. They think it's all right. It's all right to not wash their skin for 2 days or 3 days.
Oh Lord!
You'll be surprised.
I'm just saying that, like, women really got a lot of pressure. So far, we talked about them being married off to older people, right? They gotta be the saviors if your family's starving, you know. Then their vagina lips can get cut, and now they gotta, like, you know, now they gotta, like, shave and it has to look a certain way, or you have to have a pretty vagina. You gotta have, like, but then where's the requirements for the men?
You get me?
That's crazy.
There's something out there doing it, you know.
There's some out there doing what part?
All over.
No, doing what? What are you speaking on specifically?
I mean, waxing.
Some people waxing, enlarging, putting two chests there, putting two more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a lot of pressure to do all of this stuff. Like,
Yo, I saw
any man that's got a ticket going to Turkey, if they're not doing their teeth, they're up to themselves.
Oh yeah, I saw a picture one time of this guy, and he took a picture for like a dating app or whatever, and he drew on a six-pack with a pen and shaded in the under part and that, make it look real.
oh, so are you saying that that's the pressure that men have to be fit, have muscles?
I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, obviously, as you get older, the pressure is more to do with the hair. So you see all them guys with their flipping man weave and that. You get me?
Yeah, but see, those are pressures that
The new spray they have now, like we got in our shop. The spray, hair follicles.
Yeah.
But those are pressures that women have those too. Like, if a woman lose her hair, like, a man could just go bald. You know what I'm saying? He could shave his head bald and just, you know, put on some nice cologne or something like that. A woman go bald, Lord God.
Same thing, you know. Same thing with when man's hairlines are receding.
No, a man's hairline
Watch how man panic, or when their hair goes grey. You know how much
It's true, man.
you know how much
From
man
Rooney got a transplant, he put the man them under pressure, man.
No, but I'm just saying, like, but a woman. Listen, but I'm not saying that men don't value their hair. They do. What I'm saying is that, like, societal wise, right? How it's more acceptable for a man to say, okay, you know what, I'm going bald. I'm just gonna shave it off and, you know, have a clean baldy and keep it moving. But when a woman, if the middle of her hair just start going away, she's fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's fucked. Like, that is a bigger problem when a woman is going bald than a man.
No, I'm not gonna lie.
Rocking a baldy?
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
There's some baldy woman out there, you know.
Yeah, my sister shaved her head the other day, fam. She shaved her whole head the other day, but she looks alright still. But yeah, when I used to go, when my hair was mad long, about like 15 years ago. My hair was long. So I used to go to actual hairdressers in it to get a wash and that. And the women, I'm telling you, when I went in there with my long hair, the hatred in the face of the women, bro, they did looking at me. Like,
I've seen man coming to the shop, yeah, asking for hair extensions. I see. Wait, I'll tell you. A man tell me about he wants hair extensions for his dreadlocks.
I seen a guy get a man weave, yeah. That's dreadlocks, bro. How are you gonna be absolutely bald and then fake it and get dreadlocks? And what's Baba Dule said there are soaps that women can use to make their pom-poms tight again, allegedly. What?
All you gotta do is just don't use it up. Don't like. You gotta treat it nicely.
Don't get.
No,
Are they clapping in your area?
You what?
Are they clapping in your area?
Yeah, they're ringing bells and shit, man. But then, you know what though? You know what though? I'm on the Harrow Road side, yeah. And the clapping's happening over in North Kensington, bro. You get me? Like we don't clap over this side, bro.
But what the funniest thing is, it's starting to get quieter and quieter and quieter.
It's done. It's just done.
For the first time, it was loud. Now it's like people forgetting. But yeah, man. When you sit in the barber shop, yeah, the amount of things that you see, man, telling you about they want this and that. The dye is the highest seller. When it comes to dye, them old man, them even the certain young man, they want to dye their beard.
Yeah, my uncle, he had to give that up, man. My uncle, he was like notorious. He was dyeing his beard like every week, every 2 weeks, but dye all over the bathroom sink. His wife was like, listen, just let it go. Like, and then he still wasn't letting it go. But then when he started getting his nose hairs was growing gray, and then his ear, the hair was going. I was like, yo, you're gray all over. Your whole head is turning gray. Every minute we seeing gray roots and then the black ends. Just let it go. And now he looked like a nice little silver fox. You know what I'm saying? He looked nice.
Gray hair's the bomb, man. Don't know what anyone's talking about. Gray hair's the shit, fam. Yeah. Anytime my wife tries to pull off any of my gray hairs, I get mad.
Yeah, just let it go. Just let it go.
Oh gosh, our party.
You said what?
What's her name?
Cotton socks?
Yo, Terry, what is it?
No,
I was gonna say.
No.
Yeah, go on, Terry. Go on.
No, I was gonna say nothing.
All right. No, Concept was saying that she's interested in the yoni egg, and I was remembering that you had that show with it, International Christmas Circle, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The girls' details, all the girls' details and everything's on there. So if you go to the channel, you'll see the girls' details on it.
Yeah, Concept. Go to Black Eyes TV, go to Terry's channel, and there's a live broadcast, recorded broadcast about the yoni egg and that stuff.
Yeah, you gotta get that one right.
Yeah. Well, tonight's about partying.
Oh yeah, today is Thursday. Total Exposure, right?
Yeah. They've got 3 different artists.
Okay.
I like those shows. It's like, upbeat, good music, like raw talent. And then at the end, the DJ come through and spin a little 1-2. So I like that.
Yo, King Gold.
Melanated, keep it up, because yesterday you was asking me to rap, so I see you throwing in your rhymes, so keep it up. Don't stop.
Yeah, I told you to bust a rhyme. So you need to come through on Thursdays on Black Ice TV and rap.
So then now it's time.
But look, Terry said it's in an hour's time. Make sure you show up.
I say special
I'll
guest.
probably be at Walmart on the
I love
freaking line.
Walmart.
Special guest coming in from Walmart. Brother Malik.
No, I'm saying I'll probably be there.
I know.
Yeah, Walmart.
Special guest
Right.
from Walmart.
Special guest from Walmart. That don't. You thought that was gonna be your way out. He don't care. You in Walmart.
You get me? Split some bars from the ice cream aisle or whatever.
Exactly.
Or you can show the people where they can get some cleansing stuff.
Show them the razors. This is how you shave all the hair off of your pubic area.
Off your ball, man. Gotta get rid of that ball, man.
That's the worst place to shave. Big bad spot.
Blood, this is what I was trying to say to them earlier on. I did it once, bro. Fuck that.
Wait, you said it was bad? What was wrong with it?
Because what happened, you get ingrown hairs.
Yeah.
And then it'll just start getting pussy.
Oh,
No,
gosh.
no. I don't know about the pussy.
Terry! What is wrong with him?
Ingrown hairs called spots.
Oh,
yeah, but you don't have to get ingrown hairs if you're talking about shaving it bald.
If you're shaving the hair in your balls, it will grow back in.
I don't know what bald hairs are like.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, that's why guys can't shave like that. We're not meant to shave like that.
I don't know what bald hairs are like. I'm sorry.
Yo, Belly.
My business.
Backstage, bro. Belly. Sorry. Yeah, go on.
Let me just mind my business. I don't know nothing about this balls.
You're gonna have to. You got a son, right?
Yeah, I'm supposed to tell him how to shave his balls. Get out of here.
No, but he's gonna.
Like you taking this mom stuff too far. Like
if he doesn't know what.
No. He needed listen. No. His father is still alive. His father is still alive. Like they have to have father and son bonding moment. I'm not telling the boy about him balls. Let him tell him father. Let him father tell him shit.
You know, Emma, when I was young, the girl I was with, right? You know that they used to use the cream to put on their legs to shave.
yeah. Go on.
My chin. I put that in my chin because I was and I put it on my chin. You know how much bumps I came out in,
bruv. What? Hey, listen to the story. One time, we must have come home, me and my XXX or whatever, and I was thinking a little bit, so I was like, let me put some deodorant on. So I grabbed the thing, sprayed it, and I'm like, this feels weird, bruv. It was a shaving cream, innit? It was a removal cream. On my armpits, bruv. Lord.
When it comes to my chin, I've done everything. I even tried what's it called? The worst one, but the worst one I ever did was the wax.
Why?
I thought because I saw it was clean. I thought, that's so I told him to do it for me, innit? Who told me to go and do that shit?
Jesus Christ! How old are you, Terry, at the time?
I must have been about what? When I did the cream thing, I was 19, and then the wax was about 25.
Oh,
I was crying. that hurt. Never again. I said, boy, I don't know what these women go through, boy, but they're brave. When they're telling me about them waxing pum pum.
And how delicate it must be, so sensitive around there as well. Yeah, like you said, there's man them that do that as well, innit? Like regular.
Yeah, crazy.
It's funny.
And these men ain't too far behind, boy.
Yeah.
Wait, so men are waxing what part of their body?
Melanated. Would you like to see a bald cocky and all that, sis?
You know what? Can I answer for Melanie, please? I suspect that she doesn't mind it. I think she quite likes it.
No, I wouldn't want to see that.
All right, I'll take it back. That's crazy.
No, Mr. Brown, we like men.
What?
I said we like men, Mr. Brown.
Oh, okay, good.
Now, as I remember, puberty was a part of, you get me? You know? Man start grow to hair and, you know? Yeah, the bald thing is not, well, I don't know about, well, let me talk for myself. I don't want the bald man in the bedroom. I want him to, I want him to do it. I want him to do it. You get me? And then you got a son to look after. Stop it, man. Just stop the nonsense. Let's stop with the copies, man.
Your son and your man body parts looking the same. What kind
you
of
get me?
foolishness?
Let them know, man.
Nah, man.
There's some people on the panel on the in the chat in the hangouts and like that definitely whack themselves, bro. Definitely
within an inch of their life. But that's why we're here too long, Mr. Brown, because what it is, we start do what the, you know.
I mean, if you ever go to Turkey, so you catch them. You catch them. Yeah, I'm just on holiday. You're lying son. come to get knifed up.
But what it does prove, though, fun and joke aside, is the power of like popular culture and that type of vibration. Yeah, because even if you go back to, you know, the old days, as it were, you with me, whereby you had a man like Shabba, you know what Shabba was saying, and you know what the talk was them times, you know what I mean? And then the music changed, and everything changed. You get me? We have to accept that, man. Because we went from Shabba saying, what was it? Man a clean wife, we said that them bow. You get me? So we went from them bow and all of them type of vibrations, and then when we had SWV coming with not even SWV.
Sam.
No, you know what? It wasn't even SWV. It was R. Kelly.
There you go.
R. Kelly come and said, yo, 12 play. What the fuck?
Everybody was like,
even Calypso. There's one tune called Shaving Cream. He's going Shaving Cream.
Oh, right. And that was even before R. Kelly. You're right.
Yeah, that was like late
my mom
80s.
and dad played them tune there, fam. I didn't know what the fuck it meant.
Shaving cream?
I thought they were literally talking about shaving cream. Real talk. Shaving cream, nice and green. Lovely. Yeah. Shaving
cream. Nice and cream.
Yeah. It's like that you from North London say shh for dick. Shh.
What? Is that what they say?
You know, Heady One, innit? You know, Heady One, he done that tune and he kind of edited out the bad bits, but he just said shh.
Okay.
Yeah. Because the grown-ups wouldn't necessarily know what he's talking about, just like the shaving cream thing, man.
I'm not gonna lie, young boys, they do the dumbest shit when they're like trying stuff out, bro. Like you're in for it, man. I'm telling you.
They've gone beyond.
We got all that to come, blood. Oh my gosh, man.
Everything's normal to them.
Trust me.
As long as you don't do no apple pie thing, I think I'll be alright, man.
Apple pie. Ah,
from like the movie American Pie.
American Pie. Yeah.
Oh my
Some of them have gone
God.
beyond that. That's old news now to them. They've gone beyond.
He said the apple pie thing.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but you're right still, because obviously they've got the world in their the palm of their hands, man, when they get to a certain age, and
yeah,
it's not good, man.
But that's what I'm saying, MA, about people losing the stance of what a man is.
Yeah.
Because the real truth is, it doesn't matter what teenager, they're still going to be doing their stupidness.
Yep. It's sad. It's sad and very, very, very dangerous, man.
Because once you tell a kid, oh yeah, well, when you get to 16, you can do whatever you like.
Someone in the chat, Mr. Dot, yeah. I'm in the mood for someone like you, to be fair. He's put women are made for men. Tell me how, Mr. Dot. How did a man make a woman, Mr. Dot? Come teach me something. Come teach me something, Mr. Dot. How did a man make a woman? Come on. And why is it that ever since that time he could never do it again? I'm listening. I'm listening, Mr. Dot. Go on, tell me that I came from your rib. Go on, I dare ya.
I'll be back. I'm making a cup of tea, man. I'm gonna make a cup of tea and have some biscuits. So.
That's why I know you're old school, bro. And I guarantee you're gonna dunk the biscuits in.
Anyone listening, please remember that if you're of the God belief, women came first, okay? Let's not start all this twisted bullshit again, man.
So he said we came from men or we are made for them.
No, he said that we came from men. He said, yeah, that basically men birth women. That's what he said. That's basically what he's saying. That he birthed us.
Birth. A man can't give birth, though.
Yeah, they think they can, though, sis, man. Because we came from them, innit?
Right, don't put it past these people. Don't put it past these people. They'll find a way.
Well, listen, they could just and let them start birthing men, so all the women can have nice tight pom poms and let them stretch out their pee hole. I don't care, shit. Please stay without nice pom pom.
Still waiting for your response, Mr. Dot.
Let them try.
You said a woman came first.
Came from you, Mr. Dot.
Look at that. Z said the chicken came before the egg.
They think the egg came.
Yeah, some of the man them are actually starting to believe that they birthed people. I'm telling you, man. Watch this space.
You don't hear Malik is trying to correct you right now. He's telling you what you said. Women came first. Who else came? So who came first, Malik? Men?
Yeah.
How is that?
Says man was created and then woman.
The book told him
the woman was right.
No. I'm saying, how was that possible? So man was created, and then the man got pregnant, and then he gave birth to the woman.
No.
Or you want to tell us some kind of magical thing, like a man fell asleep, and then he woke up, and
I heard they was created apart, but a woman was created from the same clay that man was created from.
The same clay.
Right. So, the same dust, the same specimen,
and that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but a woman can. If you say a woman came first, then you have to tell me, who impregnated her.
Why does she have to be impregnated if the man wasn't impregnated? You see your logic?
The man wasn't, and the woman wasn't. The
So,
first
so the
man and the
man
first
wasn't. So the man
woman
wasn't
wasn't.
impregnated, right? The man wasn't
Oh,
impregnated, but somehow he would. It makes sense to you that he came first. But the woman, for the woman to come first, she has to be impregnated. What if she came first and from the clay, and then the man came second from the clay?
right. That's true. It's possible, but
Oh, okay, that's
according
possible.
to it's possible anyway. I mean, I
That's good
dispute.
that you said it's possible.
Yeah, I can't say it's not, but according to what I heard and I believe in, it says the man came first and then the woman came next,
Well,
and
I ain't
then
gonna argue with your belief. That's okay. You can have a belief.
reproduction. Yeah, everybody, believe in something. That's why I was trying to ask
Mhm.
that when she said a woman gave birth to a man, and I was asking how did she like she was pregnant and how did she get pregnant or she just
Maybe it was a miracle. That isn't that what the Most High is able to do,
oh okay
right?
cool
I mean,
yeah
it makes sense. But it just even impregnating the woman, and it just makes sense, right? That if the Most High is able to do a miracle, right?
right true
If He created the man first,
hmm
it's not like He made the man get pregnant, even though he technically could, because He's the Most High, right? So He could have made that happen, and that would have been like, whoa, this man gave birth. But that's not what happened.
right
Um, the woman was created, and then after that, miraculously, she's able to give birth. So it just makes more sense that she was created before him and gave birth. No?
if you say so.
I'm just okay.
Yeah, if that's what your belief is, yeah, I can't say you're wrong over there.
I mean, my belief would be that they were created simultaneously. That is like the most logical sense, right? If we wanted to come from a religious, spiritual perspective, one that incorporates balance, one that
hmm
incorporates, that how we are, um, we complement one another.
hmm
I don't see the purpose on women being on earth without a man, or man being on earth without a woman. I feel like we're pairs.
So when
So
you say simultaneously, that means just like
together,
that, together. Okay, okay.
yeah, the same like
Yeah,
like
yeah.
And that's being
yeah.
gracious.
But I don't think that's what sister meant. Like I think she said that the woman gave birth to a man. Like first there was a woman, and then she gave birth,
What
and
I am
then.
Yeah, I
saying
mean,
is, yeah. So
mhm.
hold on, let me say what I am saying, innit?
hmm
So like Melanie just said, innit? Like myself, I will say that we both came together, innit? You with me? We both woke up,
Mm-mm.
looked at each other, and were like, "Blood clean, you look nice. You look nice. You know, let's do this."
Let's do this,
But what I
huh?
am
Black queen, you look nice.
definitely not rocking with no day at all is that man was created first and then I was created as an afterthought. No way, no way, no way. Whether it be rib, ball sack, anything, there's no way woman came after man. That's what I'm saying, innit? If the Most
Mm.
High created us both at the same time, I will
hmm
definitely work with that. But there's no day at all that man come first. Not the Most High himself. Even if you say the Most High himself is a man, why would he create a man first? You're putting vibrations on the Most High. Stop it, man. Of course, he's gonna create a beautiful, you know what I mean, sensual, boom, boom, boom. And it's like, you know what? I've got to fly out. I'm gonna leave something for the women because
Maybe
I got
that
some.
I don't.
She
Yeah,
said
I
a
gotta.
red boom boom boom. That's what I'm talking about. Oh man. See, so we saying the same thing.
Oh, me and
No,
you?
me and Nanitha, we were saying the
Oh,
same,
okay,
like
okay, okay.
that we were created together. You know, and I
And that's
think,
what
and
logic dictates that also, sis. But logic does not dictate a man coming first, baby.
well,
No, no, no,
it
no.
dictates that logic if you have like a patriarchal centered form of logic. So if everything emanates from the man on down, they put themselves as the center of everything. So
So how
then,
come it was never able to be recreated, though, sis? You can't have the man being the first, and then ever since that, women are bringing forth life. That doesn't make any sense, babe.
Yeah, because you have to reproduce. You have to come together.
Oh,
And
now we
then,
have to come
now we got to
together.
come together, but
To the
before
blood
it's one.
clot.
yeah,
That's
because
exactly.
there has to be a first one, right?
No, there doesn't.
Or maybe there has to
That's a
be
very
simultaneously, like you said.
Yeah, that's a
They have
very
to come
fixed form of
together.
logic. It has to be this way. It literally doesn't, especially when you're speaking about something that's from a supernatural perspective. You're not over here speaking about the concept of evolution absent of any sort of spiritual thing. So why does there have to be these limitations? It has to be this way. The only limitation is that someone wrote it down, and if you accept it the way that they wrote it down. But the way that it
A
was
man
narrated to
wrote it down.
yeah, the way that other men narrated stories, right, through oral tradition and other customs, creation is definitely a dual process. Simultaneously, man and woman, all of the Kemetic deities were created in pairs, you know, and sometimes they were brother and sister, sometimes they were husband and wife, but they were definitely in pairs to emphasize the importance of duality, the masculine and feminine energy, the importance in all things. So you can definitely choose which narrative which you like, and I definitely like and accept one that focuses more on that form of duality, right? Don't no woman want a man that's just like her and all feminine like, and no man wants a woman that's masculine like him, but together it's harmony.
Mm. Yeah. Belief.
Away. Yep. There's so many of them, huh?
I'm telling you. You just have to tolerate each other. That's it.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Some people are better at the tolerating than others.
True. I definitely agree with you on that one.
But I think, for men who feel like, women come from them and they're first and God created them first because they're the special ones and the covenant was with the man and not the woman. All of this stuff, right? It's kind of like self-fulfilling, they say it, they believe it, makes them feel better, like, as a gender, they feel special and set aside and all that good stuff. That's what that's about. So I guess I can't, I would say I can't blame them, but at least I understand, like the mindset of a woman that's a feminist, she would like to feel like they're better and more important
than a man.
God, than a man. So
right, and then the man would do the same thing too.
Right.
Yeah.
But, it is what it is.
I got to go now.
Really.
Really couldn't let King come in. He got pissed.
Belly said he probably at work. Doing work. He said he ain't want him to come on here to talk about. He ain't want to hear him co-signing all that stuff. Hear him co-signing female genital mutilation. Nobody trying to hear that. Because the most they're gonna say is people culture. Okay. I just don't understand that. Somebody says, child sacrifice. And you keep saying, do you think it's wrong? And I keep saying, well, you know, that's some people's culture. Okay, yes, I understand it's their culture, but do you think it's wrong? Well, I mean, some people have, you're going to say, yo, why are you agreeing with this like it's something good?
Sacrifice.
Yeah, like people kill their kids, you know.
Oh, right. Some cultures do it, yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that that's good just because it's a cultural thing. I would be like, yo, this culture is on some madness, like, you know.
Right. That's messed up.
Right, I would say that's messed up. So even if it's a cultural practice, that doesn't make it excusable now.
Sure.
So telling someone that, you know, doing that to the wonderful organ that was given to you at birth by God, Most High, Universe, the Netaru, you know, the all, the one, whatever you want to call him, or her, or it. Like, yo, are you chopping it?
Man, I got to go. Melanated, Sister Nine, Brown, Terry. Hopefully y'all see y'all next week or during the weekend sometimes. Y'all stay safe.
Right.
Stay away from the pandemic.
Wash your hands.
Yeah, wash your hands, get a mask on.
Don't get Terry started on that. I can't see. Where's everybody going?
You never Yeah, well, you know, in my mood already, man, so I want to sing. You're never too young to fall.
Right, cleaning up. I'm cleaning up on my domestication vibes.
Yeah.
I'm in the kitchen where I belong, Don Ether. That's where you belong, girl.
I'm not gonna lie, my wife does spend a lot of time in there.
I'm sorry, I'm making.
Hey, who's dunking your biscuit? Nah, not yet. I'm warming it up again. I forgot the pot on the fire. I'm warming it back up again. Right. Wait, Terry, what biscuits you think I got though?
Probably some what do they call it? The ones with the cows on it.
No, I've got some bog standard digestive. Yeah,
digestive.
Yeah, man.
Because sometimes I see a lot of people if they don't have the digestives, they spoil themselves a little bit and go for what's that called again? Is it malted biscuits?
Yeah, I forget.
What's a digestive? Like a laxative?
Basically.
I'm like, wait a minute. What is this? You know how y'all be having words that mean something else, right? I'm like, is this slang or is he really mean digestive? Or
that's the name of the thing. Yeah,
wait. The name of the biscuit is digestive. What the hell?
You got another name for it, American name for it.
So by digestive, you mean like a cookie? I mean, by a biscuit, you mean like a cookie?
Yeah.
What we call cookies?
Yeah, biscuits, cookies.
Oh. That laxative cookie. That sounds really interesting.
Look, have you got a company called McVitie's?
Call who?
McVitie's.
McVitie's. I've never heard of them McVitie's before.
McVitie's. Got it. Nah, man, they ain't got that over there. Actually, they might do.
I think they do, you know. But I've gone. They might have changed the name.
I think MA older than me. He over here eating laxative cookies. What the heck?
No, don't try. No, yeah, you know, McVitie's, yeah. Yeah.
Say that again.
I said you guys have got McVitie's. You got the brand. I mean, yeah.
That's why I know. I've seen it out there.
I ain't never heard of it. I never. You know, I'm a young woman. I eat my fiber. I don't need McVitie's.
That's what it is.
You better eat some salad. You better eat some salad. You better eat some salad.
No, I'm not eating it till I can. Like, that's not what I mean.
Wait, so you just eating it because you like it to? What kind of business is this?
No, it's not. It's not a laxative, bro. I'm joking. It's not like it's not gonna make you shit. It's just biscuit, isn't it? You know, like what do you call it? Cheesecake. Yeah, we over here with cheesecake. We have the McVitie's biscuits kind of crumbled up into the base of the thing. It's like that kind of consistency, basically, like the biscuit from the cheesecake.
Okay. Graham crackers. That's what it's like. A graham cracker.
Graham cracker. That sounds so shit. Hold on.
No, graham crackers are nice.
Graham or Graham?
Graham. GRAHM. Graham.
Yeah. Graham.
Oh, we don't say Graham. We just say Graham.
Yeah, it looks like the same thing, basically, yeah.
Oh, see, now I know what you're talking about. Digestives. Lord have mercy. That does not sound sexy. Imagine, honey, you want some digestives? No, I don't.
You know what, though? I tell you something. The McVitie's factory is in Halsden, yeah, which is in like a predominantly black area. When you come out of Halsden Station and you smell the McVitie's factory, it smells wicked. But the biscuits don't smell like that, nor do the cakes. I don't know why. Like the freshly baked thing smells wicked. Wicked. You can smell it all the way out to Wembley. Trust me, it's like walking past a massive.
They make them here in the States. I don't know if they have it like with like sugar on it too, like brown sugar, like a cinnamon brown sugary. The damn thing tastes like you're eating candy. Tastes good, but it's just way too sweet. If you're not accustomed to eating sweet stuff like that. See, now I'm about to make myself a cup of coffee because I'm just in the mood now. Is Renegade Ralph?
Is Ralph for what?
No, I'm saying Ralph, but like he was trying to get on. Kingo basically stopped trying to get on because he said the viewers got bored. Well, he probably either on a job or he fell asleep.
No, he can't be sleeping. Like, yeah, he
What
must
time
be.
is it? Oh
Hey,
yeah.
Rap, have you got Belly's number? If you got Belly's number, bell him a minute, or James is about.
Ooh.
2 seconds. 2
So,
seconds.
mm-mm-mm. Who are you talking about, Cotton Socks? Look, I'm trying to be nosy. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? Ooh, are you seeing the chat?
What's going on?
Okay, Conito versus Uveda kicking off on Reels. Okay.
Carney, where you?
Anyone? Oh, somebody. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Cotton Socks, what's going on? Somebody's black one day. Somebody's.
You lot are on the other side.
Okay. Black co-signing child abuse was her brother. She said she needs to focus on Somali child abuse since one day she's Arab and one day she's black. Or she gotta be they gotta be talking about Jana Sika. I don't know. Okay, she said Jana Seeker.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna bounce for a little while. Might jump on a bit later on. Might go on to Black Ice TV. Might do a little channel hopping. But for now,
Oh boy, you're gonna leave Belly. You gotta get it. Wait until Belly get here because not Ether probably she's done stepped away. I know she has. So then,
if it goes
you know
quiet, if you go quiet, you probably will pop up out of nowhere.
you think so? No, because the other night I ended up being I left the show. I hung up, and it was like it was still on for like mad long, like hours or so. And then he woke up, and then sort of nobody was there.
I mean, you have to monitor the show, man. You can't.
But I think that night he actually fell asleep. So it wasn't like he was at work. But yeah, okay. Well, you go ahead and hang up and I'm gonna just be quiet and see if he shows up. Hector and Betty on Wendy's channel right now. Somebody, who is this lion over here promoting these people stuff? You gotta say Hector, Jupiter, and Betty. Cause she stands by her man. She ain't letting nobody argue with her boo thing. Okay, people. My head is hurting me.
Yeah, melanated.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even know what's going on still.
I don't know. But where Veli? Who done what? He said.
I don't know, man. I hope he comes back because you know it's early evening settings. I might have one or two things to do. I was like,
Yes,
oh,
yes.
my cookies and cream Kit Kat. Ooh, bloody nice, family. Anyone that likes a bit of chocolate, Kit Kat, cookies and cream, bloody lovely.
I've never had the cookies and cream. I'm scared to I just like the regular cookies and cream, you know, so I was just scared of mixing the flavors. I might try it though.
Yeah, man. You know about Kit Kat, innit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Cookies and cream is nice, man. I can't even lie. And with a cup of tea. Oh my gosh, man.
Well, I'm actually warming up some coffee right now. And the Valley G Block, I think me and Naita trying to dip.
You know, since the lockdown, I've been drinking less tea and coffee, more like green tea and lemon tea and them things there still.
That's good.
So that's one good thing for me.
You still locked down, or are you able to go to work?
Nah, man, still away, man.
Dang. They started opening up for us, you know, a lot of things opened up.
I know it's a little bit confusing in England still, but yeah, they're just trying to kill the people then, basically, man.
Yeah, but I think that is true. That it's a little confusing because on one hand they still talking about, you know, people, you know, dying. They still, you know, it's still mandatory for us to wear masks. Almost all of the school districts ended up closing school early. So how are we opened up and you want us to start going to the stores and shopping? And then this past weekend, we had what y'all call a bank holiday. We had a holiday too. And people was at the beach.
Packed up.
At
like
the beach.
Sardines, man.
Yep. There was no social distancing going on. But yet, if those same people turned around and went to the bank, they would have to stand 6 feet behind. Like it's just confusing. You know, my screen keeps freezing on this app. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Okay, my screen is like frozen. So I don't know. I'm scared to tap anything and then. Yeah, okay. I can't see anything. So what you gonna do with the show, Veli? I can't see.
All right, one sec, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just got to go on mute for one more sec, but I'm still
Yeah, I just read it, Renegade Wrath. Woo, my blood cleat. Yo. COVID needs to done, man.
What she said. Type it in the back chat. 9. Type it in the back chat.
No, it says hypocrisy of black atheists, child sexual abuse in the black community.
Hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy of black atheists, semicolon, child sexual abuse in the black community.
And where is the black community's doctrine that says we should have this? Where is the pastor preaching in Sunday in church saying we should abuse our children? Where are the people on YouTube publicly speaking and encouraging child abuse? Where is it? Where are the African spiritualists saying abuse your child? Where are the atheists saying abuse your child? Where are the Hebrews, the Muslims, the Christians? Where is anyone in the black, quote unquote, black community that advocate and endorse child abuse? Some stupid shit, man.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna ask still, like, so right, really and truly, are we like is there any sort of child abuse that the man then would avoid talking about?
No, listen. Let me tell you something. If you want to see the black community, you go look at Sonetta's videos when they did a public street cornered press conference running fire on Africa Bambaataa when people was coming out saying that he was abusing them back in the day. They had people out there public speaking out, telling details about what he did to them when they were in their early adolescence, because he was victimizing young boys. Yeah, and
Yeah,
these
man.
young boys are now men, and they're speaking out on how he used his influence, his popularity as a celebrity, and molested them.
Okay, so is there any sort of atheist doctrine that we would try to promote that would tell you to marry children, or you know what I'm saying, like do anything to the child's sexual parts or anything like that? Is there any sort of doctrine that comes comes with anything like that?
You
No, I don't have a doctrine.
Yeah. That's crazy.
No. Okay. Right. So
that's just crazy, man.
Yo, Biggie,
All right,
big
let's
up
flip it the
yourself,
other way.
man. I'm gonna be
Big
coming
up
back,
yourself, man.
man. I just got another settings there, so I'll soon come.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll feed up the
So
people.
That's crazy right there. And you
so
are.
does anyone yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, man. Is there any sort of man ain't got a tiptoe around nothing, man. There's no form or sort of any child abuse that man would make any excuses for. So you can't put the man in the same category. You get me? There ain't none. What is what? Name it. That's where it is really. If you want to talk like that, you're gonna have to start naming what it is that the man what sort of abuse that is gonna be happening to a child that the man is gonna say, oh, do you know what? That's not child abuse. Let it carry on.
You know what? If I'm not mistaken, right? I think that even in the Nation of Islam, that joint is shunned upon. Like they don't be getting married at 10 years old. They be walking around with their mom and dad and they hijabs and stuff until they, are of age to take on a husband.
I ain't got to talk sideways about. It's only in special occasions. It's okay for you to get married to a youth, or for the
not
youth.
only that.
No,
and out of
there's no special occasion.
So you dying
it's always wrong.
if you and Mrs. Velli is dying of hunger, that little baby in the background making noise, yo, they gotta go. You feel
What?
me?
Like what? Have I got? No, of course not. Are you
You gotta sell your
crazy?
kid. No, you gotta sell your kid to get extra
You
money
selling
for the
who?
house.
You that business, bro. I ain't selling shit.
You know, listen, they gotta take one for the team. The
You
kid,
that business, man.
the
Yeah,
kid gotta take one for the team. You feel me?
yeah. Trust me. Yeah.
I heard
That's
of
what
taking one for
them
the
man
team,
can do with their own
like
use, fam.
going out with your homegirl, boyfriend, friend, because he ugly, but you know you just gonna spend time with the
You
dude.
can find a wife, but we're
Okay,
so
that's
poor
taking
that
one
we
for the
can't
team.
feed ourselves. What the hell? What the hell? That's not taking one for the team, fam. That is super Jesus Christ for the team, cuz. Trust me.
Yo, imagine the
Trust
dude
me.
like, yo, I don't want this daughter, I want that daughter. I don't want the 10-year-old, I want the 11-year-old. Like, what is this?
That makes sense, yeah.
It's
That
just
doesn't make sense still.
picking over little kids. And got the audacity to
It
be
don't
like
make
they not
sense, man.
kids. They not kids, they women.
Yeah, man. So I've been away from the street for a minute though, still. You get me?
What you say?
Yeah, I said I've been away from the stream for a little minute though, still, man. I
Oh
had to
man,
run around the
you
corner,
missed
man. I
it.
got stuck, man.
It was crazy.
What happened, man? You was getting fucked up.
It was crazy. Did you hear my conversation with Malik? You didn't hear that? My conversation with Malik?
Yeah. I heard a bit of it still.
Well, did you hear him say that
Man was calling
he would
Malik
do
R.
that?
Kelly still. Man was calling him N. Kelly.
Did you hear him say that he would literally if he was in that situation that he would do that to his own child? He would sell his child?
I think he says stuff like that, yeah, to see if you can get him triggered, man. I don't think because it's troll free in it. So
then
I don't think he's actually saying it on a real.
No, he's saying like if he was in the sense of like if he was impoverished, if he was in that environment where he was poor and he couldn't feed his kids, that basically it would make sense to accept a dowry. Let me say it in a nice way. To accept a dowry for them to have a better life with this other husband, this older man.
So, yeah, it's like
so then the family is getting helped out, and he feels like the child is getting helped out because they were in starvation mode with their parents. So I'm saying he tried to clean it up some, but you know,
still working there. Still looks messy.
No, I mean,
but that's what the issue is, yeah. No, yeah.
Like that type of lifestyle.
No, but
so I don't want to be.
The issue is, yeah, it's like if you've got a sort of belief or something that seems weird, yeah, to everyone else, but because it's something that is special to your thing, you have to still defend and hold on to stuff what you probably wouldn't even stuff you wouldn't do yourself. You hear me? Yeah, defending old men marrying super youngers and all that stuff.
Yeah, like defending that joint, hard body, like you don't understand, and that's because you in the West, and I'm like, all right. I mean, I just thought 9 years old meant 9 years old, but.
And this is another thing, yeah, with this we're not trying to take no influence off off no white man and so on, so on. So that's bullshit, cuz. Because in the hadith it says Muhammad is a white man. So like, I don't know where man even tried to even dare to come true with any sort of talk like that. Oh yeah, man. Get me? I don't see you challenging that. Say what? I don't follow no white man. Muhammad ain't no white man. Not like that.
Well, I'm confused. I thought he was
dumb.
black. I thought his hand went white and then it went back black or something. Something with the hand turning colors or
I
something.
don't know about that, mate. I don't know about that, mate. That's Moses' hand, innit?
Oh, Moses got a hand. It changed colors.
That's when he's doing the tricks to the pharaohs and all that, man. So it's stupid, man. It's dumb for you to even say that. Why would you even say that? Even why would you say that? Though? How are you gonna come with that? Right, I don't follow. I'm not trying to follow. I'm not trying to follow no white man's ways or whatever. When on the other side of it, you're trying to say, oh, but our religion doesn't promote racism or anything like that. It's like, bro, that's a weird thing to even try to justify and drop them.
Well, he didn't say the white man. He just said the West. But I guess you could say those mean the same thing.
Nah. Man was saying that yesterday. Man was saying about what we don't take no. You lot are trying to take your definition from a white man because man don't like what the definition is or whatever. Innit? It's like, bro, you can say that now because you don't like the definition. But if you was the flipping 9-year-old girl that was about to get married to some big man.
Hey, listen, man. Yo,
we didn't sound like you're doing some sandpaper or something.
Oh, that's melanated. I'm cleaning. I told you I was I was in the kitchen where women belong.
We said that's
oh shit.
We're referring to ourselves in third person now, yeah? Say no more.
Listen, on a personal level, sometimes I be getting ready to call myself melanated. I'm like, what the hell?
Does your name begin with M?
No.
Fair enough. All right, cool. What did you say, yeah?
That was super trying to bait you up.
Hey, listen, all right, cool. See my man, yeah? The Malik kid, yeah? He's just a moron, like he's just one of those dumb people that like they see these little spots for attention, you know, like, and because like man isn't really like well informed about most things, he doesn't really like when like 4 or 5 people jump on the panel, he kind of gets left in the background. So when it comes, I've noticed it like it seems to be all the time on this topic. It's like there's points where some of the things that people say, whether you hold these views or not, you know that they're not translatable views, so you probably keep them to yourself. And it's like, because especially when people make concessions, like, I understand what you guys are saying, but this is the way I look at it, whatever. It's like, those are the things that you can keep to yourself. There's a lot of things I don't say on panel. I imagine the same as you, Veli, definitely, Melanie, that will make us have a bad opinion of you, of ourselves, innit? And we was like, you know what? I'm going to refrain from saying that or this or whatever. But the way my man's so eager to engage his children, adults, and 10-year-olds get married, where in my culture is because it's the only fucking thing man has to talk about. And that's the only way he will engage in a topic for more than 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. So I don't take it with a grain of salt, man. Most of what these guys jump on and say about Islamic this and all of that is just bullshit, bro. They just want to come on for a chat and they want to have something that they're passionate about. You get what I mean? It's not that deep.
Yeah, I mean, I
That's
just
what I'm
hope
saying.
that
Because
they be
it's
having
true.
these private
Because
conversations,
when
letting each other know that they looking stupid, you know?
Yeah, when you do switch the situation to asking the people if it was you in the situation, what would you do? They start to say, "Oh, well, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because all whatever reasons, all these different reasons." You get me? It's that. So you wouldn't do it yourself.
But what's that dude name?
You probably wouldn't make your youth do it, but you're just trying to say it's
that he
something that
wouldn't
is
do it
good.
because he's in a relationship. That's what he told Ultra Funky. He didn't say I wouldn't do it because it's wrong. He told Ultra Funky he wouldn't do it because he's in a relationship. That sounds horrible.
Yeah, but like I say, I don't know, man. People often say it's a negative character trait, but that's why I think like trolling people or mocking, whatever how you want to describe it, I think the best way to deal with that kind of stupidity, and you know what, when you brought it up the other day, I don't know if anyone noticed, but I was like, oh, bro, like, I don't really want to talk to you about it. You're not important here because you know nothing about Islam and you know nothing more time about the culture we're talking about. You just want to talk about it, and I don't care. So if I'm going to say anything, I'm just going to take the piss out of you. Because you're not serious enough to care, and I feel like it should be punishment for people. Yeah, this is my opinion. It should be punishment for people that say stupid things. If you say something, get embarrassed. Why do we need to help? We're all past 18, bro. Why do we need to help you through? I'm not getting paid to lecture or educate you about anything.
Hey James, is there any sort of child abuse that you would say is not child abuse?
Well, like beating
That
Any?
question sound crazy.
You mean like beating your
Is
kid?
there any sort of child abuse that you would say is not child abuse?
Yeah, I guess like I mean, I'm not really qualified to say, but I guess like beating your child, like I don't know, like when I got beaten, I don't think my parents were trying to abuse me, innit? I think they were trying to teach me shit.
But you can see how
My parents were trying to teach
you
me.
can see how a parent can take the beating to a level where it can be considered child abuse.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. So like I would have told you that I was being abused as a child, isn't it? Yeah, but now I look back on it and I think some of the insane shit. I'm like, I deserve more than what I got lucky. You know what I mean? So some parents like
No, that's not what I'm saying though. I'm saying that you can see in a situation like Baby P or Victoria Colombe where they was, do you know what I'm saying? Like the excessive air quotes beatings.
That is so. What you're saying is there any type of things that are told as child abuse that are not abused? Oh, hold on, sorry, 1 second. I just need to take a call. 1 second.
Yeah. Basically, I'm trying to say, yeah, is there any form of child abuse, yeah, that we know is child abuse, that you know is child abuse, or that anyone could count as child abuse, that you would willfully come on record and say there's a special situation for because it's not child abuse?
Yeah, I'm not okay with, like going on record saying that's acceptable. Any form of abuse, neglect, like even if you want to use a category of neglect, right? So you have a 7 and an 8-year-old, or even a 10, 12, and 13-year-old, right? Legally, as a parent, I cannot jump in my car and drive and go to Vegas and hang out for the weekend and leave my kids in the house, right? That's considered neglect. So even if I feel my 13-year-old knows what to do in case I'm not there, even if I feel like I've left them home alone, I go to work all the time and they're home alone, blah, 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 blah. If the law or somebody else says, wow, you shouldn't be doing that, that's neglectful. I'm not about to start trying to debate them on if it's neglect or not. Like, the reality is, I'm supposed to be there to provide guidance and protection for my kids, and I wasn't. Like, what is there to debate?
That's what I'm trying to say. Well, so unless you've got anything that says, well, in this special situation, this form of child abuse isn't child abuse, it's not really a debate, in it, man. It's not really an argument.
Right.
Still, it's just like reaching, in it. So
like the law will
yeah,
allow,
you're
like it will
entitled to
say,
reach.
the law will allow for you to say you can leave your child home alone for 3 hours or something like that. It does specify like how long, but definitely overnight is not allowable. This is why people, when they get night jobs, they still have to find childcare and so forth, right? So now if the law says I can leave my child in the house for 3 hours, I feel like my child is mentally mature enough to be home for 3 hours, right? Let's say they're 12 years old. And then somebody walks up to me and says, your child has been home for 2 hours by themselves. You're neglecting them. Now that's something that I would debate. Do you see what I'm saying? because I'm not breaking the law. Two, I have a relationship with my child. I know their abilities. Like, who are you to tell me? That's just your opinion. But
All right, so check it like this then, yeah. If they're saying that, so that law is not a law that you sort of thought off the top of your own head, yeah. That's just the law of the
right.
land that was already in place before you moved into the land or whatever. Yeah.
Mhm.
So because that law, yeah, it's got nothing to do with your culture or whatever, but it's something that may improve the way your child lives. Is that something that you should accept, consider, or just take on without any sort of questioning?
I mean, what do you question it in what way?
Should you accept it? Should you consider it? Or should you just accept it without questioning? Like you're saying, you just said it's something that can sort of be safe for your child. Your child's not going to be at home
Well, I guess
while they're
I guess in
sleeping. So
considering
anything
it,
that
it's like,
happens,
what is the harm in me adhering to this? Is me going along with this restriction or this guidance of what dictates neglect, is this going to put my child in more harm? If the answer is no, it might make my life more uncomfortable because now I have to find childcare for my child. But those like child welfare, things pertaining to child welfare are just that. They have the welfare of the child in mind and not the ease or the comfort of the parent, which is why I was like having a hard time understanding what Malik was saying, because he was saying that if the parents you're hungry and you don't have, you're starving and so forth, basically the child is to take one for the team. And I'm like, no, the parent is supposed to take one for the team, for the child. Like, they're supposed to do without, they're supposed to sacrifice, they're supposed to, not the child. You got it mixed up.
and really truly, yeah, what that is for is to stop the ending of the cycle, of the everlasting cycle of the shit just being passed down to your children, to your children, to your children, innit? So if you could end the cycle of whatever it is that's causing you or something as a child to get abused or to be misused, and
right,
you
because
should
if
be
a
doing that
child,
as a parent rather than trying to get your child to do it.
if that was done to the child, right, when they become a parent, if they fall on hard times, they're definitely going to do that to their kid because they're going to be like, oh, shoot, it happened to me. Let's get rid of one kid. We still got a couple more up in here. Make them feel guilty. Help your brothers and sisters out. Person's going to be nice to you. What happened?
Yo. Yeah, man. Big up Witness still.
Hey, how are you?
God.
Afternoon.
Peace, Witness.
Afternoon, man. Native Doris. Just came in, just saw you.
Yeah, man.
The show.
Yeah, but differently. Let me say.
What a child is.
Let me say this. Let me say this though. Before you jump in with this, yeah. Again, like I said, yeah. Nin's balling in the chat now, like, oh, you've gone down to 36 viewers or something. Now, really, that's because I went away for a bit. People was looking to get added, and I weren't able to add or take anyone out or whatever, really, yeah. But again, I can do a billion shows, yeah. I could do a show tomorrow, the next day, for the rest of my life about Islam, yeah. And so what? There ain't really nothing you can do about it. You can complain about it. You can moan about how much you don't like it, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Why don't you start your own channel?
You can't stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
have your own channel and talk about atheism every
it
day.
is what it is, bro. It is what it is, mate. You know what I'm saying? Like, and again, really and truly, yeah, this ain't just a thing of Islam permits child marriages. It's like you're saying, there's
globally,
different
like,
states
it doesn't
and
matter
countries,
the
yeah,
culture.
globally,
Yeah.
again, that got what may be classed as a child in my eyes, getting married in other places or whatever. So
I'm
in
glad
America,
you mentioned that.
there's age of consent laws at 14.
Yeah.
And do you know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. Like, so what you think man
Like
agrees
in
with
America.
the age of consent being 14?
That's what I
Get out
actually
of here,
came to talk
That shit,
about.
bro.
Like your question was, what is a child? Because the age of consent in the UK is 16. I would regard that as a child. And plus, in the UK, a 16-year-old can get married. And I found a news
in Scotland.
account. No, in the UK. I found
in
an
London,
account.
in UK, in England.
Yeah, in England. I found
a 16-year-old can get married in England.
Yeah, I've got an account, a newspaper account based in in Wales, where a 47-year-old man married a 16-year-old girl, and they had to leave their neighborhood because some people were upset.
Let me ask you this, witness, at
he married her.
16, does a 16-year-old need parental consent? Because in the United States, you can get a 12-year-old can get married in California, but it stipulates that the 12-year-old needs parental consent.
Yeah, but
So
but
is it
but
the
they,
same for the 16-year-old? Is it the same for the 16-year-old in London, in UK?
no, not the case I was reading. No.
Oh, they don't need. They didn't need parental consent.
Not in that news.
You see, and the age of when I was reading about the age of consent law coming into the UK, you know where that was coming in? Because there was people buying child prostitutes, and to stop that, to sort of get rid of that. So again, it weren't because of they've come to some we've done some tests and we've come to some moral obligation that we have to lower it or whatever. It's because the fucking older dons are buying fucking child prostitutes and shit. You know what I'm saying? That so it is what it is, mate. Like, man, then want to try and make special circumstances for to make child abuse seem okay because it goes with whatever it goes with. Like, I'm like, bro, if someone comes from an outside culture and shows you something that may be detrimental to your culture, it's definitely worth listening to what the results or the finding is. If it's like a actual finding testing on your own people,
and I realized in Germany, Italy, their age of consent is 14. I'll consider that that's a child. So I don't know why the age of consent is 14 in Germany, in Italy. But that's my personal opinion. So what a child is subjective. To me, that's a child and shouldn't be allowed to have the age of consent. A 16-year-old is a child and shouldn't be allowed to have the age of consent. But then there are people who would disagree with me and they would make it law. And a 16-year-old, as I found out in the article I've got married to a 47-year-old man in the UK, in Wales.
But then you see with that, a 16-year-old got married to a 47-year-old man, which was deemed air quotes legal, but they had to move out of their area because the local people in the area still wasn't accepting it, even though it was legal. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is that the lawmakers
because witness.
Sometimes
I'm saying that it's
why so long and
wait. Why it's a little bit different, yeah? No, why it's a little bit different, yeah? Because even though the law of the land is saying right, it's a legal thing, but the local people were saying right, it's a taboo thing. Like you're marrying
what the locals did was
that's
legal
a 7-year-old man, bro.
What the locals did is illegal to the law because the locals ran them out, which is illegal, which is funny. That's so everything becomes suddenly subjective. Why would the lawmakers allow a 16-year-old to get married to a 47-year-old man?
When did that law get put in place, though, witness? Because sometimes there are laws that are in place, and they're just
it's a Victorian law.
Taking advantage of the law, then other people aren't aware that law is even present. You know what I'm saying? But because someone put in the chat today that the age of consent in Nigeria is 11. Right, so they're basically like,
Exactly.
Okay. What
To
y'all
me,
gonna
that's
say
a
about
child.
But God, witness, why is the age of consent 11 in Nigeria, witness?
I don't know. But this is what I've been saying from the start. It suddenly becomes subjective. To me, 16 is a child, 14 is a child, 11 is a child. But then there are other people who have the power to make the law. To them, that's not a child. So the whole thing becomes subjective. Who's deciding? The people who have the power to decide what a child is are allowing 11-year-olds and 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds to have the age of consent. I'm like, that's disgusting. They're children to me. But then the lawmakers, the power people, to them, it's not wrong. So I don't.
That's what I'm trying to say, fam. Is how the age of consent is actually put in place in certain areas. Because, like, we're talking about England, the age of consent wasn't put in place because of any high moral standing. It was put in place to slow the abuse of children now. So
I don't know why you're putting. I can't make that call. I don't know why you're.
No, I read about it.
Wait, so what do you mean by slow the abuse of children down?